Luli was playing the role of a corpse on the set, his mind preoccupied with his takeout order. An extra like him didn't even get a boxed lunch. Just as he lay on the ground basking in the sun, waiting for the director to call cut, a cold, merciless mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears. The entire world has entered a terrifying rule-based realm, initiating a battle royale mode. The terrifying rule-based world has a distinction between day and night. Remember, the night is extremely dangerous. To survive in this terrifying world, you must build a safe haven. Everyone will be granted a special ability based on their state before entering. By concentrating your mind, you can see your own attribute panel. Name Luli. Level 10100. Age 22. Strength 10. Speed 10. Defense 10. Immunity 10. Comprehensive combat score 5. Combat power 5. Luli let out a faint smile, immediately recalling a certain anime's mockery of human combat power. He was a mere weakling with a 5. But for this, Luli had no complaints. He was just an ordinary person after all. A deluge of information poured into Luli's mind. When he concentrated, everything appeared as a table. The table contained only 3 types of information. One was personal basics, another was the chat channel, and the last was information about the safe house. The safe house status was none, and the chat channel's prefix was terror train. Thinking of this, he clicked open the chat channel, wanting to figure out what was going on. But before he could figure out what was happening, while the system prompt still echoed in his ears, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly came from afar. It seemed that this scream heralded the beginning of terror. Luli's face turned pale as he looked around. The surroundings appeared to be a platform of some sort. The station walls were covered in various graffiti. The platform benches bore unidentified water stains, emitting a faint, bloody smell in the dim light. I wonder how many people will be on this train. Luli muttered to himself. He was the only one on the platform, but the regional chat channel showed 1,000 people. He silently observed his surroundings, thinking it should be safer since it was daytime. Whoa! The sound of a steam whistle tore through the air. The platform began to tilt, and the sound of gears grinding came from beneath the tiles. Through a hole in the iron door, Luli saw a train emerging from the fog, without a locomotive. Each carriage looked like a severed coffin. The windows were plastered with dense handprints, each palm print embedded with an eyeball that rotated as the train moved. When the train stopped, the door of the 4th carriage slammed open. What surged out was not passengers, but a black fog that reeked of rust. Inside the black fog, nothing could be seen. The train seemed to be waiting for Luli to board. Get on. Luli gritted his teeth and strode into the carriage full of rolling black fog. Once inside, Luli felt as if his lungs were burning and began to cough violently. But he quickly covered his mouth, trying not to make any sound. Outside, the black fog was thick, but inside the carriage visibility was decent. Luli observed everything in the carriage, looking for a place where he could feel safe. The seats were arranged at bizarre intervals. The dark brown leather surfaces were covered with cracked patterns, each crack filled with dark brown hardened clumps. Leaning in for a closer sniff, a mixture of sweet blood and rust assaulted his nose. The handrails were wrapped in rusty chains with yellowed teeth wedged between the links. Some chains trembled slightly, producing a faint clicking sound. Luli didn't know how long he would have to stay on the train. He hoped to leave before nightfall. As for the things he had seen on the windows outside, they weren't inside the carriage. Brothers, have you boarded? Holy shit, this is too damn scary. Let's gather together quickly. I'm scared alone. Stop talking, I'm scared too. Is there any master who can take me in? This damn confined space, I almost pissed my pants. Watching the channel filled with useless chatter, Luli's face turned pale. These people's nonsense was wasting his life. Just as Luli was feeling helpless, the cold, emotionless voice sounded again. System prompt: the terrifying train is about to depart. System prompt: in 1 minute, abilities will awaken based on your state upon entry. System prompt ability grades are DCBAS 5 levels. System prompt's grade abilities are unique. Good luck. As soon as this news came out, the channel exploded. Everyone was talking. Holy shit, awakening. Doesn't that mean we'll be flying high? Then why be afraid of ghosts and spooky things? We'll just blast them with abilities. Wait for Big Bro to catch you 2 Sadakos to be your wives. You guys are delusional, right? If you get a great ability, you'll be eating shit. That's right. Getting a garbage awakening is as painful as eating shit. But does unique's grade mean there will only be one of this kind of ability? Exactly, that's what it means. A powerful, unrepeatable ability. Holy shit, then if it's grade, that would be a takeoff. Luli frowned. These people seemed way too optimistic. After all, abilities awakened based on their state upon entry. Not to mention others, he himself had been playing a corpse before entering. What kind of ability could that awaken? Was a beam of white light descended, enveloping Luli's body. Then as the white light faded, a cold, emotionless voice echoed in Luli's mind. Awaken grade unique ability death adventure. Obtain one-time skill death control. Death adventure. Death control. Liu Li stared wide-eyed at his ability talent, simply 4 words death adventure. But more importantly, it was a grade ability. Wait, unique ability. Why can a grade also be unique? Liu Li calmed down and suddenly noticed a unique attribute in his ability's description. That meant he was the only one with death adventure. Liu Li stared at the description of death adventure that emerged in his mind, his pupils slightly contracting. The suffix unique on the pale attribute panel was glaringly harsh. The grade rating was like a mocking sticker plastered on his forehead. This world never bestows specialness for nothing. Even the lowliest, and if born with a unique pattern, might become the key to breaking the deadlock. Just as Liu Li was pondering how to use death adventure and death control, the train suddenly jolted. As if something was there. Attention all passengers. The onboard broadcast suddenly blared, the static laced with gurgling sounds like bubbles. This train is about to enter the eternal night tunnel. Please return to your seats within 3 minutes. Do not look directly at the window glass and find the carriage notice. The broadcast cut off abruptly. The ceiling lights exploded in succession and darkness like a solid monster rushed through the aisle at breakneck speed. Damn it. Liu Li's face turned ashen. The change happened far too quickly. 3 minutes. Don't look at the windows. The carriage notice. Liu Li immediately latched onto the most crucial information. He had 3 minutes. And those 3 minutes seemed to be his window to find his designated seat. Above all, don't look at the windows. Liu Li began searching for anything on him that could match a seat number. He had 3 minutes to sit in the correct spot. Sitting in the wrong seat or not sitting at all could mean death. Everything had just begun. He didn't want to die at the start. Ordinarily, a ticket would have the seat number. But we boarded without tickets. Where's the ticket? Liu Li searched his own body for any identification, but found nothing. After calming down, he suspected the train's rules were the same as those of an ordinary train. That meant he needed a ticket to survive. Has anyone found a ticket? Does anyone have a ticket? Liu Li immediately asked in the area channel, hoping someone could answer. He knew it would reveal the existence of tickets, but at the moment life was more important. Letting more people survive was fine. Ticket? What ticket? Bro, are you scared out of your mind? What ticket are you looking for in this creepy place? Just find a seat and sit down. Most people ignored the ticket issue. There was almost no useful information. Liu Li quickly filtered through the useless information, then his eyes locked onto the avatar of a beautiful woman. The wall of the car has what you're looking for. We're even now. Liu Li's eyes immediately shifted to the iron wall of the carriage, searching. There was indeed a diagram on the metal. Beneath the diagram were numbered cards in 2 colors, red and black. Red and black. The numbered cards, half red, half black, were affixed uniformly along the carriage. Was this the carriage notice? Liu Li, 42. Liu Li's eyes scanned the cards. But just as he reached to take his own card, he noticed his name appeared on 2 colors, 1 black and 1 red. 1 black, 1 red. Which one do I take? Take both. Liu Li swallowed, his face paling. Time didn't allow a second thought. The 2 cards were like wires leading to a time bomb. Cut the wrong one, and the bomb would go off. Taking both would inevitably cause unpredictable consequences. With no time to overthink, Liu Li grabbed the black card and strode towards seat 42. Though uncertain if it was correct, he had to gamble. 3 minutes slipped away. There was no time to think further. After sitting down, Liu Li noted the girl's name from earlier, Li Zhaoqing. She had said were even, meaning his earlier message had given her a clue about the ticket. But whether the black card in his hand was truly a ticket, Liu Li had his doubts. The answer would come in 5 seconds. Those 5 seconds stretched like centuries for Liu Li, every second agony. Liu Li's fingers whitened, his knuckles gripping the card as he silently counted down the seconds. When the 5th second's tail exploded with his heartbeat, the paper in his hand suddenly vibrated with a sickening tremor. Dark crimson ink oozed from beneath the number 42, gradually spreading into the outline of a ticket. I was right. Liu Li flushed with excitement, his breathing heavy. Death adventure experience, 10,100. Liu Li felt drained, but mentally exuberant. Being in a state of heightened tension and danger also increased his death adventure experience. Much safer than facing death hidden. Tip: when health drops below 10, you can actively trigger fake death status. Each activation allows continuous experience gain. Experience can be used to enhance physical attributes. Currently has one-time skill death control. Tip: upgrading death adventure awards special skills. When death adventure reaches CBAS grade, a mysterious evolution is unlocked. Everyone still okay? Someone immediately asked in the area channel. Hey, lucky me. Chose the black card, or I'd be a corpse by now. The number of people in the area channel has dropped. Can that big shot Luli share more info? What do we do now? Some stayed silent, but kept a close eye on the channel. Those sharp enough had noticed the exchange between Lu Li and Li Zhaoqing and successfully found their tickets, and had the luck to pick the right one. Still, a large portion had died in the first round of terrifying rules. Right. Big shot Luli share some more info. Let's team up. I awakened a crate ability and pretty strong. One person revealed their ability, hoping to piggyback on Lu Li's perceived intelligence. After he spoke, others chimed in, wanting Lu Li to lead them. Having survived the first ordeal, Lu Li looked at the 10 experience points he had unexpectedly earned and his special ability. He had no interest in the others. Thinking it over, Lu Li decided to split the 10 experience points into 2 parts, one for speed, one for immunity. Compared to future rewards, the present was more important. 5 speed, 5 immunity. If he couldn't outrun a ghost, as long as he ran faster than the others, the ghost might not target him. In this environment, once injured, infection was easy. The stronger the immunity, the greater the resistance to such negative effects, increasing survival rate. This was the allocation Lu Li decided after careful consideration. The moment the 10 points were cleared, Lu Li immediately felt a change in his body. He was incredibly light on his feet. Excellent. Lu Li clenched his fist in excitement, just as he had imagined. Even without adding points to strength or defense, his combat effectiveness still increased. His combat power had risen by 3 points from the previous 5, reaching 8. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Li glanced at the area channel. Some people had already begun to stir restlessly. He kept silent, but someone volunteered, motivating the others. This person was called Zhang Liang, who awakened upgrade ability. He was quite confident. Zhang Liang awakened upgrade ability, Ghost Hand. I can touch and attack supernatural horrors. Anyone who wants to follow me, we're brothers. Come to my carriage. The area channel originally had 1,000 people, now only about 600 remained. Among them, those with great abilities were few and far between. At least only a few had revealed themselves. Lu Li shook his head, sneering at such exposure of ability levels. Though everyone now faced supernatural danger, the bonds between people were always rooted in self-interest. Revealing your trump card meant telling others your weaknesses, far from wise. After observing the carriage and confirming there was no immediate danger, Lu Li stood up. Is there anyone in a train carriage? Lu Li spoke in the regional channel, instantly attracting the attention of many. Indeed, what Lu Laodao said is correct. We are all one person. Goodness, it's still Lu Laodao, always getting to the point with his words. Some people wanted to speak in the regional channel, but their 5 daily chances had long been exhausted by irrelevant chatter, leaving them unable to flatter Lu Li. The train rattled along the tracks, and apart from that, Lu Li found no useful information. The sound of chains suddenly intensified, like some creature climbing along the iron bars. Lu Li's back pressed against the cold carriage wall, his nails nearly digging into his palms. The teeth embedded between the chains suddenly began to ooze blood, dark red liquid flowing along the rust, forming a small stream of blood on the ground, which began to slowly writhe towards his toes. The old-fashioned chandelier above suddenly lit up, the dim yellow bulb swaying violently within its glass cover, slicing the entire carriage into a mosaic of light and shadow. Only then did Lu Li see that what was stuck in the crevice of the seat was not an ordinary hard object, but dried flesh and blood. Between the cracks of the leather, he could still see scattered hairs, the dark brown fibers indistinguishable from human hair. As the bloodstream touched the sole of his shoe, the seat to his right suddenly let out a creaking sound. On the previously empty seat, a bandage-wrapped humanoid figure twisted its head at a bizarre angle, and from the gaps in the bandages seeped not blood, but 2 grayish-white eyeballs, the scara covered in spiderweb-like blood vessels, staring at him unblinkingly. Damn it! Lu Li abruptly stood up and stepped back. At the same time, he suddenly remembered the only skill he could use. Death Control. Death Control can manipulate all dead objects, but can only be used once. Just as Li Hui was about to use Death Control, he held back. Using it against this thing felt like overkill. After all, it could only be used once. A more insane plan was brewing in his heart. If Death Control is about manipulating all dead objects, then does this train count as a dead object? Use Death Control to command this train, making it his safe haven. A mobile safety facility, using it to traverse this apocalypse. But before that, Lu Li needed to find its core, at which point he would control this terrifying train. The people on the train would also be at his mercy. Their lives and deaths were entirely in his hands. Bloodlight glimmered in Lu Li's eyes. One cannot survive in the apocalypse without being ruthless. And the terrifying monster before him, resembling a zombie, seemed less frightening to him now. Lu Li slowly walked towards the monster, pulling out his belt. Lu Li tightened the metal buckle of the belt, gritting his teeth, forcing himself to confront the monster's outstretched stiff arm. Experience points. can still increase. The end of the monster's bandage-tipped finger oozed black blood, the tip curling into a hook evidently more threatening than the rusty chains. Lu sidestepped the attack, his shoe slipping on the blood, but using this instability, he spun around to the back of the monster. After increasing his speed by 5 points, this degree of instability became an opportunity for Lu. The metal buckle of his belt struck fiercely at the monster's bandage, slit pieces of rotten flesh falling off as he suppressed the churn in his stomach, wrapping the belt around the monster's neck, pulling tightly. This action reminded him of how props were tied up during scenes with corpses in the crew. The monster's head twisted back at an unnatural angle, its eyes nearly rolling back to pure white, letting out a hissing sound like a leaky tire. Lu could feel the monster's vertebrae cracking under the belt, yet there were no signs of it losing breath. Death Adventure experience points increased by 5,100. Lu gritted his teeth, his hands nearly deforming the belt as he forcefully used it to pull off the monster's head. The round head fell onto the carriage, and Lu gasped, collapsing to the ground as he vomited. He felt the residual rotten flesh on the belt and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Those bandage monsters, the flesh and blood in the seats, the eyeballs on the windows were all part of the dead. And perhaps with his death control, he wouldn't need to manipulate the metal structure of the train, but could control these parts made up of corpses to meet the requirements for operating the train. A rumble of gears echoed from the depths of the tunnel, a weightier tremor than the train itself transmitted from beneath his feet. Lu took a deep breath, pressing his palm against the blood-soaked seat, concentrating. He heard his heartbeat synchronizing with the train's tremors in an eerie manner, a sticky connection spreading through his palm, like countless tiny roots burrowing into the corpse-laden carriage. Death control progress on controlling the terrifying Train 5. The moment the prompt sounded, a ghostly green light illuminated the end of the tunnel, and Lu saw the outline of the train head gradually becoming clearer. It was not an ordinary carriage, but a gigantic skeleton with ribs forming the roof's arch, tailbones extending into tracks, and 2 melting train lights embedded in its eye sockets. The exterior of this terrifying train resembled treads crushing its own bones, continuously advancing in rotation. Meanwhile, ahead seemed to be a string of tunnels, pitch black, where even light could not penetrate. More shockingly, within the skeleton's chest cavity hung thousands of glass jars, each containing a floating human face, including his own. It seemed that once on board, death was a certainty. Lu's nails dug deep into the rust of the skeleton carriage, and the sticky sensation in his palm suddenly turned scalding. The self in the glass jar suddenly opened its eyes wide, murky eyeballs turning toward him, the corners of its mouth twisted into a blood-seeping grin, clearly laughing. After Lu gained 5 control, he immediately discovered a trap. At this moment, he could obtain some unexpected information. As the train rapidly approached the Eternal Night Tunnel, Lu immediately dashed to the spot where he had just acquired the ticket and tore off the red ticket. Immediately, the howling sound and darkness engulfed the train, and the light aboard was almost completely devoured in the tunnel. The faint glow cast on Lu's sweat-drenched face, his body tensed with anxiety. Surrounding him were sounds of movement and eerie whispers. It was as if zombies were making sounds from decaying chests, sending chills down Lu's spine as he pressed tightly against the carriage wall, hoping to distance himself from these things. If it's just zombies. Lu felt his heart race. The Death Adventure seemed about to be activated again, but it felt lacking in some way. Clearly, this fear was no longer enough to stimulate him. Though Lu yearned to slay the zombies lurking in the darkness, he lacked a suitable tool. These were merely ordinary zombies. With the right implement, even an ordinary person could exterminate them. Despite his intense nervousness, he did not sense the approach of death this time. Instead, he became somewhat inured to fear. Possessing 5% control over the terror train allowed Lu to perceive the situation and positions within the carriage clearly. At the same time, he also figured out why he was the only person in the entire carriage. In truth, each carriage contained a sufficient number of people, but they were isolated by some method. Each carriage was divided into numerous compartments, each a space unto itself, as if rats were isolated within cells. Even if one stepped out of one compartment, they would only find themselves in another box. Whether they would encounter a person or a zombie, only Lu knew. Regardless, with 5% control over the terror train, Lu could gradually take complete command of the vehicle. Concentrating his mind, he searched through the myriad compartments for a relatively safe route to the locomotive. A weapon. While searching for a path, Lu discovered that the train also harbored many strangely shaped weapons. It seemed to encourage them to use these arms to slay the surrounding zombies. Help me. Zombies everywhere. Someone please save me. The channel echoed with cries for help rising and falling. Most of the awakened abilities were insufficient to save their bearers amidst the panic and chaos. Lu Li's expression was stern. Though anxious, he knew with perfect clarity what he must do. In the third compartment nearest to him lay a rusted blade. Lu Li had to obtain it. The zombies could move freely within these compartments, their paths seemingly not fixed. In the darkness, the zombies also lost their sight, relying on sound to locate those around them. A random scream would attract a horde of zombies. Lu Li casually tore off the metal buttons from his shirt, clutching them in his palm. These would be his talismans for moving through the zombie crowd. In the carriage where Lu Li was, there were still many living people. He moved slowly, and the moment he made a sound, he threw a metal button in a certain direction. The metal button hit the floor with a clink. 3 seconds after the first button rolled, Lu Li heard a hoarse roar from 3 meters to his right. He sidled along the wall, the soles of his boots crushing broken glass without making a sound. In the seconds after the metal button landed, Lu Li could clearly sense the zombies' agitation. They had found a target. Faced with zombies blocking his path, the sound of the metal button was merely a lure. What could truly move a large number of zombies was the sound of a human voice. The metal button was thrown near others, drawing the zombies, and Lu Li seized this opportunity to move. To survive, one must stop at nothing. Even if it meant using others' lives as stepping stones, Lu Li would not hesitate. After opening the door to the carriage connector, Lu Li took 3 steps to the left, then 1 step forward. Though the surroundings remained dark, he had moved from one box into another. Just then someone spoke in the channel again. "Damn it, every carriage is the same. There's no safe place anywhere." The man shouting in the channel was Zhang Liang, who had awakened a great ability earlier. Relying on his pair of ghostly hands, he had carved a bloody path through the zombie-infested carriage. But after rushing through several carriages, he began to feel desperate. Every carriage was identical. Each carriage was empty of people, filled only with zombies. Lu Li glanced at the chat channel from the corner of his eye, then immediately focused on the situation before him. He couldn't find the way because he hadn't understood the train's true nature. Still, surviving the entry into the eternal night tunnel was a testament to his skill. Others lost their targets in the darkness, scurrying about like headless flies. Lu Li finally moved into the third compartment. That rusted blade was hidden beneath the second row of seats in the third compartment. But right there on those very seats sat a bizarre man. The man was clad entirely in a black trench coat with a large hat, his body completely covered. He sat with his head bowed, utterly still. Lu Li stared at him intently, sensing not a trace of life from this person. Most importantly, through his control over the terror train's perspective, he had never detected this man's presence. Lu Li's face turned ashen. Such an existence was incomparable to those mindless zombies. It was as if he had been waiting here for anyone who approached this blade. The other weapons were far from Lu Li. This sword was the only one within reach. Summoning his courage, Lu Li moved cautiously towards the man. Perhaps he was just a corpse. The moment Lu Li's fingertips touched the hilt, the black-clad man slowly lifted his head. From the shadow of the large hat emerged a grayish-blue skin. The corners of his mouth split open to his ears, revealing 2 rows of backward-growing fangs. Teeth that were not human at all, but the mouthparts of some arthropod. "Survivor in this carriage." A voice rasped like sandpaper scraping against a rail. The man tapped a rhythmic pattern on the armrest with his fingers and continued, "Are you looking for this blade? Or are you looking for the train's rules? The train's rules. Who are you?" Lu Li's expression was one of shock, his back instantly tensing as he stared at the terrifying-looking man. This man seemed to know more than he did. "Every carriage has its rules." The black-clad man suddenly stood up and spoke. "The rule of the first carriage is do not move when the lights are on. The second rule is if you hear a baby crying, you must cover your left eye." Before he could finish, the entire carriage lurched violently. Lu Li stumbled, grabbing a seat for support, and saw that what flashed past the window was no longer the tunnel walls, but countless pale faces pressed against the glass. The mouths of those faces opened and closed, emitting a mechanical chant in unison, "Find the one identical to yourself. Find the one identical to yourself." These sinister, horrifying words instantly reminded Lu Li of his own eerily smiling head. Find that thing. That thing was clearly in the locomotive. Before Lu Li could understand what was happening, the man spoke again. "When the reflection in the mirror begins to act, you must use the rusted blade to stab your own shadow. Otherwise, you will become part of them, just like those fools who screamed in the carriages earlier." A long, distant whistle echoed from deep within the tunnel. Lu Li looked towards the glass of the window. In the reflection, he saw himself already gripping the hilt, about to stab his own heart. At that moment, Lu Li's pupils dilated instantly. An intense sense of crisis and death washed over him, as if in the next second he would die by his own hand. At that moment, the rusted blade lay before Lu Li within easy reach. Such a bizarre space, such a surreal scene, and a man of such eerie appearance. He couldn't fully trust the words of this uncanny man before him. Lu Li suddenly recalled that before entering the tunnel, the train's broadcast had repeated the instruction to abide by the notices in each carriage in 3 different tones. He turned his head to look at the small table in front of his seat, where a yellowed slip of paper was indeed pasted, but had just been obscured by the shadow of the man in black. The edges of the paper bore scorch marks, and the handwriting soaked through with blood and then dried was barely discernible. Do not trust anything in the mirror. Lu Li's expression shifted slightly as he desperately pondered the meaning of the notice. If nothing in the mirror could be trusted, then the reflection of himself urging him to commit suicide. Could that be a deception? Had this uncanny man before him lied? Wait, why is he not in the mirror? Lu Li stared fixedly at the spot where the man stood before the mirror, where beyond were those terrifying twisted hands and bloodshot eyes. Yet this man alone was not reflected by the mirror. He is not the mirror. Should I trust his words? Every choice bore upon Lu Li's life. He dared not jump to conclusions, but his time was running out. In the darkness, the reflections on the mirror flickered faintly. Lu Li had 2 options. One was suicide, the other to kill the monster before him. No matter how he looked at it, slaying the monster-like man seemed the more correct choice. At that moment, Lu Li picked up the rusted blade and placed it against his own neck. His Adam's apple bobbed, and cold sweat trickled down the back of his neck into his collar. A wrong choice meant death. He closed his eyes, hesitated no longer, and slashed the blade across his throat. The instant the blade cut into his skin, Lu Li felt not searing pain, but a viscous resistance, as if slicing through solidified jelly. He snapped his eyes open to see dark red fluid seeping from the side of his neck. Wrong. I chose wrong. I'm going to die here. Seems you're not stupid. A hoarse voice came from above. Lu Li looked up to find the man who had stood before the mirror, now floating on the ceiling, his feet inverted against the mirror-like surface of the wall. His pale hands pressed against the glass, seemingly touching the ghostly hands outside the window. Correct. A sudden burning sensation flared from the wound on his neck. Lu Li looked down to see the skin that had been cut by the blade, healing rapidly, as if nothing had happened. You chose right. Take that knife. The man's gravelly voice carried a rusty edge as he pointed at the blade in Lu Li's hand. Lu Li stared at the man, then suddenly hurled the knife at his head. The rusted blade tore through the viscous air with a sharp whistle. The monster-like man hadn't anticipated Lu Li's move. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Blood flowed backward from his forehead, dripping onto the train floor. Lu Li approached him, pulled the rusted blade from his skull, and slowly spoke. You're a monster, inhuman. I can't trust you. Even if I chose right, it has nothing to do with you. Even if you pose no threat to me now, there will come a day when you do. The next time I might die by your hand. So I must strike first. Perhaps this is prejudice. Or maybe on this train where every inch of metal seeps with lies its survival instinct. Beyond what Lu Li himself had said, there was one more crucial reason. His conjecture. He couldn't see the train notice, and he couldn't see this monster-like man either. Perhaps this very man was also part of the train. So killing it might grant him more control. Thus Lu Li struck. Perhaps killing you isn't because you would harm me, but simply because killing you benefits me. And Lu Li's guesses were all correct. Although Death's grip could only be used once, its effect wouldn't vanish before he fully mastered the terror train. With Lu Li slaying this monster-like man, Death's grip over the death train increased by another 10%. Terror Train Mastery Progress 15100 Death Adventure Experience 20100. The moment Lu Li stabbed his own neck, the experience for Death Adventure had surged, but he dared not attempt suicide again. Such repetitive fear yielded diminishing returns. As his mastery grew, Lu Li's perception of the train situation became clearer. The terror train continued its journey through the tunnel, and Lu Li allocated the 20 experience points to his attributes. Name: Lu Li, level 1, age 22, strength 15, speed 30, defense 15, immunity 30, overall combat rating 10. Although most points were invested in speed and immunity, Lu Li had already surpassed ordinary humans, possessing twice their combat prowess. His speed and immunity were even 3 times that of a normal person. He moved effortlessly through the compartments, no longer needing to use metal buttons to lure zombies. They simply couldn't touch him. But at this point, Lu Li had no intention of avoiding these zombies. The rusted blade in his hand was a special implement capable of cutting through the supernatural. Of course, dealing with these zombies was child's play. Chopping them up was as easy as slicing vegetables, the blade's sharpness akin to a divine weapon. Killing zombies didn't grant Lu Li much experience, but it brought him immense pleasure and indescribable exhilaration. As if oppressed too long by the train's confined space, Luli now felt a cathartic release. At first, Luli gained 5 experience points for each zombie he killed, but soon killing 10 only yielded another 5. Later, 30 zombies were needed for a single point, and no matter how many more he killed, the gain stopped. One compartment held about a dozen zombies. Although each carriage had many compartments, Luli was racing toward the train's front at top speed, so he couldn't slay many. Only then did Luli realize how difficult it had been to gain 30 experience points in one go. After killing so many zombies, he had only stored 6 points. To level up Death Adventure, hacking zombies was clearly insufficient. Luli advanced to the next carriage, occasionally glancing at the chat channel, where far fewer people were speaking now. After 2 rounds, a circle of people had died. Luckily, it was only zombies, nothing unmanageable. Otherwise, Luli thought he might have been the sole survivor. With fewer people, communication grew more intense, especially among the sharp-witted. Didn't expect her to still be alive. Luli unexpectedly discovered that the girl who had spoken earlier, Li Zhaoqing, was still alive. She posed a question in the chat channel, sparking a heated discussion among the survivors. The topic was whether they had been separated. Unaware of the train's interior, they could only see terrifying, eerie scenes and zombies lurking everywhere. Only Luli understood the truth behind it all. Yet he had no intention of revealing these secrets unless someone offered information of equal value in exchange. Luli continued slaughtering zombies, advancing toward the front of the train. He had started in the 4th carriage and now reached the 3rd, the very one where he had acquired the rusted blade. The 2nd and 1st carriages ahead each harbored distinct rules. In the 1st carriage, movement is forbidden when the lights are on. In the 2nd, you must cover your left eye upon hearing a baby's cry. Beyond the zombies, these terrifying regulations loomed. However, Luli was uncertain whether the rules spoken by the monster he had just slain were accurate. Although the creature hadn't deceived him in the 3rd carriage, the remaining 2 might hold surprises. Luli wiped the rusted blade across the last zombie's throat, and dark crimson liquid splattered onto the metal floor. Passing through this compartment, the door at the train's junction would lead to the 2nd carriage. Luli decided not to fully trust the strange man's words. Besides what he had said, there were warning signs on the train. By cross-referencing these notices with the man's statements, he could likely find the correct answers. His current prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person. With caution, death was less likely. Moreover, his awakened ability proved most effective in times of danger. Luli carefully pushed open the door connecting the carriages and slowly stepped inside. Killing ordinary zombies was straightforward, but when he slew the 100th, a system notification echoed in his ears. Luli has slain 100 zombies, leveling up to level 2, rewarded with 5 attribute points across all 4 dimensions. As the first in this channel to achieve a level up, he receives an additional 5 attribute points. Luli hadn't anticipated leveling up from killing 100 zombies. It was another way to enhance his 4-dimensional attributes. The reward of 5 points for 100 kills plus the bonus 5 still paled in comparison to the gains from Death Adventure. According to the system prompt, he was the first to level up, hence the extra reward. Others who reached level 2 likely wouldn't receive such a bonus. All in all, this was a favorable start. With an additional 10 attribute points, his combat prowess could ascend to another tier. Standing at the entrance of the 2nd carriage, Luli immediately allocated the points. Name: Luli, level 20, 200, age 22, strength 20, speed 30, defense 20, immunity 30. Comprehensive combat rating 20. 4 times the combat power of an average human. Even the king of special forces might not match Luli's combat ability now. Of course, in experience, he remained a novice despite his 100 kills. What? Luli leveled up. Damn, so fast. He leveled up already. He killed 100 zombies. For a moment, the channel was in shock. Even Zhang Liang, who had awakened a great ability, had only slain over 30 zombies. Too fast. How long has it been? Some couldn't believe it. Boss Luli, say something. Did you awaken its great ability? How can someone be this formidable? Those zombies turn people into their kind with a bite. I saw someone transform right before my eyes. What? Someone was with you? Everyone's focus was on Luli, but he stayed silent, so curiosity shifted to this matter. Yeah, I don't know how I met him, but I never encountered anyone else afterward. This troubled everyone as safety lay in numbers. With awakened abilities, facing zombies wasn't hopeless. Luli alone had achieved 100 kills and leveled up to 2. The chatter continued, but Luli didn't participate. It was meaningless, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to expose his secrets. As Luli stepped into the carriage, faint baby cries reached his ears. His pupils contracted sharply, and cold sweat drenched his back. The cries, like nails scraping a blackboard, churned in his ear canal, utterly inhuman. Instinctively, Luli pressed his left eyelid. Through the gaps in his fingers, he glimpsed in the glass of the carriage junction a floating swaddle, yellowed and moldy, its umbilical cord still dripping with dark red flesh. The ceiling lights in the second carriage flickered erratically, casting a blood-red glow over dozens of cradles, each swaying without rhythm. Cries surged from all directions as if to drown out every sound. Damn, did I trigger the rule as soon as I entered. Lu Li's expression turned grim as his eyes locked onto the carriage walls. Though he couldn't fully trust the monster's words, he covered his left eye, having no other choice at the moment. The notice. Lu Li searched for it, but the surroundings seemed filled with blood-stained infants and swaddles, making every step feel impossible. Suppressing both physical and psychological discomfort, he struggled to find the train notice in the darkness. Under faint refracted light, a square white paper was pasted at the center of the carriage. Watch the windows. When Lu Li saw the notice, he felt a double wave of despair. What did watch the windows mean? The notice in the previous carriage had said not to trust anything in the windows. Now he was told to watch them. It felt like being toyed with. Damn it, watch the windows. The windows are full of ghost infants. How can anyone bear to look? The windows were covered in unbearable bloody ghost infants. What was there to see? Damn, what am I supposed to look at? Lu Li's face paled as he fought back the urge to vomit, scanning each window one by one. The scene was like a hellish purgatory. What is there on the windows? Lu Li examined every window from front to back, but found no clues whatsoever. Just as his irritation grew, the lights flickered faster, and the infants in the swaddles began to show signs of poking their heads out. Once these ghost infants crawled out, even his fourfold combat power wouldn't ensure his survival. Mirror, mirror, glass. Lu Li murmured to himself, realizing that the key to these carriages was all tied to mirrors and glass. He paced from front to back, left to right, focusing his scrutiny on the two window panes. Just as I thought. As Lu Li shook his head, the infants' cries suddenly morphed into overlapping harmonies, each syllable laced with the clattering sound of gnashing teeth. A coppery sweetness surged into Lu Li's nostrils. Looking down, he saw blood seeping through the palm that covered his left eye. Through the gaps between his fingers, the umbilical cords of those swaddling clothes writhed like living things, slithering toward his ankles. He kicked the cradle violently, but instead of hearing the tear of cloth, what tumbled out from the overturned swaddle was not an infant, but an adult head covered in sutures, its eyeball eerily swiveling toward his right eye. Indeed, the rule is not the left eye. In the glass windows on both sides, his reflection was covering its right eye. No matter the angle, left or right, his reflection was always covering its right eye. The umbilical cord suddenly tightened around his neck, reeking of placental flesh. On the verge of suffocation, Lu Li switched the hand covering his eye. In his right eye's vision, the swaying trajectory of the cradle formed the outline of a safe passage. He bit his bleeding tongue to stay conscious, charging through the gaps of the swinging cradles, each step crushing the splattering pulp of eyeballs. When he finally touched the door handle at the end of the carriage, all the crying ceased abruptly. From the cradles came the sharp crack of dislocating bones, and from every swaddle emerged a face identical to his own, black blood dripping from split lips, all speaking in unison. You see, we are all looking at you with our right eyes. Safe. An immense terror and suffocation engulfed Lu Li, yet the joy of surviving the ordeal filled him with renewed vigor, his death-defying adventure surging wildly. Death-defying adventure experience points, 20,100. Horror train control progress, 20,100. Interwoven with joy and fear, Lu Li gasped for breath. This time he did not increase his four-dimensional attributes, instead choosing to preserve these experience points. His current combat power was sufficient for now. Unless he encountered something more dangerous, Lu Li had no intention of using these experience points. He felt he had grasped the pattern. It seemed all rules were connected to mirrors and glass. As long as he observed patiently and attentively, nothing would go wrong. Killing zombies held little meaning, and Lu Li had no plans to continue doing so. As long as the zombies in the carriage were not too dense, he would avoid them and move as quickly as possible toward the first carriage. Past the first carriage opening, another door would lead to the train's core area. Most importantly, he would then be able to control the train. For now, he could only control basic information within the train. Once he grasped the core, he could control the train's movement or resolve the supernatural rule-based anomalies inside. Lu Li grasped the door handle and without a moment's hesitation pushed the door open. The lighting inside the first carriage was entirely different from the ones behind, where the darkness was so profound that almost nothing could be seen. Here, however, it was almost as bright as day, with numerous light sources. Yet each of these lights only illuminated its own small area, failing to fully brighten the entire carriage. Above the connecting door, a single lamp glowed with a steady, unwavering light, showing no signs of flickering or dying out. This seemed to be the safe zone of the first carriage. As long as one stood under this lamp, there would be no danger. After all, being bathed in light upon entry could hardly be a death sentence. The notice is quite far away. Luli had already spotted the notice in the first carriage. Above it, a lamp with an orange glow was dedicated to illuminating it. However, this lamp still flickered intermittently. By now, Luli had shifted his gaze from the notice to the windows on both sides. The rule of the first carriage is no moving when the lights are on. It seemed like a very simple rule, but under it one had to remember there were still many zombies inside the carriage. You couldn't move, but they could. Moreover, in this carriage, Li Hui also spotted a man in an overcoat. He resembled the previous man, yet was vastly different. The earlier man was more like a monster while he seemed more human. However, he stood beneath the dim light, silent and motionless, his vacant eyes fixed intently on Lu Li as if pondering something unknown. Lu Li had no idea what he was thinking, but he was certain it was nothing good. Having killed his companion, the man would surely hold a grudge. Strike first and never give him a chance to act. Whatever this creature was, Lu Li had no intention of letting it live. On this terror train, aside from their unlucky group, no one was alive. Lu Li moved. Staying put would serve no purpose. The more time wasted, the more unexpected changes could occur. Lu Li's approach was extremely cautious. Before seeing the notice, he even avoided any contact with the light sources. Except for the lamp by the door. Lu Li killed zombies one by one, trying to avoid the light as he moved toward the notice. But after about 10 steps, the eerie man who had remained still began to move. He walked toward Lu Li. On his coat were 3 large characters: train conductor. Damn, he's the conductor of this train. Lu Li felt cold sweat trickle down his back. If the man before him was the train's conductor, then he was undoubtedly a ghost, and the most powerful one on this train. Is anyone in the first carriage? Lu Li immediately asked in the channel. Facing the train's rules alone was not a good idea. He needed help. Lu Li, you're in car 1. I'm in car 1. Li Xiaoqing replied promptly. She was in the first carriage herself. Li Xiaoqing was in a compartment where she had already eliminated all the zombies. With too little information, acting rashly could cost her life. So she had stayed put. She never expected Lu Li to arrive in car 1. But the biggest mystery arose: she couldn't see Lu Li. Li Xiaoqing. Lu Li concentrated and instantly located her. Do as I say, and you'll see me. Lu Li spoke aloud, not sending a message in the chat channel. Li Xiaoqing was startled. She could indeed hear his voice, but had no idea where he was. At the same time, many sounds emerged from car 1. Shut up. The conductor drew closer, and the lights flickered intermittently. Sweat beaded on Lu Li's forehead as he concentrated. Li Xiaoqing moved forward 3 steps back, 1, then left 1. After opening the door, be careful. There's a zombie outside. What do you mean? Li Xiaoqing, her hair tied in a ponytail, couldn't fathom how Lu Li knew so clearly. There was nothing around her. After a few seconds of contemplation, Li Xiaoqing immediately decided to follow Lu Li's instructions. Staying here offered no leads, and constantly guarding against sudden zombie attacks was no solution either. But Li Xiaoqing was no fool. For Lu Li to know such a secret and seek her out here, he must be in some kind of trouble. Lu Li, are you in danger? Li Xiaoqing spoke while moving. Her movements were swift, as agile as a well-trained soldier. Lu Li fell silent for a moment. Before he could speak, 2 zombies collapsed at his feet, and Li Xiaoqing appeared before him. What is this? Li Xiaoqing's face paled, her chest heaving as she stared at the eerie man ahead. She whispered, "You're Lu Li." Lu Li nodded. "I am Lu Li. There are things I can't explain right now. I need your help." "All right." Li Xiaoqing didn't dwell on it. Instead, she asked, "What do I need to do?" "This is the first carriage. The rule is don't move when the lights are on. But I suspect that once the light shines on us, it's not just about moving. Don't make any movement at all. So it's best to do nothing when the light is on." Through Lu Li's explanation, Li Xiaoqing roughly understood the situation. She asked again in him, "That's the rule. What should I do?" We advance in a crisscross pattern to draw its attention. The flickering light here doesn't cover the entire area. Choose different positions. When I move, you can't. When you move, I can't. Do you understand? Li Xiaoqing grasped what Lu Li wanted. 2 people. One moves, the other stays still. In danger, the moving one can attract the threat, sharing the risk. Li Xiaoqing took a deep breath, her nails nearly digging into her palms. The fluorescent light overhead suddenly crackled, casting distorted shadows on the rust-stained metal walls. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a curled shadow in the corner slowly unfurl. The humanoid figure had no facial features, its grayish skin crawling with fine lines like countless centipedes burrowing beneath the surface. "It's already noticed me. He'll move first." Even though I've stated the rules, I still need to check the notice. Without giving Li Xiaoqing a chance to refuse, Lu Li immediately sprang into action. But before Lu Li could take 2 steps, the light ahead flickered on, elongating his shadow. In an instant, he stood frozen, as still as an ancient wooden stake. Yet his earlier movement had already caught the conductor's attention. The conductor was now walking toward him, clearly not to invite him for a meal, but to claim his life. Lu Li couldn't move. According to the rules, Li Xiaoqing had to act immediately to divert the conductor's attention. Li Xiaoqing, if you don't move and I die, you'll die too. If I live, you have a chance to survive. Understand? Seeing Li Xiaoqing hesitate, Lu Li urged her. Li Xiaoqing was no fool. She knew the principle of interdependence. Besides, Lu Li clearly knew far more than she did. Cooperating with him now was nothing but beneficial. Don't worry. With that, Li Xiaoqing sprang into action, even pulling out her phone to play music, drawing the zombies toward her. It seems she's quite confident. Through her movements, Lu Li observed her state. She was calm and self-assured. Excellent. Lu Li's gamble paid off. The conductor would track moving sound-making targets. The zombie conductor moved swiftly, but the light on Lu Li's side hadn't gone out yet. Of course, Li Xiaoqing was still in the dark, not in immediate danger. With a clatter, she kicked something toward the nearest zombie. Just then, the light in front of Lu Li flickered. The next second, he was plunged into darkness. Instead of advancing, Lu Li used the cover of darkness to creep toward the conductor. Fleeing wasn't a solution, killing it was the safest choice. But before he could go far, the light on his side came on again. The moment the light illuminated, the monsters locked onto him. Fortunately, Li Xiaoqing made an even louder noise, drawing their attention back. Well done. Even Lu Li couldn't help but praise her. Her reactions were incredibly fast. Lu Li waited under the light for the next opportunity, while Li Xiaoqing moved. Staying in one place would easily get her surrounded. She moved toward unlit areas, trying to keep her distance from the zombies and the conductor. Li Xiaoqing was stained with mottled blood. She had killed several zombies too, which Lu Li noticed. But Li Xiaoqing had no weapon. Her awakened ability must be decent, Lu Li judged. The light instantly dimmed. 2 zombies were felled by him. In the darkness, Li Xiaoqing caught a glint of cold steel. Lu Li had a knife. No wonder he kills zombies so fast. Li Xiaoqing squinted, sensing that Lu Li harbored many secrets worth uncovering. Just as she was about to coordinate with him, the light on her side suddenly came on. In an instant, Li Xiaoqing froze in an awkward pose, daring not to move a muscle. Damn it! Li Xiaoqing gritted her teeth. It seemed the ever-flickering lights required not only stillness, but also avoiding awkward positions. Lu Li looked at her oddly. Her posture was indeed comical. Hey! He shouted from the darkness, drawing the monster's attention. The rusted knife in Lu Li's hand seemed like a divine weapon, easily slicing through zombie bodies. But when he faced the conductor, its edge seemed to dull. The conductor's skeletal hand easily deflected Lu Li's blade, its eyes fixed intently on him. The commotion drew the zombies away, lifting Li Xiaoqing's danger, but for Lu Li his peril was just beginning. Locked in combat with the conductor, he couldn't resolve it quickly. If the light came on, he would be trapped in a death zone. I need to keep moving. Lu Li sought out the flickering light, deliberately moving toward it, planning to shift the battlefield in the brief moment between light and darkness. Li Xiaoqing saw through his plan. Suddenly, the light shifted before her eyes. Watch out! Lu Li moved with lightning speed, plunging into darkness the moment the light flared. Yet even so, a massive chunk of flesh was gouged from his shoulder, leaving it drenched in blood, the wound nearly bared to the bone. Moving under the light meant having one's flesh directly carved away. Lu Li broke out in a cold sweat. This damage was inescapable. No matter how skilled one's movements, they would be instantly slain. Blood dripped through his fingers onto the metal floor, taking on an eerie hue under the harsh light. Enduring the pain, Lu Li swung his rusted blade toward the conductor's neck. Death Adventure activated. Experience points increasing. The battle between Lu Li and the conductor, along with his inflicted wounds, had fully triggered the Death Adventure. His entire body now burned with heat. His speed and strength, driven by adrenaline, became swifter and more formidable. Even if the blade couldn't cut through the conductor, the sheer force could overwhelm its body. Li Xiaoqing coordinated with Lu Li to clear the zombies, giving him ample space. Die! Veins bulged on Lu Li's neck as his rusted blade, carrying the sound of tearing air, slashed toward the conductor's throat. The monster's skin rippled like water, the blade cutting barely half an inch before being repelled, splitting the flesh of Lu Li's tiger's mouth. Splattering blood droplets eerily suspended in the intense light, congealing into tiny blood crystals that refracted countless distorted images of the battlefield. Death Adventure experience increased by 15. The system prompt exploded in his ears, and Lu Li felt searing blood rush to his head. He abruptly reversed the rusted blade, twisting his body at an unnatural angle to drive it into the conductor's heart. Break apart. Lu Li's eyes were bloodshot, the muscles of his arms bulging high. With a forceful strike from the rusted blade, the conductor's head thrashed in agony. Following a heart-wrenching scream, its chest was finally torn open halfway, releasing not blood, but a black mist with a rusty iron scent. The conductor then howled and collapsed to the ground, its body deflating like a punctured balloon, the black mist continuously dispersing into the train carriage. With his right hand broken from the force, Lu Li used his left to pull Li Zhaoqing away from the dying conductor, running toward the front control room. The notice in the first carriage had now lost all meaning. Through the price of blood, Lu Li had deciphered the rules here. There were few zombies left. Whenever the lights flickered, Lu Li and Li Zhaoqing would kill the approaching ones. "You're bleeding a lot." Li Zhaoqing, her face pale, looked at Lu Li's arm and asked, "Are you really okay?" Lu Li nodded. His physical constitution was 4 times stronger than an ordinary person's. This injury was not fatal to him. Though the pain was unbearable, he could endure it. Yet his broken right hand left him disheartened. Without it, everything became inconvenient. He had to find a way to get a doctor to heal his right hand. "Li Zhaoqing, are you a doctor?" Li Zhaoqing shook her head. "No, I'm an ordinary employee, a draftsman. I can't help you with your hand." Lu Li sighed and nodded. Such coincidences rarely happened in the world. "Lu Li, can you tell me some things now?" Li Zhaoqing's fair face was still stained with blood, her chest heaving violently as she leaned against Lu Li. "I know some train rules, that's all. I don't understand much else." Lu Li concealed what he knew and his abilities. Even though he and Li Zhaoqing had fought side by side and crossed the line of life and death, he couldn't fully trust her. Especially now with his right hand broken, he had to hide himself well and develop cautiously. He couldn't underestimate Li Zhaoqing just because she was a woman. Of course, despite his current dire state, Lu Li had still turned misfortune into fortune. Death Adventure Experience 50100, Horror Train Control Progress 30100. The experience for Death Adventure had leaped to 50 points and the train control progress had reached 30%. With 30% control progress, Lu Li could perceive much more: the distribution of people on the train, the distribution of zombies, and the locations of certain special items. However, this train still harbored many areas hidden in darkness and many special monsters. Even with full control of the train, he would have to clear those monsters himself to obtain special items. Now, as long as he entered the cab, Lu Li could intervene in the driving of this horror train, steering it to wherever he wanted. Seeing that Lu Li was unwilling to speak, Li Zhaoqing didn't press further. She tore strips from her sleeve to bandage his wound. Lu Li thanked her. Then Li Zhaoqing asked, "So what do we do next?" "Just stay here. Go in there." Lu Li pointed to the control room ahead. "We need to get and stop this train and let people get off." "Get off?" Li Zhaoqing murmured, seeming to understand what Lu Li meant. After all, staying on the train forever wasn't an option. Getting off offered more space and possibilities. The Eternal Night Tunnel is just a dark tunnel. We need to get off before dark. After dark, nowhere is safe. Lu Li's state made Li Zhaoqing truly curious. This man seemed to know many things they didn't. "My hand is useless. You open the door." Lu Li called Li Zhaoqing to open the door, also wanting to test her. Standing behind was always better than having her at his back. Li Zhaoqing said nothing. The moment her fingertips touched the control room door handle, the metal surface suddenly bristled with dense, tiny blood droplets, each reflecting her terrified face. Through the vision of death control, Lu Li saw 12 gears on the console 3 meters behind the door, 3 of which had already taken on an ominous black hue. But without opening the door, even Lu Li didn't know what lay beyond. "There's something behind the door. Be careful," Lu Li warned, Li Zhaoqing gripping the rusted blade in his left hand ready for battle. Li Zhaoqing nodded, took a deep breath, and carefully pushed open the large door. The scene they imagined did not appear, and nothing attacked them. Inside the control room was only a console. The moment they stepped through the iron door, a deafening roar erupted from the carriage behind them. Li Zhaoqing turned to see a colossal ghost train emerging from the black mist, its headlights a bloody red. And in the driver's seat sat the conductor they had gravely wounded now, with 3 faces, all features twisted, the middle one grinning at them malevolently. A train within a train. Li Zhaoqing's eyes were filled with terror, horrified by the conductor's appearance. But Lu Li stared fixedly at the conductor's 3 heads, his expression grim. He never expected to survive. Lu Li stared at the 3-headed death conductor, his grievances unspoken. In his current state, defeating the conductor was nearly impossible, let alone Li Zhaoqing. "Li Zhaoqing, do you think you can handle it?" Li Zhaoqing's face was pale as she finally managed to speak after a long pause. "Are you joking? Me handle it? Me, eh?" Lu Li forced a bitter smile, realizing he was asking the impossible. Even Li Zhaoqing aside, with his own physique now 4 times that of an ordinary person, he stood no chance against such a creature. The conductor's 3 heads howled, spewing black mist from their mouths that surged toward the pair. It seemed they were about to die here. "Shut the door," Lu Li suddenly roared. He had no intention of resigning himself to fate here. Otherwise, what was the point of all his efforts? Even with only a 1 in 10% chance, he had to try to survive. Li Zhaoqing reacted with lightning speed, slamming the heavy door shut just as the black mist arrived. Each compartment of the train was a separate entity, and the driver's cabin might hold back the creature's assault. Lu Li and Li Zhaoqing had no other choice. As the iron door closed, the black mist collided with the metal surface, emitting a sound like tearing leather. Li Zhaoqing slid down her back, pressed against the door, hearing the grating sound of the conductor's skulls grinding beyond it, 3 heads gnawing in unison at the door panel. Neither dared to breathe, but fortunately the door held against the conductor's assault. Lu Li steadied himself, using his enhanced vision to observe the conductor's movements. "It's gone, but we can't open this door. It left marks. There might be something in the control room to help us survive." Lu Li calmly surveyed the control room, seeking any hope of survival. Li Zhaoqing, still shaken, muttered, "What the hell does this damned world want from us? Zombies were bad enough, but now monsters like this. Is it trying to force us to die?" Even her composure shattered at the sight of such a creature, and she nearly went mad, cursing everything around her. If complaining worked, so many wouldn't have died. "This is just the beginning." Lu Li let out a cold laugh. Li Zhaoqing's nails nearly dug into her palms as she followed Lu Li's gaze to the console. She slowly calmed down, but unlike Lu Li, she lacked full vision and could see no glimmer of hope. "There's a chance. Don't be too pessimistic." Lu Li grabbed the control lever with one hand. "I've figured out a bit of it." Fortunately, the driver's cabin was empty. Otherwise, even with 30% control over the terror train, Lu Li couldn't have accessed these core controls so easily. What Lu Li intended to do now was unlock all the compartments, freeing everyone still alive. Except for the special ones, releasing these survivors would bring some use each in their own way. Lu Li's fingers tapped rapidly on the lever, a rusty knife clamped between his teeth, serving as a pry bar to open the console's base, revealing a pile of bleached bones. Through the train control vision, he saw many living people still on the train, though surrounded by zombies and monsters. Once all compartments were unlocked, those monsters would be released as well. But Lu Li could no longer afford to care. As he severed the 10th red bone, the entire train let out a piercing hiss of pressure release, and all invisible compartments were flung open. "What's happening?" All the survivors were astonished. They could see each other now, and also more zombies and monsters. "Damn it, what's going on?" At that moment, Lu Li picked up an ear-shaped intercom and shouted, "Everyone pay attention to the train notices. They're the key to survival. Also, kill as many zombies and monsters as you can. They're crucial for leveling up experience." "Who's that voice?" People looked up, but no one knew who was speaking or where they were. Only Li Zhaoqing knew. Her eyes widened in shock. "What did you do?" Lu Li put down the bloody ear, his tone indifferent. "I let everyone out and gave them a chance to gain experience and levels. As for what I did, you don't need to know. Telling you wouldn't help." Lu Li's words were true. He had gained 30% control over the terror train and could use some of its operating gears. Even if he told Li Zhaoqing how to operate them, she couldn't use these things. "Lu Li, you're really hard to understand." She noticed the ring finger of his left hand twitching irregularly on the console, blood droplets pooling into tiny gears on the metal surface, slowly rotating along the console's seams. It was as if he was using his own body as a circuit board. The console's display suddenly lit up, flashing a series of eerie images before switching to surveillance footage. Li Zhaoqing saw a teenager in the 3rd carriage dismantling zombies with his bare hands. Each time he struck, a monster, blue veins lit up beneath his skin as if electric current was flowing through him. The view shifted to the dining car, where a pregnant woman was using a barrier of congealed amniotic fluid to hold up a falling chandelier. Her abdomen's outline swelled and shrank in the dim light, as if she were carrying multiple lives. These people's abilities. Truly baffling. Li Zhaoqing murmured, now forming some guesses about Lu Li's own power. Lu Li knew that manipulating the train would expose some secrets, but he couldn't afford to worry about that now. He had to know everything happening on board. With the display issue resolved, Lu Li sat down, leaning against the console with his eyes closed, though his left hand still gripped the rusty knife tightly. He hadn't fully let down his guard around Li Zhaoqing. No one knew if the person beside them was a friend or an enemy. He deliberately kept some distance from her. Even if Li Zhaoqing awakened some powerful ability with that gap and his own physique 4 times that of an ordinary person, Lu Li was confident he could slit her throat in a second. "Want some water?" Li Xiaoqing pulled a water bottle from her pocket, its cap already unscrewed. Lu Li's eyelashes fluttered the rusty knife, pressing a red mark into his palm. You drink first. Li Xiaoqing raised an eyebrow, took a long swig, draining half the bottle, water droplets trailing down her neck into her collar. She handed the bottle to Lu Li. Before I was teleported here, I was at my desk, habitually kept a bottle of water in my bag. Li Xiaoqing smiled. What about you? What were you doing before coming here? Our abilities seem to be tied to our jobs. It felt like she was probing. Lu Li took the bottle, drained the rest in one gulp, and smiled, playing dead. A corpse. Li Xiaoqing looked at Lu Li with confusion, but she said nothing. A person's profession and abilities often have little correlation. This world is merely a shoddy stage. Those favored by fortune ascend not necessarily because of their competence. The unlucky are perpetually suppressed no matter how capable, and it's entirely normal for them to never have their day. At least based on Lu Li's current performance, he seemed to belong to the latter. Perhaps unrecognized talent had led him to give up. Everything from the previous world was now irrelevant. At least Lu Li now had a chance to turn things around, an opportunity for redemption. All the survivors have been released and told how to survive. Lu Li said calmly. Now we'll see how many can live. Li Xiaoqing, unsure of Lu Li's intentions, frowned slightly and asked, don't we need to help them? Since you can communicate with them and see where the zombies are, if you gave them a warning, wouldn't that increase their survival rate? Lu Li turned his head, looking at Li Xiaoqing's delicate fair face. You fought your way out of a horde of zombies too. Why are you so naive? I've done my part by telling them this much. Do I have to point out the monsters' locations too? What do you think will happen to the last survivor? A person with a severed hand, injured, but who knows the monsters' positions and even more secrets. How do you think they would treat me? As he spoke, Lu Li's expression turned grim and cold. When I'm useful, they might put on a false front and call me brother. Once I'm useless, they'll discard me like a stray dog by the roadside, kicking me aside. The more domineering ones would directly threaten me, treating me as a resource. What do you think I should choose? Lu Li took a deep breath. Although Li Xiaoqing was a girl, they had at least faced danger together, which was why he was willing to say a few more words. Li Xiaoqing, there's no morality or law here. Nothing can restrain people's good and evil. You'd better not hold on to that mindset, or I guarantee you'll die a miserable death. In this terrifying, bizarre world, there are only two kinds of people: those who control resources and those who become resources. Li Xiaoqing's expression shifted as she listened to Lu Li. His words were too blunt, directly likening people to resources, stripping away all pretense and masks. It was hard for her to accept at once. Li Xiaoqing opened her mouth, but her throat felt as if a rusty blade were lodged there. She wanted to say something, but closed her lips instead. From a distance came the screeching sound of zombie fingernails scraping metal, mingled with incessant roars like countless dull saws cutting through eardrums. She didn't refute Lu Li. He was right, but her mindset needed time to change. Here no one could be trusted, and one couldn't easily reveal their trump card, or they might become someone else's resource. She looked at this man. He kept his distance from her, even gripping his rusty knife firmly with his left hand. He didn't trust her. Even though the two of them had just narrowly escaped death together, this man still didn't trust her. Lu Li ignored Li Xiaoqing's reaction, focusing intently on the remaining survivors. Their abilities were fully exposed when dealing with zombies or monsters. With so many people, some would surely survive, and those who did must be handled with extreme caution. Lu Li's greatest worry was that among the survivors there might be someone he couldn't handle. If he couldn't deal with them, he would have to hide inside the train until he was strong enough to confront them. After observing, at least 10 of the survivors had awakened rank abilities, and one had awakened at least an rank ability. These 11 individuals dealt with zombies as if slicing through vegetables, almost like the absurd war dramas, where heroes tear apart enemies with their bare hands. Compared to others, these few killed zombies with astonishing speed. Once the visibility issue was resolved, more zombies swarmed onto the train. Soon one of them reached level 2. However, leveling up didn't grant any additional rewards. Lu Li was grateful that the train had isolation capabilities, otherwise, even with a weapon, he couldn't compete with these people. A 4-fold increase in physical strength sounded formidable, but it seemed fragile against the bizarre abilities these people had awakened. Lu Li focused on the man who had likely awakened an rank ability. His movements were eerily strange, vanishing and reappearing in the darkness. The zombies couldn't even touch a hair on his head. And he seemed to kill zombies without needing to get close, as if he had some ranged attack that could easily sever their heads. Faced with such an ability, even if Lu Li ran faster or was stronger, it was meaningless. There's a limit. After observing for a long time, Lu Li finally noticed a clue. The ability this man had awakened had a range limit. 5 meters at most. Anything within 5 meters of him could be killed effortlessly. Similarly, his teleportation range was also only 5 meters. Luli immediately understood this man had awakened some kind of spatial ability. Damn it, spatial ability. Luli muttered to himself. This kind of ability was the most dangerous. He couldn't get within 5 meters, meaning that in his current weak state the only way to kill him was with attacks from beyond that range. But on this train no one had a gun. He could attack up close and retreat when needed. Killing this man would be extremely difficult. While Luli observed them, these people also began to act. The weak started to band together, while the strong sought to gather followers as leverage and resources. Zhang Liang. Are there any other survivors? Zhang Liang shouted into the darkness. From the start, he had wanted to gather a group around him. Now he already had a few people. These individuals had mediocre abilities and even weaker mindsets, so when they met Zhang Liang, they immediately decided to join him to survive together. Strength in numbers, being together, made them less afraid. Brother Liang, I'm here. It's all zombies, I can't get out. A man was crying, hiding under a train seat, surrounded by zombies and unable to move. Zhang Liang asked, what ability did you awaken? A few zombies scared you like this. Brother Liang, I only awakened a drank ability brute force. There are too many zombies, I can't break through. You all go get him out. Zhang Liang directed the people he had just gathered. Although most of them had only awakened drank abilities, there was strength in numbers. When 7 or 8 people charged together, even a dozen zombies would be instantly finished. After killing the zombies and rescuing the man, Zhang Liang now had 10 people by his side. Other high-rank ability awakeners were also doing much the same as Zhang Liang. Luli observed the actions of the crowd, a faint sense of foreboding stirring within him. Even if their unity was feigned, banding together could still resolve many troubles. This was not what he wished to see. Luli stared at the 10-man squad gathered by Zhang Liang on the surveillance monitor, his left hand unconsciously stroking the hilt of his rusted blade. On the screen, the man who had awakened the drank ability brute force was smashing the lock of the third carriage's door with a seat. The sparks from the impact illuminated the half pair of scissors tucked into his waist. This man had a weapon, but had kept it hidden. Brother Liang, there's a first aid kit in the front carriage. Someone pointed at the iron box in the corner and shouted. Just as Zhang Liang's ghostly hand touched the lid, blood-red characters seeped out on the surface, death to sharers. The crowd stepped back, but the man with the scissors suddenly lunged at the first aid kit, the tip of his scissors piercing the throat of the teammate, blocking his way. Luli suddenly fixed his gaze on the man, never expecting that someone so cowardly would actually snatch the first aid kit. This was truly an eye-opener for him. Zhang Liang glared angrily at the man, his ghostly hand reaching out to grab him. Zhang Liang. The man yelled at the top of his lungs, then quickly fled, content with having obtained the first aid kit. To survive in such an environment, the significance of this first aid kit was self-evident. Betrayal. Li Xiaoqing also watched the screen, unable to comprehend the man's actions. This man was not injured, yet he had done such a thing. It was utterly unjustifiable. On another screen, a group of living corpses surrounded 3 men and 1 woman. Among the 3 men, 2 coordinated quite effectively, while the third was visibly nervous and the woman was completely terrified out of her wits. A shrill female scream rang out as a fashionably dressed woman shrieked in terror, clutching her head. Don't come near me, don't come near me. The zombies reached out, grabbing at her, and this sight alone sent her into a panic. The man beside her urged anxiously, stop screaming. Use your ability. Dig into their heads. Damn it, she awakened a crank ability, but it's utterly useless. The woman was too timid, only capable of screaming and clutching her head. Such sounds attracted even more zombies. Damn it, why aren't you moving either? The 2 men who had coordinated well were now filled with fury and helplessness. They had thought there would be strength in numbers. But they ended up with 2 useless people, one who only caused trouble and another who stood like a block of wood. Not a single one could help. Damn it, forget about them, let's get out of here. As if they had made a decision, the 2 strong men each kicked the petrified man and the sobbing woman toward the zombie horde. These 2 never expected things to turn out this way. They fell into the embrace of the zombies, and before they could even struggle, their bodies were riddled with bites. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 who coordinated well escaped. Under the interference of various circumstances, human alliances had formed into unpredictable situations. Such alliances were extremely fragile, unable to withstand any ordeal. Luli breathed a sigh of relief. Some teams were indeed quite good, but most were nothing more than a motley crew, shattering at the lightest touch. Stay here. I'm going out for a while. Luli suddenly spoke. Li Xiaoqing was taken aback and asked, what are you going to do? That's none of your concern. While the train conductor is away, this time must be used. It cannot be wasted. At that moment, the train conductor was entangled with a small team whose combat power was formidable. In the short term, the train conductor had no time to bother with them. Luli did not want to waste this time either. He had control authority and could open the control room, so he had no fear of Li Xiaoqing locking him out. Li Xiaoqing wanted to follow Lu Li, but his gaze made her feel afraid. The control room was currently the safest place on the train. For Lu Li to leave, there must be something particularly enticing. Li Xiaoqing stared at the screen, then suddenly fixed her eyes on a certain person. It's the man who grabbed the first aid kit earlier. Lu Li is after his first aid kit. His broken hand. Is it really okay? Li Xiaoqing felt a pang of worry. Although she had not known Lu Li for long, she could tell that he was not as cold and heartless as he claimed to be. In fact, Lu Li was far more genuine than those hypocrites who spoke with sanctimonious words. Lu Li focused his mind, searching for the man who had taken the first aid kit. Hiding in the third carriage, found him. Lu Li instantly narrowed his eyes and slowly made his way toward the third carriage. Originally, he had been in the third carriage himself. The rules of the first and second carriages still applied, but having passed through them once, Lu Li was now familiar with the path. He did not waste much time and soon opened the door connecting to the third carriage. Who's there? Save me, I only awakened to drankability. Please help me, save me. The same old story and routine again. Lu Li's face twisted with disgust. This man was once again putting on the same act to elicit sympathy and trust from others. He was nothing but a traitor, a clown. Brother, what's wrong with you? Lu Li approached the man and said, there are too many zombies outside. I can't handle them alone. Let's work together and escape. Really? That's great, let's escape together. The man was hiding in a corner where there were only 1 or 2 zombies. Lu Li pretended to struggle as he killed the zombies, then extended his hand as if to rescue him. The man noticed that Lu Li's right hand was severed, his body was stained with blood, and his left hand held a rusted blade. He could tell that this blade was no ordinary weapon. Despite its rust, it cut through zombies as easily as chopping vegetables. His eyes were completely fixated on Lu Li's rusted blade. Just as Lu Li reached out, he thrust his scissors toward Lu Li. However, what he did not know was that Lu Li had been waiting for this. The moment the scissors came, Lu Li's rusted blade had already struck the man's neck. The man's scissors stopped 3 centimeters from Lu Li's throat. In his pupils was reflected the bloody gleam of the rusted blade slicing through his carotid artery. A gurgling sound like bursting bubbles escaped his throat. His right hand still maintained the grip on the scissors, but his left hand instinctively reached for the blade in Lu Li's hand. The man gripped the knife, unleashing his last ounce of strength. Even if he was going to die, he would drag Lu Li down with him. His strength was astonishing, but Lu Li was faster, dodging his attack in the blink of an eye. The man stared at Lu Li in disbelief, but Lu Li said calmly, when you betrayed others, you should have known this day would come. Your first aid kit is mine now. Lu Li sneered as he pulled out the rusted blade. The man lay on the ground in defeat, letting his blood flow freely. He no longer had the strength to fight back and could only watch helplessly as Lu Li took his first aid kit. Death ultimately claimed him. Lu Li had obtained what he desired. After the man died, Lu Li not only found the first aid kit, but also picked up his scissors. Unfortunately, unlike the rusted blade, these scissors were merely ordinary. Still, they were better than nothing, certainly preferable to being unarmed. Lu Li retreated to the driver's cabin. Li Xiaoqing had heeded his words, obediently waiting for him without touching anything. You got it. Looking at the first aid kit in Lu Li's hands, Li Xiaoqing whispered, you killed him. Once Lu Li left the control room, she could no longer view the footage, and everything seemed inextricably linked to him. She was curious about how Lu Li had managed it. He wasn't a good person either. Taking it is fine. Lu Li casually opened the first aid kit in his hands and continued, killed him. How else could I take it from him? Only by regaining his strength could Lu Li contend with the survivors or monsters on the train. The moment he opened the kit, he knew he had made the right choice. Inside the first aid kit was a single water bottle containing an indescribably colored liquid. It looked nothing like a life-saving medical supply. Lu Li, are you really going to drink this? Li Xiaoqing swallowed nervously and questioned, this looks more like poison than a remedy. Lu Li stared at the liquid churning inside the bottle. The condensation on the inner walls twisted into the outline of a human face at a visible rate. Nothing on this train is normal. As he unscrewed the cap, a wisp of rust-scented white mist drifted out, forming a vague human silhouette between them. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Li tilted his head back and downed the contents of the bottle in one go. In such a hellish place, the bazaar was the norm. If it had contained ordinary disinfectant or bandages, Lu Li would have found that far more suspicious. As the bitter liquid slid down his throat, Lu Li felt countless tiny claws gnawing at his insides. Wherever it passed, his veins took on the same eerie hue as the liquid in the bottle. Within 10 seconds of drinking it, Lu Li felt a searing heat throughout his body. His wounds began to heal at a visible rate. As for his broken right hand, though he couldn't see the bones inside, he could sense the marrow and blood taking on the same strange liquid color, then gradually knitting together. It actually works. Li Xiaoqing was utterly astonished. Modern medicine had never achieved such feats, yet here a single bottle of medicine had solved it. It seems that for those with no hope of survival, this place might actually be a good spot. Lu Li clenched his right hand, confirming that the broken bones had mended, all his wounds had healed, and his strength had returned to its peak. Li Xiaoqing exclaimed in awe, "You're not wrong. If you can get a miraculous first aid kit like this, it seems it could cure any illness. Your hand is healed, and your body has recovered. What do you plan to do next? Are we going to stay here? Who knows when the train will stop? Maybe it never will." A shadow of worry crept into Li Xiaoqing's heart. If the train never stopped, they would surely die aboard. If you think of it as a game level, to stop the train, you have to defeat the boss. The boss on this train should be the conductor we encountered. Kill it, and the train will likely stop. Lu Li swung the rusted blade in his hand as he spoke calmly, sensing that the blade had more uses yet to be unlocked. Before Li Xiaoqing could speak, Lu Li tossed the scissors to her. "Take these for protection. It's better than being unarmed." Li Xiaoqing caught the scissors, momentarily at a loss. "Take down the conductor." They had barely escaped the conductor with their lives moments ago. What scared? Lu Li gave a faint smile. "We're not the only ones here. I reached level 2 and got a special reward. The system notified you, right?" Li Xiaoqing nodded vaguely. She knew but didn't see how it related to killing the conductor. Killing the boss comes with a reward. You understand, don't you? Once everyone figures that out, the conductor will become the hunted target. Lu Li paused, then added slowly, "But for now, not many survivors have the capability. We need to kill the conductor before anyone else." Lu Li grabbed Li Xiaoqing's hand and said, "Tell me your ability. We need to coordinate." Li Xiaoqing thought for a moment, then spoke hesitantly, "My ability is drawing." "Drawing?" Lu Li frowned. This was even more abstract than his own skill. "I draw to enhance myself." Li Xiaoqing immediately pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from her pocket. The paper bore a drawing of herself, but from the lines it had clearly been altered. Her limbs' muscles were exaggerated. And since she had obtained the scissors, the drawing's hand now held a pair of scissors too. Li Xiaoqing immediately began modifying the drawing with her pen. At that moment, the scissors in her hand actually began to transform. "This is as far as I can go, and it drains a lot of stamina." Holding the now enlarged scissors, Li Xiaoqing's face flushed as she panted slightly. The drawing had consumed much of her energy. Such an ability is just too abstract. Lu Li was inwardly stunned, but his face betrayed nothing. This ability seemed weak, but if used well, it had great potential. "I've told you mine. Shouldn't you give me a little hint too?" Li Xiaoqing looked at Lu Li as if hoping to see more trust in the man's eyes. In truth, Li Xiaoqing had chosen to reveal her ability precisely because of Lu Li's earlier words and his candidness about himself. But Lu Li didn't answer her directly. Instead, he stared at the deformed scissors in her hand. When the drawing interacts with reality, the boundaries of the rules become exploitable. "Draw it again." Lu Li suddenly grabbed her wrist and held the rusted blade over the paper. "Copy the pattern of this blade onto it." Li Xiaoqing's fingers trembled and the brush bled ink onto the paper. "I can't do it." Her fingers recoiled as if shocked, her face pale as she threw down the pen. Lu Li frowned. It seemed Li Xiaoqing couldn't yet alter special items, but perhaps she would be able to in the future. At that moment, Lu Li decided to reciprocate. Li Xiaoqing's ability was unique and cooperation was worth considering. "My ability, death control." Lu Li offered no further explanation, merely stating that his physical condition was now 4 times that of an ordinary person, and Li Xiaoqing did not press the matter. In her view, a preliminary trust had been established between her and Lu Li. His reticence now meant he was holding something back, just as she too had her reservations. They would discuss these matters when their mutual trust deepened. Li Xiaoqing spoke. "Even though you've recovered and your physical prowess is 4 times that of an average person, giving you a combat power of 20, it's still insufficient against that monster, isn't it?" Lu Li nodded. His physique was indeed quadruple that of a normal human, but that was the extent of it. He possessed no special abilities and would be utterly defenseless against those with unique powers. However, they might not need to confront the conductor themselves. Lu Li's plan was simple. Use a thorn to remove a thorn. The conductor was the most perilous and formidable entity on the train. Though the humans were weak, united they could put up a fight. He would use the conductor to wear down the other humans, and in turn use those humans to exhaust the conductor. That was Lu Li's strategy. People always think unity is instinct, but in places where rules are twisted, fear spreads faster than a virus. Pushing the door open, Lu Li said, "We don't have to fight the conductor, Heaton. We just need to guide it a little." Li Xiaoqing followed him, knowing he could pinpoint the location of everyone on the train, even the conductor itself. He now intended to use the conductor to eliminate one of the train's factions while simultaneously draining the conductor's strength. Yet this act was akin to playing with fire. If he failed, he would face not only the conductor, but also every other human on this train. Having chosen to trust Lu Li, Li Xiaoqing had no choice but to follow him down this path. "Follow me." Lu Li called to her, then asked, "Can your paintings make things move?" "Yes, but not too far from me." "Good." Lu Li took a tissue from his pocket and folded it into the shape of a frog. Li Xiaoqing immediately drew a modified frog on paper. The paper frog then leaped onto Lu Li's shoulder. He smiled at it, saying, "Now we're much safer." They moved through the train carriages, sometimes encountering people, sometimes not. The carriages were pitch black, making it impossible to see even face to face. Lu Li held Li Xiaoqing's hand, using the darkness as cover to navigate through crowds and zombies. As Lu Li's fingertips touched the handle of the fifth carriage door, a warm, sticky film coated his palm. He leaned close to the crack and inhaled. The scent of rust mixed with a cloying, bloody sweetness filled his nostrils. The fifth carriage was a cacophony of roars and bellows. "The conductor and a squad are here," Lu Li whispered. The commotion from the fifth carriage had driven nearly everyone from the fourth, leaving only a few zombies wandering through the dark. "What's the plan?" Li Xiaoqing asked, her heart beginning to race as she sensed they were about to do something dreadful. Lu Li grinned. "That squad is finished. But there's a very strong team in the third carriage. I'm going to lure the conductor to them." As he spoke, he turned the handle and pushed the door open. The moment a sliver of a gap appeared, a wave of heat thick with the stench of rotting flesh washed over them. Lu Li yanked Li Xiaoqing back just as a dark blur shot past the doorframe, gouging 5 deep, sparking scars into the opposite wall of the carriage. In the eerie green light of the emergency lamps, they saw the conductor's twisted face. Its human features were grotesquely elongated and deformed, one eye bulging like a ping-pong ball, the other a sunken black void. Its mouth was torn back to its ears, revealing rows of jagged, hooked fangs. Its other 2 faces writhed wildly like the head of a locomotive. The phantom train rampaged through the fifth carriage, unchecked and unrestrained. No one remained alive in the fifth carriage, but the conductor's condition showed it had been worn down. "Go!" Lu Li shoved Li Xiaoqing forward and threw the paper frog. It let out a deafening croak that nearly drowned out the thunderous roar of the train wheels on the tracks. "That thing is damn loud." Lu Li was startled, then fled in the opposite direction. The conductor, true to form, was drawn by the paper frog and gave chase. These monsters in the dark have poor eyesight, but are highly sensitive to sound. Good thing I discovered that earlier. Watching the conductor retreat, Lu Li in his haste reached out and grabbed a handful of Li Xiaoqing in the darkness. Li Xiaoqing let out a soft gasp. Lu Li's hand met a soft warmth. Realizing what he had done, he quickly pulled it back. "Let's go." Without another word, Lu Li took her hand again and pulled her forward. In the pitch-black darkness, he was the only one who could see clearly. Li Xiaoqing followed in silence, understanding that in such dire circumstances, such a trivial accident was not worth fussing over, and that Lu Li had not meant it. Ahead, the others were already cursing. The carriage's rules were troublesome enough, but what was this sudden appearance of a phantom train? "What the hell is this thing? Fuck is this?" What was in the fifth carriage? A group roared in anger, already imagining the gruesome fate of the squad in the fifth carriage. Someone shouted, "Everyone join forces, or we all die." Zhongtong. "I've awakened a brank ability." A man bellowed, hoping to rally everyone to cooperate with him. His cry was immediately answered in the darkness. Those who awakened brank abilities were elites, rare, even in a regional channel. With a furious roar, Zhongtong's muscles swelled, turning dark and hard, his entire body expanding to a height of nearly 3 meters. In the darkness, Zhongtong's sinewy arm swung out like a pillar of steel, the air splitting with a shriek that drowned out the crowd's gasps. The phantom conductor's body caved in from the full-force punch, but it quickly reverted to its original form. Rotten flesh churned, revealing black bones, as its razor-sharp claws pierced Zhongtong's shoulder. Zhongtong grunted, wrenching his shoulder free. He staggered back 2 steps, leaving a bloody, gaping hole in his shoulder. Lu Li observed silently from the shadows. Zhongtong's punch was several times more powerful than his own, but against a monster like the conductor, a fist's attack was pitifully weak. Just then a flash of fire blazed in the darkness, striking the conductor. The conductor let out a piercing shriek like a train's whistle. At the same time, the tracks beneath its feet extended, and it charged with tremendous force towards the origin of the fire. Crank Song Song. A man in the crowd suddenly spoke loudly. At that moment Song Song faced the risk of death. The railway tracks halted before him. Song Song's fireball exploded on the pitch-black tracks, the orange-eared glow briefly illuminating his ghastly pale face. The phantom train's locomotive was now inches away, its windows teeming with countless rotting faces, while the screech of wheels grinding against the rails nearly pierced his eardrums. He could see his own shadow cast upon the train's front, twisting and distorting like paper crumpled by the wind. Who can stop it? Song Song wanted to flee, but his legs felt as if welded to the tracks, utterly immobile. He could only hurl fireballs at the phantom train, hoping to force it to a halt. Though his attacks struck the phantom train and inflicted damage, they failed to stop it. Despair enveloped Song Song's heart, yet no one answered his prayers. Zhang Tong, who had awakened a brank ability, had already shattered his own courage with a single punch and now dared not intervene. But he forgot that without Song Song's fireball, he himself might have been dead. Lu Li, hidden in the darkness, held Li Xiaoqing back. Li Xiaoqing wished to help Song Song, but Lu Li restrained her. Don't forget our plan. As Song Song's fireball burst in midair, Lu Li saw the train conductor's 3 heads reflected in his pupils, all opening their gaping maws simultaneously, their gear-like teeth entwined with rusty rail fragments, tearing Song Song apart. Blood sprayed as Song Song was ground into pulp, the air thick with a nauseating stench. Damn it! Retreat! Zhang Tong shouted for a withdrawal upon witnessing Song Song's death, but he himself fled faster than anyone. Now Carrefour was no longer safe. They had to rush forward. Lu Li frowned and glanced behind him. The man suspected of awakening and a rank ability was in the rear car, not ahead. If they could eliminate him in the darkness, that would be ideal. Let's go, we move forward too. Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing were well aware of the rules ahead. Car 1 was the most dangerous, while everyone's retreat lay in car 2. They had to deal with the train conductor in car 2. At that moment Zhang Tong spoke in the regional channel. Is there any expert who can help in car 3? Damn it, there's a rampaging phantom train here, and I can't kill it. Moron, if you can't kill it, why drag it to car 3? Some people already in car 3 erupted in fury, hurling insults at Zhang Tong. Lu Li tugged Li Xiaoqing, crouching low at the junction between 2 cars, smirking at the chaotic cursing in the regional channel. Li Xiaoqing said helplessly, at a time like this, instead of figuring out how to deal with the train conductor, they're bickering in the regional channel. We can only chat 5 times a day. Isn't this wasting the chance to gather crucial clues? Lu Li replied with a faint smile. Not everyone has a brain like yours. Awakening abilities doesn't instantly elevate their cognition. Besides, shifting blame is one of humanity's inherent flaws. What's wrong with everyone wanting to survive? They just have no choice but to accept this situation. If they knew, they'd definitely block the doors tight, not letting Zhang Tong and the others through. I've said it before. Here the least reliable thing is human nature. When they realize they need to unite, that's when we make our move. Lu Li observed calmly. The train conductor had just entered car 3 and faced some resistance, but only from those unaware of the true danger. At that moment, car 3 held 4 individuals who had awakened brank abilities: Zhang Tong, Zhang Liang, another man, and a woman. But in the darkness, they couldn't see each other, and the train car was far larger than imagined. The brank ability users led their teams, scattered widely. As long as the train conductor didn't threaten their teams, they wouldn't provoke it. Lu Li even heard someone suggest leaving car 3. No one intended to confront the train conductor everyone wanted to escape first. Yet the conductor's ferocity exceeded all expectations, and the rules of car 3 were equally troublesome. Zhang Liang at the northwest corner of car 3. We have numbers, it's just a monster. Kill it. Zhang Liang, silent until now, suddenly spoke as if rallying to vanquish the conductor. Zhang Liang's voice echoed through the sealed car, and Lu Li's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized this as classic provocation. Those ability users scattered throughout the car either waited silently for an opportunity or tried to flee. No one wanted to be the first to step forward. And now Zhang Liang's seemingly reckless declaration placed the others on a moral and interest-driven balance. In the darkness came the rustle of fabric. Some were gathering toward the northwest corner. Let me see if your ghost hands can withstand the train conductor's charge. Lu Li was curious about Zhang Liang's true strength. This man had been quite active, his ghost hands appearing highly effective. Lu Li wanted to know what set his ghost hands apart from ordinary fists. In this world of terrifying and bizarre rules, physical strength seemed less crucial. One needed something else as a foundation. Lu Li moved with Li Xiaoqing, who whispered, Zhang Liang seems both brave and resourceful. He was the first to speak earlier too. Lu Li smiled. Who doesn't like being the big shot? He just loves the spotlight and craves attention. A blinding blue light suddenly erupted from the northwest corner. Zhang Liang's palms glowed with cyan-black veins in the darkness like two living ghost hands coiled around his arms. He swung fiercely at the approaching train conductor. Amid the screech of tearing air, Lu Li saw the ghost hands pierce through the phantom train, stirring a jet of black blood from the conductor's rotting chest. Indeed, it's nothing like Zhang Tong's brute strength. Lu Li fixed his gaze on Zhang Liang's hands, as if coveting them for himself. The boss is amazing. Zhang Liang's underlings shouted in excitement, cheering for their leader's success in wounding the phantom train. The injured train conductor seemed enraged. Its tracks spread across the entire car 3, and its speed increased to the point where the human eye could no longer follow. Zhang Liang's attack speed couldn't keep up with the rampaging conductor. Even if he could harm it, missing the target was useless. The tracks erupted from the floor like spikes, instantly impaling several people. The sudden turn of events silenced the others, each terrified of becoming the next target. Everyone keep quiet. This thing is like a zombie. It can only hear sounds it can't see. A seemingly older man spoke, but the moment he opened his mouth, his body was pierced and pinned to the wall, blood splattering across the face of the person beside him. Oh! A man unable to bear the hellish scene screamed madly, but before he could cry out twice, the train conductor rammed him, shattering his body into pieces. Now no one dared to utter a word. Everyone covered their mouths, even their breathing became cautious. Yet the frenzied train conductor seemed unwilling to spare anyone, charging indiscriminately through the carriage, still claiming many lives. The stench of blood spread rapidly through the sealed carriage. Lu Li felt Li Zhaoqing's fingertips nearly digging into his arm. The emergency lights flickered, casting the shadow of the conductor's swinging claws onto the wall, like some grotesque giant insect writhing. The man pinned to the wall was still convulsing his throat, emitting gurgling sounds as he tried to beg for help. Zhang Tong and Zhang Liang had somehow regrouped. These two men who had awakened Brank abilities were discussing how to kill the train conductor. Killing it must bring a reward. Even reaching level 2 first gives a reward, let alone killing the conductor. Maybe if we kill it, the train will stop, and we can leave this damned place. Neither was foolish, both understood each other's hidden motives. They cooperated, but neither uttered a word about who would claim the conductor's head. Lu Li hid nearby, overhearing every word of their conspiracy. Those still alive were no fools. They could guess that killing the conductor would yield some reward. Even though the conductor was terrifying, as long as there was profit to be gained, people would take risks. Brothers and sisters in this carriage. Zhang Liang suddenly spoke, unafraid of being heard by the conductor. He shouted, "Don't fear this thing. I've reunited with another Brank ability user. With your help, we can definitely solve this huge problem." The alliance of two Brank ability users carried authority. In the darkness, aside from the conductor's rampage, some people quietly moved toward Zhang Liang and his companion. Lu Li sneered at Li Zhaoqing. When it comes to sacrifice, most people do the same thing. Protect their own interests, sacrifice others. As Zhang Liang spoke, the conductor immediately locked onto him. But Zhang Liang, having awakened a Brank ability, had enhanced physical attributes. Though dodging was arduous, he managed to evade. Meanwhile, Zhang Tong's muscles bulged as he transformed into a humanoid truck, charging at the conductor. The conductor was knocked over by the immense force. It tried to rise, but was firmly held down by two ghostly hands. Then Zhang Liang roared, "Come, restrain it." Those hiding nearby rushed out, using their abilities to suppress the conductor. But the strength of a single train was not something a few people could withstand. The crowd was instantly flung away, bodies pierced by rails and pinned to the walls. Now, in the darkness, a frost sword flashed, followed by a flame sword illuminating the gloom. The two swords, one on each side, slashed at the conductor's two heads. Lu Li squinted. The other two Brank ability users had made their move. These two seemed to have awakened weapon-type abilities, one fire and one ice. Are they a couple? Under the firelight, Lu Li noticed they were wearing matching outfits. Damn it, do single dogs have no rights? Lu Li found it somewhat amusing. The couple had both awakened Brank abilities with identical skills, differing only in element. A whimsical twist of the system's awakening. A couple? What are the odds? Even Li Zhaoqing felt offended. These two must have been planning to reap the benefits all along. They had been in the same carriage as Zhang Liang, but hidden while never revealing their abilities. Only Lu Li suspected they had awakened Brank powers. The pair struck, severing the conductor's two heads. The severed heads rolled on the ground, black mucus gushing from the necks like boiling asphalt. Where the mucus touched, the rails hissed with corrosion, and the air filled with a pungent, rancid stench. The conductor's mutilated body trembled violently as the mucus churned. In the blink of an eye, two new heads grew from the stumps covered in dense compound eyes glowing with eerie red light. The flame sword wielder roared, flames surging as he struck at the newly grown heads, followed closely by the ice sword, aiming to suppress the creature with the combined power of fire and ice. But this time the conductor was prepared. Countless sharp steel spikes shot out from its front, raining down on the two like a storm. The couple coordinated well, parrying with their swords, but the sheer number of spikes left fatal wounds on their bodies. There are two possibilities. Either these heads aren't the main body, or all three must be severed at once. No, that's not right. Lu stared intently at the conductor, searching for its weakness. Wait for me. He told Li Zhaoqing to stand by and dashed toward the front carriage. By now Car 3 was in chaos. With so many dead, even the seemingly formidable rank ability users were helpless against the conductor. Everyone was retreating to Car 2, but the path was pure pandemonium. Lu moved swiftly, his speed and knowledge of the carriage layout allowing him to reach Car 2 first. He covered his ears as he sprinted, arriving at the door connecting Car 1 to the driver's cabin. Someone's made it to this door. Lu's light flickered, freezing everyone in their tracks. Didn't expect anyone else alive. Two men standing before the control room door looked at Lu. Brother, where were you hiding? We never saw you. This is the control room. If we can get in, we might stop the train and escape. These two wanted to open the door, but only the conductor and Lu could unlock it now. Lu frowned. Getting in is useless. We can't control this train. To stop it, we must deal with the conductor. You saw the chat channel just now. There's a monster wreaking havoc in Car 3. We're not up to that. Leave such tasks to the strong. Lu's gaze swept over the two men, catching a suspicious glint in their eyes. He remained on guard. We weaklings shouldn't bother with that. Let's see if there are other clues in the control room. One of the men spoke with a grin. Brother, we can look out for each other. What do you say? Lu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with these two. All right, no problem. As the lights dimmed, Lu stepped forward while speaking. I was just thinking of finding some reliable partners to move with. It's too dangerous alone. The two men chimed in right. It's too dangerous alone. Much safer with company. In the darkness, Lu's eyes locked onto the pair, knowing their intentions. They surely believed there were treasures in the control room, treasures they had no desire to share. Thus, every extra person meant a smaller share. Their invitation was merely a pretense to lure him closer, lower his guard, and then kill him. With treachery afoot, Lu dared not be careless. Unaware of their abilities, he had to strike a fatal blow. Concealing a rusty blade in his palm, Lu made the first move. Yes, a companion is necessary. As he spoke, his body suddenly accelerated. Lu's combat power was 4 times that of an ordinary man, but his speed was 5 times greater. Just as the two prepared to use their abilities against him, Lu's rusty blade had already slashed across one man's throat. Blood sprayed onto the other's face, who touched the still warm blood in disbelief. But Lu spun around, granting him not a second more to think. You son of a... The man could only curse half a sentence before Lu's blade severed his hand. As Lu moved to strike again, the lights blazed on. Pity, it seems your ability is somehow tied to speed. Lu flicked the blood off his rusty blade, staring coldly at the surviving man clinging to life. The man was frozen by Lu's icy gaze. Why did you suddenly attack us? Pale-faced, clutching his spurting wound, he finally managed to stammer out those words. Lu said calmly, weren't you the ones who planned to kill me first? I merely acted in self-defense. These words choked back everything the man intended to say. They had indeed harbored murderous intent, never expecting Lu to strike faster. Now, having tried to steal a chicken only to lose the rice, one was dead, he had lost an arm, and the man before him seemed intent on finishing the job. When the lights went out again, he would surely lose his life. Brother, let's talk this out. At worst, he'll forfeit the control room to you. He understood the situation was beyond his control. Bowing his head to save his life was paramount. A live dog is better than a dead lion. He had seen a first aid kit in the previous carriage. He couldn't die here. Lu's rusty blade glinted coldly under the light, pointing at the man, forcing him to meet his gaze. Forfeit it to me. This was always mine. You two are the thieves. The man frowned, his face growing paler from blood loss. Lu's words sounded like those of a robber. When had this control room ever belonged to him? Yet for now he had to endure. Fine, it's yours. The man gritted his teeth. I'll leave this place. Lu suddenly smiled. And if you leave, will you seek revenge? Faced with this lethal question, the man's expression instantly froze. Of course I. Before he could finish, the surroundings plunged into darkness, and Lu appeared beside him like a specter. Of course you'll seek revenge. Once you grow stronger, you'll surely kill me because I killed your brother, isn't that right? As he spoke, Lu Li drove the rusty blade into the man's heart. The man suddenly lunged, head-butting Lu Li's face, a savage grin splitting his lips. Then let's go to hell together. Before the words faded, Lu Li had already sidestepped, driving the blade deeper. Two corpses lay outside the door. If they hadn't harbored murderous intent from the start, Lu Li might not have acted against them. Even if they had entered the control room, they would have left disappointed. But their conviction that treasures lay within ignited their killing intent. Lu Li remained in the control room, finding an old uniform identical to the one worn by the train conductor. Just as I thought, this cabinet seemed out of place here. It hides a uniform. Holding the uniform, Lu Li's eyes sharpened as he gazed at the blood-stained blank nameplate on the chest. Its weakness lies here. Lu Li slipped the coat over himself, now resembling the conductor in the darkness. Two train administrators cannot coexist. Slaying either one will cause the horror train to dock at a station and grant substantial rewards. The moment Lu Li donned the conductor's coat, a system prompt exploded in his ears, making him pause as he reached for the door. The tremor of the rails suddenly intensified. Lu Li's pupils contracted sharply as he tried to tear off the coat, but it clung to him like a second skin, immovable. When Lu Li looked down at his chest, a cold sweat drenched his back. On the previously blank nameplate, two blood-red characters now emerged: Lu Li, his very name. Damn it, there's such a rule. Lu Li cursed in fury. He had planned to use the coat to conceal his movements, but now he had become a target for everyone. Compared to killing the conductor, eliminating him would be far simpler. Lu Li's heart sank to rock bottom. The blood-red name Lu Li on the nameplate burned like a branding iron, declaring that he had instantly transformed from a hunter into the prime target on the prey list. The system's icy voice still seemed to buzz in his ears. Slaying either one will cause the horror train to dock at a station. Damn it. He growled violently, tearing at the uniform, but the blood-stained coat seemed fused with his flesh, unmoving, only causing him searing pain. At that moment, Lu Li felt relieved he had killed that man. Had he let him go, he would now be in an extremely vulnerable position. This wasn't without a silver lining. Though he had become another conductor, others didn't know his location. He could exploit this information gap to set the tiger against the wolf. A glint of mad brilliance flashed in Lu Li's eyes. The information gap was his greatest weapon. Once he eliminated the other conductor, he would be the sole master of this train. Lu Li took a deep breath, then opened the door to the control room. Although the coat brought him great danger, the conductor's coat also granted him a certain degree of convenience. With the conductor's coat, Lu Li could disregard the train carriage rules. Unbound by restrictions, he possessed immense possibilities and opportunities for action. The moment Lu Li put on the coat, everyone received a system notification. Another conductor? What does this mean? One was troublesome enough, now another. Could it be that they truly intend to slaughter us all in this accursed place? The majority grumbled in despair, their spirits on the verge of collapse. Don't panic, a man named Baiyun said in the regional channel. Two conductors. Perhaps one of them isn't a monster. Think carefully about the content of the system notification you heard. Baiyun's hint ended there, and Lu Li gasped sharply as he read the channel's messages. This man Baiyun instantly deduced something, yet he didn't reveal it. What benefit would speaking out bring him? Knowing it himself and quietly reaping the rewards is the way. What good does it do to speak out? He only said half of it, intending to send someone after me. Lu Li furrowed his brow, uncertain of Baiyun's intentions. Whatever Baiyun's current thoughts might be, they were irrelevant. As long as the conductor was dealt with first, all the train's problems would be resolved. He himself would also be safe from attack. The first carriage was far too dangerous. Aside from the two people Lu Li had encountered earlier, everyone else had perished. Now this carriage was empty. Lu Li strode toward the carriage notice, and with a swift stroke he chopped it down. Without this notice, it would be extremely difficult for those entering to grope for the rules, while he could move freely between light and darkness. Opening the door to the second carriage, Lu Li melted into the shadows. His attire was far too conspicuous. What does that mean? Some who understood had already grasped it, while those who didn't kept pressing for answers. It was then that Lu Li realized Baiyun's intention. He wanted to sift out the clever ones. Only the intelligent and formidable were worthy to haunt Lu Li. As for the fools, let them occupy the ghost train conductor. Baiyun's scheme was hardly ingenious, but it could indeed whittle down the competition. He must lack confidence in his own strength. Lu Li concentrated his mind and had already located Baiyun. The man sat idly in the sixth carriage, doing nothing at all. This scoundrel, indeed, he intends to use others as knives. Lu Li moved swiftly, but kept his eyes on Baiyun. Baiyun wasn't completely idle in car 6. Whenever someone came from behind, he always asked a question. He was confirming Lu Li's whereabouts. Since he wasn't in the rear carriages, he must be ahead. Lu Li's heart sank. Bai Yun's strategy was more ruthless than he had anticipated. This was not merely a selection, but a forcing of Lu Li into a direct clash with the ghost train conductor, or to become the target of everyone's arrows. In the regional channel, the sharp-witted had seized Bai Yun's hint. 2 conductors. The system only said another, not that both are monsters. Right? The prompt didn't mention the word monster. One is the monster we know, the other might be human. Bai Yun remained laconic in the regional channel, but amid the chaotic queries, he sent another line: pay attention to the rules. These words were like cold water thrown into boiling oil, instantly sharpening the vigilance of every rational player to its peak. Ignoring the rules was the conductor's privilege. Becoming a conductor, becoming the target of all, would surely grant certain advantages. This Bai Yun. Lu Li gritted his teeth in frustration. The notice in the second carriage remained intact. Lu Li did not pause, nor did he destroy it. Tearing down the first notice had created an absolutely safe retreat, but systematically wrecking car notices would only confirm his anomaly and bring fire upon himself. He swiftly passed through the second carriage and headed straight for the door to the third carriage. Meanwhile, his spiritual perception locked firmly onto Bai Yun in the sixth carriage. That fellow still sat there calmly, but whenever a player fled in panic from the rear carriages 7 or 8 into car 6, Bai Yun would casually ask a question. How are things in the front carriages? See anything unusual? Has anyone run back this way? Is the notice in car 5 still there? He was gathering information, weaving a web of intelligence like a spider with his sights set directly on Lu Li's location. Damn it! Lu Li made his way to the third carriage. It was still in chaos. Many had retreated to the second carriage, but some diehards refused to give up on killing the conductor. The system prompt was clear enough: resolving one conductor would bring the train to a halt. Though one might be human and easier to deal with, that person was still hidden somewhere. It seemed faster to simply eliminate the conductor before their eyes. To claim the reward, one had to race against time. Killing this conductor would still yield a generous prize. Little did they know both conductors were now in the third carriage. Lu Liu. Li Xiaoqing stared at him, muffling her mouth with her hand in the darkness, struggling to suppress her astonished voice. In truth, since the system prompt, she had suspected that the new conductor might be Lu Li. Now, with Lu Li appearing in the same style of overcoat as the conductor, the identity of the one the system hinted at was beyond doubt. It's me, Lu Li said calmly. What do you intend to make a move against me too? Li Xiaoqing quickly waved her hands. Of course not, but you're far too exposed like this. If anyone recognizes you, you'll probably... Don't worry, I have my own plans. No sooner had Lu Li spoken than Bai Yun, who had been sitting in the sixth carriage, stirred. He was moving forward. By now, Bai Yun was certain there was no conductor in the rear. The conductor was in the front carriages. In car 5, aside from the rules, there were no survivors. In car 4, only a few lucky souls had escaped the ghost train conductor's deadly slaughter, clinging to life. And they would surely not head toward car 3. At this moment, the third carriage was the most chaotic, while the second carriage held the greatest number of people. Holy crap, there really is a ghost train conductor here. It's terrifying. It's nothing like a zombie. How the hell do you kill this thing? Everyone who reached the third carriage was utterly shaken. Bai Yun deciphered the rules swiftly. It took him barely half a minute to figure out the rules of 2 carriages, and he quickly arrived at car 3. By then, most of the rear passengers had gathered inside the third carriage. And there was also the suspected rank awakened ability user that Li Hui feared most. The crowd did not change the dire situation. The ghostly conductor only killed more people. Bai Yun hid in the shadows, seated in his place, refraining from taking action. Some hidden individuals similarly held back. They were still observing and waiting. Acting now would likely lead to the final rewards falling into the hands of others, proving to be a thankless effort. It was better to wait until the last moment to act, thus preventing their abilities from being exposed too early. The inhuman figure of the ghostly conductor weaved through the chaotic shadows of the crowd, each train whistle accompanied by piercing screams and splashes of warm liquid. The darkness seemed to become its extending limb, viscous and cold, devouring light and vitality. Lu Li embedded himself deeper into the shadow of the corner, the thick fabric of the conductor's coat almost merging with the carriage wall. His gaze pierced through the chaos, fixating tightly on the figure that had just entered carriage number 3. Bai Yun. He is looking for me. Lu Li's heart sank to the depths. Bai Yun's intent was all too clear. He aimed to exhaust the ghostly conductor and the other players amidst the chaos, while simultaneously using the information gap to lock onto him, the humanoid conductor. Once his position was revealed, he would become the softest target in the eyes of all the desperate souls, a shortcut to survival, a walking reward. The information on the regional channel was like a death warrant, constantly rolling, urging those who still had the capacity to think. Bai Yun, big shot. Give us clearer hints. Observe the rules. We have all seen the rules. The key is what to do now. 2 conductors. The other one must be human. Killing him will also stop the train. It's much easier than killing monsters. Where is he? Who has seen any suspicious individuals? At this moment, many people had already understood the meaning and the rear carriages had almost been cleared. Lu Li grasped Li Xiaoqing's arm, saying, "The rules here have been figured out. Trying to use them to kill large numbers is unrealistic. So many people pose too great a threat to me." Li Xiaoqing swallowed hard and nodded. The carriage was large, but with so many people squeezing in from the back, it was already crowded, compounded by the brazen actions of the ghostly conductor. In reality, the distance between everyone was very close. With just a bit of light and shadow, some things could be seen. It was indeed dangerous for Lu Li to stay here. The two moved slowly. Lu Li followed Li Xiaoqing, who was shielding him in front. Their movements went unnoticed. Suddenly, Li Xiaoqing spoke in the chat channel. "The third carriage is too dangerous. Let's escape first." Lu Li squinted, fixating on Bai Yun and the suspected a great ability user. When Li Xiaoqing uttered this in the channel, Bai Yun and the ability user immediately shifted their gaze. They were like hunters seeking out their prey. They took the bait. Lu Li sneered slightly. He was still following Li Xiaoqing, and he had prompted her to say this line. It was to attract the attention of those two. Almost everyone was packed in carriage number 3. Without needing to speak, they all knew they had to escape. Moreover, they could easily shout out in the carriage. Why waste chat times in the regional channel? Lu Li wanted to kill Bai Yun right there, but he had no justification, and Bai Yun had greeted many people. Sudden violence would certainly raise suspicion. He could only divert them and eliminate the ghostly conductor as soon as possible. Bai Yun and the great ability user moved towards Li Xiaoqing. Lu Li remained silent. He would deepen the impressions of others at the last moment. This plan was very safe for him, but extremely dangerous for Li Xiaoqing. Remember, do not let that person come within 5 meters of you, otherwise no one can save you. Lu Li lowered his voice, warning Li Xiaoqing to watch out for the man whose hair covered half his face, looking a bit unconventional. Li Xiaoqing nodded slightly, as she understood the dangers of this plan, but to gain Lu Li's trust, she was willing to take the risk. Bai Yun's originally calm gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto Li Xiaoqing, who had just sent the message with laser-like precision. He leaned slightly forward like a shark, sensing blood silently, yet swiftly weaving through the chaotic crowd, purposefully approaching Li Xiaoqing and Lu Li. At the same time, the unconventional great ability user who Lu Li had warned about also moved. He raised his head. The one eye, obscured by hair, glimmered with an inhuman, indifferent cold light, as if it could pierce through the darkness and lock onto its target. His method of movement was more direct, disregarding the panicked crowd in front of him, as if an invisible force field was pushing aside obstacles, advancing straight towards Li Xiaoqing. An invisible, suffocating sense of oppression spread, causing several players hiding from the ghostly conductor nearby to feel inexplicably uneasy and instinctively move away from him. "They are coming." Li Xiaoqing's heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. She clearly felt 2 deadly gazes binding her like tangible chains, especially the terrifying pressure brought by the great ability user, making her blood feel like it was freezing. She remembered Lu Li's warning, 5 meters. She could not let him come within 5 meters. "Go!" Li Xiaoqing shouted lowly, no longer moving slowly, but instead launching toward the connecting door of carriage number 2. She no longer deliberately shielded Lu Li. At this moment, she had to become the most conspicuous target, drawing these two away from carriage number 3. Lu Li grabbed Li Xiaoqing suddenly, but she shook him off. The two were already close to the connecting point between carriage 2 and 3. While shaking off Lu Li, Li Xiaoqing also closed the large door connecting the carriages, seemingly trying to buy herself a little time to escape. At that moment, the great ability user was already close. He didn't even glance at Lu Li, pulling open the door and chasing after. Seconds later, Bai Yun also arrived at the scene. Lu Li opened the large door with one hand, and Bai Yun rushed ahead. He glanced at Lu Li and even thanked him. However, Lu Li sneered after he left. He and Li Xiaoqing were very clear about the rules of the first 2 carriages, so carriage 2 would not pose any trouble for Li Xiaoqing. According to the plan, Li Xiaoqing would quickly pass through carriage 2 and then head to carriage 1. If luck was on his side, he could hide in the control room when those 2 chased after her. Just a bit of time would be enough. As Bai Yun departed, others also began to notice the clues and followed suit. The people inside carriage 3 instantly decreased by more than half, leaving considerable space, yet the smell of blood lingered. Lu Li's gaze locked onto the enraged conductor. He tightened his grip on the rusty knife. Next, it was time to deal with the conductor. Car 3 was suddenly emptied, making the inhuman screech of the ghost conductor and the dying screams of the survivors even more piercing. The thick, cloying stench of blood felt almost tangible, clinging to everyone's nostrils and skin. Lu Li stood like a statue melded into the carriage wall, his gaze piercing through the chaotic carnage to lock precisely onto the twisted figure reaping lives madly in the darkness. The opportunity was fleeting. Bai Yun and that rank Esper had been lured away by Li Zhaoqing, and most of the players who clung to hope or coveted the reward for the humanoid conductor followed suit. Now was the only chance to eliminate the true threat. Lu Li moved. Unlike the others who fled in panic, he used the shadows of the carriage walls and overturned seats as cover, moving like the most seasoned hunter silently against the tide of chaos closing in on the ghost conductor. His steps were light and steady, each landing precisely, avoiding the pools of blood and severed limbs on the floor. The rusted short blade pressed against his forearm, its cold touch his only reliance. The ghost conductor was tearing apart a player who had tried to resist, with a chair leg splattering gore and entrails. It let out a satisfied, inhuman gurgle, its back covered in twisted veins exposed defenselessly in Lu Li's sight. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Li exploded with all his strength, shooting out from behind an overturned bench like an arrow from a bow. He made no sound, channeling all his killing intent into the rusted blade in his hand. The jolting of the carriage, the wails of survivors, the viscous resistance of the air, all seemed to vanish in that instant. His world narrowed to the rapidly moving spot on its back, radiating decay and death. The distance closed rapidly. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. The ghost conductor seemed to sense the lethal threat behind it, twisting its neck at an unnatural angle, its hollow eye sockets as if swallowing light. A freezing malice shot toward Lu Li like a tangible force. But Lu Li was faster. He dipped slightly, using the forward momentum, and thrust his right arm out like a viper striking. The rusted tip of the blade, devoid of any reflection, carried all of Lu Li's strength and resolve, piercing with pinpoint accuracy into the heart concealed beneath the writhing flesh and tattered uniform at its back. A subtly bulging, magma-like, darkly pulsing organ. Thud. A dull teeth-grinding, tearing sound echoed. Lu Li grinned. "You thought I was after your heads, and you disguised them as weaknesses to fool me, didn't you?" The conductor had been creating a false impression that all 3 heads had to be severed to kill it completely. But when Lu Li obtained the conductor's coat, the bloodstains on the chest and the puncture marks quickly revealed its true weakness. Arg! A shriek far more piercing than any previous scream, as if from the abyss of hell, burst from the ghost conductor's mouth. The sound, carrying soul-rending agony and unimaginable terror, instantly overwhelmed all other noise in the carriage. Its massive body stiffened, then racked by violent, uncontrolled spasms. The hollow eye sockets suddenly erupted with blinding blood-red light, like 2 furnaces on the verge of explosion. It tried to turn to claw at Lu Li behind it with its twisted talons, but the searing pain of the pierced heart and the damage to its core by some rule of order made all its movements sluggish and chaotic, its power draining away like an ebbing tide. The remaining survivors in the carriage were stunned by the sudden turn of events. They watched in terror as the once invincible monster trembled and howled violently, as if its spine had been ripped out. The dark aura surrounding the ghost conductor became extremely unstable, flickering like a dying candle in the wind. Lu Li, having struck with precision, did not linger to fight. He twisted his wrist sharply, ensuring the rusted blade caused maximum damage inside the heart, then used the momentum of withdrawing the knife to leap back like a cat, instantly creating several meters of distance and melting back into the shadows of the carriage corner, leaving only a blurred outline. The ghost conductor's howls turned into death rattles. Its massive body began to convulse violently and collapse. The eerie power that constituted its form, like embers, burned out, peeled, and dissipated in large chunks. The blinding red light in its eye sockets flickered madly a few times before extinguishing completely, leaving only endless emptiness. Bam! Finally, its broken body crashed to its knees, then the entire upper torso collapsed like a melting wax figure, dissolving into a rapidly evaporating puddle. A black viscous liquid with a pungent smell of sulfur and burning. A few wisps of black smoke rose and quickly dissipated into the air. A dead silence fell. In Car 3, the few remaining survivors stood petrified, staring in disbelief at the spot where the monster had vanished, then scanning the dark corners with suspicion and fear. That lightning-fast strike had been so swift they hadn't even seen who did it. Fear and confusion gripped their hearts. Who? Could it be an rank Esper who awakened? Damn, something 4 rank big shots couldn't handle, and a rank solved it in one go. Everyone speculated about the identity of the attacker, but they never imagined that the one who struck was none other than Lu Li, the humanoid conductor Bai Yun and his team were desperately searching for. Li exhaled slowly in the shadows, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The palm gripping the rusted blade was slick with sweat, whether from cold sweat or the monster's foul blood, he couldn't tell. He lowered his gaze to where the ghost conductor had vanished. There, lying quietly, was a key. The key was ancient in design, neither metal nor would its entire body a deep dark silver. It was etched with extremely intricate, indecipherable patterns, faintly radiating a weak but undeniable aura of order. It lay in the center of a patch of noddy evaporated black liquid, looking incongruous, yet glaringly conspicuous. The key. Li stared at it. This seemed to be the reward for killing the ghost conductor. With the conductor's complete death, the system's prompt chimed in. Successfully killed the conductor. The horror train will leave the Eternal Night Tunnel and arrive at the station in 1 minute. All carriage rules are temporarily suspended. Passengers who need to alight, please do so within 1 minute. Some people ignored the system prompt entirely, their eyes fixed on the key. After all, killing the conductor came with a reward. And that key was the only thing that had dropped from the conductor. In an instant, everyone in car 3 went readied and charged toward the key. Li succeeded. Li Zhaoqing, who had been cornered, breathed a sigh of relief. If not for the rules of the first carriage, she would have been killed by that rank psychic long ago. His ability was too bizarre. Despite Li's warning, she had still nearly fallen. Damn it. It's not her. Bai Yun abruptly halted his pursuit, his face darkening as if it could drip water. He stood at the junction connecting the first and second carriages, his icy gaze sweeping over Li Zhaoqing, whose eyes still held the relief of surviving a calamity. That rank psychic was not far off, but she seemed to have given up, walking straight to a seat and sitting down. The earlier message in the regional channel, "The third carriage is too dangerous. Run for now," had been a meticulously crafted lure. At that moment, all his attention had been drawn to Li Zhaoqing, who had spoken, and the seemingly ordinary companion beside her. The companion's final gesture, reaching out to grab Li Zhaoqing only to be shaken off, had perfectly played the role of someone in the know but lacking real power. A trap. A trap aimed at me. Bai Yun's fists clenched at his sides, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He prided himself on being calm and adept at observing and exploiting information asymmetries, yet he had been outmaneuvered by his own tactics. His mind raced through every detail of the chaos in the third carriage when Li Zhaoqing spoke in the channel, the man in the heavy coat beside her. He had been hidden in the shadows, his presence so faint that Bai Yun hadn't even spared him a glance. Thinking back, didn't the silhouette of that coat bear an eerie resemblance to the ghost train conductor? And that man? As Li Zhaoqing rushed to close the connecting door, a fleeting cold smirk seemed to cross his face. "It's him," Bai Yun practically hissed through clenched teeth. That man who had brushed past him after being thanked. He's the real conductor. He used Li Zhaoqing as a decoy to lead us all away. A wave of intense humiliation at being fooled and a chilling murderous intent instantly overwhelmed Bai Yun. He felt like a clown toyed with. He had meticulously planned to exploit the chaos and secure his target, reaping the benefits without effort, only to have the target turn the tables and lure him away. More crucially, what did the notification in the regional channel about the ghost train conductor's death mean? It meant Li had not only evaded their pursuit, but had also succeeded in killing the real monster. The final reward had likely already fallen into Li's hands. How did he find me? How did he know? Impossible. No one could plan to such an extent. Did I reveal too much in the chat channel? Bai Yun began to doubt his own plan. Even so, how could Li have calculated that he was in the third carriage? At that time, he had been in disguise too. No, I don't believe it. A surge of violent rage extinguished the flicker of fear. His gaze sharp as a venom-laced icicle fixed on Li Zhaoqing, who was gasping for breath at the edge of the rule barrier outside the control room. This woman was a critical link in Li's plan. She had willingly acted as bait, risking her life to lead them away. Her bond with Li was far from ordinary. Capture her. Once Li Zhaoqing was under his control, Li would either hand over the reward or prepare to collect her corpse. He refused to believe Li would stand by and let a comrade who risked everything for him die. "The key is mine," a man roared, lunging toward the dark silver key on the floor. Rules and dangers were forgotten in the face of the prize so close at hand. His fingers were about to touch the cold metal. Just as his fingertips were less than an inch from the key, a sudden change occurred. The lights above the carriage flickered violently, as if disturbed by an unseen force. Then a pale, lifeless beam shot down from somewhere in the ceiling, instantly enveloping the survivor lunging for the key. A scream, inhumanly shrill, lasted only half a second. The survivor's body, the moment it was caught in the beam, began to dissolve and disintegrate at a visible rate, like ice thrown into strong acid. His clothes, skin, flesh, bones. Everything silently annihilated in the pale light, leaving not even a trace of ash. The light vanished in an instant, and the carriage returned to its dim state. The spot was empty, with only the dark silver key lying quietly on the floor, as if nothing had happened. Silence. A silence more profound than before. The remaining survivors frozen like terrified quails, their faces pale as paper, teeth chattering, fear utterly consuming their greed. They stared fixedly at the key, then scanned the carriage ceiling and surrounding shadows in terror, as if demons lurked there ready to devour them. Luli moved. He had killed the conductor. Anyone else trying to take this key would die. He walked straight to where the key had fallen, ignoring the survivors who were nearly paralyzed with fear and disregarding the lingering cold aura of rule-based annihilation in the air. Under the terrified, dazed, and incredulous gazes of everyone, Luli bent down with natural ease, reached out steadily, and calmly picked up the intricately patterned key. His movements were fluid, without a hint of hesitation, as if he were merely retrieving a dropped item. The key was cold in his hand, bearing a strange weight, the complex engravings seeming to flow faintly beneath his fingertips. Luli clasped it in his palm, sensing the power of the rules within. He didn't look at anyone, as if the survivors were mere air. He straightened up, casually tucked the key into the inner pocket of his coat, then turned and walked with steady steps toward the connecting door to the second carriage. The entire process was fluid, without a single unnecessary word or motion, as he audaciously claimed his prize. Cold, efficient, as if completing a trivial task. After the conductor's death, he became the conductor of this train. The rules had indeed paused temporarily, but he could invoke a certain degree of rule power within the train. Even without the system's protection, no one could take this key. As he pushed open the connecting door and his figure was about to disappear behind it, he turned his head slightly, casting a cold, sidelong glance at the survivors in the third carriage, who stood like stone statues. A faint, icy smirk seemed to curl at the corner of his mouth. Then the door closed. Someone suddenly spoke. I remember his face. The coat he was wearing. That coat. That's Luli. That's Luli, he's the conductor. The sound of the door to the second carriage being pushed open echoed exceptionally clearly in the eerie silence. Luli's figure reappeared at the doorway, the hem of his thick train conductor's coat swaying slightly, carrying a chilling aura, as if he had just returned from a bloody battlefield. His face bore no expression, his calm gaze sweeping over the back of the carriage. At that moment, Bai Yun had one hand gripping Li Zhaoqing's neck, while the suspected A-level ability user sat calmly in his seat, motionless. His presence instantly became the focus of all attention. Luli's steps showed no signs of hesitation, as if he were oblivious to the deadly threat directed at Li Zhaoqing. He walked straight towards Li Zhaoqing. Luli. Li Zhaoqing spoke up, revealing Luli's identity. However, at this moment, Luli seemed unfazed by the exposure of his identity. Indeed, it is Luli. Some people began to speak. After all, Luli was the first one to propose particularly useful suggestions, so they had some understanding of his background. Bai Yun narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening. Luli, throw out the reward, and it'll return her to you. Ding. A crisp and melodious metallic sound like that of ice crystals colliding abruptly shattered the taut silence at the junction. Luli's fingers emerged from his pocket, holding an ancient dark silver key pinched between his thumb and forefinger, suspended in front of him. The key is the reward. Luli's voice was not loud, yet it resonated exceptionally clearly in everyone's ears, devoid of any ripples. His gaze passed over the floating key, directly landing on Bai Yun's face, his expression calm, yet beneath that calmness lay an unsettling chill. Do you want it? He slightly shook the key in his hand, the crisp sound ringing out again. I can give it to you. Luli's tone was as flat as if he were stating something trivial. But the next sentence caused Bai Yun's expression to freeze at once. I'm just afraid you can't afford the price. The crisp sound of Luli gripping the key pierced through the taut silence like an ice pick. His calm words instantly placed Bai Yun in an awkward position. Bai Yun's complexion shifted from ashen to a humiliating red before being forcefully suppressed by an icy demeanor. He stared intently at Luli, attempting to find a flaw in that tranquil depth, but he could see nothing. Silence, and absolute silence. Yet amidst this silence, a distorted arc appeared at the corner of Bai Yun's mouth, his voice suddenly rising. Look clearly. It's him, the one wearing the train conductor's coat. He is one of the sources of this terrifying train. He has obtained the key, the only proof of survival. He wants to monopolize it. He pointed at Luli, his finger trembling slightly from excitement and anger. Look how calm he is. He uses the rules to kill using all of us as bait. It's true that the ghost train conductor was killed by him, but who knows if he is in cahoots with that monster? Think about it, why does he always know which damn rules to follow before us? Why can he move freely on this train? The key is in his hands, and we will all die. Only by capturing him and forcing him to hand over the key do we have a chance to survive. Bai Yun's speech was rapid, each word striking at the heart. The onlookers' expressions suddenly flickered. They glanced at Lu Li, then at Bai Yun, unsure of what to do. However, Lu Li merely listened quietly, his gaze not lingering on Bai Yun for even a second longer. His attention passed over the shouting Bai Yun and landed on the A-level ability user. The remaining individuals might possess some strength, but it was not enough. Instead, it was this non-mainstream-looking man with spatial abilities who posed the greatest threat. Li Zhaoqing was being held by Bai Yun, struggling to breathe, yet her eyes remained exceptionally resolute as she looked at Lu Li, uncertain of what he would do. But she had an instinct that Lu Li would not give up on her. Woo! A long, penetrating train whistle suddenly shattered the calm within the carriage. Immediately following, a cold, emotionless system prompt echoed throughout the carriage. The train is about to arrive at the station. All passengers, please prepare to disembark. Stop time is 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, passengers who do not disembark will be considered to have given up on leaving, with consequences borne by themselves. Everyone's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Earlier, Bai Yun said that survival depended on the key, but the system prompt. He merely wants you to deal with me to reap the benefits. The key is indeed the reward for killing the train conductor, but the train has already arrived at the station. As long as you disembark, you can survive. If anyone truly wants to snatch this key, I don't mind sending them to their death. The living were thrown into utter panic. What would happen if they didn't disembark? They fearfully looked towards the junction door, wanting to escape this damned carriage immediately. As for the struggle between Lu Li and Bai Yun, what did it have to do with them? It was merely a reward. If they survived, they could obtain countless rewards, but if they died, that would be truly dead. The heavy scent of blood lingered in the carriage, remnants of those who died. Hear a silent warning. Squeak. The train doors opened, and the spatial ability user immediately stood up and exited the train. The others quickly followed suit. Only Bai Yun remained in a standoff with Lu Li. Lu Li no longer looked at anyone. He casually tucked the key back into his coat pocket, his step steady, without a hint of hesitation, walking straight towards Bai Yun. He declared through his actions that the game was over. Disembarking was the only choice. As for the key, that was his Lu Li's trophy, unrelated to anyone else. Bai Yun watched Lu Li walk towards the path of survival, his eyes aflame with rage. The hand gripping Li Zhaoqing swelled with veins from extreme unwillingness. Could he use Li Zhaoqing to threaten Lu Li into stopping? In the face of the endgame rules and the 30-second countdown, Lu Li's unwavering steps had already given him the answer. He simply didn't care. Or perhaps he was certain Bai Yun would not dare to perish together at the last moment. Damn it! Damn it! Bai Yun roared in madness within, yet reason told him that Lu Li was right. Not disembarking meant certain death. Lu Li, in the coldest manner, had given him a chance to survive. A chance to abandon the hostage, abandon the key, and escape in disgrace. Bai Yun stood frozen, holding Li Zhaoqing, his face changing unpredictably like a trapped beast. He looked at Lu Li, who was drawing closer, and dared not continue to gamble. Bai Yun suddenly pushed Li Zhaoqing away and fled towards the train. The two had no significant conflict. He was simply unwilling to be toyed with by Lu Li like this. Lu Li, wait. This is just the beginning. You won't always have good luck, and keep winning. Lu Li received Li Zhaoqing, calmly watching Bai Yun's departing figure. From start to finish, Bai Yun had never exposed his abilities, which was also why he hadn't acted. This man still had a trump card. Lu Li, are you alright? Li Zhaoqing struggled out of Lu Li's embrace with a hint of concern. Lu Li's face flushed slightly. Their embrace had been a bit too tight. I'm fine, but what about you? Li Zhaoqing touched her swollen neck and nodded. I'm fine. Let's not talk about that. Time is running out. We need to get off the train. Don't panic. Lu Li turned to look at the train. This thing already belongs to me. Although there are still many dangers, if we only stay in car 1 and the control room, we'll be perfectly safe. It has become my safe haven. This key is the key to controlling it. Every word Lu Li spoke struck Li Zhaoqing's ears like a thunderbolt. A safe haven. Li Zhaoqing's voice trembled with disbelief, the pain in her swollen neck forgotten. She jerked her head up, looking at Lu Li's calm profile, then followed his gaze to the blood-soaked, cracked carriage. This ghost train. Li Zhaoqing couldn't believe it. She simply couldn't connect this murderous train with a safe haven. To be precise, the core area. Lu Li nodded slightly, his fingers gently rubbing the cold key in his pocket, feeling the invisible yet unbreakable connection it established with the steel beast beneath his feet. Car 1, the control room. This key is the authority. The train is about to close. Passengers who have not alighted, please be cautious. The cold, automated announcement sounded for the last time. Outside the door, the platform shrouded in gray-white fog began to blur and warp, like looking through a rippling curtain of water. The panicked figures hastily disembarking on the platform, including Bai Yun's final venomous glare and the ever-composed spatial ability user, all rapidly faded into the mist as if swallowed by an invisible maw. At the very end, Lu Li seemed to see Bai Yun engaged in some kind of conversation with that spatial ability user. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut with a dull thud, sealing off the outside world completely. The carriage fell into a strange silence, as if the earlier slaughter were merely an illusion. Only the lingering smell of blood and the signs of damage bore witness to the brutality that had just occurred. Li Xiaoqing instinctively held her breath, her heart pounding in the quiet. She nervously looked around, her nerves still taut, as if waiting for some terrifying rule penalty to descend. Yet nothing happened. No new announcements, no terrifying roars, no pressure from zombies. Only the low hum of the train in motion and the faint whisper of the ventilation system created a bizarrely comforting background noise. Do you feel it? Lu Li's voice broke the silence. He stepped forward, the hem of his thick coat sweeping across the floor stained with dark blood. The rules hold here. Is gone. Li Xiaoqing, I have taken control of this train. Are we really safe? She murmured, her tense body finally relaxing a fraction. Then, feeling a wave of weakness, she slid down against the cold wall of the carriage, panting heavily. Lu Li walked over to her, crouched down, and without touching her simply offered a look. There was no icy killing intent from his confrontation with Bai Yun, nor any deliberate warmth, only pure scrutiny and confirmation. I trust you. In this bizarre and terrifying world of survival, finding someone to trust is not easy. So I hope you can trust me too. Lu Li's gaze was sincere and earnest as he continued. To be honest, my ability Death Adventure allows me to grow stronger and stronger through death itself. Li Xiaoqing listened with bated breath. She asked softly, so are you? Srank. Lu Li shook his head. Srank is just the system's classification. My ability far surpasses Srank. Li Xiaoqing stared at Lu Li in disbelief. An ability far surpassing Srank. She didn't understand. Lu Li didn't need her to understand. He was simply telling her this one thing. Li Xiaoqing took a deep breath. Since Lu Li was being so open, she would be frank too. I awakened in Srank talent. Painting. It will grow stronger as my level increases. It's just that when I'm weak and at a low level, its effect is very poor. So Li Xiaoqing wasn't foolish. Regardless of the talent, it was the only Srank one, and it held immense potential regardless. The prerequisite was that she couldn't die before she grew. Fortunately, she had met Lu Li and earned his trust. The only Srank talent, huh? Lu Li nodded slightly. He hadn't expected such an abstract and seemingly weak skill to be in Srank talent. It seemed trusting Li Xiaoqing was indeed the right choice. Meeting his gaze, Li Xiaoqing's face warmed slightly, a mix of anxiety at losing her hidden card and joy at being acknowledged. She instinctively touched the bruise on her neck whereby Yun had choked her and said in a low voice, it's still very weak now. It can't be of much help. All greatness begins with weakness. Lu Li stood up, his figure appearing exceptionally upright in the dim light. That confidence far surpassing Srank was not a bluff, but something forged through countless brushes with death. The key is that it has the potential to grow. In this godforsaken place, potential is the greatest capital. He looked around their temporarily safe carriage. The damaged seats, the dried bloodstains, the pervasive smell of rust and blood, all served as grim reminders of the recent cruelty. Let's rest first. Lu Li withdrew his gaze, his voice as steady as a rock. Treat our wounds, regain our strength, and then make a plan. With a safe haven, we are much safer than they are. We should also tidy up this place. Even if it's a safe haven, this environment is hardly inviting. Li Xiaoqing looked at the dilapidated surroundings and nodded with a smile. Do you have any plans? Lu Li shook his head. Not for now, but we still need to solve problems like food and water. Let's get off and look around later. Maybe we can find something useful. My ability might come in handy now. Li Xiaoqing had a sudden idea. She took out a pen and paper and began to paint the surroundings, using a painting to change their appearance. Not a bad idea, but without any color, isn't it too plain? Li Xiaoqing's painting was beautiful, and Lu Li watched with appreciation as she transformed the train carriage. While Li Xiaoqing was painting, Lu Li checked his own status. Killing the ghost train conductor should have granted additional rewards. He simply had no time to attend to it back then. Name Lu Li. Level 30300. Age 22. Strength 20. Speed 30. Defense 20. Immunity 30. Overall combat power 20. Stored dimensional attributes 10. Death adventure experience 80,100. Control progress of the dread train 30,100. Control progress of the first carriage 100,100. Safe house unlocked. Safe house named Dread Train. Killing the conductor had directly raised him a level, but unfortunately he had dispatched it too swiftly. Moreover, he had remained calm during the encounter, so the death adventure experience had increased by only 30 points, and the train's control progress remained unchanged. However, a new prompt appeared indicating 100% control over the first carriage. And this dread train had indeed become his safe house. This time Lu Li allocated all 10 attribute points to strength. Overall combat power 30. The 10 points of strength increased his combat power by 10 points, making him 6 times stronger than an ordinary person. As for the death adventure experience, Lu Li had no intention of using it. Drank was simply too weak. He would at least wait until he reached Crank. Moreover, reaching Crank not only granted special skill rewards, but also allowed Death Adventure to bestow a mysterious evolution. For these two reasons alone, Lu Li was reluctant to spend the Death Adventure experience. Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing spent some time cleaning the bloodstains and debris from the first carriage. Although Li Xiaoqing's painting ability could not directly alter physical structures, she skillfully used sketch lines to cover the most gruesome cracks and bloodstains, softening the disturbing details with gentle chiaroscuro. She even attempted to outline a few virtual windows on the carriage walls, revealing tranquil forests or starry skies beyond. Despite being rendered only in shades of black, white, and gray, it greatly alleviated the oppressive feeling of the steel cage. It feels much better now. Li Xiaoqing put down her charcoal stick, wiped the fine sweat from her brow, and gazed at the refreshed interior of the carriage, a weary, yet satisfied smile spreading across her face. Lu Li nodded in agreement. At least the environment was now conducive to rest. Let's get the train moving first. I have no desire to end up in the same place as them. Lu Li opened the door to the control room with a smile. At its core was a keyhole perfectly shaped to match the key in his hand. He inserted the key and turned it gently. A low hum resonated through the entire train, as if a new life had been infused into it, the vibration becoming steadier and more powerful. The control room screen flickered to life, displaying the train's status: energy reserves, Euro armor integrity, 73 rule system, offline movement status stopped. A glaring red warning box stood out: source of fear 0, warning depletion of the source of fear will cause the train's basic defense systems and environmental maintenance systems to fail completely, revoking the safe house privileges. Fuel A. Lu Li frowned deeply. He had assumed that possessing the key meant total control. He hadn't anticipated that the dread train required sustenance. Source of fear. What kind of fuel is that? A simplified diagram appeared on the screen, a dark circular object resembling a vertical pupil. Target fuel source of fear, current stock 0 units, troublesome. Lu Li informed Li Xiaoqing of the situation. The train can't move, and once the fuel runs out, this place will cease to be a safe house. We have to get off and find this fuel. Li Xiaoqing nodded, and under Lu Li's control the heavy doors slowly opened. The moment they disembarked, the train began to shrink until it vanished entirely. This? Li Xiaoqing stared in disbelief. Today had brought too many shocks. Perhaps it's an effect of the safe house. Lu Li wasn't entirely sure, but being able to carry the train with them was certainly not a disadvantage. Let's go. Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing walked forward into a vast expanse of white mist, just as Bai Yun and the others had done. They stepped into the mist, and their figures disappeared. A scent 100 times more intense than that on the platform, a mixture of decay, dust, and an indescribable sickly sweetness, assaulted them, nearly suffocating. Beyond the white mist lay a city that was utterly dead. The two stood on a hilltop, gazing down. The sky was leaden gray, hanging low and oppressive. Once tall skyscrapers were reduced to twisted steel skeletons like the bones of colossal beasts thrusting toward the heavens. The walls were scarred with massive claw marks and blackened blast traces. Streets were clogged with rubble and abandoned vehicles, all covered in rust. Withered vines like black blood vessels coiled around the wreckage, adding an eerie touch. Silence. In the absolute stillness, one could faintly hear distant grating footsteps, unintelligible low growls, and the sharp screech of metal scraping against metal. Is this the apocalypse? Li Xiaoqing's voice trembled as she instinctively moved closer to Lu Li. The basin-like city concealed unknown horrors. Lu Li lowered his voice, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Watch your step. Pay attention to every sound. They cautiously made their way along the tilted, cracked streets, each step crunching softly on thick layers of dust and broken glass. Luli's focus was razor-sharp, his hand gripping his rusty blade, tightly alert to everything around him. Let's find a convenience store or supermarket first. We need to solve the food and drink problem. The source of fear could wait for now. During their time on the train, both his mind and body had been under extreme tension, and he and Li Xiaoqing were already exhausted. They desperately needed food and drink to replenish their strength. Descending from the hill and rounding a street corner, a convenience store, half-lit, came into view. Behind the shattered window, collapsed shelves and scattered packaging could be seen. Li Xiaoqing was about to walk toward the store when Luli abruptly pulled her back. The two quickly ducked behind the wreckage of a nearby overturned bus. With the sound of viscous liquid dripping, several twisted figures staggered out from the alley beside the convenience store. They wore tattered clothes, their skin a rotting greenish-gray. Their eyes were cloudy and white, and their mouths were torn open, revealing sharp, blackened teeth. Saliva mixed with dark blood dripped continuously. They wandered aimlessly, one of them stopping right at the convenience store's entrance. Zombies. More than one, Luli whispered. There were only 4 or 5 of them, but they blocked the store's only entrance. A direct fight would make too much noise and might attract more. We don't know what other dangers lurk in the city. It's best to lure them away. Let me try. Li Xiaoqing produced her sketchbook and charcoal pencil, held her breath, and began rapidly sketching the zombie standing at the convenience store's entrance. Her strokes were exceptionally focused, as if she were capturing the creature's essence on paper. Seconds later, a lifelike silhouette of the zombie emerged on the page. She took a deep breath and added a few twisted shadow lines beneath the sketched zombie's feet, pointing toward the depths of the nearby alley. The real zombie suddenly froze, its murky eyes seeming to spin in confusion before it was drawn by an invisible force, dragging its feet and slowly shuffling toward the alley indicated by the shadows in Li Xiaoqing's drawing. It works, Li Xiaoqing exclaimed in delighted surprise, though her face had paled, clearly showing the toll this ability took on her. Lu Li's spirits lifted. Quick, wait for it to move farther away, then we'll charge in. Taking advantage of the brief opening as the zombie was lured away, Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing burst from their cover, like leopards crossing the distance in a few strides and plunging through the shattered window of the convenience store. Inside the store was a mess. Shelves tilted haphazardly, the floor littered with trash and dried, blackened bloodstains. The air was thick with dust and the sour, rancid smell of expired food. Search separately. Watch the corners. Lu Li barked in a low voice, heading toward the area where canned goods might be stored. Li Xiaoqing dashed to the beverage section, hoping to find sealed bottles of water. Luck was on their side. Beneath a collapsed shelf, Lu Li discovered several cans of luncheon meat, slightly dented but seemingly intact. I didn't expect to find brushes and paper. Li Xiaoqing rejoiced. Her charcoal and torn pages were nearly depleted, and with these painting supplies her creation ability would become much more vivid. The effectiveness of her ability was in fact tied to the realism of her drawings. Survival supplies were hard currency, but items like brushes and pigments were utterly worthless to ordinary people. Then behind a toppled refrigerated cabinet, Li Xiaoqing also found several bottles of mineral water, dusty but with intact seals. Lu Li grabbed a few backpacks and tossed all the food had found inside. Once the bags were bulging, he immediately said to Li Xiaoqing, "We can't stay here long. Let's go." Li Xiaoqing nodded, slung her backpack over her shoulders, and followed Lu Li. She spoke, "Killing zombies gives a bit of experience. If we can kill more, I'll level up to 2 quickly. Then I'll have attribute points to strengthen myself and help you out." Li Xiaoqing still felt she was too weak to be of any real assistance. Or worse, she might even become a burden. We'll see when the chance comes. Once Li Xiaoqing had a weapon and could kill zombies in groups, he'd let her reap the rewards. Levels weren't all that important to Lu Li. Just as he and Li Xiaoqing stepped out of the convenience store, an overwhelming cacophony of spine-chilling roars, snarls, and shrieks erupted from every direction, from every shadowy corner, from the depths of every building. The sheer volume and variety tore through the previous silence. The glass fragments of the convenience store vibrated violently, with a high-pitched hum before shattering completely. "What's happening?" Lu Li's face darkened, and Li Xiaoqing beside him turned pale. Neither of them understood what was going on. The zombie that Li Xiaoqing had just lured away suddenly froze, its murky eyes instantly flooding with a violent, bloodshot red. Moving at an impossible speed, it let out a blood-curdling roar and, reeking of decay, lunged madly toward Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing's position. On the street, the countless zombies that had been aimlessly wandering all turned their heads in unison, as if following a single bloody command. Their murky or bloodshot eyes locked onto the convenience store. They let out deafening roars, dragging their broken bodies from every direction, surging forward like a black tide. Rubble was trampled, abandoned cars clanged as they were knocked aside, and rotting limbs twisted and snapped in the frenzied rush. Nothing mattered. Damn it, we didn't make a sound. What's going on? With no time to explain, Luli grabbed Li Xiaoqing and ran for all they were worth. Zombies surrounded them on all sides, and in the distance, something even more terrifying seemed to loom. Luli gave Li Xiaoqing a shove, then sprinted in a certain direction. Before she could register what was happening, he grabbed a red fire axe and tossed it to her. Take this for protection. Without another word, he grabbed her again, and they ran. Zombies posed little threat to Luli, but he had to worry about Li Xiaoqing at his side. Luli over there. Gasping for breath, Li Xiaoqing's sharp eyes scanned a messy street corner. It appeared to be the remains of a small bank. The thick concrete walls had mostly collapsed, but the main structure still stood. Crucially, the entrance was half hidden behind a pile of broken prefabricated panels and twisted rebar with an unusually heavy metal gate. The door was ajar, revealing a pitch-black space inside. The rubble at the entrance formed a natural bottleneck, allowing only 1 or 2 zombies to squeeze through at a time. Perfect. Quick. Luli instantly grasped her plan. That narrow passage and sturdy door frame were a natural meat grinder entrance. Exploding with terrifying speed, Luli shot toward the ruins like an arrow just before the zombie horde closed in. With no time to think, Luli flung Li Xiaoqing inside. Then, bracing himself, he shoved the heavy metal door closed with a grating screech, leaving only a narrow gap wide enough for one person to sidle through. Almost the instant the door shut, the first wave of zombies slammed into it, their rotting claws scraping frantically against the cold metal with a teeth-grinding sound. Seeing Li Xiaoqing safe, Luli pulled out his rusty blade and hacked viciously at a zombie's head. This spot's good. If you're not hurt, it's yours. The zombies outside couldn't squeeze in. This was a natural grinding spot for experience. After reaching level 3, these common zombies gave negligible experience. It seemed he'd need to kill over a dozen for a single point, so Luli wasn't interested. Given the number of zombies outside, it was better to let Li Xiaoqing handle them. She reinforced the entrance with her brush, then dropped her backpack, picked up the fire axe, and took Luli's place. Luli nodded approvingly at her crisp movements. At least she wasn't screaming or hesitating at the sight of blood. The narrow entrance became a death funnel for the zombies. Blood quickly stained the floor, and the stench of rot was almost suffocating. Experience is going up. Li Xiaoqing panted, sensing the notifications in her mind. With each zombie that fell, she gained a point of experience. However, just as Li Xiaoqing cleaved down another zombie crawling from the pile of corpses, with her fire axe, a sudden change occurred. A distinct roar, deep and resonant as a giant drum, exploded from the depths of the street. This roar carried a primal pressure, instantly drowning out all the zombies' howls, causing even the air to tremble. Then the pile of zombie corpses and rubble blocking the entrance burst inward violently, as if struck by an invisible tank. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. A massive figure appeared at the forcibly widened entrance. It was nearly twice the size of an ordinary zombie, with bulging knotted muscles and a strange bluish-gray skin like rock. Most horrifying was its head, almost necklace, directly connected to its broad shoulders. Its blood-red eyes swept across the dim interior of the vault like searchlights. The giant zombie roared again, its massive fist whistling through the air as it slammed toward Li Xiaoqing, who was blocking the entrance. Luli's pupils contracted sharply. His reaction was lightning fast. He shoved Li Xiaoqing aside and rolled sideways to dodge. Boom! The giant fist struck the spot where Li Xiaoqing had stood. The hard concrete floor instantly cracked and sank, sending fragments flying. The terrifying impact shook the entire space. Though Li Xiaoqing avoided the fatal blow, the flying debris still wounded her. Li Xiaoqing's heart nearly stopped from the sudden shock and the horrifying monster, and she almost dropped her fire axe. Snap out of it. As Luli rolled to his feet, he caught a glimpse of an ordinary zombie taking advantage of the giant zombie, smashing the passage, and his own dodge, lunging from the side shadows at the seemingly frozen Li Xiaoqing. Hearing Luli shout, Li Xiaoqing instinctively shrank back and raised her fire axe to block. But it seemed Li Xiaoqing had exhausted her strength. Her fire axe was knocked away, and the zombie's claw struck her body solidly. Get lost! Luli roared, hurling his rusted knife like a throwing weapon with all his might. It accurately pierced the zombie's skull, the immense force pinning the corpse to the wall behind as dark blood trickled down the blade. However, this all-out strike left Luli wide open. The giant zombie seized the opportunity. Its enormous hand swept across like a fly swatter with irresistible power. Luli barely managed to raise his arms in a cross block. Bang! A dull impact resounded. Lu Li felt as if hit by a speeding truck. A bone-splitting pain shot through his arms. He flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the metal wall deep inside the vault with a loud clang before sliding to the ground. A sweet taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision blurred, and his arms hung limply, clearly severely injured. Lu Li. Seeing Lu Li collapse and spit blood, Li Zhaoqing screamed in terror and despair, struggling to get up. Damn it! Lu Li propped himself up and punched the giant zombie's calf, actually denting its rock-hard shin. Get out of here! Lu Li shouted at Li Zhaoqing. With you here I can't move freely. If you escape I can flee or leave as I please. Contact me on the regional channel later. Retrieving his rusted knife, Lu Li spun his body in a circle, swiftly cutting down several nearby zombies to buy Li Zhaoqing a chance to escape. Last time Lu Li used Li Zhaoqing as bait to lure Bai Yun and the others. This time, he used himself as bait to draw the zombies' attention. He was not a cold-hearted person. On the contrary, he valued bonds deeply. Saving Li Zhaoqing was a way of repaying kindness. As for whether they would meet again, that depended on fate. Li Zhaoqing watched Lu Li retreat, her expression dark. Abandoning him to flee felt almost humiliating. Lu Li, be careful. I will find you. Li Zhaoqing did not waste the opportunity Lu Li had created. She ran toward the rubble pile, her figure vanishing. Facing the oncoming giant zombie, once more Lu Li did not choose to evade. Instead, he let out a beastly roar and charged forward. Clenching his right fist, his bones groaning in pain, he poured all his remaining strength and unyielding will into it, striking viciously at the dented spot on the giant zombie's calf. Crack! This time the dull impact was accompanied by a clear sound of bone breaking. The giant zombie's calf, covered in rock-like bluish-gray skin, twisted backward under the combined force of old and new injuries. The colossal monster let out a roar mixed with pain, for the first time staggering as one knee hit the ground heavily, sending dust billowing. Enraged beyond reason, the giant zombie ignored the agony of its twisted, broken leg. Propelling itself with one leg and its enormous hands, it crashed toward Lu Li in the corner like an out-of-control battering ram with the force of total destruction. The giant zombie slammed solidly and fiercely into Lu Li, who was hiding in the corner by the heavy vault door. The force was so immense that the skewed multi-ton metal door swung inward with a jarring screech of twisting metal. And the giant zombie itself, from this unreserved full-force impact, fell into a brief state of stiffness and dizziness. Its massive head, almost fused with its shoulders, slammed violently into the cold, hard edge of the metal door due to the tremendous inertia. Die! This was the moment Lu Li had been waiting for. He channeled all his strength into that one strike. He leaped up from the shadows beside the giant zombie. Gripping the rusted long knife with both hands in a reverse hold, he raised it high, the tip aimed at the relatively vulnerable junction between the giant zombie's neck and shoulder, an area not covered by thick rock-like skin, only knotted muscles and thick bones. Lu Li's eyes focused solely on that fatal target. He drained the last ounce of potential from his body, throwing all his weight onto the knife handle. Thud! The rusted knife pierced in with a sound like tearing cloth. The blade cut through tough muscle fibers, severed thick blood vessels, and wedged deep into the gap between the cervical vertebrae. Howl! The giant zombie let out a scream of unprecedented, excruciating pain. This scream instantly drowned out all other noise in the vault. Its massive body twisted and struggled wildly, trying to shake off the rusted knife on its back. The immense force flung Lu Li together with the knife, crashing heavily into the distant wall again. Lu Li felt as if every bone in his body was breaking. Blood gushed from his mouth and his vision blurred. But he stared intently at the madly thrashing giant zombie. The giant zombie's struggles grew more violent, yet also more feeble. Black-red blood gushed from the wound like a fountain staining the ground. After futilely struggling for over 10 seconds, the giant zombie's massive body stiffened suddenly, the light in its blood-red eyes rapidly dimming. Its giant arm, which had supported its body, could no longer bear the weight. It collapsed with a crash, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Li slumped in the corner, completely devoid of strength even to move a finger. Watching the creature take its last breath, he finally relaxed his nerves slightly, ignoring even the notification sound that echoed in his mind. However, the crisis was not yet averted. The surrounding zombies began to move. They knew neither fatigue nor fear, only unable to approach due to Lu Li's battle with the giant corpse. Now that the giant corpse was dead, it was their turn to attack. Lu Li braced himself. Normally these zombies would pose no threat to him, no matter how many there were. But in his current condition, run. He spat out a mouthful of blood, grabbed his backpack, and hurriedly chased after the direction in which Li Zhaoqing had fled. The surrounding zombies surged forth like hyenas scenting blood emerging from every corner. Their decayed throats emitted desperate howls, and their murky or crimson eyes fixated on Luli, eager to feast on this fresh flesh. Get lost. Luli let out a beast-like growl, summoning the last remnants of his strength. He pushed off the ground with his right foot, leaping through the ruins like an arrow released from a bow. The movement exacerbated all his injuries, especially in his arms and chest, causing intense pain that made golden stars dance in his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. At that moment, Luli could no longer concern himself with elegance, rolling and crawling into an abandoned building. Initially, Luli thought he could catch up with Li Zhaoqing, but now it seemed that his body was already nearing its limits. Had it not been for his physical condition being 6 times that of an ordinary person, he would have ceased to function long ago. Once inside the building, Luli randomly found a locked door and barricaded himself inside. Then he used desks and other debris to block the entrance. He leaned against the wall, his body uncontrollably sliding down to the floor. The cold ground seeped through his thin clothing, sending chills through him, yet it could not suppress the searing pain and weakness raging within. Each breath tugged at his chest, and his arms felt filled with boiling lead, heavy and numb, making it extremely difficult to lift them. The edges of his vision began to darken, and waves of dizziness washed over him. Outside, the sound of scratching and low growls grew increasingly intense. Decayed fingers scraped at the door, creating a shrill noise akin to nails on a chalkboard, mixed with the dull thud of bones colliding with hard objects. The overwhelming stench of decay, so potent it made him nauseous, seeped in through the thick door. A safe house. The only solution I can think of, but at this moment the terrifying train did not appear due to his thoughts. It seemed that it could not start because the energy had been completely depleted. Damn it, am I going to die here? Life value below 10% triggers false death. Luli smiled wryly. With his life value below 10, he couldn't even move, let alone kill monsters for experience points. Nonsense. Backpack. Food. Water. Zipper. Open it. I want to live. Luli's fingers trembled, slipping several times. His nails caught on the zipper, creating a small gap. He was almost blindly rummaging inside, feeling cold cans and plastic bottles. He grabbed a can, but his fingers weakened, could not pull the tab. A flash of determination crossed Luli's eyes, and he slammed the edge of the can against the corner of a nearby metal cabinet. Clang, clang. The piercing sound of impact echoed in the enclosed space, drowning out the roars from outside. The metal deformed, and juice splattered everywhere. He ignored the pain from his cut fingers, greedily positioning the crack at his mouth and squeezing hard. He bit the cap off a bottle, recklessly gulping down the contents. The cold water washed through his scorched esophagus, bringing a momentary clarity. Struggling to swallow the food and water, Luli leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his lungs feeling like a dilapidated bellows. Though this slight replenishment was like a drop in the ocean, it did manage to slightly consolidate his near-dissipated spirit. He aimed to regain his strength and escape. Luli had not yet resigned to his fate. Wait. After finishing a can and a bottle of water, Luli felt a slight recovery in his spirit and realized that his death adventure experience points were already full. Enough to evolve. So that was the notification sound earlier. His body was on the brink of collapse, and with the zombies about to break in, Luli could find no better way to save himself. He could only pin all his hopes on death adventure. Death adventure experience points, 110,100 ready to evolve. Evolve. Luli had no choice. If the evolution could not help him now, then all would be lost. A certain power exploded within Luli, and he even felt as if his body was about to be reshaped. But this sensation lasted less than 1,000th of a second. Death adventure experience points, 10500, awaken crave talent death adventure. The trigger condition for false death adjusted to below 30% life value. Gained passive skill cell repair. Death adventure enhanced with gamble of life. A series of notification sounds exploded in his mind. Luli had no time to ponder the ominously named gamble of life, but all his focus was immediately captivated by the phrase cell repair. Passive skill. Repairing injuries. Almost the moment the thought arose, an indescribable warmth began to flow slowly through his body. Wherever it flowed, the torn muscles, broken capillaries, and dislocated bone fragments all sent waves of intense itchiness and pain, as if countless tiny lives were mending this broken body. The burning sensation in his organs had not fully dissipated, but the suffocating feeling of exhaustion was being stubbornly dispelled by this warm current. It's coming. This is it. Luli roared in his heart. He could distinctly feel power being squeezed out from deep within his body, slow, yet incredibly real. His arms, once heavy and numb like lead, could now slightly bend at the fingers. The deadly tearing sensation in his chest and abdomen had also lessened slightly. The zombies outside seemed to have gone mad from Lu-Li's recovery, their ferocious impacts crashing against the door like a battering ram. The massive filing cabinet blocking the door slid back with a deafening metallic screech heavily pressing against the desk behind it. The door panel bulged inward further with cracks spreading, and more rotting arms and grotesque heads were desperately trying to squeeze through the gaps. Time. He needed time. Cell repair was in effect, but its speed was far too slow compared to the zombies breaking through the door. Bloodshot eyes Lu-Li struggled to stand, but his legs remained weak and unsteady. The passive repair was too slow. He suddenly looked at the new ability Gamble of Life that flickered with a dangerous red light in his mind. A roulette. Gamble of Life. Hearing the increasingly close deathly howls outside, and feeling the slowly growing warmth within and the imminent threat of destruction outside, Lu-Li sneered to himself. It seemed that to survive he had to take a big gamble. Roulette of fate. Lu-Li growled in his mind. As if invisible gears were grinding and turning in the depths of his soul, a colossal dark crimson roulette wheel instantly filled his entire vision. The wheel was evenly divided into 6 sectors, each branded with a blurred and twisted symbol. 5 of the symbols shimmered with colorful light, but the one at the very top was pitch black, exuding a suffocating aura of decay and ruin. The roulette of fate had a 1 in 6 chance of landing on a negative effect. The black symbol represented that 1/6. At the center of the wheel, a pointer made of bone-white skeletal fingers trembled slightly, emitting a low hum as if craving a blood sacrifice. Outside the door, a filing cabinet groaned under the assault. Cracks spiderwebbed across the door panel, and a rotted hand with exposed finger bones had already forced its way in mere inches from Lu-Li's ankle. The stench of decay was so thick it nearly choked him. With a thought from Lu-Li, the wheel spun violently. Time stretched infinitely as the wheel turned, yet it also seemed to pass in an instant. Lu-Li ignored the crashing and snarling outside the door. All his focus was fixed on the slowing pointer. 5 out of 6 chance, he'll definitely get it. Red. The pointer formed from bone-white fingers stopped on the red symbol. The wheel instantly shattered, dissolving into countless dark red streams of light that merged into Lu-Li's body. Roulette of fate, infernal incineration. The moment the prompt sounded, an indescribable, terrifying wave of heat erupted from the deepest core of Lu-Li's being like a volcano that had slumbered for eons. It was not warmth. It was a horrific temperature capable of melting metal and stone. Lu-Li let out an inhuman scream. This power was too violent, far exceeding the limits of his broken body. He felt his blood instantly boil, his bones groan under the heat, as if he would burn from the inside out in the next second, turning into a pile of charcoal. The faint warmth generated by cellular repair was as insignificant as a firefly before the sun in the face of this world-incinerating, infernal incineration instantly evaporated. The last shred of strength he had regained was completely drained, his health flickering dangerously at the thin edge, as if it could plunge into the abyss of death at any moment. A price. This was the price of using power beyond one's limits. But it was still better than being devoured by zombies. Outside, the rotting hand had already touched Lu-Li's ankle. More heads and arms were crazily squeezing through the widening gap in the door. A stinking drool dripped, and murky, greedy eyes locked onto him, the only fresh meat. Yet as the temperature within Lu-Li rose, his entire being reached an inconceivable state. The moment the zombie's hand touched his ankle, it immediately caught fire. At the same time, Lu-Li stood up. His strength had been amplified 5-fold, and the high temperature within him even manifested as a fiery red aura swirling around his body. His eyes bloodshot, he simply extended one hand, and a terrifying force erupted, instantly blasting away the surrounding obstacles. The heavy debris flew backward like cannonballs into the horde. The dying zombies, even more piercing wails, immediately merged into one. At least 5 or 6 zombies were smashed into pulp, and more were knocked flying or overturned. The doorway was instantly cleared into a small area, leaving only a mess of remains and smoking twisted metal. Waves of scorching heat radiated outward from Lu-Li, temporarily dispelling the mingled stench of char and decay. He stood at the entrance, his fiery red aura blazing fiercely, his crimson eyes sweeping over the momentarily chaotic horde outside like a demon god. The violent power of infernal incineration surged and roared within him, granting him an almost invincible posture. Yet this power did not come without a cost. Lu-Li could clearly feel the searing force within him madly burning away his already meager life force. The faint warmth from cellular repair was instantly evaporated by this all-consuming hellfire. The burning pain from the backlash in his arms intensified. The flames beneath his skin seemed ready to burst forth at any moment. I need to find a safe place fast. Li's eyes swept across the area as he stepped over the zombie corpses and charged straight for the top floor of the building. The concrete floor beneath him cracked into a web of fissures. His body became a blurred afterimage wrapped in fiery red aura, rushing violently toward the top floor with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Wherever he passed, the air was distorted by the extreme heat, and falling dust instantly ignited, turning into tiny sparks that danced in the air. After closing the rooftop door, Li lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Despite the unbearable pain, the joy of surviving against all odds made him burst into laughter. But the laughter soon turned into coughing as it pulled at his wounds. He lay there panting heavily, silently waiting for cellular repair to fully mend his body. It'll take about 5 hours to fully recover from the brink of death. Li silently calculated his body's condition. This injury was truly severe. If only he still had a medical kit that could almost restore him in the blink of an eye. Only now did Li realize how wasteful it had been to use a medical kit just for a broken arm. But then again, if he hadn't used it, then he wouldn't have survived to this point. With the danger past, Li finally remembered to contact Li Xiaoqing. Today's regional channel messages, 55, exhausted. When he tried to send a message, he found he had used up all 5 chat chances. At the same time, he noticed a change in the regional channel. The channel name had been changed to Death Town, and the number of people in the channel had increased to 10,000. 10,000 people, Li murmured to himself. He clearly remembered that when he first entered the terror train, there were only 1,000 people in the channel. And the danger of the terror train had already killed 80% of them. Yet here there were 10,000. Li guessed that everyone who had survived the first ordeal had been thrown into this town. The danger in this town was definitely greater than on the terror train. The messages in the channel were refreshing like a waterfall, several times faster than before. Desperate wails, mad curses, morbid excitement, and a flood of requests for teams or trades. Mixed in were discussions about zombies, monsters, supply points, and all kinds of strange incidents. There's an evolved zombie in the supermarket in the West District. Don't go. Our team was wiped out. Buying medical kits at a high price. Trading food and water. Private message. Any big shot willing to take me in. I'm hiding in the sewer, and there are freaking monsters everywhere. Death Town. The name fits perfectly. I feel like we've all been sentenced to death. 5 hours. Li lay on the cold, rough concrete floor, each minute stretching into an eternity. He felt like a flayed beast, enduring the torturous itch and sting of cellular repair intertwined with the searing burn of infernal cremation. When the notification finally announced health restored to 80, the daylight had already dimmed noticeably. The gray sky was tinged with an ominous twilight, the last rays of light struggling through the gaps of the ruined city, casting long shadows across the rooftop. Huff. Li exhaled a long, turbid breath carrying the scent of blood and scorch. He struggled to sit up, flexing his stiff and aching limbs. The skin on his arms, scorched by the backlash of high temperature, still bore an unnatural red and throbbed with pain, but the bone-deep weakness had finally receded. The lacerations on his chest and abdomen had mostly healed, no longer hindering his movements. 80%, still a bit away from full recovery, but at least he was no longer a sitting duck. He looked westward where the twilight sun was rapidly sinking beneath the twisted silhouettes of distant buildings. Night was about to fall. Darkness. Li's gaze turned grim. Li still remembered the systems warning the night was extremely dangerous and caution was paramount. During those 5 hours, he had kept an eye on the area channel and gathered quite a bit of useful information. Once inside the town, there was no way out. The edges were shrouded in mist, and any attempt to leave would summon something incomprehensible from within the fog. Someone had tried to step out, but the moment their foot crossed the boundary, a black tentacle snatched them away, leaving no chance for resistance. The town was neither vast nor tiny. The 10,000 people had scattered across every corner, and within a few hours they had explored it thoroughly. The town was divided into 5 zones: east, west, south, north, and the center. Each zone harbored some kind of terrifying entity. The town was infested with zombies and massive giant corpses. These creatures could see and hear, and they would inexplicably go berserk. Yet this frenzy seemed to have a time limit lasting between 15 minutes to half an hour. In 5 hours, the original 10,000 had dwindled to just over half. As Li pondered, he left the building. He and Li Xiaoqing had also encountered the unexplained rage, but he couldn't figure out what triggered the zombies' madness. It's almost dark. We have a brank ability holder leading us. Anyone want to join? Night's coming. We've taken a sturdy building, gathered nearly 100 people, and have weapons. All experts welcome. seeking crank or above ability holders to form an elite squad. From the first survival round, everyone should have noticed that taking down monsters yields rewards. Let's not sit idle. Let's strike proactively. Lu Li scanned these messages, wondering where Li Xiaoqing might have gone. For now, he could only wait until chat resumed the next day to find her. On his way out, Lu Li was fortunate to find his backpack still intact, the only good news so far. As for the night, Lu Li planned to head to an open area to summon the terror train. The train's body looked battered, but at least it had the property of a safe haven enough to survive the night. The town was mostly ruins with few open spaces. Moreover, Lu Li wanted to avoid other people. A train parked here would be too conspicuous. But the sky was already dark and he had only minutes left. Once the last glimmer of sunlight vanished, true night would descend, bringing unknown horrors. Lu Li had no intention of testing them with his own body. After attempting to communicate with the terror train materialized abruptly atop the ruins. Yet only one carriage and the locomotive appeared, and they looked small in reality. Together, they measured about 10 meters in length, each comparable to a medium or large vehicle. As Lu Li approached, the door slid open automatically, and he stepped inside without hesitation. The door closed behind him, revealing the interior arranged by Li Xiaoqing. When Lu Li looked toward the rear of the first carriage, the connecting door remained. Though the subsequent carriages were invisible from outside, he could still pass through them via the interior. Outside the window, the last ray of daylight was severed like a blade, vanishing instantly. Absolute darkness, thick as ink, engulfed the entire death town. Then a blood-red moon radiating an ominous, eerie glow like a demon's eye slowly climbed into the pitch-black sky. A blood moon hung overhead. A bone-chilling roar filled with savage hunger and rage erupted from an unknown source, sweeping across the entire town. In an instant, the entire chat channel tensed up. This was the first nightfall, everyone's first encounter with the dark. No one had any experience. The sweeping tide of zombies erupted in full force the moment the blood moon appeared. Dull thuds rained like a storm against the carriage walls. Then came countless sharp, piercing screeches, as if hundreds of metal claws were tearing at the metal skin. The entire carriage shook violently, its frame groaning under the strain. The rusted metal surface buckled inward, leaving alarming dents from the ferocious assault. The zombies' mad howls and impacts penetrated the thick iron shell, rattling Lu Li's eardrums. He could clearly feel the carriage vibrating under countless forces, as if it might collapse at any moment. This is a safe haven. Lu Li felt a flicker of doubt. He quickly went to the control room, where all the carriage's indicators were normal. The chaos outside seemed immense, but the train's armor depletion was slow. The armor had been at 73%, and now it was still at 72%. If it were only zombies, the damage seemed limited regardless of their relentless assault. Seeing the armor status, Lu Li relaxed. Yet, judging by the zombies' strength outside, it had at least tripled compared to daytime. Enhanced strength and likely other attributes too. These zombies were already far stronger than ordinary humans. A threefold boost would put them at around 20 combat power. The night was indeed perilous, especially considering it wasn't just a single zombie, but a horde. The carriage was surrounded, and more importantly, there were other creatures beyond the zombies. There were giant corpses, and even monsters Lu Li had never seen before. The darkness has fallen. Brothers, let's share our situations. Damn, this is too strange. In the regional channel, everyone is sharing the things they have encountered, all of which are relatively normal and easily obtainable information. Exchanging this kind of information is fine, but for some confidential intel, no one is a fool. After surviving for the first time, everyone understands that in this apocalypse, dealing with certain things can yield rewards or treasures. These things will enable them to grow stronger, to survive longer in the apocalypse, and to live more comfortably. Help! I'm in a 3-story building in the Eastern District. The building is going to collapse. Those things have gone mad. Their power is too great. They're smashing the load-bearing walls. Western District. There are things in the Western District. They're too fast. Mic-level stealth is completely useless. It can see me. Who can save us? We're at the entrance of the underground parking lot in the Southern District. The door can't hold much longer. We have the injured here. We need assistance from someone above level. Coordinates XXX. Under the statue in the central square, we have established a temporary defense line at the statue. There are 3 level defensive ability users. We urgently need remote fire support. Level experts, please hurry. The abandoned factory in the Northern District. Damn, there are things in that factory that are even more sinister than outside. They can burrow underground. Don't come to the Northern District. Repeat. Don't come to the Northern District. It's over. All over. There's nowhere to hide. They will find you. They definitely will. Is there anyone strong forming a team to fight out? Hiding like this will lead to death sooner or later. That misty tentacle during the day might have a weakness at night. Let's take a gamble. The regional channel is filled with cries for help. Some people have summarized the information in the chat channel. 1. The power, speed, and perception of zombies under the red moon have at least tripled. 2. The rage period may be extended or even last all night. 3. New types of monsters are appearing, their characteristics unknown, extremely dangerous. 4. All known safe points are being violently attacked. 5. The death rate is skyrocketing. Luli quickly filtered through the information flow, his brow tightly furrowed. Each of the 5 regions is occupied by different terrifying entities: the burrowing monsters in the northern district and the high-speed hunters in the western district. And the new types of monsters. The central square seems crowded, but it's also a large target, a focal point for the zombie tide. The red moon not only enhanced the zombies, but seems to have granted some special individuals new abilities. Going berserk may very well become the norm. The power increase far exceeds his estimated 20 points, with some giant zombies possibly nearing 30 points of combat power, something that ordinary survivors cannot withstand. Luli shook his head. Outside the train, giant zombies had already appeared, 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, fiercely smashing against the train. The train's armor is gradually diminishing under the assaults of these 2 giant zombies. After about 10 minutes of attacks from the 2 giant zombies, the train will lose 1% of its armor. Luli calculated that as long as the number of giant zombies doesn't increase, he can hold out until dawn. However, if he can't repair the train the next day, he won't survive until the next day. Under the current circumstances, I have to find someone to cooperate with. Or should we go out and deal with the 2 giant zombies? In the morning, facing 1 giant zombie nearly cost him his life. With 2 outside facing 2 giant zombies enhanced by the night, even with the terrifying train as his back, Luli didn't dare to say he was confident he could kill them. Killing the 2 giant zombies would yield a considerable amount of experience, and the death adventure might also increase a bit. But Luli thought for a long time and ultimately gave up on the idea of dealing with the giant zombies. It's too dangerous. Rather than going out to take risks, it's better to act inside the train. There are still many things he hasn't figured out inside the train, and Luli is actually very interested in those places. This terrifying train is like a huge treasure waiting for Luli to explore. He can now fully control the first train car and can also understand the situation of the following cars through the control room. The condition of the train is very special. There are some hidden compartments that can only be seen through the control room. Some compartments hold monsters while others contain rewards and treasures, but even through the train's control room, he can't tell which compartments hold treasures and which hold monsters. He can only explore them one by one. On the console, the number representing the armor value slowly dropped from 68 to 67. The 2 giant zombies attacked the train like they were tireless. Luli felt annoyed listening to the incessant sounds. These monsters would really keep smashing all night. The first train car has no hidden spaces. The second train car has. Not just one. Luli's eyes were fixed on the second train car, where 3 compartments were flashing on the display. Luli has already mastered the rules of the first 5 train cars, so those rules are ineffective for him, but he hasn't been to the later train cars. Even as the train conductor, he would still be attacked when entering. There are no concerns about the rules of the front train cars. It's just unclear what those 3 compartments contain, monsters or treasures. Fortune favors the bold. Luli doesn't want to waste the night, so he dumped all the food from his backpack into the first train car, casually ate, and drank a little, then headed toward the second train car. The second train car was silent, dilapidated, and old, stained with blood. However, the previous corpses had vanished, and even Luli didn't know where those corpses had gone. But none of that matters. What matters are the things in the 3 spaces. Luli walked toward one of the spaces, and at the same time a black death will rose in his mind. To cope with possible emergencies, Luli plans to use the life gamble wheel at any time. He doesn't want to be careless and lose ground. Of course, if even using the life gamble wheel doesn't solve the problem, he has a final plan. As the train conductor, he can seal off the train. If a problem arises that he cannot solve, he will lock the door connecting the first and second train cars. He can return later when he has the ability to solve the problems of the second train car. One space is at the tail of the car, one is above the car, and another is under the seat by the door. Luli chose the space under the seat. Upon entering the space, a slight sound of scraping like rusted gears grinding came from beneath the seat. There were no monstrous roars as imagined, no explosive bursts of energy, only a complete, absolute silence. Luli's pupils contracted, his muscles tensed instantly, and the life gamble wheel in his sea of consciousness was ready to spin at any moment. As the anticipated attack did not occur, no monsters escaped from this space. Lu steeled himself and reached out his hand into the dark void. A cold touch contacted Lu's fingers. He felt around left and right. It seemed there was only this cold metallic-like object inside. What is this? Lu pulled out a silver metal shard that looked like a piece of a weapon, but unfortunately without identification, he couldn't figure out how to use it. The first space posed no danger, giving Lu quite a bit of confidence. He decided to continue exploring the second one. Lu weighed the cold metal fragment in his hand. It was heavy with edges exceptionally sharp, yet no system prompt appeared. He casually tossed it into the first carriage and ignored it. Hopefully this time, there will be some real gains. Lu took a deep breath, once again confirming that the gamble roulette in his sea of consciousness was in a reactivate state. After exploring a space, it would vanish from the train, so Lu didn't need to navigate out like a maze. Once he retrieved the item, he found himself back inside a normal carriage. The second space was on the roof of the train. Lu had to ascend. He leaped twice, and then appeared in another identical train carriage space. Upon entering, the space was filled with a pungent, decaying odor of mixed oil and rust. The light was extremely dim, barely enough to see. In the center of this carriage lay a yellowed piece of paper with sketches on it. Lu approached cautiously, triggering no defensive mechanisms. He reached out, and his fingertips touched the cold surface of the yellowed paper. The moment contact was made, the paper suddenly emitted a white light, transforming into a torrent of information that surged directly into Lu's mind. Obtained basic construction blueprint for the terror train. A cold, clear prompt sounded in his mind. Immediately, a vast, complex stream of information began to unfold within his consciousness. Armor repair basic consumes specific metal materials, iron ingots, steel ingots, and a small amount of source of fear to repair damaged train armor. Repair efficiency 1 armor per unit of material. Basic defense module locked requires blueprints, metal materials, source of fear. Basic weapon platform locked requires blueprints, metal materials, source of fear weapon components. The information stream was vast and complex, but currently only the basic armor repair function was unlocked with material requirements and repair efficiency clearly marked. Lu was ecstatic. This was a godsend. He finally had a way to counter the continuous armor wear of the train. As long as he found enough metal materials and source of fear, he could keep the train going, even make it stronger. He suppressed his excitement, carefully reading the detailed instructions on armor repair, firmly memorizing the types and general forms of materials needed. With this, I'm not afraid, even if those giant corpses pound until dawn. Lu clenched his fist, his confidence soaring. He fully absorbed the intangible blueprint information, his eyes blazing as he looked toward the last hidden space, located on the wall at the rear of the carriage. To fully unlock this terror train, much more was needed, but at least now he had a general direction. Once he could completely control this train in situations like this, he could just ram through. Those monsters outside would become his experience points. A mobile terror safe house was far better than a fixed one. And since the terror train could move, he could go to more places without being confined to one area. The first 2 spaces were harrowing but safe, and he had obtained a critical blueprint, which slightly relaxed Lu's vigilance. He walked to the rear of the carriage where the wall edges still bore traces of dried viscous dark red stains. The last one. Hope it's a treasure. Lu muttered to himself, then following the sequence, he entered the wall space. Boom. The entire second carriage shook violently. It wasn't the pounding from the giant corpses outside, but a tremor from within, radiating a powerful aura of destruction. The floor beneath Lu's feet instantly became scorching hot. Not good. Lu's face changed drastically, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Instinctively, he was about to activate gamble roulette and leap backward. But it was too late. Rip. A grating sound erupted from the wall. A massive claw covered in dark purple viscous substance, with 3 sharp bone blades at the front, shot out. Its speed surpassed Lu's reaction limit. The claw was not solid, but seemed to be a pure aggregation of some bizarre bloody remnants, exuding a thick aura of death. It ignored spatial barriers, aiming straight for Lu's heart. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. The gamble roulette in his sea of consciousness spun under the life-or-death crisis, but Lu had no time to gamble on that slim chance of survival. Train conductor authority. Seal. Seal the connecting door to the first carriage immediately. Lu roared in his mind, straining his body to lean backward. Rip. The terrifying bone blade claw grazed Lu's chest. His clothes instantly turned to ash, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone, its edges tainted with a strange purplish-black color. Intense pain accompanied by a bone-chilling corrosive sensation spread throughout his body. If Luli hadn't reacted a split second faster, his heart would have been pierced. At the same time, his command was instantly executed by the train. As he fell, Luli used the momentum to scramble toward the connecting door. If that door could block the train conductor's attack before it should hold against this monster's assault. Luli didn't even entertain the thought of facing this monster heathen. Just one claw had him desperate to flee. If the entire monster emerged, a single slap could crush him. At the junction between the first and second carriages, the heavy metal door let out a deafening roar, slamming down at an astonishing speed. The heavy metallic clash echoed in the narrow carriage, the resulting gust of wind pushing Luli back a few steps, making him crash heavily into a row of seats. In the nick of time, Luli lowered his body and slid out of the second carriage. In the final instant before the door closed, he saw a sight that made his scalp crawl. The wall was completely torn open, and an indescribable, terrifying entity was slowly squeezing out. It had no fixed form, resembling a massive flesh mass crudely assembled from the broken corpses of countless passengers and twisted metal parts. The surface of the flesh mass was covered with mouths, oozing pus, and madly rolling eyeballs. Countless bone-bladed claws similar to the one that had attacked Luli extended and writhed across its surface. An indescribable foul stench instantly spread, assaulting Luli's senses even through the nearly closed door. The monster let out a low, terrifying hiss like the overlapping groans of countless people in agony. A huge bloodshot eyeball fixedly stared at Luli through the door crack. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy impacts immediately came from behind the thick metal door, accompanied by the monster's enraged roar and the piercing screech of countless bone blades scraping against metal. The entire first carriage trembled slightly under the violent assault. Luli leaned against the cold carriage wall, gasping for air. The sharp pain in his chest and the cold, eerie, corrosive sensation made him break out in a cold sweat. He looked down at the deep wound on his chest. The purplish-black edges were slowly spreading, bringing waves of numbness and dizziness. Damn, that was too close, Luli said, still shaken as he stared at the metal door that kept vibrating with dull, heavy thuds. Luli struggled to his feet, staggering toward the control console. The screen clearly displayed an armor value of 65 and a warning of extreme danger in Carno. A sight that weighed heavily on his heart. He had obtained a crucial construction blueprint, but the cost was the permanent loss of control over Carno. Unleashing a monster potentially more terrifying than the zombie horde outside, and he himself had sustained considerable injuries. Luli clutched his chest, the purplish-black sensation of erosion clinging to him like a stubborn bone leech. Fortunately, cellular repair was steadily mending his body. And just from the moment he faced the monster, his death adventure value had skyrocketed by 20 points. This alone spoke volumes about the sheer terror of that creature. Of course, this fear only arose when confronting the unknown for the first time, and afterward such feelings would not persist. Still, the mere sight of this thing filled Luli with a sense of revulsion. Cellular repair seemed to possess a formidable ability to heal everything. When the monster's claws pierced his skin, a corrosive decay began to spread, but once cellular repair intervened, it was brought under control. Although Carno, too, was now off limits, he had still made a significant gain, an unknown metal fragment, and a basic train blueprint. The acquisition of the basic blueprint was even more important than gaining dozens of attribute points. Tomorrow, aside from searching for Li Zhaoqing, the top priority would be gathering materials to ensure the train could operate smoothly. At the very least, the train's armor needed constant reinforcement and repair, otherwise sooner or later the monsters outside would break it down. Luli cast another glance at the rear car, then let out a sigh and lay down on a battered seat, falling into a deep sleep. Having been on edge ever since arriving in this place, it was time to relax. The sky was faintly brightening, but the influence of the crimson moon had not fully receded. A layer of oppressive dark red mist still shrouded the heavens. In the regional channel, the frantic cries for help from the previous night had diminished, replaced by a deathly silence of survival and sporadic, despairing wails. Clearly, the mortality rate last night had been horrifyingly high. Luli paid no attention to the channel messages. He walked to the control console to confirm the train's status and the external environment. Through the train's vague external perception, he could see the two giant corpses stubbornly guarding both sides of the train, tirelessly attacking it. In the distance, a few ordinary zombies strengthened by the crimson moon roamed aimlessly. The zombies have scattered, but these two bastards aren't planning to leave. Luli looked up at the sky, resigning himself to wait until the sun fully rose and the monster's enhancement faded before going out. He moved his body. The injuries from last night had completely healed. After eating and drinking a bit, his physical condition returned to its peak state. The daily chat count would not reset until 6 in the morning. Once it did, Li immediately posted a message in the regional channel. At this hour, few were chatting. Those who had survived were exhausted, and few could enjoy a restful sleep like he did. Thus, this message would remain visible for a long time. As long as Li Xiaoqing checked the chat channel, she should see it. Once the sun fully rose, and he dealt with these two monsters, he could go find her. The sun rose completely at 6:30, but Li Xiaoqing had still not responded to the message he had sent right on time. This made Li worry about her safety. Although she had awakened and shrank ability, when she was weak, this ability was also very weak and limited in effect. It was even inferior to some crank abilities. As a girl, surviving last night's situation would probably not have been easy. They'll wait a bit longer. They'll send another message in a few hours. Li was not ready to give up just yet. He planned to use today's 5 chat attempts to look for Li Xiaoqing at different times. At the same time, he would keep a close watch on the chat channel to ensure he could receive any message from her promptly. If he still couldn't find her by the end of the day, he would have to assume she was dead. The sun was high in the sky. Li stretched his limbs and cast a glance at the 2 giant corpses outside. Since you refuse to leave, then stay here forever. Li murmured to himself, his killing intent palpable. He opened the side door of the train and slipped outside in a flash. The moment the train vanished, the 2 giant corpses, caught off guard, punched each other several times, staggering backward a few steps. Seeing something finally emerge from the train, the giant corpses grew even more excited. They opened their blood-filled maws lined with fangs, accelerated abruptly, and drove their massive fists accompanied by a howling wind straight toward Li's face. They showed no confusion at the train's disappearance, their eyes filled only with a thirst for slaughter. Well done. Li narrowed his eyes. Having gained combat experience against these giant corpses, he would not be as flustered as the first time. Although the giant corpses possessed immense strength, they lacked agility and had difficulty recovering after an attack. Given his small size, Li's strategy was to lure the 2 giant corpses into attacking each other. He held a considerable advantage in speed and agility. He darted and weaved between the 2 giant corpses, dodging attack after attack, while the fists of the 2 monsters landed countless blows on each other. A sickeningly dull, ear-splitting explosion erupted. The thick arm of the right giant corpse, sweeping horizontally, collided head-on with the full-force punch of the left giant corpse. It was a brutal collision of pure strength and power. Both giant corpses let out agonizing, deafening roars. The air around the point of impact visibly distorted, forming a shockwave that spread outward, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battle between the 2 giant corpses turned the surrounding 10 meters into a meat grinder. Every zombie that stepped into the fray was mercilessly crushed into pulp. They panted heavily, their movements growing slower. Their solid muscles were torn and bleeding from each other's blows. As for Li, although he was thrown back by the force of their collision, he was barely injured. He picked himself up from the ground, wiped the splattered blood from his face, and stared coldly at the temporarily incapacitated, roaring giant corpses. A chilling smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. A gleam flashed in Li's eyes. Taking advantage of the opening, he drove his rusty blade across the neck of one giant corpse, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. With only one giant corpse left, seeing its companion's throat slit by Li, it refused to let the matter rest. Dragging its battered body, it rammed its head fiercely into Li, who had no room to dodge. But just as it was about to collide with Li, a train car suddenly appeared between them. Moreover, its head became stuck inside the car. With a cold wave of his hand, Li brought the train car's door down like a guillotine. The gruesome scene defied description. The giant corpse's body crashed to the ground while its head was severed and trapped inside the car. Li exploited the internal consumption between the 2 giant corpses, used the train to block their attacks, and cunningly maneuvered to sever the head of one of them. The giant corpses possessed formidable physical prowess, yet their minds were lacking, even inferior to those of ordinary zombies. Their heads were large, but hollow within. Outwitting them was a simple task. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and Li had no idea which direction Li Xiaoqing had taken. Though he had gleaned no news of Li Xiaoqing from the chat channel, Li did learn of a small group not far from his current location. The group was sizable, nearly 100 people. Had it not been for last night's crimson moon, there would have been even more. Fortune favored them, as most of the zombies and the 2 giant corpses were drawn to Li's train, leaving only a few monsters to contend with on their side. Of course, neither party was aware of this. The East District Toughs camp is recruiting. We have weapons, food, and a safe zone. Location: Yongxin Warehouse on the west side of the old industrial zone. Last night's crimson moon caused heavy losses, and we urgently need new members. Interested parties come quickly. Now Luli intended to head to that camp first, hoping to find some useful information. A large group meant broader channels of information. With 100 people scattered through the ruins searching for supplies, someone was bound to have caught a glimpse of a delicate woman in a white coat carrying a backpack at some time and place. This was the clearest lead he had. Rather than stumbling around the vast ruins like a headless fly, it was better to scout this camp first. With so many people, someone might have seen Li Xiaoqing. If he could ascertain her whereabouts, that would be ideal. Luli made his way from the ruins toward the East District warehouse, hoping to find clues about Li Xiaoqing's fate. Of course, he was well aware that a camp gathering nearly 100 people was no mere sanctuary. The heavy losses after the Crimson Moon and the urgent need for new members, what did that imply? Was it a sincere invitation for mutual aid, or a trap desperate for cannon fodder? Or perhaps a mix of both? Though surrounded by ruins, he occasionally spotted signposts and billboards. He could roughly discern his direction. Due to the earlier battle with the giant corpses, the zombies in Lu Li's vicinity had been cleared, so he walked several hundred meters without encountering any. And the situation from yesterday did not repeat itself. What exactly triggers a zombie riot? Lu Li mused as he walked. Unenhanced zombies posed no threat to him whatsoever. It took him only about half an hour to reach the warehouse district. Standing at a distance, Lu Li surveyed his surroundings and said, "I mean no harm. You're recruiting, so I came to have a look. Surviving alone at night is too difficult." Before he even approached the warehouse, Lu Li sensed several pairs of eyes watching him from the shadows. Unseen corners surely hid guards. Sure enough, 2 men wielding steel pipes emerged from the shadowy corners of the ruins, their expressions wary as they eyed Lu Li. One of them, a man with a crew cut and a fresh scar on his face, spat and said, "Alone? Surviving last night's Crimson Moon. You're a tough one, huh?" His tone was laced with scrutiny and undisguised suspicion. In the apocalypse, a lone wanderer was either a dangerous hard case or a dead man walking. "Lucky. Found a sturdy seller." Lu Li remained expressionless, his voice calm. His gaze swept over the 2 men, then flicked toward the shadows behind them, clearly indicating there were more than just these 2. "Saw the chat channel. Looking for a way to survive. Heard you have food and a safe zone." "We do. You earn it with your life." The crew-cut man eyed Lu Li's backpack and gestured for him to drop it. Lu Li shrugged and tossed down his backpack, revealing a modest amount of food and drink inside. "If you want to join, hand over all your supplies. We'll redistribute them equally. I've shown my sincerity, but I hope you'll show yours as well." Instead of answering the crew-cut man's question, Lu Li said, "I need to assess your camp's strength before deciding." The crew-cut man smirked. "Fine, but you'll have to hand over your weapon first." He was cautious, but Lu Li had already hidden his rusty blade inside the train. He tossed the watermelon knife he had picked up on the road to the ground and raised his hands, allowing a bearded man to pat him down. The bearded man nodded to the crew-cut man and picked up Lu Li's watermelon knife. "Come with me, kid. You'd better not try anything funny." Lu Li nodded, indicating he understood. As they walked, Lu Li suddenly asked, "By the way, did you see a woman in a white coat with a backpack on your way here? About this tall, quite delicate looking." He gestured to Li Xiaoqing's height and continued, "Got separated yesterday. I'm a bit worried." The bearded man, who was tucking Lu Li's short blade into his own belt, paused at the words and snorted derisively. "A white coat? Who wears that these days? Trying to die faster." His tone was full of mockery, but the crew-cut man seemed to recall something, his brow furrowing as a complex glint flashed in his eyes. The scavenging team might have seen her, but that woman was probably taken. Taken? Lu Li's brow furrowed involuntarily, a hint of worry creeping onto his face. "It's probably chomping from the west. They have a school bus, moves fast." The crew-cut man glanced at Lu Li and said, "I'd advise you to give up. That woman you're looking for is probably beyond saving. Chomping is a brank powerhouse with dozens of crank ability users under him. They've formed a group of several hundred, very strong. Once they set their sights on something, getting it back is almost impossible." Crucial information obtained. Though still vague, the scope had narrowed considerably, and it was clearly a case of human abduction. A flash of cold light flickered in Lu Li's eyes, too fast for anyone to notice. "The West District. Is it far?" Lu Li pondered. "A town shouldn't be that large. On foot it would take at most half a day to reach the end." "Far. Bigger than you think." The crew-cut man said, "You want to rescue her. Running there would take at least a day. By the time you get there, it'll be dark, and you'll be dead out there." Lu Li frowned inwardly, not expecting the town to be so much larger than he had imagined. Fix the train. He had to fix the train as soon as possible. On foot, he couldn't even reach their territory, let alone rescue anyone. This camp might have the parts and tools he desperately needed. Lu Li glanced at the warehouse. It seemed he would have to resort to a bit of pilfering. If there was a usable vehicle here, that would be ideal. As for his own train, it was temporarily out of commission. Luli suppressed the surging anxiety, his face struggling to maintain the expression of someone seeking refuge. He took a deep breath, his voice carrying a deliberately controlled tremor. A day's journey, and still leading so many monsters. He shook his head as if abandoning unrealistic fantasies, then turned his gaze to the warehouse entrance. First, let me take a look at your place. We'll talk about survival later. The crew-cut man, seeing that he had accepted reality, seemed satisfied. His vigilance slightly eased as he gestured for the bearded man to lead him in smart move. Follow me. Let me show you something. The interior of Yongshin warehouse was immense but partitioned into several zones. In the central open area, a few crude iron barrel fires flickered, casting light on a crowd of weary, numb faces. The air was thick with a mix of sweat, blood, and cheap tobacco. Surrounding the area were compartments separated by wooden planks and tarps, clearly the dwellings of core members. In the corners were piles of scavenged supplies. Food and water appeared scarce, but there were plenty of tools, building materials, and scattered metal components. Luli's sharp gaze swept over those metal components: broken rebar, deformed angle irons, discarded machine casings, and even a few rusted car chassis. His heart leaped. This was exactly what he urgently needed. What do you think? Safe enough, right? The crew-cut man gestured somewhat boastfully at the warehouse's thick iron doors and the areas reinforced with sandbags and metal plates. As long as we hold the gate, those mindless things can't get in. It's definitely better than outside. Luli nodded, his gaze falling again on the pile of metal. With a tone of curiosity and the earnestness of a tech geek, he asked, "Why are you hoarding all this scrap metal? For reinforcement?" "Hey, you wouldn't get it." The crew-cut man grinned. "Our boss is a crank-hardening awakener. He can strengthen metal. In his hands, this stuff becomes sharp weapons and sturdy armor. How else do you think we hold this place? Hardening metal? Crank. There was no such thing as crank. The man must have made that up. Still, based on the applicability of some abilities, one could roughly rank them as upper, middle, or lower tier." A flicker of surprise and realization crossed Luli's eyes. Then he straightened his back, a hint of prideful smile appearing on his face. He raised his voice slightly, ensuring the nearby people could hear. "I see. Then, perhaps fate has brought us together. To be honest, I'm also a metal-type awakener." "Oh." The crew-cut man and the bearded man both grew curious. A few others nearby cast questioning glances. "What ability? Show us," they immediately asked, eager to see Luli's skill. "My ability is rather special." Luli spread his hands, picking up a fist-sized piece of scrap metal from the ground. "I call it mechanical affinity or metal sensing." As he spoke, he crouched down, his fingers seemingly casually brushing over the cold metal as if feeling something. "I can roughly sense the metal's material stress points, internal damage, and even vaguely predict how it might deform or fracture under specific forces. Simply put, I'm naturally suited for mechanical repair and modification." To bolster his claim, he pointed at a nearby dilapidated pickup truck stripped down to its frame. "Take that truck, for instance. One look tells me its front bearing seat has severe cracks, the rear axle gear is excessively worn, and the chassis frame has a hidden distortion at the third crossmember joint. If these aren't fixed, even if you patch it up, it could fall apart at any moment on the road." Luli pointed out obvious issues, visible or easily checked, but his confident tone and focused demeanor made it remarkably convincing, as if he truly possessed such an ability. The crew-cut man and the bearded man exchanged glances. The suspicion in their eyes was replaced by a spark of excitement. In the apocalypse, someone who understood machinery and could fix things was as valuable as a powerful combat awakener. "You can fix cars?" the bearded man couldn't help asking. "With the right tools and materials, I can attempt to fix most mechanical failures." Luli nodded confidently, then shifted the topic, pointing at the pile of scrap metal. "However, my ability has an auxiliary trait. It requires contact with a wide variety of metals to nurture and familiarize myself with their properties. The more types and greater the quantity I'm exposed to, the stronger my perception and control over metal become, and the more efficient my repairs. In simple terms, I need to eat metal, not literally, but absorb the metallic energy that emanates from them." Luli fabricated this with great seriousness, causing the two men to frown repeatedly. "Metallic energy," the crew-cut man frowned. "Yes, an invisible energy field only I can perceive." Luli explained with exaggerated gravity. "Just as you need food to replenish your strength for battle, my ability requires metal to sustain itself. Without enough nourishment from metal, my power will be greatly diminished." He sighed, feigning helplessness. "That's why I've been traveling alone all this time. It's hard to find a stable source of metal. Seeing you have so much here, I decided to give joining a try." The reason sounded odd, but in an apocalypse where abilities were bizarre, it didn't seem impossible. Moreover, Li had framed his need as a prerequisite for improving his repair skills, which clearly benefited the camp. The crew-cut man was clearly tempted. An awakener who could fix cars and understood machinery was a rare talent. As for that scrap metal, it was just taking up space and occasionally used for reinforcement, otherwise useless. How much do you need? The crew-cut man asked. The more the better. The more varied the better. Li's eyes gleamed with eager desire as he continued, preferably different materials and hardness levels. Alloys are even better. That would maximize my abilities' growth. And of course tools would be great too. Wrenches, pliers, welding torches. Anything usable. The boss is resting. I need to clear this with him first. The crew-cut man was still cautious. No problem. Li agreed readily, then added, I can start by inspecting your current weapons and defenses for any metal structural weaknesses. Also, could I go over to that pile of scrap now? The sooner I make contact, the faster I can recover. The crew-cut man thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The bearded man led Li toward the mountain of metal scrap. Suppressing his inner excitement, Li crouched before the scrap pile. He reverently ran his hands over the cold steel, closed his eyes, and murmured to himself, as if truly sensing and absorbing. Good stuff. Energy-filled scrap metal. Li stood up with a satisfied smile, brushing the rust off his hands. This will be enough for me to recharge for quite a while. With these, I guarantee I can fix things for you. His smile was particularly sincere at this moment. The mountain of metal scrap before him was indeed the perfect material for repairing the train. The first step of the plan went unexpectedly smoothly. The crew-cut man's report of no unusual activity reached the bearded man who, seeing Li's professional and satisfied demeanor, finally made up his mind. All right, these scraps and the toolbox over there are all yours. But let me make it clear, if you can't produce results or dare to play tricks. The crew-cut man grinned menacingly and made a gesture as if to cut his throat. Don't worry, I understand the rules. Li slightly bowed, wearing an innocent smile, but deep within his eyes lay a cold calculation. To survive and to find a backing, I will do my best. After everyone left, Li stayed alone by the pile of discarded metal, starting to pick and choose. To fit all this metal in one go, he needed to summon the train, but the train had no energy at the moment. Summoning it would only lead to great trouble. So he could only pack some into his backpack and find a way to make multiple trips. What's this? Li suddenly discovered a strange crystal ball about the size of a palm, resembling a cat's pupil. It was stuck on a piece of scrap metal. Facing the mountain of metal waste with his back to the camp, there was no longer a trace of the technician's timidity or calculation in his eyes, only cold resolution. What a coincidence! The crystal ball stuck on the metal was the source of his fear. The heavy concrete roof of the warehouse was torn apart, as if made of paper, by an unstoppable force. Accompanied by a deafening roar of steel, a massive rust-covered and exuding the endless essence of time and cold metal ore, a train head carrying a storm of debris and dust descended like the head of a colossal beast escaping from the abyss of hell. It was Li's Doomsday train. It did not fully descend. The train body was enveloped in a turbulent gray-black storm, formed by countless spinning metal shards. The train emitted a heart-stirring roar, which was not the whistle of a steam locomotive, but rather like the roar of a giant beast in hunger. With this roar, the mountain of metal waste piled in the warehouse, the weapons dropped by the people, and even the steel plates reinforcing the walls were swept away like a flood of gray steel rushing madly towards that gigantic train head. The metal clashed, and the rusted scars on the train head seemed to come alive, greedily devouring the incoming metal, with rust peeling away under the violent energy, revealing a deeper and more solid dark hue beneath. In front of the train head, twisted metal rapidly converged and shaped into a gigantic, menacing spiked ram. The entire train, wrapped in the metal flood, visibly expanded, emanating a breath of destruction that sent shivers down one's soul. A monster! A monster! Run! The warehouse erupted into chaos. Survivors cried out, scattering in all directions. Any sense of discipline or camp vanished in the face of absolute terror. Li did not expect such an effect when activating the terror train. In the apocalypse, given this situation, he was still not strong enough and did not want to make enemies. The terror train solved this dilemma for him. This way no one would think he had a hand in it. At this moment, Li had already entered the train's control room, which seemed to have a gaping mouth. Before Li could release his grip, it had already lunged towards the source of fear. Crash through. Boom. The massive ram, reinforced with metal, slammed hard against the heavy metal-reinforced door of the Yongshin warehouse. Like a hot knife through butter. The steel door and the concrete walls on either side were torn and shattered as if made of paper in a thunderous roar. Smoke and debris shot up into the sky, instantly clearing a passage leading out of the warehouse. The colossal train continued its relentless advance, roaring like a prehistoric beast breaking free from its cage. The wheels crushed the ruins, and the remaining metal automatically laid down tracks, a rail extending wildly. It ignored any obstacles on the road. Even a few ordinary zombies that had been disturbed were instantly turned to dust. The train surged forward like a steel flood, tearing through the apocalypse, charging fiercely towards the western district. The survivors of the Yongshin warehouse stood dazed, watching the steel behemoth disappear into the dust of the ruins, leaving behind only a devastated camp and fear that penetrated to the bone. Their leader woke up from his slumber only to see the train belching black smoke charging forward. He swallowed hard and asked, "What? What is that?" Everyone looked confused. No one knew what it was. The crew-cut man stuttered in fear. It might be some new monster. "By the way, where's that kid just now?" The bearded man spoke up. "He was just over there. Who cares about him? Being so close, he must have been swallowed." "What kid?" their leader suddenly asked, and the crew-cut man quickly replied. "There was a man with metal abilities who said he could repair some metal tools, but he needed to absorb metal energy, so we let him stand by that pile of metal scraps. But not long after that monster came out, he must have been eaten by the monster. Is it possible that monster was his doing?" The crew-cut and the bearded man exchanged glances. Could someone as harmless as Luli really cause such a commotion? That can't be. If he had that kind of ability, he wouldn't want to join us to summon such a big monster. At the very least, he must be a level ability user. With such power, why would he bother tricking us? He could just take what he wants by force. The leader grew somewhat impatient and said, "Damn it, you two, go count the numbers and have someone gather the supplies. We can't stay here any longer. If you don't want to die, find a new defense point before dark, or everyone will just wait to be zombie food. At that point, I can't protect you." Yes, we'll take care of it right away." The crew-cut man and the bearded man split tasks. One was responsible for counting, while the other organized things, as they did not want to be exposed outside at night. What happened last night was still fresh in their minds. The terrifying train resembled a skeletal structure, yet it was surrounded by metal charging forward relentlessly. The black smoke billowing from it seemed to carry the wails of countless vengeful souls. Luli drove this train recklessly, leaving no ruins in its path to impede its progress. It's moving at high speed. The terrain is insignificant before it. Luli was exhilarated as he operated the terrifying train. The initial plan was to stop the train on the tracks and proceed step by step along the rails. However, with the source of fear, the train seemed like an unstoppable land war machine, capable of reaching any destination. The tracks would continuously extend beneath its wheels, leaving no place it could not go. But the energy was depleting too quickly. A single source of fear replenished 5% of the fuel, yet within just 2 minutes 1% was already gone. Nevertheless, the train's speed was unexpectedly fast, with the speedometer indicating a velocity of 200 kilometers per hour. The train crushed through a makeshift barricade made of abandoned vehicles. The shriek of twisted metal was deafening. The massive impact of the train pushed a bus blocking the way aside, as if it were a toy, instantly reducing it to rubble. Several mutated dogs that attempted to leap onto the train did not even have time to whimper before being turned into a bloody pulp beneath its wheels. This violent mode of advancement was akin to dropping a boulder into a silent wasteland. Along the way, everyone was left in shock by this horrifying spectacle. A psychic curled up behind a shattered window was cautiously scraping the last remnants of food from a can. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook violently, and the glass window shattered, causing him to look up in terror. All he saw was a colossal steel shadow shrouded in a storm of death rushing past the debris, swirling around like bullets striking the walls. He was terrified, his soul nearly escaping him as the can slipped from his grasp, and he curled into a ball, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, in a lookout tower of a high-rise building, 2 guards were idly keeping watch. Suddenly, one of them pointed into the distance, his voice twisted by extreme fear. What the hell is that thing?" A massive cloud of dust rose into the air, at its center a fierce, roaring skeletal beast. Wherever it passed, the buildings seemed to shudder. They hurriedly sounded the alarm, the shrill ringing echoing throughout the small outpost, plunging everyone into chaos and unknown terror. A team cautiously exploring a supermarket had just dealt with a few zombies and hadn't had time to collect supplies when they heard a thunderous noise from afar. The team leader turned pale. "Retreat. Quickly retreat. Back to the outpost. Something big is coming." The team members paid no mind to the supplies as they scrambled out of the supermarket racing toward the outpost afraid of being devoured by that terrifying dust dragon. Lu Li's train, like a rampaging bone dragon, left a profound shock in the hearts of all who witnessed it. As Lu Li was on the move, discussions about his terrifying train were already unfolding in the regional channel. Damn it, did you see that? The skull had giant horns charging across the ground like a train, leaving nothing alive in its wake. Yes, I saw it. That thing must be over 10 meters long. Its destructive power is outrageous. Damn, what is that monster doing, and where did it come from? Shit. Luckily, we ran fast, otherwise if it hit us, our bodies would be reduced to pulp. Don't just talk about ordinary people, even a giant corpse would be smashed to bits by it. This train, it's like a terrifying train. The survivors aboard the terrifying train had some impression of it, yet they did not understand why it had gone mad and left the tracks. The tales of this train were becoming increasingly surreal, as if true fear had descended. The outline of the Western District gradually emerged from the swirling dust. It was an area built around an old industrial park and a large logistics center with towering cooling towers and a series of warehouses barely discernible. The core of the Strong Peace camp was located within the largest logistics transfer center. However, just as Lu Li spotted the center's iconic massive blue roof, the control lever in his hand suddenly jerked down. A deep, reluctant roar, as if a colossal beast was exhausted, emanated from within the train. The massive body trembled violently a few times, and the speed suddenly plummeted. The energy gauge on the dashboard was nearly at zero. It was impossible for this amount of fuel to get it moving again. The colossal behemoth, having lost its momentum, continued to glide forward due to its immense inertia, crashing violently into an abandoned parking lot on the outskirts of the logistics center. The deafening sound of the impact erupted. Dozens of abandoned cars and trucks were sent flying and mangled. The commotion caused by the train had drawn the attention of the logistics center, and the iron gates had long since opened. A dark swarm of people poured out like a startled ant colony, quickly forming a surrounding circle. They held various weapons from machetes and steel pipes to a few crude firearms and crossbows, their faces a mix of fear and disbelief. At the forefront stood a particularly burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a filthy leather jacket. His muscular arms were crisscrossed with horrific scars. He was bald with a diagonal scar running across his cheek, his eyes fierce and wild, currently fixated on this suddenly intruding monster. In his left hand was a mechanical prosthetic gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. This man was Strong Peace. Damn it, what the hell is that thing? Strong Peace's voice rasped like sandpaper, filled with rage and a hint of barely concealed fear. The force of the train's charge had posed a significant threat to him. Lu Li's heart sank. The train had completely broken down, its energy exhausted, and for the time being it was just a heap of scrap metal. Outside, over 100 people had spread out, closing in darkly. Even though his physical abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary person, and he could even risk his life to activate the gamble of life, facing so many people was still too dangerous. Although the train has no momentum left, the remaining energy should be enough to initiate the rules of the first carriage. Lu Li kept a calm face, then opened the door to the first carriage, planning to let some of these people in and use the remaining fuel to activate the rules of the first carriage to eliminate them. However, the moment the door swung open, Lu Li leaped out of the driver's window. He intended to use the train to draw their attention while he took the opportunity to search for Li Xiaoqing. There are treasures inside the train. I just came out of it, but the train is very dangerous. Lu Li suddenly sent this message in the regional channel and then hid among the rubble. The regional channel had been discussing the train, and Lu Li cleverly utilized this to his advantage. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Lu Li's message, like a pebble cast into a stagnant pond, instantly detonated 1,000 waves in the regional channel. What? There are treasures in the train. I knew it. With such a terrifying thing, there must be good stuff inside. Damn, I almost pissed my pants in fear just now. So someone actually came down from inside. And there are treasures hidden in there. Those bastards from Changping camp have surrounded it. Quick, let's go over too. Don't let them hog it all. Right? Everyone who sees it gets a share. That monster train has been rampaging for so long, it must be greatly exhausted. Now that it's stopped, this is our chance. That scumbag Changping with the mechanical hand definitely wants to keep it all for himself. We can't let him succeed. Panic was instantly ignited by greed. In every corner of the West District, countless survivor teams, originally cowering and hiding, intimidated by the skeletal train, now had red-rimmed eyes. They no longer feared the train, but instead regarded it as a gold mine. Crowds began to surge from the shadows of the ruins like hunting dogs catching a scent, utterly avaricious. Even Lu Li hadn't anticipated this level of chaos among the crowd. He had only intended to divert Qiangping's attention, but the more turbulent the situation, the more advantageous it was for him. Naturally, Qiangping's people also saw the messages in the channel. The encirclement, originally marked by suspicion and vigilance, instantly became restless and uneasy. His subordinates stared at the wide-open door of the first carriage, their eyes filled with greed and hesitation. "Boss, there might be treasures inside." A subordinate couldn't help but shout. "Bullshit. Didn't you see that kid disappear right after sending that message? This is a fucking trap." Qiangping roared, slamming his metallic prosthetic limb fiercely onto a nearby scrapped car, producing a grating screech of twisting metal. His face was ashen. Lu Li's ploy of diverting trouble was too vicious. Not only had he thrown this hot potato of a train to him, but he had also lured every hungry wolf in the West District. "There really are treasures on the train. I came down from it. But there are plenty of dangers too." Suddenly, a person named by Yun spoke up in the regional channel, confirming the claim that the train held treasures. He had seen the message Lu Li sent and guessed that the key Lu Li obtained might be related to the train. Of course, he had no intention of helping Lu Li. Instead, he planned to use these people to test the waters. "Boss, there really are treasures. Should we go for it? With so many people, let's do it." Qiangping squinted, staring fixedly at the train with its open door. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Half of you guard the door of this damn train to the death. Anyone who dares to come close, shoot them on sight. The other half get inside and take a look. And be damn careful. This accursed thing is sinister." Some of the underlings' expressions turned slightly grim. It was clear Qiangping had no intention of going in himself. With him a mere brank ability user, staying outside these lackeys felt a sense of unease, but none dared to voice it. Offending Qiangping would mean being killed on the spot. Just as Qiangping Camp's attention was firmly locked onto the skeletal train and the chaos in the regional channel, a figure moved like a ghost, gliding along the shadows. Lu Li crouched low, using abandoned vehicles and collapsed walls as cover. He had already crept to the entrance of Qiangping's lair, slipping inside like a fish through water. The logistics center was vast inside, cluttered with scrapped items everywhere. It was a naturally enormous warehouse stocked with food, drink, and everything imaginable. Moreover, the main gate of the logistics center was extremely heavy. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was indeed a good place. For Qiangping to occupy such a location, his personal strength must be formidable. In a direct confrontation, Lu Li couldn't be certain who would live or die. Just as he was at a loss, a faint whimpering sound came from behind a container blocking his path. Lu Li followed the sound. A foul air, a mixture of mold, blood, excrement, and cheap perfume assaulted his senses, churning his stomach. The sight before him made him clench his fists instantly, his nails digging deep into his palms. It was a huge warehouse compartment. Under dim lighting, rows of rusted iron cages were arranged neatly, like livestock pens stretching into the dark depths. Each cage held one, or even two or three women. Some huddled in corners, barely covered by tattered rags, their exposed skin covered in bruises and scars, staring vacantly at the ground. Others were numb, sitting like the living dead, utterly unresponsive to Lu Li's intrusion. A few relatively lucid ones, upon seeing Lu Li, a stranger, first showed a flicker of terror, which then transformed into deeper despair and wariness. They instinctively hugged their torn clothes tighter, trembling slightly. In a corner, some girls wept softly, their voices suppressed and hopeless. "Li Zhaoqing," Lu Li called out in a low, urgent voice, his voice cutting sharply through the dead silence of the cage area. Lu Li." A weak, incredulous, trembling voice came from a cage near the middle. Lu Li's head snapped towards the sound. Li Zhaoqing was struggling to prop herself up in the cage, her hands gripping the cold iron bars tightly. Her once delicate face was gaunt and pale, her eyes sunken, lips cracked, and hair tangled against her sweaty forehead. Her white clothes were long gone. She was now only in her undergarments. Her jeans were torn in several places, and the exposed skin on her arms bore obvious scrapes and bruises. "Lu Li, it's really you." Her voice choked, barely able to form a complete sentence. "What the hell is going on here?" Lu Li's brows knitted into a tight knot. The scene here, and Li Zhaoqing's appearance. He couldn't bear to imagine what had happened. "Don't worry, I'm fine. That Qiangping is a real scumbag. He planned to keep us here and trade us with some capable ability users." Li Zhaoqing's eyes nearly blazed with fury as she spoke. "If I hadn't been captured at night, I might have." Lu Li nodded, pulled out his rusted blade, and struck the lock fiercely. The lock cleaved like tofu under his blade. Yanking off the chain, Lu Li said immediately, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's get out of here first." Just as Lu Li freed Li Zhaoqing, the women in the surrounding cages who had been numb now lifted their heads looking at him with a glimmer of faint hope. Li Zhaoqing looked at these girls and said, unable to bear it, "Try to save them too. Otherwise that beast will keep defiling them." Lu Li looked at the women in the cages. They were all on their knees gripping the iron bars, their eyes filled with pleading and hope. He sighed, saving so many people in this apocalypse. How could he? Lu Li was reluctant to save them, but for Li Zhaoqing's sake, he acted anyway. The sharp clang of breaking chains echoed eerily through the silent prison zone. One by one, Lu Li pried open the cage doors with his rusted blade. The despairing women poured out like startled birds, stumbling forward with wild joy gleaming in their eyes. Quick, while Chongping and his men are held up by the train and the outsiders seize your chance to escape. Lu Li lowered his voice, speaking rapidly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the chaotic crowd. Head to the back of the logistics center. The wall there has already been breached. Remember, scatter. Don't cluster together. He had neither the time nor the ability to lead these dozens of ragged, terrified women out in a group. Go. Without another word, Lu Li spun around and charged toward the passage connecting the warehouse to the front yard of the logistics center. He intended to see this through, to create an even greater chaos, drawing the main force of Chongping's camp away, buying these women more precious time to flee. Someone's raiding the camp. Damn it. All the cages are open. Stop him. The few thugs guarding the warehouse entrance spotted the anomaly, shrieking in panic as they grabbed their weapons and rushed toward Lu Li. Lu Li's eyes hardened. The rusted blade traced a blurry gray arc in the dim light. There were no flashy moves. Where the blade passed, metal snapped and flesh parted. The thugs collapsed with piercing screams before they could even see his movements. Their dying wails, like drops of water into boiling oil, ignited the chaos already simmering in the front yard, stirred by the train and the commotion on the regional channel. Boss, bad news. The warehouse has been hit. All the cages are open. A lackey scrambled over, pointing in terror toward the interior of the logistics center. Boss, something's wrong. The zombies are closing in from all sides. Another underling stumbled forward, panic-stricken. Chongping whipped around just in time to see Lu Li flash like a ghost through the warehouse passage, the eerie rusted blade in his hand still dripping blood. Fuck! Chongping's eyes bulged with fury. His massive metal fist slammed into a nearby abandoned truck, crushing the entire cab in an instant. That little bastard who sent the message. A diversion. He's playing me. At that moment, the precious train became utterly insignificant. His own stronghold had been raided, all his hard-gathered goods set loose. It was a brutal slap to his face. After him, Chongping's roar was like that of a wounded beast, brimming with savagery and bloodlust. Everyone, forget that damn train. Capture that bastard. I'll skin him alive. The thugs who had been gathered around the train, some still wary of others snatching the treasure, heard the news of the raid and their boss' furious command. They immediately turned their weapons and surged like a tidal wave into the logistics center. The other survivor teams on the regional channel, driven by greed and rushing over, were thrown into confusion by this sudden turn of events. Lu Li weaved through the labyrinthine interior of the logistics center at high speed, relying on his extraordinary perception and agility. He used piled-up cargo and abandoned forklifts as cover to hide and flee. Behind him, the enraged Chongping and dozens of reedied underlings gave chase. Among them were ranged ability users sending streaks of flame and ice arrows whistling past Lu Li and Li Zhaoqing. Chongping's speed far surpassed that of his ordinary men. Like a human tank, he smashed through obstacles, relentlessly pursuing Lu Li. You want escape? Chongping roared, his massive metal hand reaching out with a whoosh toward Lu Li's back. In the nick of time, Lu Li ducked low and rolled narrowly, avoiding the fatal grab. In one fluid motion, he swung his blade back at the joint of Chongping's knee. The rusted blade screeched with a grating sound. Chongping winced in pain, his movement faltering. Seizing the instant, Lu Li shot forward like an arrow from a bow, bursting out through the damaged back door of the logistics center. His legs are metal too, and so hard. The rusted blade barely left a scratch on the surface. Outside, the terrifying train, once guarded by Chongping's men, now stood wide open due to the guards' withdrawal. Other survivors, cowed by the might of Chongping's camp and hesitant to approach, saw Lu Li charging toward the train, drenched in blood, with a maddened Chongping in hot pursuit. They instinctively stepped back. Stop him! Chongping bellowed at the wavering survivors on the periphery, but no one dared to block the path of this fearsome figure. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Li mustered all his strength and, dragging Li Zhaoqing, dove headfirst into the carriage door. Bam! The heavy metal door slammed shut behind him automatically, sealing off Chongping's furious roars and countless bewildered gazes. Inside the carriage, silence reigned, broken only by the ragged breaths of Lu Li and Li Zhaoqing echoing through the empty space. He collapsed to the floor, his palm pressing against the cold, sticky surface. He looked down. On the ground lay several corpses. The unfortunate underlings Chongping had sent in earlier to scout. Their deaths were grotesquely bizarre. Their bodies were twisted as if snapped by an immense force, their faces frozen in sheer terror, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. They died so horribly, Li Zhaoqing muttered, pale-faced, wanting to distance herself from the bodies. Lu Li replied helplessly, "It's not like I killed them. How could I control how they died?" As they spoke, the train floor suddenly seemed to turn into a black hole, swallowing the corpses. Then the flickering, unstable lights steadied themselves. "What is this?" Lu Li stood up and said to Li Zhaoqing, "Come with me to the control room." Li Zhaoqing glanced at her torn clothes. She hadn't noticed in the heat of the moment, but now felt a flush of embarrassment. "They'll wait here for you." Lu Li nodded and headed to the control room, where his pupils immediately contracted. The fuel gauge, which had been at 0, was now showing a slight increase. "The fuel's been refilled? How is that possible? Could it be the dead bodies were used as fuel?" Lu Li's eyes flickered with uncertainty. If the dead could serve as fuel, then outside, Chongping and his men had already reached the sealed carriage door. "Smash it open." Chongping roared, his massive metal fist crashing like a battering ram against the heavy door, producing a deafening boom. The door shuddered violently, the metal groaning under the strain, denting inward with terrifying fist marks. More attacks rained down on the door, flashes of abilities, blades, clubs, all hurled at the train entrance, shaking the entire carriage violently. Whoa! A low, drawn-out whistle, as if from the depths of the abyss, suddenly resounded across the entire ruins. Chongping's movements froze. He, all his underlings, and the onlooking survivors on the periphery all felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet straight to the crowns of their heads. In the massive hollow eye sockets of the silent skeletal train's locomotive, 2 points of eerie blue flame suddenly ignited. From the gaps between the bleached bones covering the carriage, the same cerulean radiance began to flow, spreading like veins. Beneath the train, the colossal bone wheels, forged from countless bones and metal, emitted a grating, teeth-chattering sound as they turned. "Not good. It's going to move. Fall back." Chongping finally reacted, roaring in terror. But it was too late. With a thunderous boom, the massive skeletal train shuddered violently, and the cerulean light enveloping its body blazed with intensified fury. A tremendous force erupted from the carriage. Chongping's men, who were frantically pounding on the door, bore the brunt of it. They were hurled backward like rag dolls struck by a speeding truck, their agonized screams mingling with the crisp sound of snapping bones. Chongping, relying on his formidable physique and metallic prosthetic, managed to withstand the impact, but he was still pushed back several steps, his feet gouging 2 deep furrows into the ground. Then the heavy bone wheels began to accelerate, crushing gravel and corpses beneath them. The colossal vehicle slowly started to move, its speed rapidly increasing. Damn it all. That accursed thing, Lu Li, his name is Lu Li, I'll remember him. He'll tear him limb from limb. Enraged, Chongping vented his fury while his underlings remained silent, afraid to utter a word. Those who saw the train disappearing into the distance, fearing Chongping's wrath, chose to slip away unnoticed. Inside the carriage, Lu Li leaned against the cold metal wall, feeling the train's increasingly violent jolts. He listened to Chongping's furious, frustrated roars fading into the distance, and the tautness in his nerves finally began to ease. Before long, Lu Li glanced at the fuel gauge on the train with some resignation. The train had sputtered to a halt after barely 2 minutes of travel. "Let's go. First we find some clothes." Putting away the train, Lu Li cast a glance at Li Zhaoqing's pristine yet dust-stained body, then quickly averted his eyes. Li Zhaoqing's gaze flickered away, and she covered her chest with her hands, letting out a non-committal hum. In this apocalypse, food, drink, and weapons were necessities, while clothes were unwanted. The interior of the mall was a chaotic mess. Overturned shelves, scattered debris of merchandise, and dried, blackened stains of unknown origin. 2 sluggish, low-level zombies wandered near the dusty cosmetics counter. Lu Li dispatched them cleanly with 2 swift strikes of his blade, splattering black blood across the faded promotional posters. Lu Li pointed at a sign on the ground and said in a low voice, "3rd floor, the clothing section." He led Li Zhaoqing straight to the clothing section on the 3rd floor. Although many garments were moldy or damaged, a large number of intact clothes were scattered on the shelves and floor. They quickly began to pick through the items. Lu Li focused on finding durable work pants, a thick jacket, and well-fitting boots. Li Xiaoqing blushing rummaged through the women's clothing, selecting relatively modest t-shirts, trousers, and a hooded windbreaker that seemed to be her size. She also found a pair of sneakers and a few clean pairs of socks. Soon both had packed a large bundle of clothes. With one small burden off her mind, Li Xiaoqing's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but a strong sense of physical discomfort soon followed. Sweat mixed with dust had caked on her skin, leaving a sticky, unpleasant film. Strands of hair clung to her neck, emitting an indescribable odor. After much hesitation, she mustered her courage and whispered, her voice tinged with barely perceptible shame and anxiety, "Luli, I want to take a shower." Of course she knew that in this post-apocalyptic world such a request was somewhat unreasonable. But her body was covered in sweat and grime, which was truly unbearable for a girl who valued cleanliness. The moment the words left her mouth, she felt they were excessive. In an era where even clean drinking water was scarce, asking for a shower seemed almost absurdly extravagant. She immediately lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt, dreading to see mockery or rejection on his face. Luli, however, did not immediately refuse. He surveyed the vast, silent mall. It seemed it hadn't been thoroughly looted by large survivor groups, and supplies were relatively abundant. Moreover, after the continuous fighting and fleeing, he himself felt sticky and uncomfortable. More importantly, the train was temporarily inoperable. They needed to find a relatively safe place to rest, wait for an opportunity, or search for a new source of energy. There was still plenty of time before nightfall, so they weren't pressed for time. "Let's look around," Luli said, nodding calmly. "This mall is quite large. There might be a staff lounge or an emergency water tank somewhere. Let's also find some food and drink to replenish our energy." Li Xiaoqing hadn't expected Luli to agree. Her eyes lit up with surprise, and she nodded vigorously. They began a more thorough search. Luli had a clear goal to find possible water storage points and food. They pushed open one closed door after another, most revealing empty offices or storage rooms. Finally, at the door of a room labeled Equipment Management, Luli noticed signs of forced entry on the lock. He signaled Li Xiaoqing to step back and cautiously pushed the door open. A strong smell of rust and machine oil hit them. The room was small, cluttered with some repair tools and discarded parts. The most eye-catching item was a 0.5% high rust-covered metal water tank in the corner, connected to some equally corroded pipes. It appeared to be a condensate collection tank from the mall's central air conditioning system. Luli walked over, knocked on the tank. It produced a dull sound, and tried to open the valve at its bottom. A stream of murky, rusting water gushed out, forming a small puddle on the floor. The water quickly became somewhat clearer, though it still had a faint yellow tint and a metallic smell. Still, it didn't seem entirely unusable. It's condensate water, not very clean, but it should be passable for wiping down the body, Luli said, examining the water quality. This was already an unexpected bonus. "You wash up first, just a quick rinse. They'll keep watch outside. Though it seems safe here, we never know how long this peace will last. Let me know when you're done, and we'll find a safe place to leave as soon as possible." Li Xiaoqing nodded, firmly understanding the danger. Even just a quick rinse was more than enough for her. Fascinating. Luli has boarded the train and driven it away. From the rooftop of a relatively intact high-rise building in the distance, two figures stood motionless, having witnessed every detail of what had just transpired. Bai Yun's earlier amusement had vanished entirely, replaced by a glacial fury, the cold, seething rage of one who had been outmaneuvered, mingled with raw avarice. His gaze remained locked on the direction where the train had disappeared, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. Back then aboard the train, he must have known of my plans. Otherwise, how could he have mounted such a precise countermeasure? I always knew no one is omniscient. Unless he possesses something we do not. His ability may revolve around control. Bai, the man standing beside him, spoke with detached calmness. "So what now? Do you intend to pursue him further?" Bai, if a grudge is already forged and this apocalypse renders all law obsolete, would you truly believe a latent threat like him would spare me? He whirled sharply, his gaze piercing like a blade toward Bai, the nonconformist youth standing at his side. Bai's appearance clashed starkly with the brutal reality of the apocalypse: ripped jeans, short hair dyed ash blue, and an ear stud that caught the dim light with a glint of cold steel. Yet his eyes were unervingly still, as though long numbed to chaos and death. Bai was the same enigmatic man previously suspected of wielding an rank spatial ability. For reasons unknown, he had formed an uneasy alliance with Bai Yun. "What's your plan?" Bai asked, watching Bai Yun closely. After a moment's pause, Bai Yun let out a chilling smile. "Let's begin by using Chongping." Luli outwitted him. He won't forgive Luli. One need not wield the blade oneself to kill. Isn't Chongping the perfect instrument? Ji-bai glanced briefly at Bai Yun before replying flatly. Do as you wish. Just remember our agreement. Rest assured, I'll assist you without fail. In fact, I believe our partnership should deepen. It benefits us both. You're too calculating, too cunning. I fear you'll devour me whole, leaving not even a bone behind. Ji-bai stared at Bai Yun, ice in his gaze. Bai Yun chuckled darkly. I'm not the man you imagine. I do possess integrity. You'd better. With that, Ji-bai seized Bai Yun and leapt from the skyscraper's edge. Chongping stood rigid-faced, barking orders to his subordinates as they tended the wounded and gathered corpses. The joints of his metallic prosthetic arm, strained by the train's violent acceleration, had warped slightly, emitting faint grating sounds. His men held their breath, terrified to provoke him. Luli, I'll tear you limb from limb. With a thunderous punch, he shattered a nearby broken wall, stone shards exploding outward. At that moment, a voice, teasing yet feigned concern, cut through the silence. Chief Chong, don't burn so hot. Looks like you've also fallen prey to that bizarre vehicle. Chongping whirled around, only to see Bai Yun emerging from behind a collapsed wall wearing his signature inscrutable smile. Beside him stood Ji-bai once more, the nonconformist youth with ash-blue hair, ripped jeans, and an expression of serene indifference. Chongping's eyes narrowed instantly, sharp, wary, and vicious. I know you. You're the one who sent that message, saying there was treasure aboard the train. Bai Yun, right? Bai Yun nodded. Chief Chong, I emerged from that train myself. Yes, there is treasure inside, and yes, I warned it was perilous. In truth, I too was betrayed by Lu Li. Think about it. Why did the train activate precisely when Lu Li entered? Was that coincidence, or design? Chongping's brow furrowed deeply. Bai Yun's words struck a nerve. He had suspected Lu Li's connection to the anomaly. You mean, he can control that cursed thing? Very likely, Bai Yun declared with unshakable conviction. He behaved strangely aboard the train from the start, and now he enters that skeletal carriage unscathed, even sets it in motion. Unless he holds its control core, I see no other explanation. He subtly reframed Lu Li's act of activation as deliberate command. Chongping's breathing grew ragged, fury now mingled with avarice in his gaze. Control, that vehicle. He had seen its devastation firsthand, if such power could be harnessed. Exactly. Bai Yun noted the greed flaring in Chongping's eyes and suppressed a sneer, his face instead radiating earnest sincerity. Chief Chong, he deceived you. He stole what was rightfully yours. Can you truly swallow that insult? Moreover, a man capable of commanding such a terrifying vehicle lurking unseen in the shadows poses a threat to all of us. So what do you propose? Chongping's voice dropped low, clearly swayed. An alliance. Bai Yun's eyes gleamed. We'll help you locate him, and that train. With your strength and our unique abilities, we only need to force him out of that accursed vehicle or seize an opportunity to enter it. Then he'll have nowhere to run. Not even wings could save him. When the time comes, you take full control of the train. We ask only for Lu Li's life in return. Agreed. His offer was devastatingly persuasive, handing over dominion of the train outright to Chongping. Chongping stared hard at Bai Yun, weighing the truth of his words. Bai Yun met his gaze unflinchingly, his expression pure, unwavering candor. Agreed. With a decisive sweep of his arm, Chongping's metal prosthetic clanged sharply. I'll trust you once. Don't test me, Bai Yun. I'm a plus-ranked ability user. You know my strength well. Splendid. Bai Yun beamed. Then let's pursue Lu Li immediately. I suspect his train has nearly exhausted its fuel. If it hadn't, he'd never have halted to risk recruiting others. Running low on energy, Chongping's eyes blazed with savage glee. He roared, men, arm yourselves. We hunt down that rat Lu Li. He immediately rallied his forces, bristling with lethal intent. Chief Chong, hold a moment, Bai Yun interjected swiftly. Though the train has stopped, it may yet strike back. Lu Li is devious. He may be lying in wait, luring us into a trap. Better first send sharp-eyed scouts to reconnoiter, confirm the situation, before we strike with overwhelming force. Though volatile, Chongping was not reckless, and found Bai Yun's reasoning sound. Fine. Do it now. Watching Chongping depart with a contingent of elite fighters, several speed-enhanced scouts racing ahead, the warmth faded from Bai Yun's smile, leaving only glacial calculation. Lu Li, you provoked Chongping first. It bears no relation to me. I merely gave him a gentle nudge. Meanwhile, Lu Li stood guard just beyond the door, at a corridor's bend, back pressed against the cold, unyielding wall, ears straining for any whisper of movement. Inside the mall, silence reigned absolute, broken only by the distant mournful whistle of wind through shattered glass and an eerie skittering rustle. If it relies on the bodies of humans to condense fuel, then the name of the source of fear is quite fitting. Once this thought takes root, it grows wildly like a vine. If this is true, then he would need to continuously deceive or even hunt humans, luring them into the carriage as fuel. This act is no different from those evil cultivators in the novels who use human lives to refine magical treasures. Luli is not a sage, struggling to survive in the apocalypse. His hands are stained with blood, mostly in self-defense against threats. To actively use living people as a source of fuel touches the core of his still existing bottom line. A sense of indescribable aversion and disgust surged within him. Moreover, the first carriage is currently barely a temporary shelter for him and Li Xiaoqing. Each act of killing results in a bloody mess with a stench permeating the air. Merely enduring such an environment is a tremendous mental torment. Human corpses. This is still just a speculation. Li shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the bloody images in his mind. I must find another opportunity to confirm. Perhaps lure a few more damned souls inside to test it. This thought, albeit cold, was forced upon him by the pressure of survival like a heavy shackle. Temporarily setting aside this heavy and uncomfortable thought, Li's attention was drawn back to reality by the continuous sound of running water from within the door. Li Xiaoqing was taking a shower. This behavior, which was commonplace in peaceful times, felt so extravagant in the apocalypse, almost absurd. However, it was this small need that awakened Li. Besides food and drink, there are many more things to consider. Li's gaze swept across the dusty corridor. A reusable clean water system is needed. He cannot rely on luck to find water tanks each time. A place to safely cook food is necessary. If possible, find some long-lasting and easily plantable vegetable and fruit seeds, and clear a small area for planting in a corner of the carriage. After all, as time passes, the readily available food in the city ruins will become scarcer and more dangerous. Being prepared and looking ahead is the only way to go further in this desperate world. With these things, hope is born. Just as Li's thoughts drifted towards future survival plans, his ears suddenly perked up. The faint rustling sound that had come from downstairs became much clearer. Footsteps, and there were multiple directions. These are not zombies. Zombies do not deliberately conceal their tracks. This is a person, moreover a trained individual who knows how to move stealthily. Is it the strong pillar? Or is it another survivor squad eyeing the supplies in the mall? Either way, it spells huge trouble. Li's gaze instantly sharpened like a knife, his muscles tensed up like a cheetah ready to pounce. He silently pressed his body against the wall, gripping the rusty knife tightly, holding his breath, and maximizing his awareness of the source and number of the sounds. The footsteps are approaching the third floor. They are scattered at different staircases and passages. His gaze quickly swept to the rusted door of the equipment management room. Li Xiaoqing is still inside, completely unprepared. Damn it! Li cursed inwardly, realizing the danger. Li Xiaoqing. Li lowered his voice towards the door, saying, "Stop washing. There's danger." The sound of water in the room did not stop, but the rustling of washing did. "Put on your clothes. We need to leave from here." Li didn't care whether Li Xiaoqing had put on her clothes or not. He slowly pushed the door open and cautiously closed it behind him. During this time, he made not a sound. Inside, Li Xiaoqing was flustered, hurriedly putting on her clothes. She was wet with droplets rolling down her hair and smooth skin, her freshly washed skin glowing under the dim light. Seeing Li suddenly burst in a wave of crimson flushed her face, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes as she hastily pulled her clothes on. "We need to escape through the top." Li had no mind to admire Li Xiaoqing's beauty. He pointed to the ceiling and said, "The vent. We escape from here." Li Xiaoqing nodded, and Li signaled her to step on him to go up first. Following his finger, Li Xiaoqing showed no hesitation. Ignoring the cold discomfort of her wet clothes against her body, she quickly tied up her disheveled hair and grabbed the backpack on the floor. A slight commotion seemed to urge the footsteps outside to hasten, as if afraid Li and the others would escape. The vent was narrow and low, only allowing one person to crawl forward. Thick dust was stirred up by the two, immediately spreading and choking Li Xiaoqing, who couldn't help but stifle a cough, desperately covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Below, the door to the equipment management room was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. "Damn it, no one here. The water is still wet. They just left. Search. They must still be nearby. Split up and look." The coarse shouts and rummaging sounds of strong pillars' subordinates were clear, as if right beside them. "It's that woman. She still had the mind to take a shower. That's good, she just got cleaned up for me. Once I find her, I will make her feel heavenly." Li Xiaoqing's heart shot up to her throat, her body stiffening, even her breathing halted. Li immediately pressed down hard on her calf, signaling her not to stop and to keep crawling. The The words of strong pillar filled Lu Li with anger. Li Xiaoqing is one of his own, regardless of their relationship, they have shared life and death together. Feeling insulted by others, he gradually developed a murderous intent. Aside from strong pillar, the others are just a bunch of useless rabble. Lu Li whispered to Li Xiaoqing, "If we don't kill strong pillar, he will keep hounding us. Right now we are in the dark and he is in the light. Find a way to kill him." Li Xiaoqing hesitated. She knew how formidable strong pillar's methods are. Unless Lu Li could use the terrifying train, he might not be his match. You distract his little brothers, and he'll go down to take out strong pillar. They can't catch you in the vent, you can move more nimbly. Head to the top floor of the mall, and we'll meet there. Li Xiaoqing, being a woman, is physically more flexible and a bit smaller. She would indeed be more agile in the vent, moving faster. Be careful. Lu Li nodded and suddenly kicked the vent. Li Xiaoqing immediately crawled forward from the fork, while Lu Li hid to the side. In the vent, strong pillar's mechanical arm smashed into the vent, tearing open a hole. He shouted, "Chase them. I want them alive. I want to torment Lu Li severely and play with his woman in front of him." Boss zombies are surrounding below. Damn it, another zombie tied. In the ventilation duct, the furious roar of Chong Ping echoed like thunder as his massive mechanical arm, gleaming with metallic coldness, suddenly lifted, gathering violent power in an instant. The sturdy wall of the ventilation duct was torn apart like paper before his terrifying metallic prosthetic, creating a massive gash. With bloodshot eyes, Chong Ping peered through the opening, glaring deep into the duct, and growled fiercely, "Chase. Go after her. I want her alive. I want to crush Lu Li's bones with my own hands and enjoy his woman right in front of him. Bring her back to me." The last vulgar words made Li Xiaoqing's face turn pale, her body trembling uncontrollably, yet it ignited an unprecedented ferocity in her heart. "Go," Lu Li whispered, quickly darting into a narrow branch of the duct, vanishing into the darkness. Li Xiaoqing gritted her teeth, using both hands and feet, unleashing an unprecedented speed. Her relatively petite frame allowed her to move nimbly through the low duct like a slippery loach. This way. That woman ran this way. Several of Chong Ping's subordinates immediately spotted Li Xiaoqing's trail, excitedly howling as they rushed into the gap, torn by Chong Ping pursuing her direction. The pursuers behind her were like maggots on a corpse. Li Xiaoqing forced herself to calm down, quickly recalling the layout of the mall in her mind. While crawling with all her might, she observed the direction of the duct. Ahead, a vertical duct appeared. There was no ladder, only a smooth, cold metal wall. The sounds of the pursuers were getting closer. "You little bitch. Don't run. Catch her and offer her to the boss." A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Xiaoqing's eyes as she took a deep breath, swinging her backpack to the front and biting down on the strap tightly. Then she extended her hands and feet, using all her strength to brace herself against the opposite walls of the vertical duct, slowly inching upward with all her might. This action consumed an immense amount of energy, and her palms and ankles were scraped raw by the rough metal edges, but she dared not pause for a moment. Below, several burly men reached the bottom of the vertical duct, staring blankly at the smooth walls and the wriggling Li Xiaoqing above. "Damn, how do we climb this? Damn it, take a detour. Quickly find another way up. Use the stairs to surround her. She must be heading to the top floor." The pursuers were thrown into chaos, and some attempted to imitate Li Xiaoqing, but their heavy frames made it impossible for them to support their bodies upward. After a few tries, they slid back down. Cursing angrily amidst the confusion, Li Xiaoqing had already managed to climb up the vertical duct with great difficulty, disappearing from their sight. "Fortunately, I shook them off." Li Xiaoqing lay in the ventilation duct, breathing heavily, as climbing up had nearly exhausted her energy. "I wonder how Lu Li is doing." Chong Ping stared intensely at the branch duct where Lu Li had disappeared, a cruel smile creeping onto his face as he said, "Lu Li, thinking you can run separately. You're too naive. I'll come play with you myself." He exerted his massive body, forcefully gripping the torn edge of the duct with his heavy metallic arm, tearing the gap even wider, yet he did not crawl inside. Instead, he swung his fists repeatedly towards Lu Li's hiding spot. His fists easily pierced through the metal duct, catching sight of Lu Li's trail. "Do you think I would crawl through the ducts like a rat? Come out. I will shred you into pieces, you damned rat." The branch duct where Lu Li was hiding was extremely narrow, with limited space, surrounded by cold metal walls and thick pipes, the light dim. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy thuds accompanied by the noise of metal tearing grew closer. Chong Ping was like a frenzied metallic bull, violently forcing his way through with his terrifying mechanical arm and robust body. The obstructing metal panels and supports were torn apart easily before him like toys. "Lu Li, little mouse, get out here." Chongping's roar was filled with brutality and triumph. Lu Li was forced out by his fists. Found you. Let's see where you can run this time. Chongping grinned wickedly, his metallic arms' fingers spread wide, and a blinding orb of energy gathered instantly in his palm, the surrounding air distorting from the heat. The B-level power of his super ability erupted without reservation. Lu Li's pupils constricted. He knew the terrifying power of Chongping's mechanical arm. Taking it hidden at close range would mean certain death. He suddenly rolled sideways. Boom. The terrifying force struck the very spot where he had just stood. The hard metal floor was instantly smashed into a charred, deep pit, a terrifying heat wave sweeping over scorching Lu Li's skin. Dodged pretty quickly. Chongping laughed maniacally, his mechanical arm sweeping out like a battering ram, creating a sound of air being ripped apart, aiming straight for Lu Li's head. This blow was immensely powerful, capable of flattening steel. Lu Li had no way to evade. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as invisible gears engaged deep within his soul. A massive dark red roulette instantly filled his entire vision. The roulette was divided into 6 sectors, each etched with a blurry, distorted symbol. 5 of the symbols glimmered with colorful lights, while the one at the top was pitch black, emanating a suffocating, terrifying aura. The life and death roulette. The roulette spun wildly, and the bony pointer, like a finger spinning the roulette, gently stopped on the blue sector. Bone-eroding yellow spring, a chilling cold, indescribable, and emanating from deep within his soul, suddenly enveloped Lu Li as if billions of ice needles simultaneously pierced his marrow, almost freezing his soul. Lu Li let out a muffled groan of extreme pain, his body uncontrollably trembling violently. Strangely, the pores on his skin suddenly opened, and a large amount of cold liquid carrying a strong aura of death seeped out frantically. It was as if water from the yellow springs. Just as Chongping's destructive metallic fist was about to shatter Lu Li's skull, the deathly liquid seeping out in front of Lu Li suddenly coalesced. A chilling blue water wall appeared out of nowhere, like a sighing wall from hell, firmly blocking Lu Li's front. Chongping's ferocious punch came crashing down onto this bizarre water wall. The expected explosion of Lu Li's head did not occur. The water wall demonstrated a terrifying resilience that surpassed steel, absorbing the tremendous impact layer by layer. The surface of the water wall rippled violently, yet its core remained immobile, like eternal ice. Even more terrifying, an unimaginable extreme cold surged back along Chongping's mechanical arm, unable to be resisted even by the awakened mechanical arm. In that moment, Chongping finally understood how deadly Lu Li was. An ear-piercing sound of freezing resonated. Chongping's mechanical arm, born from awakened abilities and capable of melting gold and severing iron, began to spread a layer of eerie blue ice crystals at a visible speed from the point of contact with the water wall. Wherever the ice crystals passed, the metal emitted unbearable sounds, and the intricate internal structure collapsed instantly under the absolute low temperatures. What the hell is this? Chongping's malicious grin instantly froze, replaced by an expression of disbelief and horror. He felt a chill capable of freezing his soul, rapidly invading along his arm. He wanted to retract his arm, but the water wall seemed to possess a terrifying stickiness, firmly holding his mechanical fist in place. Lu Li was not faring any better. The cost of activating the bone-eroding yellow spring far exceeded his expectations. His body was being eroded from within by this power originating from the yellow spring. A thin layer of white frost formed on the surface of his skin. His lips turned a dark purple, and each breath expelled a white mist laced with ice crystals, the extreme cold making him feel as if his heart was about to stop beating. Meanwhile, Cell Repair desperately began to mend Lu Li's body, preventing him from being killed by his own abilities. Shatter for me. Feeling a fatal threat, Chongping urged his mechanical arm with all his might, trying to shatter the ice-encased water wall. However, the terror of bone-eroding yellow spring far exceeded his comprehension. The more he resisted, the tighter the water wall clung to him. No! Chongping let out a shrill and distorted wail. He felt the right side of his body losing sensation, blood congealing in his veins and muscle fibers freezing and fracturing inch by inch. Under the conflict of extreme cold and internal energy, the mechanical arm finally reached its limit. A series of ear-piercing explosions sounded. Chongping's proud B-grade mechanical arm, encased in eerie blue ice crystals, shattered and exploded like fragile glass. More terrifyingly, the eerie blue ice crystals did not stop, wildly spreading along his wounds and skin towards his torso. Chongping was ruthless. He pulled out a knife from the side of his pants and brutally severed his remaining upper arm. His upper arm fell to the ground, shattering like glass. Only then did the spread of the ice crystals come to a halt. Lu Li gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain that felt as if it would shatter his soul, and the intense feeling of faintness, his eyes bursting with a final fierce light. Chongping had completely lost his right hand, a gateway wide open. The rusty knife buzzed, emanating a bizarre glow mixed with eerie blue coldness. Chongping. Lu Li, like a demon from hell, let out a hoarse roar, his body transforming into a streak of light, with frosty remnants charging directly at Chongping, who was hindered by the pain and freezing. Chongping's head twisted from extreme pain and horror, along with the eerie blue ice layer covering it was brutally severed from his frozen torso by Lu Li's strike. At the next severance, there was no spurting blood, only dark red ice crystals and shattered ice fragments. The headless corpse maintained a stiff posture, as if it had always been there, resembling a sculpture. Bone-eroding yellow spring, truly living up to its name. Eroding bones and souls, the yellow spring carries the dead. Li Zhaoqing rested for a long time before hearing the commotion and moved again. The pursuing troops behind her clung to her, like chewing gum, unable to shake them off. After much thought, Li Zhaoqing took out a sketchbook from her backpack. Drawing, she began to utilize space and the environment, planning to use everything at her disposal to create some death scenes. An abandoned fan, long devoid of power, suddenly began to spin, and at the same time a screw unexpectedly loosened as it rotated. The crucial screw was flung out due to the centrifugal force generated by the high-speed rotation, crashing against the distant wall with a clang. Losing this screw, the massive fan blades immediately lost balance. The enormous kinetic energy from the high-speed rotation instantly transformed into devastating tremors. The fan emitted a piercing sound, its entire body shaking violently, causing the entire ventilation duct to resonate. In the next moment, amidst the sound of metal tearing that made one's teeth ache, the unbalanced fan blades suddenly broke free from their bearings. The immense force pressed them tightly against the remaining blade framework, transforming them into a high-speed rotating death wheel. Just then, the maintenance hatch cover below the ventilation duct was violently flung open with a loud crash. A blinding beam of flashlight shone in, illuminating the wildly spinning fan blades that resembled a hellish windmill. "Watch out!" One of the pursuing troops, reacting the fastest, could only let out a short gasp, but it was already too late. The two soldiers at the front, one was peering up while the other was preparing to climb the ladder. Their heads and upper bodies were perfectly exposed within the rotating trajectory of the uncontrolled fan blades. There was no scream, only the hair-raising sound of wet, dull cutting and the crisp sound of bones shattering. The sharp alloy blade edges effortlessly severed the neck of the first person at an extremely high rotation speed. The head instantly separated from the body, blood gushing out from the severed neck, like a high-pressure water gun, staining the horrified face of the companion below, as well as splattering onto the cold metal ladder and wall, forming a massive and gruesome fan-shaped blood waterfall. The momentum of the fan blades did not diminish at all, crashing violently into the second person's outstretched hand and shoulder. Bones and muscles were utterly fragile in the face of absolute force and speed, instantly ground and torn apart. An arm was severed at the shoulder, flying away with the shoulder area a bloody mess, exposing the bone. The tremendous impact hurled him off the ladder, crashing onto his companion below, causing a chaotic uproar of alarm and cries of pain. The out-of-control fan blades lost their power after completing this bloody harvest, slamming against the wall, sparking a shower of sparks, and finally getting wedged in the deformed framework, still buzzing and vibrating with remnants of blood and flesh. The intense and nauseating smell of blood instantly filled the narrow passage. For a brief moment, there was silence below the duct, followed by terrifying roars and the agonized cries of companions. "Old Zhao, Xiaobin, damn, what was that? It's a trap. There's a trap. Quick, help him. Stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding." The chaotic shouts, painful groans, and suppressed retching sounds intertwined as the pursuing troops below gathered in confusion, daring not to continue pursuing Li Zhaoqing. Above the ventilation duct, Li Zhaoqing held her breath, her face appearing exceptionally pale in the darkness. The mingled scent of blood and chaos below made her stomach churn. Her fingertips were icy, her brush moved incessantly, continuing to draw on the paper. Since she had already taken action, she had no intention of sparing the remaining people. If she was going to kill, she had to wipe them all out, or they would come back. "Li Zhaoqing." Lu Li's hoarse voice echoed from below. Her entire body trembled violently, her brush leaving a chaotic long streak across the paper. "Lu Li, you're safe." In that instant of joy, immense terror struck her. She was in the midst of drawing a more lethal and extensive trap. Once activated, the narrow space below would instantly become a meat grinder. Can't hurt him. Li Xiaoqing grabbed the paper with both hands, tearing it with all her might. The paper tore into pieces in her hands, fluttering down onto the cold pipe walls. A mild backlash from the interrupted ability numbed her fingertips and dazed her mind, but this price was insignificant compared to Lu Li's safety. "I'm here, up above," Li Xiaoqing replied urgently in a low voice, hastily stuffing the torn paper into her backpack while warily glancing down at the maintenance hatch. The chaos below continued, and no one noticed the call from above for the moment. Below, Lu Li's figure appeared at the edge of the flipped-open hatch, just stepping onto the rim of a sticky pool of blood. The thick stench of blood and the gruesome sight before him made his pupils contract. A severed head lay nearby, eyes wide open, its face frozen in extreme terror. Another person had a bloody, mangled shoulder with a severed arm lying meters away. A companion was frantically pressing clothes against the spurting wound, but with little effect. Blood quickly stained the presser's hands and the ground. The entire scene was like a corner of hell. He looked up and saw Li Xiaoqing's pale but overjoyed face peering out from the depths of the pipes above. "Get down here. Let's go." Lu Li's voice remained hoarse. His condition was dire. The chill of the bone-eroding yellow springs clung to him like a stubborn parasite. Even with cellular repair working frantically, his insides felt pierced by countless ice needles, each heartbeat a tremendous effort. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoqing packed her sketchbook and crawled along the pipe toward the hatch. The narrow pipe made her movements unavoidably noisy. "There's someone up there." A relatively calm pursuer below heard the noise, looked up sharply, and swept his flashlight beam across the pipe again. "Stop them!" Another pursuer roared, temporarily abandoning his severely injured comrade to grab a weapon and aim upward. Lu Li snorted coldly, suddenly dropping down from the pipe, a cold power freezing beneath his feet. He exhaled a frosty breath and said, "Chongping is dead. What do you still want to fight me?" A few grunts stared at Lu Li as if seeing a ghost, unable to believe he had killed Chongping. Yet his presence there seemed the best proof. Whether to continue fighting for the dead Chongping against the demon-like Lu Li, or to scatter and flee, without a second thought, they chose the latter. Monster! Someone murmured, teeth chattering. Run! Run! The pursuers below fled without looking back, and Li Xiaoqing finally reached the edge of the hatch. Li Xiaoqing whispered, leaping down without hesitation. Lu Li, enduring the churning agony inside and the dizziness threatening to consume him, reached out his icy arms to catch her, helping her land steadily. "Go!" Lu Li growled again, his weakness barely concealable. Leaning on his rusted blade, his silhouette swayed, as if about to collapse, staggering deeper into the passage. Onto the balcony. Lu Li led Li Xiaoqing up to the balcony. The sun in the sky seemed to give him a moment's respite. The bone-penetrating chill slowly melted, and his heartbeat gradually recovered. "Lu Li, what's wrong with your body? Was it Chongping who hurt you?" "No, it wasn't." As Lu Li's condition gradually improved, he spoke slowly. "It's my own ability. All abilities have negative effects." After using gamble roulette twice, Lu Li realized every choice on the wheel had a downside, and the black option was likely the most dangerous. But perhaps its power was also the strongest. Still, Lu Li hoped never to draw it. Chongping was indeed strong. His mechanical arm had at least 20 times the strength of an ordinary person. If not for the rusted blade, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. Cellular repair seemed to serve only to keep Lu Li alive when using gamble roulette. Against Chongping, Lu Li displayed an almost crushing dominance, not even triggering death adventure. As Lu Li's strength grew, triggering death adventure required greater external pressure. Although Chongping was a rank ability user, he didn't give Lu Li a sense of real danger. "This place isn't safe. We need to move." Lu Li, having regained some mobility, took Li Xiaoqing's hand. "These bodies might be useful." Lu Li looked at the corpses on the ground and began picking them up one by one. Disgusted and confused, Li Xiaoqing asked, "Lu Li, what are you doing?" "There's something I need to confirm." Holding the bodies, Lu Li went to an open space and summoned the terror train, throwing all the corpses inside. "All right, let's go." Lu Li casually wiped the blood off his hands and led Li Xiaoqing away. Chongping was killed. The fleeing underlings returned to the camp and told their remaining brothers in terror. Boss Chongping was killed by that Lu Li. He's as terrifying as a monster. In the center of the camp, the noisy chatter instantly fell into a dead silence for a moment, then erupted into louder buzzing discussion filled with shock and fear. "Chongping is dead." Ji Bai squinted at Bai Yun and said, "It seems Lu Li is much stronger than we thought. His abilities are hard to guess." "Hey!" Bai Yun's icy gaze like a tangible blade shot toward the most disheveled underling. the first to report Chongping's death, and said, "Come here. Tell me clearly, how exactly did Chongping die? What method did Lu Li use? Did Chongping manage to hurt him?" The underling shuddered under Bai Yun's gaze, crawling closer, his face a mix of confusion and fear. Bai Gu. I don't know. You don't know? Bai Yun's brow furrowed instantly, his voice turning cold. "Didn't you go with Chongping? He's dead, but you came back alive." "Yeist." The underling, on the verge of tears, explained frantically at the time. "Boss Chongping told us to chase that woman. He said he'd handle Lu Li alone, wanted to kill him himself. So, we want to chase her. And then he was dead. It was Lu Li who said it. Lu Li himself said it." Bai Yun and Ji Bai exchanged a glance. They asked where Lu Li had been chased to, intending to see it for themselves. The underlings dared not say a word and simply told Bai Yun the location. These underlings felt no sorrow over Chongping's death. What they revered was merely his strength and fearsome reputation. To them, Chongping's demise was more like the collapse of a pillar, forcing them to seek new shelter rather than the grief of losing a leader. "Let's go." Bai Yun spoke, beckoning Ji Bai to accompany him. He wanted to see exactly how Lu Li had killed Chongping. Ji Bai shrugged, his face expressionless, and lazily pointed a finger at a battered off-road vehicle parked in the shadows of a pile of rubble not far away. The car was covered in scratches and rust, with one tire visibly flat, but its overall structure seemed drivable. "When did you get this car?" Bai Yun's eyes lit up, his tone filled with surprise as he strode over and slapped the dusty hood. "Nice find. Now we don't have to walk. We should have gotten a car ages ago." He looked around the vast underground ruins and complained, "In this godforsaken place on foot you'd tire yourself to death before catching a rabbit." Damn it. He couldn't help but mutter again, envy dripping from his voice. That train Lu Li's driving is the real prize. If I could get my hands on that thing. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. "Fuel is low," Ji Bai interrupted his fantasy, pulling a car key from his pocket and tossing it to Bai Yun. "Use it sparingly. We need to find fuel." Bai Yun caught the key, weighed it in his hand, and grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Fuel is easy. There must be some stockpiles left before this place was abandoned, or we can find some abandoned construction vehicles to siphon from." He pulled open the door, and a thick smell of dust mixed with oil rushed out. Unfazed, he slid into the driver's seat and beckoned Ji Bai to get in. Bai Yun started the car, humming a tune, and joked, "Ji Bai, you're a bit of a stickinthemut. With your abilities now, in time you could do whatever you want. Why bother with thankless tasks? That's none of your concern. Just help me, and I'll help you as much as I can. That's the deal." Fine. Bai Yun, in high spirits from driving, said, "You and I working together, we could rule this apocalypse. It's a shame you're not willing." "Enough chatter. Drive carefully, this car isn't steady." Ji Bai closed his eyes and fell silent. Bai Yun's rare good mood was dampened by Ji Bai's demeanor. When they arrived at the place, they quickly found Chongping frozen into a sculpture, his head shattered into pieces. Bai Yun gasped, staring at Chongping's corpse in disbelief. "An ice-type ability." Bai Yun's eyes darted, and he looked at Ji Bai with uncertainty, as if seeking confirmation of the specifics. Ji Bai reached a hand toward Chongping's corpse, but immediately withdrew it. In that instant, his fingers had already turned a faint purple, clearly frostbitten. "It's too cold. This temperature defies comprehension. He's been dead for a while, yet the cold hasn't dissipated. Judging by the temperature, I'd say Lu Li is at least a rank." "What a—" Bai Yun, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bulged his eyes and exclaimed, "You can't be serious. A rank? How many a ranks can there be? Are they that cheap now?" "I'm just guessing. I don't have much experience either. But look at this." Bai Yun picked up a piece of scrap metal and poked at a shattered mechanical arm nearby. "Isn't this Chongping's awakened ability? A brank mechanical arm blown to pieces like this. With this destructive power, it should at least be brank, or even a rank, don't you think?" "What are you scared?" Ji Bai said with a faint smile. "If you're afraid, then don't provoke him anymore." "Ridiculous. Me scared of him?" Bai Yun sneered. "Even if he's a rank, so what? I can still kill him. Then that train will be mine." "As you wish. But we don't know where Lu Li has fled to. What do you plan to do?" Ji Bai looked at Bai Yun. Though he said this, he still believed Bai Yun had a way. Bai Yun sighed slightly. Chongping had a brank awakened ability, but lacked the mindset to match it. What a waste of my time. But never mind. I never expected him to kill Lu Li anyway. His death was within my expectations. Then, with renewed ambition, he licked his dry lips and spoke with clear logic. "Since we know Lu Li's strength, we'll avoid his edge for now. We'll develop our own forces and wait for an opportunity to take him down. Let's go back first and rally Chongping's men. At least there are a few crank ability users among them. Since killing zombies, monsters, and aberrations yields rewards, we shouldn't wander around here. We need to take the initiative to grow stronger. Ji-bai listened quietly, neither agreeing nor opposing. Finally, he offered a faint reminder. Good idea, but on the path to power, be careful not to get yourself killed first. He turned and walked toward the old off-road vehicle, his silhouette looking particularly aloof in the dim light. Bai Yun watched Ji-bai's back, then turned to glare fiercely at Chongping's frozen corpse, as if etching Lu Li's image into his mind. He spat and strode to catch up. Chongping's death stirred a minor ripple in the regional channel. After all, he was a formidable figure in the West District, having gathered over 100 people and survived the first night safely. He had even established his own base. That someone like him had died was inevitably lamentable. But lamentation aside, one's own life mattered more. Bai Yun spread the news that the killer was named Lu Li, but he omitted the fact that Lu Li possessed the ability to drive the terror train. The more people knew, the more would hunt Lu Li. Then getting his hands on the terror train would become a hassle. Thus, in a sense, Bai Yun was actually helping Li Hui avoid unnecessary trouble. He made some people steer clear of Lu Li, made others wary of him, and made it harder for Lu Li to blend into other groups. As for Lu Li, he had no opinion on Bai Yun's actions. If Bai Yun wanted to play, let him. At that moment, Lu Li was leading Li Xiaoqing to find a place to settle. The night world was far more dangerous. Lu Li, the zombies behind, are catching up. Li Xiaoqing frowned while Lu Li had already fully recovered, and the dozens of zombies before him were utterly helpless. Stay close to me. Lu Li's voice was steady, revealing no trace of panic. He watched the dozens of fast-moving zombies approaching from the narrow street ahead, a cold smile even curling at the corner of his mouth. These ordinary walking corpses are nothing but mere fodder. Although there were many zombies, their fragile bodies became the biggest flaw in the face of absolute speed and strength. Like cutting wheat, Lu Li wielded his rusty knife, and those who dared to block fell before him. The narrow street instantly turned into a scene of bloodshed, with severed limbs and broken arms littering the filthy ground, the stench of blood almost staining the ground a dark red. Soon he carved a bloody path. Li Xiaoqing marveled. Lu Li, your strength now. It's nothing extraordinary. Lu Li replied indifferently, these are just ordinary zombies, merely a bit faster. During the day these zombies are not a threat, but at night I wouldn't dare to act recklessly. He scanned the temporarily quiet street, his brows furrowing as he said, what intrigues me is, all along this way we have been very careful, trying to keep our voices down and avoid open areas, making no significant noise. Why are we still being suddenly targeted by zombies, effectively surrounded? Recalling past experiences, it was just like that time at the convenience store. Inexplicably, zombies swarmed towards us like sharks smelling blood. If we don't find out the reason and solve this problem, trouble may come incessantly. Li Xiaoqing fell into contemplation upon hearing this. She instinctively touched her hair, vigilantly observing the surrounding silent buildings and the deep alleyways. Lu Li's words had awakened her. Rules, she muttered, just like the compartments on a train. Each compartment has its specific, untouchable rules. Once violated, punishment will descend. She looked at Lu Li, her tone becoming affirming. Could this town also have its rules? Or rather, some hidden restrictions? If we inadvertently trigger this rule, it would be like pressing an alarm, attracting the attention of all zombies, or even more terrifying monsters. Lu Li's gaze collided with Li Xiaoqing's, her conjecture resonating with his own thoughts. Rules. Lu Li repeated the words softly, pondering something in his mind. He spoke, rules always appear in places we least expect. There are prompts on the train, there should also be prompts in the town. We need to observe our surroundings more. Although the zombies aren't dangerous, triggering the rules could still attract giant corpses and other monsters, so we must be cautious. Once we find the rules, we will be able to take control. Yes, let's go. Li Xiaoqing nodded, but suddenly the sound of zombies howling echoed around them, this time accompanied by a piercing roar that was hard to endure. Damn it, how are they coming again? We need to hurry. Li Xiaoqing was somewhat worried. No matter how strong Lu Li was, even an Iron Man wouldn't withstand such frequent zombie attacks. No, we can't leave. Lu Li squinted and said, let's finish off this batch of zombies first and replay our previous conversation. I need to figure out exactly which part went wrong. A hint of madness flashed in Lu Li's eyes. He felt unsatisfied if the issue with the rules wasn't resolved. Being chased by rules again and again, it's better to resolve them now. Be careful and protect yourself. Within minutes of Lu Li speaking, zombies had already appeared in his line of sight. Lu Li, gripping his rusty knife, swiftly approached the few zombies he saw. The ordinary human-like zombies did not instill fear in him. The reason he was eager to act was also due to the more terrifying monsters approaching this way. At the same time, Lu Li didn't want the zombies to harm Li Xiaoqing. Li Xiaoqing's abilities seemed to have progressed somewhat, but painting required time. Only by giving her a safe place could she maximize her abilities. Here it was too cramped. Lu Li's actions seemed to have attracted more zombies, yet these zombies were no match for him. Meanwhile, Lu Li had unknowingly reached level 4 in experience. Name Lu Li level 4 400 age 22 strength 30 speed 30 defense 20 immunity 30 overall combat power 30 stored 4-dimensional attributes 10 level 4 already. Lu Li took a slight breath. Each upgrade added 10 points to his 4-dimensional attributes. This time he still chose to increase strength, bringing his strength to 40 points. His overall combat power also rose to a new level, reaching 40 points. For the first time, Lu Li's strength exceeded his speed, feeling the explosive power within him. His overall combat strength surpassed that of an ordinary person by a full 8 times. An average adult male can lift about 30 kilograms with one hand, while Lu Li at this moment could easily lift over 200 kilograms. The enhancement of his overall combat power also strengthened his physique. At this moment, his physical strength was almost equivalent to that of a person wearing armor. Now Lu Li had the capability to withstand the attacks of giant corpses hidden. A giant corpse along with a robust and exaggerated mutated zombie dog charged from both sides. The speed of the zombie dog greatly exceeded that of the giant corpse. From left to right, the two mutated beings, clearly beyond the range of ordinary zombies, instantly formed a lethal encirclement. The zombie dog struck first, its bloodied mouth opened wide, carrying a rancid wind, its angle incredibly tricky, lunging fiercely at Lu Li to bite. Die! A deep roar erupted from Lu Li's throat. He twisted his left wrist at an incredible angle, the rusty knife devoid of any fancy techniques, only pure speed and precision. The blade tore through the air, arriving first with pinpoint accuracy, stabbing into the zombie dog's neck. The sound of the blade entering flesh was accompanied by the faint crack of bones. The zombie dog's determined leap abruptly halted. The zombie dog's massive body crashed to the ground, its limbs twitching a few times before becoming completely still. At this moment, the giant corpse also arrived. Its gigantic fist, carrying terrifying power capable of crushing cars, smashed down towards Lu Li like a battering ram. Lu Li paid no heed to anything else, discarding the rusty knife and zombie dog, clenching his 5 fingers into a fist to meet that fist larger than his own head, and struck fiercely. The ground beneath him instantly cracked and sank, debris and dust bursting outward in a ring. Lu Li's fist forcefully blocked the terrifying strike of the giant corpse. However, Lu Li was also feeling the impact. Facing the giant corpse, the terrifying force shook his insides violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Good. Despite the pain from his wounds, Lu Li spat out a mouthful of blood and burst into loud laughter. Withstanding the giant corpse's attack, meant his body had gained the ability to contend with certain special abilities. How could this not excite him? He kicked the giant corpse's shin, causing it to buckle and fall to its knees. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Li pulled out the rusted blade and leaped up before the giant's eyes. The rusted blade sliced through the giant corpse's head like tofu, cleaving it from top to bottom with an unbelievably smooth motion, splitting its skull in two. Then Lu Li delivered another kick to the giant corpse's head, knocking it to the ground. Lu Li's combat was swift and decisive without any hesitation. In these past 2 days of struggling to survive, he seemed to have fully mastered the art of combat, becoming an incredibly efficient killing machine. The giant corpse fell, raising clouds of dust. The surrounding zombies had been cleared. Breathing heavily, Lu Li walked toward Li Xiaoqing. Li Xiaoqing's mouth hung open in astonishment at Lu Li's growth rate. How many days had it been? The last time they were besieged by zombies, they had to rely on the terrain. Even facing the giant corpse, they were forced to flee. But now Lu Li had the ability to confront a giant corpse hidden. It seemed she had truly chosen the right person to follow. Li Xiaoqing, let's do it again. Lu Li said, you still remember what we just did? And said, right. Reenact it. Take it slow. Li Xiaoqing nodded. Since Lu Li insisted on doing this, she had no choice but to cooperate. Resolving this trouble was beneficial for both of them. She then began speaking first. Lu Li immediately followed, restoring the state of their earlier conversation. Word by word, they analyzed which part had triggered the rule and summoned the zombies. Let's. At that moment, Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing immediately pinpointed this phrase. Go. They both shouted the word almost in unison. They exchanged glances, seeing shock and sudden realization in each other's eyes. The first siege happened shortly after you said go to. Lu Li quickly connected the dots just now. When we were about to leave and you were giving directions, you said. Although you didn't finish, that syllable was already out. All clues pointed to one commonality, the word go. So that's it. Li Xiaoqing felt a chill of fear mixed with some frustration. The word go was taboo. just like not looking back in a train. And the two of them had inadvertently triggered it so many times. Luli's expression turned extremely grave. This rule seemed simple, yet it was insidious. Because the word go appeared too frequently in daily conversation, it was all too easy to blurt out without thinking. Especially during tense escapes or explorations requiring quick communication, it was nearly impossible to guard against. From now on, the word go is forbidden. Luli's voice was firm and low, as if afraid of disturbing the invisible rules in the air. We'll use other words instead, like move, advance, leave here, or just use gestures. Just don't say go. Their frequent utterance of the word go had already triggered the rule's purge against them. Although some sounds were still distant, it was only a matter of time before they would be hunted down by a horde of monsters and zombies. Knowing the rule didn't mean safety, it only highlighted the town's eerie danger. Luli struggled to adapt, his voice stiff. We need to move quickly. Li Xiaoqing nodded without speaking. Saying go again would likely summon more zombies and cause further trouble. They had to shake off these zombies first. Earlier, the two had found a map of this town in the shopping mall. This place was once an agricultural town with many granaries storing grain and seeds. If they could find them, they wouldn't have to worry about food for at least a year. However, the closer they got to the target area, the stronger the pungent stench of rotting grain mixed with heavy corpse odor became in the air. Luli made a halt gesture. The two crouched behind a half-collapsed low wall and cautiously peered out. The sight before them made them both gasp, even though they had mentally prepared themselves. The towering rust-streaked silo granary stood just 100 meters ahead. It had once been a symbol of hope for this agricultural town, but now it was a nest of death. The granary structure seemed relatively intact, its heavy metal doors tightly shut. However, the open ground around the granary and the roads leading to it were densely packed with zombies and mutated monsters. Their numbers far exceeded any siege they had encountered before. Ordinary zombies moved like a gray tide, wandering aimlessly with mindless growls. Among them were several mutated forms of various shapes, hound types that ran swiftly on all fours. There were heavy types with rock-like keratinized skin, and even monsters with twisted joints and sharp bone spurs growing from their limbs, looking especially ferocious among the horde. They were not aimless. They surrounded the granary like loyal guards, leaving no gap. All paths were blocked, forming a despairing encirclement. Any attempt to approach the granary would inevitably alert this massive death legion. This is the granary. Li Xiaoqing's voice trembled slightly. She instinctively tried to swallow, but her throat was painfully dry. The seeds must be inside, but how do we get over there? She forced herself to replace the word go with over there. Luli's brow furrowed into a deep crease, his sharp eyes scanning the distribution of the horde and the granary structure. The excitement of finding their target was instantly doused by the cold reality. Charge and Hedon. Even with his increased strength, being able to take on a giant corpse facing hundreds of these, including troublesome mutants, would be suicide. Sneak in. The density of the horde was too high, there was almost no gap. Lure them away. With such a huge number, luring away a part would leave another to immediately fill the gap. Moreover, they dared not make any loud noises now. Being targeted by so many zombies and mutated monsters was no joke. Luli waved at Li Xiaoqing, and they retreated to find a hidden abandoned house to take shelter. It's almost dark. Entering the granary today is definitely out of the question. At night, the zombies become several times stronger. Forget about getting in, even survival will be a challenge. Li Xiaoqing gave Luli a deep, thoughtful look. There's nothing useful around here. The best plan is to lure these zombies away. Luli was well aware that luring these zombies away was the best course of action. Yet how easily could that be accomplished? Without a coordinated team, the two of them stood no chance of drawing such a horde away. But where could he and Li Xiaoqing find such teamwork? Moreover, this place held a colossal treasure, once mentioned in the regional channel. Everyone would know. By then, vying for it would be a hassle. Xiaoqing, let me see the map. Li Xiaoqing handed the map to Luli, who studied it intently. It was already known that the town was a grain hub, but upon closer inspection, Luli discovered a weapons shop within it. This revelation startled Luli. Xiaoqing, look. It's a weapons shop. Li Xiaoqing turned her head and said, such a place exists. Then we could get guns. Could there be a place in China that legally sells firearms like this? Luli looked at her, as if amused by her naivety. Do you think we're still in China? You've awakened such an unscientific ability. It's perfectly normal for this town to have a gun shop. Even if it sold Gundams, I wouldn't be surprised. Gundam. Li Xiaoqing tilted her head, looking at Luli with innocent confusion. Luli waved his hand, dismissively indicating it was nothing, and said, we still have time. It's the closest, let's check it out. If we can get weapons, we might find a way to deal with these zombies. Human strength was ultimately limited, but with enough bullets and firearms, finding a safe spot to shoot the zombies from a distance could be a viable strategy. Li Xiaoqing had no objections as she simply followed Lu Li's lead in everything now. The two agreed instantly and headed toward the weapons shop. Lu Li could only hope that few others knew about it. Logically, everyone should have entered the lost town at the same time, so it was a race against time. The earlier one knew certain things, the greater the advantage. Lu Li didn't consider himself the first to discover this, nor even the rules themselves. Since no rules had been triggered, Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing traveled with ease. Occasionally, a few stray zombies appeared, and Lu Li let Li Xiaoqing deal with them. Li Xiaoqing's ability scaled with her level. The higher her level, the stronger her painting skill. As for himself, he relied solely on death adventure. The closer he was to death, the faster he improved, so levels mattered little to him. Of course, if he wanted to level up, killing more mutated giant zombies would be far quicker than ordinary ones. It's just ahead, Lu Li announced. Before them stood a weapons shop resembling a small supermarket. It appeared in much better condition than the other malls or hotels. Only a bit of dust covered the glass, but the building itself was remarkably intact. Looks like we're in luck, Lu Li exclaimed happily. Let's hurry over. The door hadn't been opened, yet meaning no one had been there. Lu Li led Li Xiaoqing in a sprint toward the shop. With guns, Li Xiaoqing would no longer need to fear the zombies. Even at night, firearms could easily dispatch them. After all, zombies were still carbon-based life forms. Sufficient firepower could kill them effortlessly. More people are coming, Li Xiaoqing noticed sharply from the left rear. Looks like a small team, about a dozen. They were still far off, but their intent was clear. They were also heading for the weapons shop. Li Xiaoqing, listen to me. Lu Li's voice was low and rapid. Li Xiaoqing instantly grasped his intention. Her heart pounded, but she nodded firmly without hesitation. In the face of survival, mercy was a luxury. Keep running toward the shop. Make some noise, let them see the target. Li Xiaoqing understood immediately. Taking a deep breath, she broke into a sprint, deliberately crushing some rubble to create clear sounds. She dashed toward the shop, shouting anxiously, Lu Li, hurry. The weapons shop is ahead. Once we get the guns, we'll be safe. The trailing team was indeed drawn by the commotion. The burly leader's eyes gleamed with greed. Look, that woman. She's running toward that shop. Damn, there's definitely something there. Brother, speed up. Don't let them get ahead. Boss, this place is eerie. Be careful. A skinny member warned uneasily. Yeah, boss. The name, she shouted. Was it Lu Li? That Lu Li, the one who killed Xiangping? The subordinate was scared. Lu Li's fearsome reputation preceded him, and ordinary teams wouldn't want to cross him. Who cares? That Lu Li isn't here yet, another man sneered. By the time he arrives, we'll already have the guns. What can he do? The burly man roared impatiently, scared of what? Once we have guns, no monster or man can touch us. Move it. No dawdling. He quickened his pace, and his team followed. The moment his words fell, the low growls of zombies from all directions suddenly surged, turning ferocious. Behind the broken windows of the street-side buildings and amidst the collapsed ruins, countless eyes snapped open, locking onto the team in unison. Heavy footsteps echoed from every alley. Several massive gray-skinned giant zombies smashed through obstacles, appearing at both ends of the street, blocking the way. Then, like a tide, ordinary zombies poured out from every corner, mixed with swift hound-like creatures and twisted alien zombies. Their target was unmistakable. Damn it! What's going on? The burly man's face turned deathly pale. The zombie tide had come too suddenly. Triggered another horde. Damn it, this is the second time today. What the hell is happening? A thin man in the team despaired. We lost several people last time. Why is this happening? The burly man roared, don't panic. Everyone stay calm. Find a tall building. They're just zombies. Once we're in a high place, we'll be safe. Though reckless, the burly man kept his wits in the crisis, even showing rationality. He had led his squad to learn of the weapons shop, so he certainly had his survival skills. After shouting, Li Xiaoqing hid herself, while Lu Li had already moved to a different spot and arrived first. Forget about them. Let's enter the shop. A harsh screech of metal echoed as the heavy rolling door was slowly raised, revealing the pitch-black interior of the shop. A peculiar blend of gun oil, metal, and dust rushed forth. Once inside, Lu Li pulled the rolling door back down. Outside, the zombies were still raging. Though they were far off, it was better to be cautious and avoid any potential trouble. Moreover, there might be other teams nearby. Closing the door was far better than leaving it wide open for anyone to enter. The weapons here are truly a dazzling array. Li Xiaoqing exclaimed in delight as she gazed at the firearms displayed inside the glass counter. Lu Li drew his rusted blade and swung it at the counter. The knife sliced through the glass with seamless precision without making a sound. Glock Remington AR-15, and even an AWP. Pack them up, take as many as you can. Lu Li glanced around, then headed toward the back. Besides, weapons ammunition was equally crucial. Having guns without bullets was no better than carrying a burning stick. He passed through a heavy fireproof door that was slightly ajar leading to the back warehouse. A stronger scent of gunpowder and metal hit him. It was even darker here than in the front. The silence was broken only by Lu Li's faint heartbeat and footsteps. He groped along the wall, his fingers brushing against the cold surface, and in a corner, he unexpectedly found a flashlight. When he turned on the flashlight, the sight before him filled his eyes with surprise. Deep in the warehouse, rows of military-standard olive-green ammunition boxes were neatly stacked. The quantity was enough to sustain a small-scale battle. Beside the pile of ammunition boxes were several smaller cases. Opening them revealed boxes of gleaming bullets along with loose casings, primers, propellant, and bullet heads. Ammunition. A sea of ammunition. This would solve their consumption problem. But Lu Li's gaze didn't linger there for long. The flashlight beam swept across the warehouse corner as his sharp eyes followed. There stood a sturdy workbench, its surface covered with a thick layer of dust. Beneath the dust, some blueprints and a hardcover notebook seemed to be pressed. Lu Li strode over quickly and brushed off the dust. The blueprints depicted intricate mechanical structures with precise and clear lines. System notification obtained the complete structural assembly drawing of a portable ammunition reloading lathe. Standard bullet mold and charge ratio diagram, ammunition manufacturing manual. Lu Li's heart pounded violently. This was 100 times more precious than the ammunition before him. With these blueprints and manuals, they would possess the ability to produce ammunition continuously. A flash of white light passed, and knowledge of ammunition manufacturing and lathe construction instantly flooded into Lu Li's mind, along with the reloading procedures and safety points for various common calibers. Li Xiaoqing. Lu Li called out in a low voice, barely containing his excitement. Li Xiaoqing, carrying a heavy backpack and clutching 2 shotguns, hurried into the warehouse upon hearing him. When she saw the mountainous piles of ammunition boxes, her eyes widened in delight. So much ammo. Her voice trembled with excitement. That's not all. Lu Li's eyes burned with intensity as he continued. Even bullets will run out eventually, but I just got this here. Take a look. As the leather notebook and mechanical blueprints entered her hands, Li Xiaoqing immediately understood what Lu Li had obtained. These are manufacturing blueprints. Ammunition. Production lathes. Unbelievable. Li Xiaoqing swallowed hard. This was the first time she had acquired such an item. The system seemed to imprint the knowledge directly into her mind. She instantly mastered everything. Lu Li took the items back, and then using his rusted blade, cut them into shreds. These can be obtained repeatedly, so it's better to destroy them. But I guess every weapon shop has them, however. Lu Li suddenly sneered. Having them is one thing, but setting up a production line won't be easy. But with so much ammo, we can't take it all at once. We can't just stay here and guard the shop, can we? We'll take it in batches. Li Xiaoqing was troubled. To be honest, they still didn't have a fixed safe haven. Using this place as their base would be far too dangerous. This was a weapon shop. If other teams discovered they had occupied it, they would be like a man carrying jade in the night, inviting disaster. They would surely be attacked from all sides. Don't worry about that. Lu Li smiled calmly and walked toward the back door of the shop. He had noticed earlier that the shop had a rear exit which opened onto an empty lot. A train carriage over 5 meters long appeared before them. It was no more than 4 meters high and just over 5 meters in length, hidden behind the building, invisible from the front. Start moving things inside. Lu Li gestured for Li Xiaoqing to toss everything in first, then turned back to the shop to haul the ammunition and other items into the carriage. This is so convenient. Much handier than a car. Li Xiaoqing's eyes lit up as she had forgotten that Lu Li had a safe house. It seems all safe houses should have this feature. Li Xiaoqing remarked while they worked. Probably the same, right? But there's one difference: my train can move freely. I doubt their safe houses can. Well, strictly speaking, moving around is much safer, though it does require special energy. At that moment, Lu Li checked the vehicle's energy recovery status. While Li Xiaoqing continued hauling, he entered the control room and looked at the fuel gauge. Seeing it, he felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed human corpses didn't contribute to fuel. How had the fuel increased before? The giant corpse. Lu Li frowned, considering a possibility. Monster corpses can charge the train. Speaking of which, Li Xiaoqing wiped the sweat from her brow, opened a bottle of water, and asked, "This train doesn't have a name yet, does it?" "A name, eh?" Lu Li, lost in thought, turned to look at Li Xiaoqing, who was wiping sweat from her forehead, a puzzled expression on his face. "Though it's ugly, even somewhat monstrous, it gives us hope to survive. Maybe one day it will break through and forge a future." How about calling it the Dawn? Lu Li tilted his head. He had never considered that this terrifying train needed a name. If you agree, it's settled. Li Xiaoqing looked up to drink some water, then pulled out a bundle of paintbrushes from her backpack and walked to the outside of the train carriage. Though the carriage was a mix of iron sheets and human bones, her painting skills were truly remarkable. She managed to inscribe the characters Dawn on that pile of scrap metal and bones. Lu Li did not inquire further about this matter. Since Li Xiaoqing was happy, he would let her be. After everything was moved, Lu Li glanced at the sky and said, "It's getting late. Let's find another place to rest. They'll tell you my thoughts later." The two quickened their pace, loading all the items into the train car. In the end, Lu Li and his companion had gathered 21 firearms, in total 5 pistols, 4 shotguns, and 10 assault rifles and submachine guns combined. There was also an AWP sniper rifle and a heavy machine gun. They had acquired several thousand rounds of ammunition of various calibers. Without a pickup truck, they would never have been able to transport all of this. Lu Li put away the Dawn and signaled Li Xiaoqing to leave with him. There were still many zombies ahead, and those dozen or so people were still alive. If they could escape by nightfall, they should be fine. However, the weapon shop had already been cleaned out by Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing. Their trip was destined to be in vain. Weaving their way around the zombie horde, Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing returned to the small villa where they had rested earlier. Inside, there were still some canned goods and bottled water, just enough for a day's supply. They rested briefly and had a bite to eat. As the sky gradually darkened and the sun set, the blood-red moon began to show its first traces. Lu Li closed all the doors and windows in the house, and they went up to the second floor. Actually, I was already thinking about this when you mentioned taking a bath. The red moon silently climbed into the sky, and the howls of zombies and mutated monsters outside instantly grew louder, as if they would devour everything in the world. That first night, I was absolutely terrified. Li Xiaoqing suddenly spoke, interrupting Lu Li's train of thought. Lu Li nodded silently without saying a word. Back then, Li Xiaoqing had been abducted and nearly met a terrible fate at the hands of Chongping. Instead, the red moon saved my. Li Xiaoqing did not dwell on the memory. Instead, she quickly composed herself and said, "All right, go ahead." Lu Li smiled and said, "It's about some issues with this world. You saw it at the weapon shop earlier. We obtained some books, and then we gained the corresponding knowledge. I wonder if there are other books, or perhaps items like that. Right now, there's no electricity, no water, nothing at all. Yet it seems materials are everywhere, and we can acquire everything ourselves. Even without the relevant knowledge, as long as we obtain those items, we can master them with ease. I think there should be things like water circulation systems, filters, and the like. It's like an apocalypse game. We have to explore and build everything ourselves." As he spoke, Lu Li casually snapped off a piece of wood and tossed it to Li Xiaoqing. Li Xiaoqing was stunned for a moment. "This? A system prompt? Obtain wood." Lu Li nodded and said, "All of these are materials. But only when you have the corresponding blueprints will the system prompt them. We have the blueprint for an ammunition lathe, so wood becomes a material. Without these blueprints, we don't get the system prompt. I suspect these blueprints are the foundation of survival. With so many monsters in the barn, there must be blueprints. Also, there are the mutated monsters in the 4 directions mentioned in the regional channel, as well as the central area." Lu Li laid out all his thoughts in one breath. Water circulation system, generator, water purifier, defensive fortifications, blueprints, planning area. Li Xiaoqing followed his line of reasoning, her eyes brimming with plans for the future. "Yes, but let's focus on dealing with tomorrow first. I've got an idea now. We should still spread the word about the barn." At that moment, Lu Li opened the regional chat channel. After the baptism of the previous night, all survivors had learned how to survive the darkness. First, try not to make a sound. Second, do not light a fire or emit any light. Third, the smell on one's body would also attract zombies and mutated monsters. Despite this, the regional channel remained lively at night. "Brothers, got any food? Haven't eaten all day. I can trade bullets." "Bullets? I've got food. How many bullets do you have?" "I've got weapons but no ammo. Heaven knows where these guns came from. I found them. Any rank or shrank big shots out there? Show your faces. Never seen one. Can we organize some useful info, please? Stop spamming." Even though it was the apocalypse, there were still some optimistic people. They chatted to pass the time, while others searched for useful information. "We found a barn. It should have enough grain to feed thousands of people for years. But there are too many zombies outside the barn. I can't handle it alone. If any team is short on food and willing to deal with the zombies around the barn together, come to the Hongda Granary in the West District." The message sent was like a drop of cold water into a boiling oil pan. The regional channel filled with requests, chatter, complaints, and the occasional bit of information fell into a brief dead silence. Then a tsunami of messages flooded the screen. Abarne. Is that for real? Hongda Granary. I know that place. It's in the western suburbs. Luli. His credibility is questionable. Could be a trap. He killed Chongping. Years worth of grain. Damn it, I've been chewing on tree bark for 2 days. I'm in. Anyone near the West District. Form a team to go to Hongda Farm. Be careful. A place like a barn is bound to have some big beast guarding it. You said it. I passed by the edge of the West District this morning and heard some terrifying noises. Sounded like a giant corpse roaring. What's a giant corpse to fear? Strength in numbers. I've got a shotgun and am itching to use it. Who's in? Count me. A rank Iron Wall team is recruiting temporary fighters. Target Hongda Granary Barn. Reward grain distributed according to contribution after clearing. Requirements: those with firearms or melee experience preferred. Location sharing enabled. Where are the strength big shots? Come lead the way. This is a tough nut to crack without an expert. Dream on. Wouldn't strength big shot care about a bit of grain? They probably have their own turf already. Who cares? Fortune favors the bold. Starving to death is the same as being torn apart by monsters. Might as well take a gamble. Heading out tomorrow morning as soon as the sun rises. Any teams forming up? The channel buzzed with people raring to go, though some expressed concern. There were also those who deeply suspected Lu Li. After all, he had killed Chongping. At that moment, Ji Bai and Bai Yun were lying on a worn-out sofa and a tattered mattress respectively. They had taken in Chongping's men and occupied the logistics center, which was well-stocked with food and supplies. They had no immediate worries about these necessities, but they too saw the content in the channel. Bai Yun's interest was immediately piqued. How intriguing. Bai Yun crossed his legs and said with a smirk, Lu Li must have his eyes on something in the barn, not the grain. Ji Bai flicked her bangs and asked, what do you mean? Is there a special item in the barn? That must be the case. Bai Yun shifted his posture and said calmly, with his strength, getting some grain is far too simple, even if it were enough to feed us all for a year or two. But what then? Once it's gone, there's nothing left to eat, unless we can keep planting crops. Yet in this apocalypse, what fertile land is there for farming? I suspect it's either seeds or a blueprint. Bai Yun's eyes gleamed as he stared at Ji Bai and said, that blueprint you obtained, the flash of white light. You've mastered something, haven't you? Ji Bai shrugged and replied, now I get it. There's a blueprint in the barn and Lu Li wants it. Tomorrow we'll go too. Bai Yun growled, whatever Lu Li wants, he'll thwart him. And if there's a chance, he'll take him out. Then let's sleep early. Ji Bai turned away and closed her eyes while Bai Yun gave her a long look before summoning a lackey, whispering orders and settling down to sleep. The next day, Lu Li rose early, but Li Xiaoqing was up even earlier. Though it's a bit crude, we still need some ceremony. Li Xiaoqing opened canned food on the table below and arranged it on plates, creating a simple yet warm scene. Lu Li praised her, sat down to eat, and said, we'll find a good spot first. No rush to act. You'll stay on the perimeter and shoot the zombies with this rifle. It's safer. Lu Li handed Li Xiaoqing a scoped assault rifle along with 200 rounds of ammunition. Aim for the mutants, they give more experience. Li Xiaoqing asked curiously, what about you? Are you going in alone? Lu Li nodded. The barn will be chaotic. I can't take you inside. It's too dangerous. Li Xiaoqing pouted, wanting to join him, but knew she would only hold him back. She was only level 2, with all 10 points allocated to speed, leaving her with little combat ability. I understand. Be careful out there. If you can't get the item, just give up. Don't be reckless. Lu Li finished his meal quickly and said, don't worry, I know my limits. I won't take unnecessary risks. By the way, try the gun first. Your aim might be off on the first try. After Li Xiaoqing finished eating, Lu Li took her to the second floor, opened the window, and helped her climb up. This assault rifle has a scope, so you can attack from a distance, but you still need practice. Lu Li had only played with guns as a child, but he knew the basics. He guided Li Xiaoqing as she fired at the surrounding zombies. Bang! Bang! Li Xiaoqing seemed to have a natural talent. Initially, she was no better than Lu Li, but after they emptied a magazine, her accuracy surpassed his, leaving him slightly embarrassed. Of course, this was a good thing. It seems an assault rifle might not be enough for you. After summoning the train, Lu Li retrieved an AWP and handed it to Li Xiaoqing. 50 rounds. This packs a much bigger punch than the assault rifle. Use it to hunt the special mutants. You'll gain plenty of experience. Li Xiaoqing hugged the AWP and smiled. I can also use it to support you. Good, but be careful. Snipers are vulnerable. With the support of a thermal sniper rifle, even someone without awakened abilities could easily take down a rank awakener from a safe position. Whether rank or a rank, everyone needs time to grow. In the short term, firearms are more effective and powerful. However, these weapons might not work against grotesque monsters, but here they're perfect. Don't worry, I can use my drawing ability to hide myself. Alright then, let's. Li choked on his words again. Damn the rules. Let's move. Li Xiaoqing nodded. They had already scouted the terrain the day before. About 200 meters away stood an abandoned water tower with a clear view. The tower was rusty and rickety, but its top platform overlooked the entire vast farm, especially the barn surrounded by a tide of zombies. Li stationed her there. Then he set off alone toward the barn. Soon survivor teams began cautiously approaching the vast farm from different directions. The first to arrive was a small squad of 7 or 8 poorly equipped with reckless desperation etched on their faces. They tried to slip through a gap in the farm's fence, but immediately alerted the roaming zombie horde, sparking a small skirmish. Next came a more organized team of about 30 people. They even had assault rifles and a light machine gun. The leader, a fierce man, was the captain of the self-proclaimed rank Iron Wall team from the regional channel. They were clearly more experienced avoiding a direct assault on the horde. Instead, they observed from a distance, assessing the risks while waiting for others to act as cannon fodder. Soon a third and fourth team appeared on the horizon. Quite a crowd. Li squinted. He was alone, but his presence was as formidable as an army, matching any team's momentum. From the water tower, Li Xiaoqing peered through the AWP's high-powered scope, clearly observing the gathering crowd below. By her count, teams from all directions totaled at least 200 people converging on the vast farm. Li, you're the one who posted the info, but you're alone. Wang Gang, the leader of the Iron Wall team, noticed Li standing by himself. He approached, speaking with a condescending tone. I'm just one person with limited ability. Couldn't recruit anyone. Li shrugged, offering no further explanation. Wang Gang stared at Li, trying to see through him, but he wasn't sharp enough to discern anything from Li's expression. Some teams were already itching to act, but Li remained calm. The real big players hadn't arrived yet. The larger the team, the greater the need for food. In the apocalypse, feeding people was paramount. Even if these 200 people charged in, they'd barely be a snack for the zombies. Not even Wang Gang, the so-called rank powerhouse, dared to move recklessly. Li and the others made no move, nor did anyone with a shred of common sense. After waiting for about half an hour, a massive team finally approached slowly. 3 cars plus a bus carrying around 100 people drew near. It's the Li brothers. Li San, Li Si. A stir rippled through the crowd as a man spoke in a low voice. Li turned his gaze toward the Li brothers. Both men stood over 6 feet tall, their muscular, sinewy frames straining the tactical vests they wore. They both sported neat crew cuts with resolute features and eyes as sharp as hawks, scanning the chaotic battlefield and the barn that exuded an aura of destruction. Their gazes carried an air of condescension. Li San on the left had a calm, restrained look, steady as a rock. Li Si on the right radiated undisguised ferocity and aggression, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips. A bunch of rabble. Li Si's voice boomed with undisguised contempt, carrying clearly to those around. Everyone, my brother has a hot temper, don't mind him. To raid the barn, we need numbers. We'll coordinate when the time comes. He raised his binoculars and peered ahead. Even he felt his scalp tingle at the sheer number of zombies. By now his men had all disembarked from the vehicles. Sharp-eyed Li noticed that at least a third of them were armed with firearms. Though most were pistols, they could not be ignored. They must have found a weapon store somewhere. Li scanned the area. Of the more than 200 people here, those with guns likely numbered fewer than in Li San and Li Si's team alone. No wonder Li Si spoke so arrogantly, calling them rabble. Compared to his team, it was indeed true. Li San lowered his binoculars and said, "Everyone, there are too many zombies ahead. We have a few hundred people here, I think. We need to devise an attack plan. If we unite as one, we have a chance to break through. Fighting separately will only get us devoured. Just listen to my brother." Li Si raised his pistol with brazen arrogance. Just as he was about to fire into the air, Li San stopped him. Li cursed inwardly at the fool. Firing now would only tell the zombies where the people were. Was he in a hurry to serve them dinner? Even Li San seemed exasperated by his brother's move. This was no ordinary fight, it was practically a battle. Such recklessness could cost them all the gains they had made over the past few days. Choose a direction to attack and let a small group act as bait to lure away some zombies. That's my plan. Li San continued. Of course I'll have my own men serve as bait. That way it's fair for everyone. The crowd exchanged glances. His proposal seemed fair enough, yet they couldn't shake the feeling there was a catch. It's feasible, said Li, frowning. Even if we charge straight in with about 500 people here and half-armed, one volley would at most take out a few hundred zombies. And that's just the regular zombies. There are over a dozen giant corpses near the barn plus nearly 100 other mutants. If we can use the terrain to lure and kill them slowly, we can minimize casualties. Lee San's eyes lit up at Lu Li's words. Exactly. We're humans with brains, they're zombies without. Regular zombies can be easily dealt with from high ground using the terrain. The giant ones, and such, those with strong abilities can handle. The team that contributes more will get more grain. Anyone who breaks the rules will be hunted down together. Lee San smiled at Lu Li. You're Lu Li, right? Nice to meet you. We've heard about your abilities. Seeing is believing. It seems Brother Lu Li isn't with any team yet. Interested in joining ours. Let's talk about the team after we get into the barn. Lu Li waved his hand, neither accepting nor refusing. He hadn't expected anyone to actively recruit him. But Lu Li had no intention of joining any team. On the contrary, he would form his own squad. All right, let's wait until we get into the barn and secure the grain. But Brother Lu Li, you alone probably won't get much grain. Suddenly Wang Gang stepped forward. You seem to have forgotten about me, huh? He glared at Lee San and Li Si with a booming voice. I've awakened a rank ability after all. My team may be small, but they're all crank. Are you looking down on my Iron Wall squad? Of course not. Lee San said with a chuckle. Captain Wang, we need your nod to work together. Lee San had given Wang Gang face. Wang Gang wasn't one to be unreasonable. Since Lee San had said so, he agreed. In that case, our teams will cooperate. I won't let you lose out. They'll also send some of my men to lure the zombies. Wang Gang acted magnanimously, but in truth his team of a dozen or so was far outmatched by the Li brothers' team. Are there any other team leaders or captains willing to join? Lee San's voice wasn't loud, but it was passed along by word of mouth. Soon 8 people gathered, leaders of their respective teams. We'll split into 3 groups. One group, led by my brother Li Si and Captain Wang, will be the bait. Another group will consist of those with firearms providing frontal suppressive fire from the surrounding ruins. The last group will strike at the zombies lured away along the route. Crossfire and mutual cover. Don't get caught by the zombies or well become them. Those with high-level abilities stay mobile and help rescue people. Lee San took command while Lu Li listened quietly. Once the arrangements were made, everyone began deploying. But since they were all ordinary people with no prior cooperation, the scene was somewhat chaotic. Lu Li looked toward a certain spot. Before leaving, he had instructed Li Zhaoqing at the first gunshot. He was to use the AWP to steal experience points from the giant corpses and mutant zombies. Lu Li, what do you think of my plan? Lee San turned to Lu Li as if seeking his approval. Lu Li smiled. Brother Li is brilliant with outstanding command skills. This plan is naturally sound. Great, then let's move out. Lu Li's expression shifted slightly. No one had triggered the rules for so long, and the plan was in place. But now, plans could not keep up with changes. The commotion among the zombies unsettled everyone. Lu Li merely shrugged and muttered, brace for impact. Lee San frowned, but quickly grasped the situation. Damn, did we trigger the rules? Over these 2 days he had sensed the edges of the rules, but still couldn't pinpoint how they were triggered. Before they could prepare, the zombies began to move. Fortunately, after 2 days of resistance, the survivors had formed a semblance of combat capability. The brief chaos swiftly transformed into an organized pattern of assault and retreat. Gunshots rang out. Bang! A spinning, elongated bullet instantly pierced the head of a giant zombie. On the high tower, Li Zhaoqing removed her eye from the high-power scope, pulled the bolt, and a gleaming brass casing ejected with a sharp metallic clatter. Li Zhaoqing's lethal 7.62 bullet, like a whisper of death, precisely burrowed into the temple of a giant zombie that was brandishing a massive concrete pillar. A dull explosion rang out. The giant zombie's hideous head instantly burst open into a terrifying cavity, and its colossal body toppled with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust and shattered bone. Sniper! Forget the giant zombies. Someone's got them covered. Firepower. All firepower. Suppress the regular zombies. Give it all you've got. Li Si also snapped to attention. The malice on his face was replaced by a bloodthirsty excitement as he brandished his pistol and roared. Lee San reacted swiftly, seizing the fleeting opportunity. His voice boomed over the gunfire. Execute the original plan. Now, Captain Wang, lead your men to draw off the left flank. Li Si, hold the right flank. Those with guns take the high ground crossfire. Don't let the horde encircle us. High-level awaken mobile support. Wang Gang bellowed. His second-in-command led 7 or 8 men charging to the left, luring away a portion of the zombies. On the other side, Lee San led their well-equipped main force using abandoned vehicles and rubble to construct a fierce network of firepower. Pistols, shotguns, and even a few assault rifles spat tongues of flame. A dense storm of bullets mowed down entire swaths of the zombie horde. Li Si, wielding a shotgun and cursing incessantly to vent his frustration at being reprimanded by his brother, led his men charging toward the right flank. As for Lu Li, the instant Li Xiaoqing's gunshot rang out, he was already dashing toward the granary. His speed surged to an inconceivable level, as if time itself had briefly thickened around him. With physical attributes 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary person, he had become a superhuman. His speed was terrifyingly extreme. The fastest human 100-meter dash in history was 9.58 seconds, but Lu Li could now cover the same distance in about 4 seconds. At that moment, Lu Li was like a car hurtling at 120 kilometers per hour. The rusted knife gleaming in his hand became the scythe of death. Whether they were common walkers or faster mutated zombies that charged at him, their movements appeared as slow as snails in his eyes. The dagger precisely sliced through their carotid arteries and shredded their brains. Each swing sent splatters of blood and gore flying, his efficiency chilling to behold. Lu Li wasn't merely charging recklessly. Amidst the horde, his body performed minute shifts, twists, and dodges, evading claws and bites that seemed unavoidable. Where he passed, he left only a trail of twisted, fallen bodies, literally plowing a bloody path through the surging tide of zombies. Damn, is that kid crazy? Wang Gang, drawing aggro in the distance, caught sight of Lu Li charging alone into the heart of the horde and nearly bit his tongue in shock. So fast, so strong. What kind of ability is that? Li San also took notice. A deep wariness and an even stronger desire to recruit flickered in his eyes. Lu Li's displayed strength far exceeded his expectations. From the high tower, Li Xiaoqing's icy gaze locked through the scope firmly followed Lu Li's path forward. She stopped sniping the giant zombies, transforming instead into Lu Li's sharpest spear and sturdiest shield. Bang! The head of a clawed mutant attempting to pounce on Lu Li from the side exploded on impact. Bang! A corroder hidden in the horde, ready to spit acid, had its throat pierced by a bullet the moment it raised its head. Bang! The knee of a hulking tank zombie blocking Lu Li's path was precisely shattered. Its massive body collapsed to its knees with a crash, allowing Lu Li to easily leap over it. Each gunshot precisely cleared a potential lethal threat for Lu Li or opened a critical gap in his path. Li Xiaoqing's AWP was like the sword of Damocles hanging over the zombie horde, carving a bloody path for Lu Li's advance. A flash of cold steel. Lu Li's rusted knife, carrying all his strength, sliced precisely through the relatively vulnerable Achilles tendon of the giant zombie, like a hot knife through butter. The searing pain elicited a thunderous roar from the giant zombie. Its massive body lost balance and teetered. Just as it was about to fall, exposing its vulnerable neck and the back of its head, Li Xiaoqing on the tower seemed to share a telepathic connection. Another gunshot rang out. The spinning bullet, at the instant the giant zombie slightly raised its head from agony and imbalance, precisely drilled into its wide-open fong-filled mouth, then burst violently out the back of its skull, trailing gore mixed with brain matter. One man, one gun. One close, one far. They had actually fought their way back and forth through the core of a horde numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Damn, there must be something else in that granary. Lu Li's too fast. Wang Gang's face darkened as he strode forward, determined to catch up. Li San also understood that they couldn't let Lu Li enter the granary alone. Despite his desire to recruit Lu Li, he had to be the one to enter the granary first. They hadn't expended so much effort and resources just to pave the way for Lu Li. "Crank, follow me," Li San shouted angrily. "Machine gunners, clear the path ahead." Wang Gang and Li San moved together almost like a team, but as they did, the more Li San watched Wang Gang, the more something felt off. Though Li San had never seen an rank awakened, Wang Gang had never displayed the overwhelming power of one. In fact, he had been coasting along. He was using his underlings as shields. Could it be that he's not in a rank at all? Li San narrowed his eyes deliberately, wanting to test Wang Gang. If they entered the granary and a rank awakened, would surely claim the lion's share. But if he wasn't a rank, most of the grain in the granary would belong to their team. Just then, Li San made a move that instantly plunged their group into danger. 3 giant zombies closed in, and several fast mutated zombies circled the squad. "Wang Gang, aren't you in a rank? Think of something," Li San roared. "At this rate, both our assault teams will be wiped out here." Lu Li is about to enter the barn. Are you just going to watch him take the treasure? Li San continued to provoke Wang Gang, eager to witness his true abilities. Cornered, Wang Gang suddenly extended his hand, and his lackey immediately exclaimed excitedly, "It's the boss' signature move. Shatter the darkness with lightning." "We're saved." Boom crack. Black storm clouds churned as thunder roared above their heads. The next second, a bolt of lightning streaked down from the sky and struck the giant corpse with devastating force. The giant corpse was paralyzed for an instant, then shook its head and swatted a blocking lackey to death. Flesh and blood splattered, covering Wang Gang's face. I. Wang Gang stared at his hands drenched in the brains and gore of his comrade, trembling violently like a leaf in a storm, his face drained of all color. Crushed under the twin terrors of death and the exposure of his lies, his meager pretense of composure collapsed instantly. At that moment, Wang Gang, panic-stricken and utterly spineless, cried out, "I'm not really an rank ability user. I'm just a crank awakened. My ability just looks impressive, that's why I claim to be a rank. The lightning I can summon is only 10 volts. 10 volts. Crank. I'll show." The menacing clouds and roaring thunder of moments ago, were they merely an illusion to bluff? Or worse, a pathetically weak electric current? After a brief silence came total chaos. Wang Gang. "They'll fucking kill you." Wang Gang's sole remaining loyal lackey, who had just been shouting in fervent admiration, now glared with eyes wide as saucers. His expression twisted from zealous worship into a maelstrom of rage and despair at the betrayal. His machete was no longer aimed at the zombies, but swung with suicidal madness at Wang Gang. "You treated us brothers like fools. You got so many people killed. Die. No, don't kill me." Wang Gang, terrified out of his wits, scrambled frantically toward Li San. Crawling, he shouted, "Third Master. Li San, save me. I know I was wrong. I beg you. Useless trash. Wasting my time." Li San uttered only these words, not even deigning to glance at Wang Gang again. His lackey immediately understood and adjusted the gun's aim slightly. 2 crisp gunshots rang out. Both the pleading Wang Gang and the furious turncoat lackey were shot in the head almost simultaneously. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the muddy ground, marking the end of this fake A-rank team. "Move out." Li San's body suddenly expanded, doubling in size and even towering over the giant corpse. As he transformed, his clothes burst apart, and even his tactical vest warped and fell off. But now Li San's strength was enough to go toe-to-toe with the giant corpse. He pummeled it with 2 heavy blows, forcing it to stagger backward, clearly severely injured. Of the Li brothers, Li San had awakened a crank ability, giantification. His younger brother, however, had awakened a brank ability, Yusuker's muscle enhancement. Both were strength-type enhancements, but the younger brother's was far more terrifying and extreme. Li San led his men to break through the encirclement, charging straight toward Lu Li. However, as his size and strength increased, his speed dropped significantly. Advancing through the sea of zombies around him became extremely difficult. Brother Li, the machine gun jammed. The gunner, who had been firing non-stop, had his face bloodied by the explosion. He dropped the smoking, scorching weapon, his face pale. "Damn it. I knew Wang Gang was weak, but I didn't expect him to be just a crank. If had been Brank, we wouldn't be in such a passive position." After Wang Gang's death, his remaining lackeys naturally latched onto Li San to survive. But seeing Li San's side faltering too, they grew even more panicked. "Third Master, what do we do? There are too many monsters. We can't break through. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." "Shut up." Li San's massive hand swept through the air, the force of the wind, knocking 2 wailing lackeys to the ground. "Keep yapping, and I'll crush you first." "Fourth." Li San's roar echoed across the sky. "Stop playing with those small fries. Get over here. Coming, big brother." Li Si's voice was filled with fervent battle lust. He took a deep breath, slung his shotgun to his lackey, and then his entire musculature instantly swelled. Unlike Li San's giantification, Li Si's muscle expansion was more coordinated and explosive. Beneath his skin, it looked as if steel cables were twisting. Dark, bluish veins bulged like living things across his knotted muscles. His already robust frame grew taller. Though not as massive as Li San, the pure raw power he exuded was even more oppressive. Brank ability, Yusuker's muscle enhancement, 100. "Everyone get the hell out of my way." Li Si let out a roar that didn't sound human. He slammed his legs into the ground, instantly cracking the hard earth. Like a rampaging rhinoceros, he charged furiously into the horde, blocking his giant brother's path. Boom, boom, boom. He used no weapons, relying solely on his physical body. His massive fists rained down like a storm. Any zombie in his way, whether ordinary or mutated, instantly exploded into a mist of blood and shattered bones upon being grazed. Li Si was like a human bulldozer, carving a flesh-and-blood path through the dense zombie tide. His speed was far greater than his brother's. Both his strength and speed were enhanced, neither was neglected. From her vantage point on the water tower, Li Zhaoqing saw it all. These 2 brothers, especially Li Si, were terrifying. His speed was only slightly slower than Lu Li's, but far faster than everyone else's. The ordinary zombies couldn't even harm him. A mere touch would injure them, and contact meant instant death. This enhancement is truly frightening. Li Xiaoqing instinctively wanted to aim her AWP at Li Si, but she knew that Lu Li's relative ease was partly thanks to these brothers drawing away a large number of zombies. Don't be in such a hurry. Just as Lu Li was about to approach the barn, he suddenly heard a cold, sinister voice. Then the word "go" exploded in his ears. Go! Damn it! The zombies around Lu Li, which had been attracted to others, all stopped. They turned eerily, their gazes fixed on Lu Li. Who the hell is that? Lu Li roared. The voice was so familiar, yet he couldn't immediately place it in his mind. He tried to find the speaker, but saw no one. In the distance, Bai Yun chuckled. Gee, by my ability isn't bad, either is it? Lu Li doesn't even know who's talking. I wouldn't be so sure. He's heard your voice before, he'll figure it out eventually. There's no point in arguing about this. Bai Yun waved his hand and said, Lu Li and his group are currently pinned down. It's time for us to make our move. With your abilities, getting into the barn should be a piece of cake, right? Bai Yun was aware of Ji Bei's capabilities, though he had no idea what his current maximum range was. Even if he asked Ji, Bai would never tell him. The two appeared to have a decent relationship, yet there were still many barriers between them. At best, they were merely using each other. At this moment, Ji Bai spoke up, pretty much. So shall we make our move now? Bai Yun let out a sly chuckle. Now was the perfect opportunity. Any closer and Lu Li's group would become a problem. The best course was to slip in and out without anyone noticing. Their best bet was to circle around from the back and enter the barn. Let's move out. Bai Yun hesitated for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. Changing old habits was a difficult task, even for someone like him. Even knowing the conditions for triggering the rules, it was all too easy to accidentally set them off. To avoid triggering them entirely, one would have to be mute. No one else could manage it. The zombies are drawn away, but don't expect me to look out for you when we go in. My ability can't carry anyone. With that, Ji Bai vanished in a flash, reappearing 5 meters away. Bai Yun, annoyed by Ji Bei's departure, grumbled curses as he started up the old jeep and gave chase. Your ability has limits. Not just distance, but also intervals. Bai Yun fixed his gaze on Ji Bei's figure. With each spatial leap, Ji Bai needed a 1-second pause. That second seemed brief, but in the eyes of someone fast enough, it could be fatal. Take Lu Li's burst speed, for example. 100 meters in 3 seconds. How far could Ji Bai teleport in one go? Only a few meters. At Lu Li's current speed, he could catch Ji Bai during his next spatial walk. The two moved swiftly and soon arrived behind the barn. The zombies that had been lurking there were mostly lured away by the team out front. Bai Yun's men had been lying in ambush here all along. When they spotted Bai Yun's vehicle and Ji Bai, they all rushed out at once. Let's strike directly. Bai Yun stopped the car and pulled a pistol from his pocket. With gunfire echoing everywhere, their shots wouldn't seem out of place. No one else knew that Bai Yun and Ji Bai had slipped around to the rear, but Li Xiaoqing, perched atop the water tower, spotted them. Damn it, it's Bai Yun. Through the high-powered scope, Li Xiaoqing saw Bai Yun and roughly understood their intentions. When Bai Yun and his men disappeared behind the massive granary, he grew anxious. I have to find a way to warn Lu Li. Li Xiaoqing set down the AWP and grabbed paper and a pen. Drawing, a small bird flew diagonally down from above the granary, its wings fluttering as it approached Lu Li. Then a gust of wind swept in, carrying the bird toward the rear of the barn. I hope Lu Li can figure it out. Li Xiaoqing aimed at a zombie lurking in the shadow of the barn's rear gable and fired a shot. What is Li Xiaoqing trying to warn me about? Lu Li's expression shifted slightly as his eyes darted toward the rear of the barn. It seemed there was gunfire coming from behind. If this keeps up, we'll be stuck and unable to move. Earlier, without triggering the rules, the zombies hadn't targeted him specifically. But now that the rules were activated, the zombies surged toward him like relentless waves. Even with Li Xiaoqing's support, there were too many zombies for the two of them to handle alone. Boom! A train car suddenly materialized on the spot, crushing numerous nearby zombies. Lu Li immediately slipped inside the carriage. Then, with both doors wide open, he deliberately let the zombies flood in. What's going on? Where did that train come from? Is it Lu Li? Is that his ability? The Li brothers were also drawn to the sudden appearance of the train car, their gazes shifting toward Lu Li's position. Lu Li, meanwhile, was using the carriage to massacre the zombies. There were too many zombies around, but only a few could squeeze through the doors. He also wanted to test a theory by killing zombies inside the carriage, or using the train to slay monsters. Could he generate a source of fear, a kind of fuel? Without offensive means, I can only lure them in and kill them, or use the terror train to run them over. In any case, as Lu Li fought and pondered, he quickly arrived at an answer. Yes, as long as he eliminated monsters or zombies, the train could gather a source of fear and obtain fuel. Nevertheless, the massive horde of zombies took a heavy toll on the train's armor, with its values dropping steadily. but it was all worth it. Let's go. Ha ha ha. Luli felt an exhilarating rush. The terror train's whistle roared and tracks of white bone extended forward piece by piece. The mottled rust on the train's body seemed to writhe like a living thing. Thick, vein-like energy conduits bulged across the surface, pulsing with viscous crimson liquid within. The massive wheels spun violently, grinding against the ground with a piercing screech of metal. The colossal carriage, a fusion of steel and bone, charged forward with unstoppable savage force, a hellish war chariot breaking free of its chains, hurtling toward the granary gates. The terror train let out a long, oppressive whistle. Its grotesque ram at the front was caked with sticky blood and shattered bone. The enormous wheels mercilessly crushed the zombie horde trying to surge through the gate, showcasing brutal aesthetics to the fullest. Under the brutal impact of the terror train, the granary's thick metal doors buckled and twisted inward, like fragile cardboard, finally collapsing with a deafening metallic shriek. Concrete chunks mixed with the instantly pulverized remains of zombies burst outward like an explosive shockwave, scattering in all directions inside and outside the granary. Its massive body rudely forced its way into the granary, carving a bloody path through the dense sea of corpses. Inside the granary was vast and eerie, the air thick with the sour fermented stench of aged grain and an overwhelming cloying odor of blood and decay. In the dim lights streaming through the shattered doors and the pale monstrous beams from the train's headlights, like the single eye of a giant beast, piles of sacks could be seen, some torn open with golden grain scattered everywhere. At the same time, fierce battle sounds erupted within the barn. Not far away, Yun, Ji-bai and their underlings were locked in a desperate fight with a monster engulfed in flames. Many of Yun's men lay scattered on the ground, burned to charcoal. Yun and Ji-bai were in bad shape, too, their clothes singed in various places, faces covered in grime, looking utterly disheveled and pathetic. The tremendous sound of metal tearing and the dull thud of flesh bursting created a brief echo within the granary, soon drowned out by sharper shrieks and the crackling of flames. The terrifying train crushed the corpses piled at the entrance, violently carving out a bloody vacuum amidst the chaos. The pale beam of light from the train's front instantly pierced through the swirling dust and grain powder. Yun was rolling awkwardly beneath the beam, narrowly avoiding a sweeping fiery whip. His once tidy combat uniform was now scorched and smoking in multiple places. His face, smeared with soot and a tuft of hair, had even been singed off, rendering him a sorry sight. Ji-bai was about 7 or 8 meters behind him, his figure flickering like a poor signal, disappearing and reappearing, each teleportation accompanied by the perilous rush of hot air brushing past. His spatial movements were clearly hindered by the fiery monster, as the pervasive high temperature seemed to distort space, making his teleportation sluggish and immensely draining. Several charred corpses lay scattered on the ground, the air thick with the stench of burnt flesh and the musty smell of spoiled grain. The monster stood over 3 meters tall, its surface devoid of skin, comprised only of a constantly flowing, dripping, orange-eared lava-like substance that formed its rough body and limbs. Atop its head was a core of intensely burning, ever-changing flames. With each swing of its arms, it created not a gust of wind, but a scorching wave of heat capable of melting gold and severing iron along with flying sparks. Boom! Another pillar of fire erupted from the monster's mouth, shooting directly at the spot where Ji-bai had just vanished. Ji-bai stumbled into view 5 meters away, his clothing igniting at the edges. He let out a muffled groan and activated his ability to dodge again, his face paling, clearly exhausted from the continuous use of his power and the intense heat. Taking advantage of the moment, Yun raised his gun and fired. The bullets struck the monster's lava-like body with dull thuds, sparking a few embers, but were quickly filled in by the flowing magma, resulting in negligible effect. The monster seemed provoked, abruptly turning around, its burning claw creating a suffocating wave of heat as it swiped down towards Yun. At that critical moment, the massive, bloodied and fleshy front of the terrifying train, with the might to crush everything, collided violently with the monster's side, without warning. What? Yun's pupils constricted, completely unprepared for Luli's entrance in such a manner, even more so for his audacity to charge directly at the fearsome fiery monster. Boom! A sound like 2 hills colliding erupted within the granary. The train's impact collided solidly with the monster's waist. The tremendous force caused the monster's lava-formed body to abruptly concave inward. Its massive frame was forcefully lifted off the ground like a giant fireball thrown backwards. Rumbling, the fiery monster crashed heavily onto the mountain of grain sacks, instantly igniting the dry burlap. The blazing fire shot up into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the temperature inside the granary soared rapidly. The train emitted a piercing sound mingled with flesh where the front section had made contact with the monster, the specially designed armor plates glowing red-hot with some areas even beginning to melt and drip, visibly decreasing the armor value. The train doors slid open violently, and Lu Li's figure burst out like a cheetah landing steadily on the scorching ground. The hem of his trench coat was lifted by the heat waves, his face splattered with blood, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade sweeping over the disoriented Bai Yun and the weakened Ji Bai. His eyes lingered briefly on the two of them, showing no hint of surprise, only a cold understanding and a barely perceptible mockery. What Bai Yun was that sound just now, you? Our account will be settled later. Lu Li sneered sharply, his eyes scanning the surroundings of the granary. At this moment, everything was bathed in crimson. The raging flames turned into a sea of fire, illuminating every corner of the granary. Lu Li recalled the train as the recent collision had caused too much armor loss, and continuing to use it might lead to total destruction. He did not want to discover what would happen to the train when its armor durability hit zero. Meanwhile, Lu Li walked towards a sack of rice seeds. That was the target of this expedition. The surrounding rice seeds had all caught fire. Even those that hadn't were mostly scattered with no intact bags left. But just as Lu Li was about to grab the bag of rice seeds, the lava monster let out a roar that shook the entire granary. The flames on its body not only did not extinguish from the impact, but instead flared up even more violently, as if doused in oil. The flowing lava became akin to molten steel. It stepped forward, and the solid cement floor beneath it instantly melted, leaving a burning footprint. No matter. Lu Li's mental wheel appeared spinning wildly, and a skeletal finger pointed towards the red area. Gamble of life, inferno's annihilation, blood-colored flames erupted from within Lu Li, forming a heat wave that enveloped him. His eyes turned blood-red as he extended one hand to collide with the burning zombie's fist. Lu Li's body was hurled back as if struck by a battering ram, crashing hard into a pile of half-burned grain sacks, sparks flying. He tasted blood in his throat, forcibly swallowing back the surge while his left hand clutched the heavy bag of rice seeds, protecting it before him. The blood-colored flames surrounding him flickered violently like a candle in the wind, while the right arm that collided with the monster's fist sent excruciating pain through him, leaving his fingers to shoulders numb, as if his entire arm had been burned to cinders. The burning zombie was also knocked back by the tremendous recoil, its lava-formed body carving a charred trench in the ground, emitting an enraged and pained roar. It looked down at its fist that had collided with Lu Li's. The spot that had flowed with molten steel now appeared significantly dimmer, even showing fine cracks. Lu Li's eerie blood-colored flames could actually inflict substantial damage and suppression upon it. The bag remained intact under the blood-colored flames swirling around Lu Li, further confirming to him that this was the item he had been searching for. Final just escape like this. Lu Li endured the burning pain, yet his mind remained clear, maintaining a calm state. Lu Li intends to escape. As he was knocked back, he stumbled out of the granary. At that moment, Bai Yun finally realized that the bag of seeds Lu Li was holding was indeed the goal of his journey. What do you still think you can deal with him? Ji Bai mocked, saying, just that punch he just threw at you, would you live or die? Now that he's drawn away the burning zombie, it's the perfect opportunity to escape. I won't go for it. If you want to take it, feel free. Bai Yun glared resentfully at the granary entrance, gritting his teeth, and snorted coldly, following suit to retreat. In the end, the item was once again claimed by Lu Li. This time, they truly suffered a loss without gaining anything. He didn't care about the dead, but he was quite pained over the lost weapons. Lu Li seized the opportunity to escape, but the blazing zombie was evidently not willing to let him go so easily. It struggled to rise, charging out of the barn like a meteor of flame, leaving a sea of fire in its wake. Several unfortunate zombies burst into violent flames the moment they were knocked aside by its charge. The blazing zombie's rage finally erupted in full fury. Its left arm plunged into the ground, hurling a massive molten magma-like wave of scorching cement fluid, forming a searing tidal wave several meters high that crashed down upon the fleeing Lu Li from above. At the same time, the mouth formed by its fiery core opened wide, unleashing a concentrated pillar of destruction so intense its color was nearly pure white. It tore through the air, arriving before the wave itself, as if it would never relent until Lu Li was dead. It's over. Countless zombies and mutants along the path melted and burned under the terrifying power of the blazing zombie. Seeing no escape, Lu Li had no choice but to activate the train as a shield to resist the assault. The scorching wave of cement slammed violently into the side of the train, tilting it precariously and nearly causing it to topple. The pillar of white fire continued to sear, melting and burning the train's armor, now fused with flesh and blood. Lu Li's expression darkened as the train's armor value plummeted to rock bottom in an instant. Yet the train's resistance bought him a precious chance to flee. What the hell is that? The Li brothers stared in terror, never expecting such a monster to be hidden inside the barn. The appearance of the blazing zombie shattered the balance of the battle and extinguished the Li brothers' desire to enter the barn. Moreover, the barn was now engulfed in raging flames. Even if they entered, they would find nothing to loot. Let's go. Brother, we're leaving. Li San's face twisted with dismay as he dragged his younger brother into retreat. Yet the rules they had inadvertently triggered only compounded their difficulties in escaping. Other teams were in the same plight, shouting commands to run, flee, and escape. The result was a cascade of rule violations, driving the zombies into an even greater frenzy. Chaos reigned across the entire vast granary. At that moment, Li Zhaoqing, peering through a high-powered telescope, spotted the blazing zombie. With a brush in hand, Li Zhaoqing infused a special creation into an AWP bullet, then pulled the trigger with all her might, firing straight at the blazing zombie's head. A faint piercing whistle, as if cutting through the roar of flames, came from the distant northwestern sky. It was a bullet. A bullet imbued with conceptual power through the art of creation. In Lu Li's perception, the bullet seemed to drag countless tiny fragments of frozen time along its trajectory. Li Zhaoqing poured all her spiritual energy into forcibly inscribing abstract and powerful concepts, absolute zero, time stagnation, and demon-slaying edge, onto this specially crafted armor-piercing bullet. The bullet's target was the violently burning, ever-shifting flame core at the blazing zombie's head. The blazing zombie's entire focus was fixed on Lu Li and the train it was about to annihilate, its destructive fire pillar blazing at its most intense peak. It only sensed this deadly supersonic threat a mere fraction of a second before impact. The two deep black dots within its flame core contracted sharply as it tried to twist its head aside to dodge the bullet. But it was too late. The bullet carrying Li Zhaoqing's desperate gamble struck the raging flame core with unerring precision. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. No earth-shattering explosion occurred. Only an eerie stillness. A ring of absolute cold, a pale frost visible to the naked eye, radiated outward from the point of impact. The raging flames, hot enough to melt steel, were frozen in place as the pale frost ring swept over them. The flames spewed by the blazing zombie solidified into pale, icy sculptures. The flowing white-hot magma lost all its luster and heat, turning into cracked cold rock. A dense crackling of frozen shatters echoed. The blazing zombie's massive head, made of flame and molten rock, along with a small part of its burning shoulder, transformed into a colossal, grotesque ice sculpture in the wake of the frost ring. Inside the ice, its final expression of shock and fury was frozen. With a dull thud, the frozen head and shoulders snapped off from the still magma-flowing body below due to extreme temperature differences and structural damage. The frozen head and part of its shoulder crashed to the ground like a severed mountain peak, shattering into countless massive frigid ice crystals. The headless magma body let out an indescribable, terrifying shriek. Its colossal form writhed and pounded the ground in a frenzy, as if out of control. Magma splattered everywhere, but its ferocity had greatly diminished, now driven by the madness of impending death. Atop the water tower, Li Zhaoqing saw through her scope the magma head freeze and shatter. Her taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and a wave of exhaustion and overexertion crashed over her. Her vision went dark, the AWP slipped from her hands, and she collapsed limply against the cold tower wall, unconscious. That single shot had drained her completely. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Lu Li's pupils contracted to pinpoints. Without a moment's thought, survival instinct drove him to grab his rusted blade and charge at the blazing zombie. Die. Lu Li could not find peace until he killed this blazing zombie. The effect of gamble roulette still persisted, and the residual blood-colored aura on his body was reignited by this wild, killing intent. The rusted blade in Lu Li's hand seemed to hum with a low, excited vibration. The dark red rust on its surface, resembling dried blood, now appeared to come alive. Baptized by the blood flame, it writhed and spread like greedy blood vessels, instantly covering the entire blade and even climbing a short way up Lu Li's charred right wrist. System prompt: the rusted blade has devoured enough monster blood. Seal released. System prompt: acquired blade of annihilation. The sudden prompt did not excite Lu Li too much. His sole desire now was to slay the blazing zombie before him. To gain such power, he knew he must pay an equal price. He understood all too well the weight of Li Zhaoqing's bullet. Though the blazing zombie had lost its head core, and was in chaos, its instinctive perception of lethal threats remained. Its magma arms still thrashing and pounding the ground in madness, sensed the deadly killing intent emanating from Lu Li and came crashing down with devastating force toward his head. Its other arms swept wildly at Lu Li's waist, trying to crush him in half. There was no escape, but Lu Li's eyes were fixed only on the pulsating core in its chest. He made no move to block or dodge, adopting a reckless life-for-life tactic. Die. Lu Li was struck, yet his body pressed forward unyieldingly, enduring the assault as he drove the blade of annihilation into the blazing zombie's torso, piercing its core. The core, impaled by the blade of annihilation, reacted violently in an instant. The originally turbulent dark crimson flames now swelled and exploded wildly. A muffled explosion laden with terrifying energy detonated within the burning zombie's chest cavity. There was no earth-shattering shockwave, but centered on the core, the flowing magma that constituted the monster's body instantly lost all vitality. The colors swiftly dimmed from incandescent white and fiery orange to ashen gray, cracked rocks emitting wisps of green smoke. The colossal, headless, burning form, like flesh stripped of all bones, stiffened mid-motion, then collapsed with a resounding crash. Lu Li's figure was brutally flung away by the explosion's shockwave like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily onto the scorching ground over 10 meters away, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The blade of annihilation flew from his left hand, embedding itself in the ground not far away. The blood-colored rust on its blade seemed to have absorbed energy, growing darker and deeper, exuding an ominous aura. Lu Li violently spat out a mouthful of blood, even mixed with fragments of internal organs. He felt as if every bone in his body was shattered, his organs displaced, his right arm completely numb, his left arm racked with unbearable pain, his vision darkening, and each breath brought a burning agony. The blood-colored aura had extinguished completely, leaving only a broken body on the brink of collapse. Lu Li's vision went black, his fate unknown. Cellular repair struggled desperately to sustain his life. At that moment, the experience points from the deadly venture surged wildly. System notification: the Western Sector burning zombie has been slain. The killer is rewarded with 20 points in all 4 attributes and assistance with 10 points. Reward: body repair. 2 pure warm golden beams of light descended. One precisely enveloping the collapsed, dying Lu Li. The other landed on Li Zhaoqing, who had also collapsed from exhaustion atop the distant water tower. No, impossible. Bai Yun's shriek was filled with extreme shock, jealousy, and murderous intent. Bai Yun, who hadn't gone far, snarled, "Damn it, was that the Western Sector boss? And Lu Li killed it again. There's an assistant. It's that damned woman. I should have noticed her earlier. If I had dealt with her first, our plan would have succeeded this time." Bai Yun roared in fury. "If we hadn't left the moment Lu Li killed the burning zombie, we could have struck him down and taken everything." Ji Bai shrugged and said with a smirk, "Then why did you leave? Why are you looking at me? It's not like I tied you up." "You?" Bai Yun stared at Ji Bai, frustrated, yet unable to vent his anger. He wanted to kill him, but still needed him. His words only served to infuriate himself. He decided to stay silent. "You have a good mind, but your tolerance is too narrow." Ji Bai tugged at his own mouth as if wanting to say more, but ultimately held back. "Let's go. Now I understand. The monsters in the 4 directions are all bosses, and the center must hold the most powerful one. Defeating these monsters will surely yield rewards. Lu Li is already ahead. Oh, we can't let him stay ahead. The bosses are limited and the kill rewards are generous. A shortcut to rapid strength enhancement. There are only so many bosses. We must kill the area bosses before other teams do. Every good thing falls into Lu Li's lap. Damn it." Bai Yun grumbled as he started the old off-road vehicle speeding towards his camp. He had to claim the remaining area bosses quickly. Initially, everyone dared not approach these places out of fear, but with rewards on the line, it was different. Next, powerful teams would surely find ways to kill the bosses for rewards. One step slow, and every step lags behind. "Brother." Li Si stared with bloodshot eyes at the prone Lu Li and said, "This kid has gotten a lot of good stuff. He's unconscious now, and his fate is unknown. Let's just kill him. Then everything would be ours." "I said you're stupid, and you really aren't smart." Li San's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling the greed-clouded mind of Li Si. He looked at his brother's shrewd and wary eyes, then at Lu Li in the distance, whose aura was rapidly shifting from weak to strong under the golden beam, and at the blood-colored demon blade embedded in the ground. Reluctantly, he swallowed his saliva and growled, "Brother, that's an rank ability. And that blade, the rice seeds, and the train we missed. Missing out is better than losing your life." Li San cut him off decisively, lowering his voice with stern authority, Look clearly. That light. It's a system repair beam. If you dare touch him, who knows what punishment will follow. Can we withstand the power of the rules? Even if we interrupt the beam and steal the items, what if Lu Li isn't dead? The first thing he'll do when he wakes up is crush us both. Like squashing ants. Li Si watched as Lu Li's charred and shattered body visibly repaired under the beam, even emitting an increasingly powerful aura. A cold sweat broke out on his back. His brother was right. This kind of monster could only be befriended, never made an enemy. Li San immediately stopped his brother's thoughts. Though he wasn't as talented in awakening abilities, his mind was 100 times sharper. Regardless of Lu Li's current state, the repair beam in the sky, who knew what interrupting it would bring? A man like Lu Li could only be befriended, never offended. His displayed combat strength was at least in a rank ability. If they failed to kill him, they would be the ones to suffer. Such a man would only grow stronger, and then they wouldn't even have the right to beg for mercy. Instead, befriending Lu Li now might earn them a share of the spoils later. Brothers, protect Lu Li. Clear the zombies around him. Li San immediately gave the order and dragged his reluctant brother Li Si to act as Lu Li's bodyguards. Although Lu Li had killed the burning zombie, many ordinary zombies and mutants still surrounded them. At this moment, Lu Li was at his most vulnerable. He might not be killed by humans, but could be devoured by zombies. Li San pulled the unwilling Li Si, and the two stood like guardian deities on either side of Lu Li in the closest position. Li San's cleaver gleamed coldly while Li Si let out a low growl, his skin taking on a rocky gray-white hue, his muscles swelling as he entered a defensive enhancement state. His iron fists clenched tightly, staring fixedly at the direction from which the zombie horde surged. Zombies understood nothing of social niceties. They only smelled the scent of fresh blood and flesh. Several Spee-type mutant zombies couldn't restrain themselves, first turning into gray streaks as they howled and pounced toward the defensive circle, their claws aimed directly at Lu Li at the center. Courting death, Li Si roared, his rockified giant fist whistling through the air as it smashed heavily into the foremost Spee-type mutant. With a dull thud, the Spee-type zombie's head shattered like a rotten watermelon. Li San, like a specter, sidestepped and slid, evading the pounce of another clawed zombie. His cleaver traced a precise arc, and with a flash of cold light, the zombie's head soared into the air. Brother, there are too many. Li Si shouted anxiously as he punched back a muscular zombie over 2 meters tall, the force staggering him a step back and leaving shallow marks on his rocky skin. The zombie tide surged like an unending black flood. Sweat beaded on Li San's brow as he felt the immense pressure. He slashed with his blade, while casting a worried glance at the pillar of light behind him. The golden radiance enveloping Lu Li was rapidly receding, his aura stabilizing. Hold on a little longer. Just as he finished speaking, a low, calm voice interjected. No need to wait. I've recovered. Lu Li's figure turned into a phantom as he snatched his blade of annihilation in an instant, then said, "Follow me out." Li San and Li Si exchanged a glance before nodding and following him. Lu Li's speed and power left the two in awe. Every move he made was effortlessly graceful. At the same time, the terrifying roar of the AWP echoed. A giant zombie. A mutant. Li Si exclaimed. The giant zombie ahead moved with incredible speed, its skin unlike that of ordinary giant zombies. It now blocked their path. Taking time to deal with it would let the surrounding zombies encircle them, but ignoring it made escape impossible. Yet Lu Li's forward charge never slowed. He leaped into the air, blade descending in one swift motion, severing the mutant giant's head before it could even react. Li San, Li Si, and all the team members stood frozen, staring in disbelief at this godlike, miraculous scene. Thanks. After escaping danger, Lu Li's voice was calm. Those 2 words eased the tension in Li San's heart, flooding him with immense joy. He knew his gamble had paid off. Since you helped me, I'll tell you a rule about this town. Lu Li looked calmly at Li San, gesturing for him to extend his hand. As he traced on his palm, he said, "You should know that zombies go berserk because a rule is triggered. But do you know what that rule is, eh?" Lu Li finished and added, "I have matters to attend to. Farewell." Li San coldly recalled the warmth on his palm, never imagining it could be this. "Brother, what's going on?" Li Si urged. "That kid isn't lying to us, is he?" "No, it's true. I'll tell you when we get back. Damn it, this town's rule is too vicious. Let's go back." "Zhaoqing, are you all right?" Lu Li climbed the water tower where Li Zhaoqing was packing her things, planning to descend. "I'm fine. It's safe here, not a single zombie. But you had me on edge." Lu Li saw the lingering fear and concern in her eyes, and warmth stirred in his heart. He forced a faint, rare smile of relief. "Don't worry, I'm tough as nails. That shot of yours saved me this time." Lu Li clapped his hands. while the rice seeds are secured. The vehicle, probably unusable for now. Thinking of the nearly melted front, his tone held regret, but more gratitude. Though the armor value had depleted, it could still be repaired, just not usable for a while. Still, the gains from this trip were substantial. As long as you're safe. Li Xiaoqing shouldered her rifle, walked to the edge of the water tower, and surveyed the still chaotic, but less threatening zombie horde below, along with the thick black smoke rising from the distant barn. Where to next? Find a safe place to hole up. Or... Lu Li joined her, his sharp gaze scanning the city's skyline, especially the northern district. First, find a place to rest and study this bag of seeds. Li Xiaoqing had no objections. They descended the tower and returned to the small cabin. Lu Li then summoned the train to retrieve the seeds. It's a bit cumbersome every time. Li Xiaoqing placed the AWP back into the train. The Qiming was now battered and scarred, even more nightmarish than before. Lu Li said, "No choice. This is the best we can do for now. It's still good. We can carry a lot without using our shoulders or hands. Others don't have such convenience." Li Xiaoqing nodded, then focused on the seeds in Lu Li's hands. Lu Li tore open the woven bag. Golden rice seeds spilled onto the ground along with 2 blueprints sliding out. Just as I thought. Lu Li rejoiced. Everything he had done was for these 2 seemingly ordinary blueprints. Quick, see what they are. Li Xiaoqing was equally excited. These were the foundation for survival. With them, they could continuously acquire new materials. She knew her place. These were Lu Li's spoils, and she wouldn't touch them without his consent. Lu Li picked up one blueprint, his eyes lighting up with surprise. This is an efficient cultivation blueprint. The blueprint dissolved into a glow and vanished into his hand. He had now mastered the efficient cultivation skill. He then picked up the other blueprint. System alert, acquired special culture vessel manufacturing method. It's for food culture vessels. Lu Li beamed with satisfaction. Combine these 2 would allow them to plant and harvest any food seeds. With these, growing food would take as little as 3 to 5 days, or at most half a month, yielding edible crops. Special culture vessel requires sand blocks, glass, black soil, etc. Lu Li smiled. This trip was worth it. No more worrying about food. We might not eat well, but we'll be full. We can even grow our own seasonings. That's wonderful. This is... Li Xiaoqing was too thrilled for words. She understood better than anyone what a stable food source meant. It meant they could build their own team, attract reliable people, and truly start surviving, not just struggling to live. But unfortunately, these blueprints can't be reused, or you could learn them too. Li Xiaoqing waved a hand dismissively, her eyes clear and sincere. What's there to regret? You're the core of our team. Your mastery is our mastery. In fact, you'll have to work a bit harder. But it's fine. You plant, and he'll take care of the rest. I may not be good at this yet, but he'll learn. Lu Li chuckled, appreciating Li Xiaoqing's thoughtful intentions. However, for now, there was no need for her to undertake such tasks. Anyway, let's first find some scrap metal. These things should be easy to come by. The top priority is to repair the terror train. Oh, by the way, Li Xiaoqing suddenly spoke up. Earlier I passed out, and then I suddenly recovered. Though I still feel a bit unwell. What exactly happened? It was the system's restoration. After I dealt with the burning zombie, the system rewarded me with a full body repair. His voice carried a hint of lingering fear. If it weren't for that system restoration beam, given my state at the time. Lu Li instinctively flexed his newly regenerated right arm and continued. Unless no one touched me, I wouldn't have survived. My body was almost completely charred, internal organs ruptured, and I don't even know how many bones were broken. The agonizing memory of his near-death experience remained vivid. Defeating a regional boss grants a full body repair at the end. Also, you should have received 10 attribute points, right? Lu Li immediately asked Li Xiaoqing. Since she had also been rewarded with a system body repair, she should have received the 10 attribute points as well. It was her bullet that was the key to killing the burning zombie. Really? Li Xiaoqing opened her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief and said, "Not just that, I have a total of 30 attribute points in reserve." That many? Lu Li frowned, then Li Xiaoqing suddenly realized. Oh, it's because I'm already level 4. No wonder I have so many. Now that I'm level 4, my strength should increase significantly, right? I suggest you invest more in speed and defense, or perhaps immunity. Your painting ability doesn't really require much strength. Will think it over carefully. Li Xiaoqing was extremely satisfied with this harvest. If she had been on her own or with another team, she would never have obtained such rewards. What about you? How are you doing? Li Xiaoqing looked at Lu Li with wide eyes. She had gained so much, Lu Li must have received even more than her. I haven't checked in detail, but I got 20 points in my 4 core attributes. Let me see my status. At Li Xiaoqing's prompting, Lu Li also felt a surge of excitement. Killing a regional boss truly provided a massive power boost. Name Lu Lin level 5, 400,500 in age, 22 in strength, 40 in speed, 30 in defense, 20 in immunity, 30 in comprehensive combat power, 30 in stored attribute points. 30 in Lu Li had reached level 5 needing only 100 experience points to level up again, and he had 30 attribute points to distribute. Level 5, 30 attribute points. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is Death Gamble. Lu Li narrowed his eyes. This was the very foundation of his survival. Crank talent Death Gamble. Death Gamble experience I 300,500. If Lu Li wished, he could convert all this experience into attribute points. 300 points in total. By continuing to upgrade Death Gamble, he could unlock more skills and mysterious rewards. Lu Li speculated that the moment he used the experience points, his combat power could surge past 100. With such power, even those who had awakens rank abilities would pose no threat to him. However, using the experience in this way would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It simply wasn't worth it. He still preferred to upgrade Death Gamble. After a brief deliberation, Lu Li evenly distributed his 30 attribute points between defense and immunity. Name Lu Lin level 5, 400,500 in age, 22 in strength, 40 in speed, 30 in defense, 35 in immunity, 45 in comprehensive combat power, 40. And the higher the immunity, the faster the body recovers from injuries, the stronger the defense, the more damage the body can withstand. Using the Wheel of Fortune took a heavy toll on his body. Enhancing his physical resilience would make things easier in the future. Adding 30 attribute points to immunity and defense only raised Lu Li's comprehensive combat power by 10 points. Nevertheless, from now on, when he used the Wheel of Fortune, he would be able to endure for much longer. The harvest exceeded my expectations. Lu Li smiled as he recounted what he had gained. It seems that hunting these regional bosses is a crucial path to rapid growth. Li Xiaoqing summarized, her gaze sharpening. She continued, earlier Bai Yun tried to fish in troubled waters, but I stopped him. However, now that they know about your power-up, they've surely realized this too. Lu Li nodded and said, the system announcement went out to everyone, not just them. I'm afraid all the other teams will start making moves now. There are only so many regional bosses. Everyone will want a piece of the pie. However, Lu Li averted his gaze, his thoughts clear. Repairing the Dawn must be our top priority. Without it, we lack mobility and defensive capabilities. Finding metal materials to repair the train is our primary objective. And I've already thought of a perfect place. Where? Li Xiaoqing tilted her head, her expression adorably curious as she looked at Lu Li. After a moment, she said, logically, metal shouldn't be that scarce here, should it? It is. How much scrap metal have you seen along the way? We're heading to the Eastern District. According to the map, there's an abandoned waste processing plant there. I'm sure no one will go there. That place should be deserted. We can take a temporary rest there. A waste plant. Li Xiaoqing was slightly startled. Exactly. Lu Li's tone carried the excitement of discovering a treasure. He continued, in the normal world, it's just a dirty, smelly place for processing trash. But in this apocalypse, he emphasized, that place is an undiscovered metal mine. Just think about it. When the city was functioning, how many discarded appliances, car parts, construction waste, and industrial slag were transported there every day. Sorted, compressed, baled. The metal piled up there, both in quantity and variety, far surpasses what's scattered among the ruins. Lu Li's reasoning was crystal clear. After a brief pause, he continued, more importantly to survivors, that place is virtually worthless, reeking of filth and potential contamination. Who would go digging through trash heaps for treasure? Everyone's attention is on food, weapons, medicine, and the bosses that are about to become hot commodities. So it's highly likely that place is empty or has only a few wandering zombies. We can rest there for a while. Li Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. Lu Li's analysis was perfectly logical, cleverly exploiting the blind spots in people's thinking during the apocalypse. It had to be said, Lu Li was truly resourceful. Great idea, she agreed. Let's set off immediately. Target the Eastern District Waste Processing Plant. Without further hesitation, the two swiftly charted their course. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lu Li chose a path with relatively fewer zombies, moving quickly through the cover of ruins. Along the way, Lu Li and his companion evaded several sizable hordes of the undead, only dealing with the occasional straggler that blocked their path. Li Xiaoqing also noticed that, as Lu Li had said, discarded metal was everywhere, but it was either buried deep beneath dangerous rubble, making it hard to retrieve, or severely rusted and fragmented into thin sheets, far too inefficient for the vast amount of metal they needed to repair the train. After about 3 or 4 hours, a vast area enclosed by towering rusted metal fences appeared on the horizon. A faint, complex odor, A mix of rust, decaying organic matter, and chemicals began to permeate the air. "We're here." Lu Li lowered his voice, signaling Li Xiaoqing to stop. They hid behind a broken wall, carefully observing the waste processing plant ahead. The plant's main gate hung open, its hinges broken, with the massive metal door slanted on the ground. Through the entrance, mountains of trash rose like hills. It wasn't a heap of household waste as imagined, but piles of metal blocks that had been initially sorted and compressed. Abandoned cars were crushed into twisted cubes, refrigerators and washing machines stacked like building blocks. Tangled steel bars and pipes along with iron sheets were bundled into enormous square bales. Under the dim light, this graveyard of metal gleamed with a cold luster. An eerie silence hung over the plant, broken only by the mournful wind whistling through metal gaps. A few emaciated, ordinary zombies wandered aimlessly among the massive metal blocks. There was no sign of human activity. "No one's come after all," Li Xiaoqing whispered in awe, also struck by this apocalyptic spectacle of a metallic ocean. "It's not just metal, there's all sorts of other stuff. Maybe we can even get everything for the special culture medium here." The two quickly moved deeper into the plant, searching for a relatively hidden and defensible corner. Soon they discovered a massive garbage compression workshop built of thick concrete and steel plates. The workshop door was half open, revealing a vast interior. Though covered in dust and grease, its structure was intact, and with only one main entrance, it was easy to defend and hard to attack. "This is it," Lu Li decided. He needed to release the dawn, letting it devour the metal all around. This commotion might attract trouble, so a sturdy shelter was essential. After confirming there was no threat inside the workshop, Lu Li walked to the open space in the center, took a deep breath, and released the dawn. It could absorb on its own before, but now it seems we need to help it. Lu Li casually grabbed a handful of scrap metal and tossed it onto the edge of the dawn. The metal seemed drawn by a magnet, slowly merging into the train. "Let's get to work." Lu Li had no choice but to keep feeding the terror train bit by bit, waiting until it could absorb on its own to replenish its armor in bulk. Repairing it now required too many materials. Xiaoqing erased the list of materials for the culture medium. "See if you can find them." Lu Li planned to divide the work with Li Xiaoqing. Though food wasn't scarce for now, Lu Li was one to prepare for the future. Better to plan ahead than scavenge for meals every day. "All right, I'll go." Li Xiaoqing smiled, taking the list Lu Li had written. "If anything happens, fire a shot, and he'll be there right away." Li Xiaoqing only carried a pistol, but her physical abilities now far exceeded an average person's. Ordinary zombies couldn't harm her. From noon to dusk, the train required a massive amount of materials for repair. Lu Li had nearly emptied the workshop of metal. Even then, the train was only 10% repaired, and that was just the metal for the train body, not the armor. However, the materials for repairing the armor were far less than those needed for the train itself. "Lu Li, look what I found." Later, Li Xiaoqing returned, her voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement, breaking the workshop's silence. Lu Li opened his eyes and followed the sound. There she was, dragging a rusty metal storage chest with a few iron sheets underneath to reduce friction, yet it still scraped noisily. She had clearly exerted herself. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and her cheeks were flushed from the effort, but her eyes sparkled with the joy of discovering treasure. Li Xiaoqing hauled the heavy chest in front of Lu Li and dropped it with a clang, stirring up dust. Without bothering to brush herself off, she eagerly flipped open the lid, its lock long rusted away. The chest was stuffed with all sorts of odds and ends, several bundles of tangled wires with cracked insulation, a few greasy gears, and bearings of unknown origin. Several metal ingots of varying sizes and colors, and even some old work clothes and safety helmets. I searched several warehouses and offices, mostly scrap, but this... Li Xiaoqing rummaged excitedly through the chest. Soon, from the very bottom of the pile, she carefully pulled out a long, narrow object wrapped in thick, waterproof oilcloth. She unwrapped the oilcloth, revealing its contents. Not a weapon or food, but a roll of blueprints. Blueprints. Lu Li's eyes lit up. "Design drawings?" Li Xiaoqing nodded vigorously. "But I don't know what design it is. I couldn't use it." "Then why didn't you use it?" Lu Li smiled. "Since you found it, it's yours to use. No need to bring it to me." "So I should use it?" Li Xiaoqing hesitated, thinking these things were better off with Lu Li. "Of course you should. You're not my subordinate. Whatever you find is yours." "I'm glad you brought it to me." Lu Li smiled. In this regard, he hadn't misjudged Li Xiaoqing. She was worth saving. As for these rewards, Lu Li never intended to keep them all for himself. Even if one day they parted ways, this was what Li Xiaoqing deserved. "Then I won't hold back." Li Xiaoqing wasn't one to dawdle. She picked up the blueprints, and in an instant they turned into white light and merged into her body. "Lu Li, guess what it is?" Li Xiaoqing's expression was ecstatic as if Shed won the lottery. Lu Li shook his head. Can't guess, but since you're so happy, it must be useful. High-efficiency circulating water purification and supply system. Li Xiaoqing immediately spoke. This isn't just a simple water storage or diversion plan. It's a complete modular water circulation system. It can purify contaminated water sources through multiple stages to produce drinkable pure water. And it can treat the purified wastewater for secondary use, irrigation or cooling cycles, minimizing water consumption. Her words came in rapid succession, brimming with professional excitement. Look at the core reverse osmosis membrane module design and this energy recovery device. Although many specific materials need to be substituted, the design concept and framework, it's incredibly advanced. It's practically a holy grail for apocalyptic survival. Li Xiaoqing had no such expertise of her own, but once the blueprint entered her mind, the knowledge became hers. Thus her explanation was remarkably detailed and professional. Efficient cultivation requires water. The life-sustaining culture medium needs a stable and pure water supply. Their future water for living for irrigation on the terror train. Everything hinged on this critical node of water resources. Especially in this apocalyptic environment, clean water was even harder to obtain than food, more susceptible to contamination and conflict. With this system's blueprint combined with his knowledge of efficient cultivation techniques and life-sustaining bed manufacturing methods, a truly sustainable, self-sufficient microecological loop had its most solid foundation. It was like a pillow appearing just when one felt drowsy, getting exactly what was needed. Lu Li was at a loss for words. Lu Li couldn't help but give Li Xiaoqing a hearty slap on the shoulder, his joy unmistakable as he said, "The value of this blueprint is in no way inferior to those two cultivation plans. No, in some respects, it's even more important. Water is the source of life." Li Xiaoqing's eyes crinkled with a smile. Having found something so crucial and being able to help immensely filled her with a sense of accomplishment. "I found it while searching a corner that looked like a tech director's office crushed under a fallen filing cabinet. It seems good things aren't just hidden where the bosses are. Items that help us survive can appear anywhere." Li Xiaoqing continued, "I've already gathered most of the materials. Now we just need to fabricate and install them on the train. Then we can have clean drinking water and store large amounts for irrigation and daily use." Lu Li nodded with a smile. "In that case, let's get to work. He'll handle the culture beds and cultivation. You take charge of setting up the water recycling system on the train." As Lu Li said this, his brow suddenly furrowed. Both required a lot of space, and Car 1 was far from sufficient. Now Car 2 was occupied by that disgusting tentacle monster, leaving no extra car to accommodate these setups. "I wonder if my current strength can deal with it." Lu Li's overall combat power had only increased by 10 points, but his ability to activate and endure the gambling roulette had risen significantly. The combat boost from activating the gambling roulette was also based on one's base combat power. 10 times 10 points and 10 times 20 points were worlds apart. But when Lu Li faced this thing with 30 points of power, he couldn't even muster the will to fight. Now perhaps, I'd probably need total combat power over 50 to face this thing. Lu Li shook his head, dismissing the idea of a direct assault on the tentacle monster. He was still too weak. No. His gaze suddenly fell on Li Xiaoqing. He wasn't alone anymore. Li Xiaoqing was here. Although she wasn't strong, she could use a gun. He could use firearms too. Human strength has limits, hence firearms were born. The kinetic energy contained in a single bullet, its instantaneous destructive power likely far exceeded the limit of 50 points of comprehensive combat power. And what about Li Xiaoqing's terrifying AWP anti-material sniper rifle? Its armor-piercing rounds could tear through the composite armor of a tank. The energy it contained was at a level Lu Li couldn't even imagine. Could his fist punch through tank armor? Obviously not. But Li Xiaoqing's bullets could. Why fight that monster hand-to-hand? Firepower supremacy was the way to go. He was no longer the destitute man, with only a rusty blade to hack at zombies. And that rusty blade had evolved too. The incomplete blade of annihilation, its contained energy also sent chills down one's spine. "Xiaoqing, take the gun." Lu Li casually tossed the AWP to Li Xiaoqing, then said, "Art bullet enchantment." Li Xiaoqing didn't understand what Lu Li was planning. One moment, he was talking about building a water filtration system. Now it seemed like they were preparing for battle. Though she didn't understand, she complied without asking questions. Lu Li always had his reasons. Was it the same as when they dealt with the burning zombie? Li Xiaoqing held the paintbrush, frowning. Probably the same. Lu Li thought for a moment, then asked, "After the upgrade, can your body handle it?" "We'll only know by trying." Li Xiaoqing immediately began art, and soon special bullets appeared in her hand. No problem. I can create 3 bullets of this intensity. But I can't increase the power further. The bullets can't handle more. That's enough, then create 3. Does your painting have a time limit? Lu Li wanted Li Xiaoqing to create more bullets for better preparation. Yes, they last up to 10 minutes. If used within that time, they become invalid. Then paint 2, and for the rest. Give me a magazine of explosive bullets. Lu Li handed the assault rifle magazine to Li Xiaoqing. She nodded, her fingers swiftly moving with the brush. Done. Lu Li, what are you planning to do? Only then did Li Xiaoqing ask. There's a monster in the car, we have to deal with it, or there's no space for our equipment. As he spoke, Lu Li quickly dragged over scattered heavy metal plates to construct a simple defensive structure. The makeshift cover was soon built, crude but thick enough to withstand ordinary impacts and debris. The two crouched side by side behind the barrier, their cold gun barrels aimed at the heavy rusted iron door, covered in strange scratches, which separated Car 1 from Car 2. The air was thick with the smell of rust oil and an indescribable, nauseatingly sweet and putrid odor seeping through the gaps of Car 2's door. That thing is disgusting and has an intense oppressive presence. You need to be mentally prepared. Lu Li warned Li Xiaoqing in advance. If Li Xiaoqing faltered, they'd be in big trouble. Lu Li didn't want to lose Car 1. Although using guns wouldn't grant experience for death adventure, dealing with this monster was the top priority. Li Xiaoqing wiped the sweat from her palms and said, "Don't worry, it'll fire the moment it shows itself." Lu Li took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his heart, and looked at Li Xiaoqing. Li Xiaoqing met his gaze. No words were needed, they both understood each other's intent. Car 2 appeared, and at the same time the door began to slide open with a grating, teeth-grinding sound of metal. The door swung open, and the black mist invaded Car 1, surging forth like a malevolent spirit that had been suppressed for 1,000 years. A massive circle reflecting an eerie green light illuminated the darkness. Without a second thought, Li Xiaoqing aimed and pulled the trigger of his AWP. Li Xiaoqing's intent was clear: whatever that was, destroy it. The bullet shot out, but before it could hit the creature, its bony claws shot forth faster than the bullet. The speed of those claws surpassed physical norms, blocking the bullet with ease. Upon impact, the bullet exploded, and the cold air seemed to contest with the black mist. The two sides were locked in a stalemate at the junction of Car 1 and Car 2. At this moment, Lu Li didn't linger, either raising his gun to shoot. "Xiaoqing, another shot." Lu Li shouted loudly, his voice drowning out the sound of the bullets being fired. Li Xiaoqing pulled the bolt and aimed again for another shot. The two special sniper bullets exploded instantly, suppressing the onslaught of the black mist as icy air spread through the multitude of bony claws towards the depths of the black mist. The two special sniper bullets, imbued with extreme coldness, detonated in succession, and a frost storm swept over the black mist at the junction of the carriages. The biting chill froze the surging viscous darkness like countless icy blades. The thick, sturdy claws visibly formed a layer of thick, solid ice. Lu Li's bullets roared like a torrential rain as they poured into Car 2. An inhuman scream, a mixture of pain and rage, erupted from the depths of the black mist, reverberating against the walls of the carriage. The frozen claws suddenly moved sluggishly, and some of the outermost claws, struck directly by the cold air, cracked with a crisp sound, breaking off and crashing to the ground as icy debris. "Now's the time." Lu Li's eyes sparkled with intensity as he discarded his empty assault rifle, the dormant power within him suddenly boiling over. The phantom of the life and death roulette spun wildly within his pupils, and the bony fingers stopped at the golden area of the spinning wheel. Blade of Sin, a surge of violent power flooded through Lu Li's limbs, his muscles, bulging veins protruding like coiling dragons beneath his skin. His combined battle power, bolstered by the roulette, suddenly shattered his limits. "Cover me." Lu Li growled lowly, his body charging out like an arrow released from its bow, unhesitatingly crashing into the viscous black mist that was temporarily suppressed by the cold. The piercing cold and soul-corroding black mist assaulted Lu Li's senses simultaneously. His vision narrowed to a close range, allowing him to vaguely see the massive, twisted, writhing core of the black shadow ahead, as well as the thick claws covered in frost, frozen, yet still struggling. "Get away." Lu Li roared, his blades slicing effortlessly through the frozen claws. The cold had diminished their agility and strength, yet their sheer number remained terrifying, creating layers of obstacles like a forest from hell. He resembled a fierce beast launching a powerful punch against a blocking claw. Crack! The ice shattered, and the flesh beneath was caved in and sliced apart by this heavy fist infused with the power of the roulette. It was as if countless blades were converging upon Lu Li's fist, continuously rotating and slicing. He became like a blade unsheathed, his fists and feet shattering gold and breaking jade, while his physical strength reached an astonishing level. The destructive power in the golden area of the roulette is far more terrifying than bone-corroding yellow spring and flame abyss incineration. Even my physical strength has gained an enhancement. Yet despite this, Lu-Li's body felt as if it were being shredded by 1,000 knives, enduring inhuman pain. Even the blood-red blade of extinction felt the influence of the roulette. The dark red blood on the blade flickered like a breath, a chilling, deathly aura that seemed capable of obliterating all things suddenly spread out momentarily, overpowering the evil of the black mist and the cold severity. Extinguish. Lu-Li's wrist twisted, the fragmented blade of extinction slashed towards another claw, attempting to sever his ankle, leaving a bizarre, dark red trail. There was no resounding clash of steel, only the faint sound, as if a blade sliced through tofu. As the blade contacted the ice-covered claw, the layer of solid ice silently melted away as if it had met its nemesis, and then the blade effortlessly cut into the creature's flesh. More oddly, the wound inflicted by the blade of extinction was not merely a physical cut. The severed part visibly lost its luster, becoming gray and desiccated, as if it had instantly lost all vitality, turning into a lifeless thing. The front half of the severed claw didn't even have time to fall, it rapidly withered and disintegrated in midair, turning into a cloud of gray-black dust that mingled with the black mist. The terrifying power of the fragmented blade of extinction began to reveal itself. Lu-Li's spirit surged, filled with renewed confidence. He swung the blade of extinction, bravely advancing through the sluggish mass of claws. The frozen claws had greatly diminished defensive power, and against the obliterating power of the blade of extinction, they were even more fragile. The monster at the core of the black mist let out a more piercing, painful howl, clearly indicating that the damage caused by the blade of extinction far exceeded that of the previous ice bullets. More claws, disregarding the corrosive cold, rushed madly towards Lu-Li, attempting to crush him. Li Zhaoqing behind cover watched in horror as Lu-Li's figure flickered amidst the onslaught of black mist and claws fraught with danger. Struggling against the dizziness from mental exhaustion and trembling fingers, she gritted her teeth and prepared a third special bullet. Only light can dispel darkness. Li Zhaoqing altered the bullet's properties. This bullet emitted a faint, holy glow, seemingly possessing the ability to dispel all evils. The special sniper bullet was loaded into the chamber. She firmly locked onto the core area, which was writhing violently in the black mist, emanating the most intense aura of evil. Bang! The gun's muzzle expelled flames, and the moment the glowing bullet left the chamber, even the air was pierced. Wherever the bullet passed, all the black mist vanished silently, like snow meeting the blazing sun. It was as if a ray of dawn pierced through the darkness, heading straight for the monster's enormous eye that reflected a faint green light. Deep within the black mist, the gigantic eyeball, reflecting the eerie green light, seemed to sense a deadly threat, its pupil suddenly narrowing to a thin slit. Countless ice-covered claws, shattered by the blade of extinction, crazily recoiled, trying to form a final barrier in front of the eyeball. The holy light bullet effortlessly pierced through the hastily stacked claws. The light on the bullet erupted instantly, as if a miniature sun had exploded at the monster's core. The black mist was dispersed by more than half, and through the high-magnification scope, Li Zhaoqing finally discerned the true form of the monster. Its twisted appearance made her vomit immediately. The instant the holy light bullet struck the enormous green eyeball, like a glass bead corroded by strong acid, was instantly covered in a web of cracks across its surface. Die! Lu-Li seized the opportunity, his furious roar cutting through the monster's death throes with stark clarity. Leveraging the clarity brought by the holy light's burst that momentarily dispelled the darkness, he pushed the gambling roulette to its extreme, and the broken blade of annihilation in his hand swept out, fiercely slashing again and again at the fleshmist-like monster. The dark red blood light on the blade of annihilation blazed with unprecedented intensity. The blood on the blade flowed like a living thing, gathering at the edge and radiating a deathly stillness that heralded the end of all things. Lu-Li's figure turned into a blur, stepping on the disintegrating and withering tentacle remnants, leaping high into the air. The broken blade of annihilation traced a mournful arc, carrying all of Lu-Li's strength and the frenzy bestowed by the roulette, and slashed fiercely at the giant eyeball, now covered in cracks. The blade precisely cut into the largest crack at the center of the eyeball. The eyeball, like a punctured ball, suddenly collapsed inward. Then it began to weather and annihilate. The twisted black mist-emitting mountain of flesh turned into countless specks of gray-black dust, rustling down, burning and vanishing. Finally, it dissipated completely into the cold air. Luli knelt on one knee, the broken blade of annihilation deeply embedded in the metal floor, supporting his violently heaving body. The power of the gambling roulette receded like a tide, bringing with it a strong wave of dizziness, weakness, and intense pain. At that moment, he felt as if his body was being sliced by 1,000 knives, countless blades cutting into him all at once. He curled into a ball, gritting his teeth fiercely, enduring the torment of this agony. In the air, the nauseating, sweet, and rotting stench gradually faded, replaced by a strange, empty sensation of something thoroughly purified mixed with scorched and frozen notes. Did we succeed, eh? Li Xiaoqing's voice trembled with a weak, disbelieving edge. Leaning against the cover, her face pale, the fingers holding her paintbrush quivered slightly. 3 consecutive high-intensity enchanted bullets had nearly drained her mental strength. After a moment, Lu Li took a deep breath and let out a muffled groan as the pain subsided. Cell repair quickly mended his injuries. He pulled out the blade of annihilation. The dark red blood light on the blade had already receded, reverting to its inconspicuous rusted appearance. This blade needed repair to reveal its former complete brilliance. Lu Li's voice was weak and hoarse. We succeeded. Got rid of this damned thing. At the same time, the train's fuel gauge began to surge wildly, almost reaching the 1/3 mark. This was far more fuel than before. So much fuel was enough to keep the train running for several hours. Defeating a monster on the train, even without other rewards, was an unexpected boon. Moreover, the second carriage had been reclaimed. Another advantage of the carriage was not having to clean it up. At least the train would automatically absorb things like corpses. It was still a mess now, but it would return to its former state after a while. However, the interior of the train remained dark, silent, and unfit for habitation. Lu Li walked back to the first carriage and said to Li Xiaoqing, the second carriage can be used to build a water circulation system. We'll keep the first carriage for sleeping for now. At this moment, Li Xiaoqing was still very weak. She didn't have Lu Li's recovery ability, and mental energy could only be restored slowly through rest and the like. Li Xiaoqing forced a faint smile and nodded weakly as if she didn't even have the strength to speak. Lu Li said no more, turned and jumped down from the carriage connector, quickly rummaging through the mountain-like pile of garbage debris on the platform. Soon he dragged out 2 relatively intact old mattresses, though they were covered in thick dust. He vigorously beat off the floating dust and debris, hauling these 2 barely recognizable beds into the first carriage. Space in the carriage was limited, so he could only lay the 2 mattresses side by side in a relatively safe corner away from the door. There were no bed frames. They were placed directly on the cold, hard metal floor. The conditions are rough, but let's make do and rest for now. Lu Li pushed one of the mattresses toward Li Xiaoqing. Li Xiaoqing almost crawled over. The moment her body touched the barely soft mattress, her tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and an overwhelming dizziness and drowsiness engulfed her like a tide. She didn't even have time to thank him, only uttering a vague syllable before curling up and falling into a deep, almost instantaneous sleep. She needed sleep to repair her overconsumed mental energy. Lu Li watched her fall asleep, instantly knowing her exhaustion was even greater than he had imagined. He also sat down on his own mattress, leaning against the cold carriage wall, and let out a long sigh. His body was mostly fine thanks to cell repair, but the mental tension and the impact of the battle still needed to settle. The impact of facing the monster in the second carriage was still there. Death Adventure Experience 360500, Horror Train Control Progress 30100, First Carriage Control Progress 100,100, Second Carriage Control Progress 100100, Safe House Unlocked. Safe House named Qiming. Lu Li observed his own information and that of the Qiming. From the current information, it was clear that to fully control a carriage, one must clear all the grids within it. Now the second carriage had no rule restrictions. Unless Lu Li activated the rules, it was just an ordinary carriage. Train Main Body Integrity 70100, Armor Repair Progress 30100, Basic Defense Module Locked, requires blueprints, metal materials, and source of fear. Basic Weapon Platform Locked, requires blueprints, metal materials, source of fear, and weapon components. The main body repair of the train was almost complete. Half a day tomorrow would finish it, and the armor was slowly being restored. The train no longer required material handling. It could autonomously absorb materials within a 5-meter radius for repairs. However, the repair process was too noisy, so Lu Li had stopped it for the night. Lu Li leaned against the cold carriage wall and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't fall asleep immediately, but rapidly began planning in his mind how to partition and utilize the space in the second carriage, the installation location of the core components for the water circulation system, and how much space the life pod's culture chamber would need. Every detail had to be optimized with limited resources. Resources, time, and safety. Each was a luxury. And now they finally had a brief, relatively ample respite and a space to develop. Eventually, fatigue also overwhelmed Lu Li. After confirming that Li Xiaoqing's breathing was steady and she was merely in deep sleep, he also relaxed his body, letting his consciousness sink into darkness, seizing the time to recover his strength. Outside the dump, the tireless, ravenous howls of zombies rose and fell in an endless cacophony, yet within the dump itself there reigned a fleeting moment of tranquility and warmth. Even the zombies seemed to lose interest in this place. Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing lay on either side of the first carriage, which Li Xiaoqing had tidied, deeply asleep. The next morning, Lu Li set down some canned food and woke Li Xiaoqing. Her spirits were still somewhat low, but far better than the night before, as she could move about without any trouble. Eat first, then we'll start building the water circulation system. Let's solve the drinking water problem. Lu Li pushed the food toward Li Xiaoqing, who nodded and immediately began to eat and drink. Meanwhile, the Dawn was once again fitted with its train armor. The carriage wasn't very spacious. The second carriage would either be entirely converted into a water circulation system or used for planting. After finishing her meal, Li Xiaoqing headed to the second carriage, intending to make some minor modifications. She planned to partition it into a few small compartments. These compartments would be used for washing up and for bathroom needs. A normal train would naturally have restrooms, but the horror train clearly lacked such facilities. Let's go find materials first. Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing got off the train and began searching through the vast dump for supplies. The materials from yesterday were enough for Lu Li to build several culture dishes, but he wasn't planning to plant food just yet. The carriage space was insufficient. Planting food would require an entire carriage. He intended to wait until they unlocked the third carriage. The third carriage had two separate compartments, but given past experience, Lu Li dared not open them recklessly. If every carriage harbored a monster, then it would be best to wait until he and Li Xiaoqing had fully recovered before considering opening the third carriage. Or perhaps until they were stronger. The process of gathering materials needed no elaboration. Building with blueprints was also straightforward. However, the final material for the water circulation system stumped Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing. Special core. The name alone suggested it was no ordinary item. It certainly wouldn't be found in a trash heap, and neither of them knew how to obtain it. I suspect it must be something obtained from monsters. Lu Li pondered, arriving at this sole possibility. After all, there was nothing on Earth called a special core. How about we just ask in the regional channel? Li Xiaoqing suggested asking directly. Over the past few days, every survivor had their own way of staying alive. Surely someone must have heard of it or knew how to obtain it. Do you think anyone will bother with us? They'll send it. Li Xiaoqing chuckled. Your reputation is big, even infamous, but they don't know who I am. Lu Li thought for a moment and said, but I was looking for you before, so maybe. So what? Not many will remember that. After a quick discussion, Lu Li agreed to Li Xiaoqing's proposal of asking in the regional channel. In such an environment, hoarding information about key items served little purpose. Others would eventually encounter similar problems or learn of their existence. It was better to be open and perhaps get an answer faster. All right, send it. Lu Li made the decision. Li Xiaoqing immediately spoke in the group chat. I need a special core. Does any expert have one? I can trade food, water, or even weapons. Her words were like a massive stone dropped into a lake, stirring ripples. Special core? What's that? Never heard of it. Is it something good? No idea, but judging by the avatar, she's a beautiful woman. If only I could. I have one. How do we trade? A man named Wang Wei sent a message in the channel. Many were watching this exchange. Li Xiaoqing and Lu Li exchanged glances, and Lu Li said, the transaction itself is a problem. Indeed. Li Xiaoqing nodded. If we ask him to come here, this dump might attract unwanted attention. If we go to him, it's too risky. Li Xiaoqing thought it through. She didn't want to expose the dump, nor did she want to venture into danger. How about a neutral location? After a moment, she spoke again, suggesting a meeting point that would be safe for both parties. No need. Let him come here. Lu Li said calmly, let him come. We've already achieved our goal here. Once the train is repaired, we won't need to stay in the dump. We'll just take as many materials as we can. Our safe house isn't like theirs, dependent on a fixed base. Our safe house is this. Lu Li turned and patted the fearsome exterior of the Dawn. We can go anywhere we want at any time. As for this place, they can have it if they want. Li Xiaoqing said, since you've decided, I'll follow your lead. I'm at the dump in the East District. Just come over. After sending the message, she waited silently. Going to others was dangerous, and having others come to them was also risky. Thus, such a transaction was not easily accomplished. All right, I'll come to you. After a long pause, Wang Wei seemed to make up his mind and agreed to Li Xiaoqing's proposal. Li Xiaoqing exclaimed in surprise, "He's coming." Lu Li nodded. "If he's alone, that shows some courage. If it's a team, then." A team didn't scare Lu Li. He and Li Xiaoqing had guns. Even if it was a group, once the leader was dealt with, the rest would scatter like startled birds. In the apocalypse, most teams lacked cohesion. Everyone was just trying to survive. Moreover, not much time had passed since everyone entered this lost town. Cultivating loyal followers was no easy feat. "Let's wait. I reckon this guy isn't far from the East District, or maybe he's already there." After speaking, Lu Li told Li Xiaoqing to gather as many useful materials as possible. The two busied themselves, oblivious to the passage of time. About an hour and a half later, a figure appeared at the main gate of the dump. There were very few zombies here, and none inside. A grimy Wang Wei peered inside, then sent a message in the regional channel, "I'm here. You can come out." Lu Li did not step out immediately. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings through the gaps in the carriage, confirming there were no signs of an ambush. Wang Wei was indeed alone, and his condition appeared poor, exuding a fatigue born from prolonged malnutrition and intense tension. "I'm going out," Lu Li whispered to Li Xiaoqing, then raised his voice to shout outside. "Wang Wei, did you bring the goods?" One person steps forward, puts down the backpack, and opens it slowly. Wang Wei's body visibly tensed, his clouded eyes scanning the carriage and the surrounding mountains of trash as if assessing the risk. He hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth, thrust the sharpened steel bar into a nearby pile of garbage, and slowly removed his backpack, placing it on the ground a few meters away. Then, with deliberate, cautious movements, he unzipped the backpack, revealing the crammed assortment of odds and ends inside. He fumbled at the very bottom and pulled out a fist-sized object wrapped in layers of ragged cloth. He peeled back the layers of cloth, revealing its true nature, an irregular crystal. Within the crystal, something seemed to flow like liquid, exuding an unnatural icy texture. "Special core." Li Xiaoqing, peering through the gap inside the carriage, couldn't help but exclaim softly. The form described in the blueprints matched the object before her eyes perfectly. "Place it on the ground and step back 5 paces. Wang Wei complied, setting the crystal on the ground and slowly retreating 5 steps, his eyes fixed on Lu Li and the pistol at his waist, filled with wariness and a faint, barely perceptible fear. "The person I traded with was a woman. Are you all a team?" Wang Wei did not hand over the item simply because of the gun Lu Li held. Instead, he inquired about Li Xiaoqing's whereabouts. "What if I said I killed her? You wouldn't give it to me, eh?" Lu Li suddenly spoke with a smile, deliberately teasing Wang Wei. Wang Wei was silent for a moment, then said, "The person I want to trade with is Li Xiaoqing, not you." With that, he packed up his things and prepared to leave. "You're quite stubborn, aren't you?" Lu Li said with a chuckle. "Bring the thing over here. Li Xiaoqing is right here. Since you want to trade with her, go ahead and trade." Hearing Lu Li's words, Li Xiaoqing stepped out. When Wang Wei saw her, he immediately gathered his belongings and walked over. "Why are you so insistent on trading with me? If Lu Li offered you the same thing, you could have traded it to him." Li Xiaoqing couldn't fathom Wang Wei's reasoning. He seemed rather single-minded. Wang Wei had a simple, honest face, though it was grimy. He spoke up. "I promised to trade with you, so I should trade with you. A person must keep their word." "This is the apocalypse," Lu Li said dramatically. "You want to keep your word in the end times. You wouldn't know how many times you'd die. Surviving the first anomaly was already lucky for you." Lu Li shook his head, finding it incredible that such a person could still be alive. Li Xiaoqing smiled and gestured for Lu Li to stop. She asked, "What do you want?" "Food, water, and bullets." Wang Wei's voice was hoarse and dry, laced with urgency. "As much as possible." Lu Li turned and dragged out a small bag prepared in advance from the carriage, containing a few cans of meat, several bottles of drinking water, and 2 fully loaded pistol magazines. "These are yours. That's all there is. Trading you this much is already a special deal." Wang Wei nodded vigorously without saying a word. Then he handed the special core to Li Xiaoqing while grabbing the small bag. "He'll be going now." Wang Wei clutched the bag and started to walk away. Lu Li suddenly called out from behind, "Wait a moment." "What?" Wang Wei froze and turned around, unsure of what Lu Li wanted. Lu Li asked, "I'll ask you a question. Answer if you want, if not, forget it. What level of ability did you awaken? You don't have to tell me the specifics." Wang Wei looked at Lu Li, thought for a moment, and slowly replied, "A rank." "A rank?" Lu Li and Li Xiaoqing exchanged glances. Li Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. This ordinary, even somewhat simple and foolish man had awakened an A rank ability. He must be the only one who awakened an A rank ability and still ended up in such a miserable state. "Looks like you don't know how to use your ability well. And naturally, you don't have your own territory," Lu Li said calmly with a smile. "What do you think of this place?" Wang Wei looked around and said, "Not bad. Though it looks like a dump, there are actually a lot of useful things." "It's yours," Lu Li said with a smile, completely indifferent to the place. Wang Wei had potential worth cultivating. His character was stubborn and principled. Giving him this place would surely earn his gratitude, and he might prove useful in the future. Even if he never used him, at least it wouldn't create another enemy. "Really giving it to me?" Wang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Li, muttering, "I don't have anything left to trade with you." "No need. It's a gift. It's just a dump with fewer zombies and sturdier factory buildings. We're only staying here temporarily anyway, and we were planning to leave. There should be some unexplored areas nearby. You might want to check them out. You could find some food and drink." Zhaoqing. Li Zhaoqing nodded, picked up her things, and prepared to leave. "Wait." Wang Wei saw them about to leave so nonchalantly and immediately called out, "I can't take this place for nothing. There's a machinery factory in the East District that's very dangerous. Don't go near it, and definitely don't enter. There, a monster is lurking." Wang Wei's eyes flashed with intense fear, his voice trembling as he said, "It's not a zombie. It's a living machine. A steel monster." "Huh." Lu Li immediately signaled Li Zhaoqing to pull out the map and locate the machinery factory. "Found at the machinery factory in the East District." "A boss?" Lu Li quickly reacted. "Looks like this guy has encountered a boss. What were you doing there?" Wang Wei pointed at the special core in Li Zhaoqing's backpack and said, "I found that thing there. My ability is related to metal, and the machinery factory was full of metal. I wanted to try my luck. Anyway, it's dangerous there. I saw a team of over 20 people go in, and not a single one came out alive. So it really is a boss." Li Zhaoqing looked at Lu Li and asked, "What do we do? Are we going?" "Of course we're going." Lu Li smiled. If he hadn't known where it was, it would be one thing, but now that he had a precise location, he'd go take a look. Maybe he could even reap some benefits. Special cores would likely be in high demand in the future. Lu Li beckoned Li Zhaoqing into the vehicle, while Wang Wei stood nearby, his face etched with shock at the sight of the terrifying dawn. In this post-apocalyptic world, the most he had ever seen were battered old off-road vehicles, but never had he encountered such a colossal behemoth. He could not fathom where Lu Li had acquired such a thing. "Are you Lu Li?" A faint glimmer of recognition flickered in Wang Wei's memory regarding this train. "Yes, I'm Lu Li. What, you know me too?" Wang Wei stammered. I don't know you personally." He quickly shook his head, a complex expression mingling awe and distance spreading across his face as he continued, "But your legend. Especially about this thing, it's everywhere." He pointed at the dawn, his fingers trembling slightly. "They say wherever this fearsome train goes, there you are, Lu Li. Some say it's a bottomless pit devouring fuel bound to become scrap metal. Others claim you survive only because of it. Anyway, there are all sorts of stories." He swallowed hard and finally concluded, "But everyone agrees on one thing, this beast is yours now." "Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Lu Li burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing across the empty dump with a hint of disdainful arrogance. He slapped the cold armor plating beside him, producing a dull thud, and said, "Seems it's way too conspicuous. Can't stay low-key even if I want to." His laughter subsided, and Lu Li looked at Wang Wei, still reeling from the shock, his gaze turning more serious as he continued, "Wang Wei, this dump is yours now. Make good use of it. Also, it's fine to be stubborn, to have goals and persistence, but don't be a one-track mind. In this world, only the living have chances. A rigid mindset will get you killed. You've awakened in a rank ability with great potential. As long as you play it steady, don't rush to your death, you can thrive in this damned world." Lu Li cast one last deep look at Wang Wei. "If fate allows, we'll meet again. Take care." The train roared, tracks formed from bone after bone, laying themselves down, carrying it away into the distance. Wang Wei looked down at the can in his arms, then back at the sprawling dump behind him, and finally toward the direction where the dawn had vanished. A mix of shock and bewilderment, along with a complex emotion from being briefly noticed by a powerhouse, churned within him. Lu Li's words had indeed touched him. "Do you think he can change?" In the cockpit, as the train hurtled forward at breakneck speed, Li Zhaoqing posed this question to Lu Li. "Probably not." Lu Li chuckled. "I never intended to change him. I just wanted him to know he has the strength to live better, even to help others. Someone like him is likely to have a merciful heart. Maybe he can rally a formidable, tightly knit team. I don't have the ability to save others. Let him give it a shot." Lu Li's somewhat helpless expression made Li Zhaoqing frown. By all logic, Lu Li was far more powerful than Wang Wei at this point. Saving people wouldn't be hard for him. Yet he placed his hope for rescue on this stubborn, simple-minded Wang Wei. It was baffling. People are different. Lu Li smiled, offering no further explanation. Those who understood would get it. Li Zhaoqing murmured the words to herself, and she began to grasp what Lu Li meant. From the very beginning, Lu Li had never intended to save anyone. He only wanted to survive himself. The reason she could stay by his side was because they had helped each other in peril, step by step testing the waters, eventually forging a solid bond. To Lu Li, saving those weaker was merely a burden. Are we heading to the mechanical factory now? Lu Li looked at the obstacles being pushed aside ahead and said, yeah, let's check it out first. If there's a chance to fish in troubled waters, that'd be great. Fish in troubled waters. Li Xiaoqing glanced at Lu Li. A hunter's smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The murkier the water, the more opportunities. Get close, but not too close. The dawn is too conspicuous. Stop at a safe distance. As usual, you provide long-range fire support, and I go in alone. He'll leave the dawn with you. Its armor is fully repaired. Even if a horde or various mutant monsters come, it can hold out for at least a day or two. The dawn's massive form silently came to a halt behind the ruins of a collapsed viaduct like a lurking steel beast. The bone tracks retracted noiselessly into the carriage floor. We're about 500 meters away from there. Are you sure we should stop here? Li Xiaoqing felt the distance was too great, and inside the mechanical factory her sniper support would be hindered by too many obstructions. It's fine. Let's just take a look first. I'm not planning to sneak in directly. We have too little intel on the factory right now, and if there really is a boss inside, we're definitely not the only ones after it. I said I'm fishing in troubled waters. I'm not about to stick my neck out. Lu Li snickered, then leaped off the train. For now, he couldn't share the train's usage permissions, otherwise leaving the dawn with ample fuel for Li Xiaoqing to support from the perimeter would make him much safer. All right, I'm off. Lu Li waved his hand and gradually disappeared from Li Xiaoqing's sight. She immediately pulled out high-powered binoculars to track his figure. Only after spotting Lu Li did she feel a modicum of relief. The dawn's commotion was immense. Even from 500 meters away, many sensed its presence. Damn, what's that noise? Sounds like a train. No idea. Rumbling and roaring. Could it be some terrifying monster? The scar-faced man spat, his eyes dark and vicious. Monster. Shit, that mechanical beast inside makes about the same racket. Remember last time it went berserk? The whole factory shook. Could it be out of control again? At the mention of the mechanical beast, everyone grew uneasy. They had all experienced its power firsthand and dared not challenge it lightly. Could it be that Lu Li? A very young boy spoke up. Maybe he's here. Lu Li. The scar-faced man pondered for a moment, then said to the boy, you've got a damn point. Whether it's him or not, go inform the leaders of the other teams. Tell them Lu Li might be here. Tell them to watch their backs and not let him slip through. Me? Go. The boy, his face still youthful, pointed at himself, his complexion pale. It's crawling with zombies and mutants out there. How am I supposed to go? I said go, so go. Stop with the useless chatter. The scar-faced man kicked the boy's backside and shooed him away impatiently. The spittle from the scar-faced man still hung suspended in the murky air, while the frail silhouette of the boy had already vanished into the shadows of crumbling walls and shattered ruins. He withdrew his gaze, his clouded eyes sweeping across the tense faces gathered beside him. Stay sharp, all of you. Whether it's Lu Li or the king of hell himself, the real prize lies inside those iron relics. He slapped the hilt of a gleaming pickaxe strapped to his waist, his voice hoarse, yet laced with the ruthless edge of a man who lived on the knife's edge. Better if Lu Li shows up. The water will run deeper and the fish far larger. The stormier the waves, the more valuable the catch. Kill Lu Li too when the time comes. He slew Chongping, so he must be carrying priceless treasures. A sinister grin curled across the scar-faced man's lips, revealing yellowed teeth. Keep your eyes locked on the factory entrance and every critical passage. Get the fools from the other dens moving. No more loitering waiting for scraps. The boss is right. We'll reap the spoils like wise fishermen. All the treasures will be ours. Li Xiaoqing's high-powered spotting scope tracked the figure who seemed to melt seamlessly into the ruined landscape. She could see each of Lu Li's pauses. At 500 meters within this city reduced to rubble, obstacles were indeed overwhelming. Massive factory walls crisscrossing passenger vehicles, mountains of discarded steel, all formed barriers that severely constricted her firing lanes. Li Xiaoqing drew a slow, steady breath, her fingers unconsciously tracing the cold, heavy barrel of her anti-material sniper rifle. The muzzle subtly adjusted, aligning towards several elevated vantage points near the mechanical plant's entrance, areas offering relatively unobstructed sight lines. She couldn't guarantee full coverage of Lu Li's every possible route, but she would ensure that should he expose himself or attempt a desperate retreat, she could eliminate the most lethal threats without delay. Lu Li moved silently along the narrow path, the blade of annihilation in his hand, gliding like death's own scythe. each wandering zombie falling without a sound, without resistance. The entrance to the ironworks mechanical plant gaped like a ravenous maw. The colossal steel gate, once imposing, now twisted grotesquely, leaving only a narrow gap barely wide enough for a truck. Around it lay scattered evidence of violent breach. Whether wrought by human hands or by mechanical beasts remained unclear. Luli did not enter through the main gate. Instead, he halted beneath a ruptured ventilation duct roughly 100 meters from the entrance. Its massive diameter was corroded with rust, one end plunging deep into the bowels of the factory. He carefully examined the duct's rim. Several droplets of thick, dark red fluid still clung there, not yet fully dried. Not zombie rot blood, more likely human blood. Either someone bled here, or someone tried entering, or escaping, through this duct. It seems no path here is truly safe. Luli frowned and paused. Unlike the grain silo, the ironworks perimeter felt unnervingly quiet. Around the silo, zombies swarmed in dense tide-like waves. Here only scattered stragglers roamed. Yet that very scarcity spoke volumes about the horror lurking within. If even zombies could not survive here, how hostile must the environment truly be? Just as Luli prepared to step away from the duct, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the plant. A sound like thousands of metal gears being torn apart under unbearable strain. That was no living creature's cry. It was the shriek of colossal machinery. Damn it, what is that? The ground trembled violently beneath his feet. Luli braced himself, then bolted backward, his face pale with alarm. The earth convulsed with terrifying force. Then came the impact, a thunderous world-shaking crash, far more savage than the teeming train's passage, accompanied by a piercing metallic shriek of rending steel surging from the plant's main gate like an avalanche of destruction. The very air outside the compound churned violently. 500 meters away inside the Qiming's cockpit, Li Xiaoqing's heart leapt into her throat. Her high-powered scope snapped toward the main gate. There the already warped steel gate burst inward like brittle cardboard hurled aside by unimaginable force. A monstrous entity exploded forth, trailing smoke, dust, and jagged shards of metal. A mechanical beast. Li Xiaoqing stared in horror. Only in seeing it with her own eyes did despair become tangible. Its titanic frame was forged from dull, scarred alloy armor. Nearly 10 meters tall, it dwarfed every zombie and mutated abomination Li Xiaoqing had ever encountered. Each footfall triggered localized sinkholes. Its grotesque head resembled a hydraulic clamp, its twin eyes burning with ominous crimson light. Now it thrashed wildly, wielding a mechanical arm tipped with a whirling drill bit extremity, obliterating everything in its path in an instant. Dust and debris filled the sky. A few unlucky zombies caught unawares were crushed into crimson pulp. Luli, observing from the plant's flank, saw the beast tower far above the factory roof itself. How it had ever fit inside remained a mystery, and yet the moment it emerged, it unleashed raw, unrestrained fury. Luli broke into a cold sweat. Even the colossal corpses looked like helpless chicks beside this titan. Its power existed on an entirely different plane. Indeed, its oppressive aura surpassed even that of the bone-claw monster from the second carriage, by a vast margin. Luli shook his head and ducked deeper into the rubble, feeling less than an ant gazing up at mankind. Alone, he and Li Xiaoqing stood no chance against such a thing. Outside, the mechanical beast raged, devouring abandoned cars and decaying steel structures alike. Its massive clamp-like maw effortlessly crushed and swallowed metal of all kinds, like a vacuum cleaner consuming the world, ravenous and insatiable. This thing, is it feeding? Luli watched, brow furrowed. Aside from devouring metal, it exhibited no other behavior. Its earlier frenzy appeared fleeting. Now it displayed no further aggression. Yet Luli knew better than to mistake stillness for safety. While it feeds outside, perhaps that's our chance to enter the plant. Luli weighed the risk. If something valuable lay within, he might seize it unseen, without confrontation. That way, direct conflict with the mechanical beast could be avoided entirely. But how long will it feed? If it returns just minutes after I slip inside, I'm finished. I'll need to delay it somehow. After long thought, Luli found no perfect solution. Only a reliable means of mitigating risk would justify entering the plant. Why hasn't that kid returned yet? The scar-faced man's expression darkened. With the mechanical beast rampaging outside, the boy risked death if he didn't come back soon. Though indifferent to the child, he acknowledged the boy's usefulness. Wasting such a resource would be a shame. The grating sound of that colossal beast chewing on metal seemed to echo right in their ears, each swallow causing the rubble beneath their feet to tremble slightly. The few thugs under his command turned ashen-faced, shrinking behind cover and shivering. Damn it, that kid's probably been fed to the monster, one thug said, his voice trembling. What a shame he was pretty quick on his feet. Scarface scowled, but a more pressing issue was at hand. That terrifying mechanical beast was blocking the main entrance, feasting voraciously. Should they make a move? And how many people had that kid notified? He had no idea. Communications, what a hassle. Scarface muttered to himself, then kicked one of his underlings and said, "You go over there and fire a shot." Fire a shot. The underling thought he must have misheard. Voluntarily lure the mechanical beast. Was he insane? Their team had 20 people in total, and the boss was only a brank esper. The rest were mostly drank. How were they supposed to fight this thing? Calling you dumb is an understatement. Can't you just take the gun and stir up trouble on someone else's turf? Scarface smacked the man on the forehead and said, "You blockhead, I'll lend you that motorcycle. Fire a shot, and then run, hit, and run. When a team gets caught in a storm, they'll try to drag others down with them. That way we can fish in troubled waters." The underling suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Boss, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. No wonder you're the boss. I could never come up with an idea like that. Stop sucking up and get going. This thing has a limited feeding time. We need to catch its attention within that window." Scarface sneered as if his plan had already succeeded. Little did he know others had the same idea. We have to get it away from the main entrance, or create enough chaos for cover. Lu Li's sharp eyes swept across the surrounding desolate ruins. Suddenly his gaze froze. Less than 50 meters from the mechanical beast, an overturned tanker truck lay half buried in the rubble. Although the tank was rusted, it didn't seem completely ruptured. The blurry flammable and explosive warning sign on its body was startling. "That's it." Lu Li's eyes lit up as he reached for the pistol at his waist. In an instant, Lu Li arrived beside the tanker. With a gentle slash of the extinction blade, he cut a gash in the oil tank and gasoline gushed out in torrents. "There's still oil in it." Lu Li smiled and returned to his original spot. Then a gunshot rang out, igniting the flames. The moment the gunshot sounded, Scarface was taken aback. That kid had only been gone for 2 minutes, and now the gunshot rang out. Could it be that he fired within their own territory? But the distance didn't seem close. Scarface squinted and said to his men, "We're moving out, heading towards the steel plant. Take the back alleys." They had already familiarized themselves with this area, so they moved quickly. Boom. The flames spread, igniting the tanker, and then an explosion erupted. The mechanical beast was indeed attracted by it, but its gaze lingered for a moment on the spot where Lu Li had fired. Just as it was about to head towards Lu Li's firing position, another gunshot rang out, stopping it in its tracks. Immediately after, it charged directly towards the source of the latest gunshot, shaking its head as it went. Lu Li's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled back down. Clearly the mechanical beast had locked onto his position and was about to come for him. But in the end, it was distracted by another gunshot. If not for that, he would probably be running for his life through the streets right now, chased by the mechanical beast. Someone else had lured the mechanical beast away. That was the best possible scenario for Lu Li. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned into a swift breeze and easily slipped into the steel plant through a rusted iron pipe he had discovered earlier. Who the hell fired that shot? Is everyone insane? That damned mechanical beast is heading our way. The leader of another team cursed, his face extremely grim. Their hiding spot was a collapsed high-rise building with about 3 floors still usable. It was excellent for concealment and defense. It could easily withstand zombies, even giant corpses, but with a 10-meter-tall mechanical beast approaching, this place would be flattened. At that moment, from the mechanical beast's perspective, everything around it was cold and gray except for the spots where the gunfire and explosion had occurred, which shimmered with heat signature-like colors. The reason it had turned around was that Lu Li was alone while there were dozens of people here. In its eyes, the larger group posed a greater threat, so it ignored Lu Li. "Hurry, hurry, if we don't leave now, we'll all be buried here." The 3-story ruin they had been hiding in was as fragile as a cookie in front of the 10-meter-tall mechanical beast. "Boss, we can't just leave like this. All our supplies are here. If we go, we lose everything. Then you can stay and die with the supplies." Damn it, we triggered the rule. Now look what's happened. "Boss, don't worry. That thing attacks indiscriminately. Zombies are just a stomp away for it. We don't need to worry about triggering the rules now." The team leader slapped the man across the face and then ran out without looking back, afraid of being buried alive if he lingered. "Scatter and run. Follow the planned route. Regroup at the steel plant." The team leader still remembered to shout orders to his men. Since the mechanical beast had charged over the steel plant, must be clear of monsters. The losses were already heavy. They had to find a way to salvage something. Has Scarface's plan really worked? The mechanical beast has been lured away. The underling chuckled and revved the motorcycle, heading to the next territory. Regardless of whether these people united or not, his task was to keep the mechanical beast running in circles and ensure it didn't return to the steel plant anytime soon. Once Scarface got his hands on the treasure, he would surely be rewarded. Meanwhile, the boss of the motorcycle-riding underling Scarface himself had also sneaked into the steel plant. They had their own secret paths. As soon as the mechanical beast went berserk and charged out, they were ready. Excellent, the plan is perfect. The mechanical beast has been lured away. This time the treasure is mine. Scarface waved his hand and clapped again. The word go couldn't be used, it was really getting on his nerves. Over the past few days, many had figured out the rules, but sometimes people still triggered them inadvertently. Scarface held his tongue and signaled his men to enter. They had entered the steel plant twice before, but were driven back both times by the mechanical beast. Now that the beast was gone, they were determined to take all the treasures inside. Meanwhile, inside the steel mill, Luli slid down a rusted pipe into the mill and landed lightly. The explosion from outside the pipe was muffled by the thick steel walls. The air was thick with the pungent smell of rust and oil. Inside the mill was shrouded in deep gloom, with only a few bleak rays of light filtering through the high broken windows, illuminating the dust suspended in the air. Huge rust-caked machinery stood in silence, their conveyor belts snapped and twisted, and control panels were covered in cobwebs and a thick layer of dust. Luli quickly adapted to the environment, scanning his surroundings warily. After confirming there was no danger, he pressed himself against the cold metal wall and moved like a phantom. His target was clear, the control room, or some kind of database at the center of the plant. That was where he was most likely to find the rewards he needed or useful blueprints. He trod carefully on the thick dust and scattered metal parts, each step a cautious affair. In the silence, only his own barely audible breath and a faint, eerie sound from afar could be heard. This deathly stillness was even more unnerving than the chaos outside. Suddenly, from behind a massive metal furnace, not far ahead, came a faint sound of metal scraping, as if something was dragging itself across the floor. Luli halted instantly, holding his breath. He silently drew the blade of annihilation from his waist. The cold edge reflected no glint of light in the dimness. His sharp gaze locked onto the source of the sound. Is it a person? Luli frowned, cautiously creeping forward. The commotion outside was considerable, and the forces entrenched here would surely not miss this opportunity. If these people refrained from underhanded tricks, Luli would not bother with them. Each would rely on their own abilities to get what they wanted. But if they tried anything sneaky, he would not tolerate it and would kill them outright. Luli was confident that as long as he did not encounter and shrank ability user with bizarre powers, he could easily slay them all. With the gambling roulette and the blade of annihilation, he believed he could face anyone in battle. Just then, a deliberately muffled cry and hurried footsteps came from another direction, accompanied by the sharp clash of metal jarringly loud in the silent space. Damn, what the hell is that? A terrified voice rang out. Boss, watch out. Fire. Open fire. Stop them. Scarface and his men seemed to be entangled by something, and it was proving troublesome. Luli quickly judged the sound came from deeper inside the plant, near a pile of scrap metal. Clearly the other group had entered through their own path, heading straight for the core area, only to run headfirst into some kind of monster. Gunfire erupted abruptly, echoing harshly through the vast workshop. Within moments, Luli arrived at the battlefield. A group of men was fighting two steel dinosaurs. The two steel dinosaurs resembled prehistoric raptors, their bodies forged from dark, scratched metal. Their streamlined heads bore electronic eyes that glowed with a sinister red, ceaselessly scanning the surroundings. Powerful hind legs supported their bodies, while their forelimbs were massive, gleaming metal talons. These claws dragged unconsciously across the floor, littered with iron filings and parts, producing a skin-crawling screech. Bullets struck the steel raptors, sparking densely and ringing with sharp clinks. Yet the effect was negligible. The bullets left only shallow white marks on the dark metal shells, not even causing them to take a step back. The steel raptors' red electronic eyes instantly locked onto the minions who had fired. The two steel raptors moved. Their speed was astonishing, far surpassing the clumsy steel beast outside. They pushed off with their hind legs, their metal claws sparking against the concrete floor, turning into two dark blurs as they lunged straight at Scarface's men. Off! A short, shrill scream. One raptor's talon, as if tearing through paper, sliced a minion in half, scattering broken limbs and entrails across the floor. The other, opening its metal maw lined with spinning serrated teeth, bit precisely onto the head of another minion, trying to flee. A horrifying crunch echoed, and blood and brains splattered onto the cold machinery. The battle, or rather the slaughter, ended almost instantly. The remaining few minions of Scarface, under the first assault of the two steel raptors, failed to mount any decent resistance and were torn to pieces. A heavy stench of blood and oil quickly spread, overpowering the original smell of rust. Lu Li's pupils contracted slightly, a chill running through his heart. The killing efficiency and speed of these smaller mechanical beasts far exceeded that of the big one outside. Their defense was also astonishing, rendering ordinary firearms completely useless. Scarface, true to his Brank ability user status, did not rush to rescue his men as they were being slaughtered. Instead, he used the precious fractions of a second they bought him to leap backward violently. A layer of rock-like gray-white carapace instantly covered his body, his muscles bulging. At the same time, he unhesitatingly kicked a heavy iron barrel filled with scrap metal nearby. The loud noise drew the attention of one of the steel raptors. Seizing that momentary opening, Scarface, like a cannonball, completely disregarding his dignity, crashed through a rotten wooden door, rolling and scrambling into a narrow passage cluttered with debris, his figure vanishing into the darkness. He didn't even dare to glance back at his men's gruesome fate, nor did he have time to curse or lament. Only the thought of escape consumed him. A team of over a dozen men was reduced to just him fleeing in disgrace. Insufficient intel. There were 2 mechanical dinosaurs inside. Lu Li hid behind the massacre had ended in mere seconds, the stench of blood mixing with the metallic air thick and unpleasant. The kill was too fast. Their speed and strength are at least 20 times that of an ordinary human, let alone their defense. That metal skin cannot be scratched by regular bullets. One of the 2 steel raptors gave chase, while the other remained in place, seemingly with no intention of leaving. Moreover, this steel raptor seemed to be glancing deliberately or inadvertently in Lu Li's direction, as if sensing his hiding spot. Several thoughts formed in Lu Li's mind: a direct assault, retreat, or finding a way to lure the steel raptor away. I'm not fully prepared, but the steel beast outside should be harassed for a while longer. I don't know when it will feed next. If I really want the goods, I have to act now. Lu Li gritted his teeth. One steel raptor was still manageable. He decided to make his move. Lu Li could clearly sense that the icy gaze had swept over the massive pile of discarded steel he was hiding in several times. It knew someone was there. Or rather, its acute sensors had picked up his faint vital signs and residual heat. It didn't pounce immediately, instead seeming to assess, or perhaps wait for a clearer signal. Can't wait any longer. Alarm bells rang in Lu Li's heart. The giant beast outside could return at any moment, or another steel raptor might lose patience and actively search, or the man who fled might be killed. One was far better than facing both at once. With his resolve set, the power of the gambler's roulette instantly surged within him. His vision twisted slightly, and a 6-colored roulette wheel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. The wheel was equally divided into 6 sectors, each imprinted with a blurry, distorted symbol. 5 of the symbols shimmered with multicolored light, but the one at the very top was pitch black, exuding a suffocating aura of decay and ruin. The gambler's roulette had a 1 in 6 chance of landing on a negative effect. The black symbol represented that 1 in 6 chance. At the center of the wheel, a pointer made of pale bone trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, as if thirsting for a blood sacrifice. The wheel spun wildly, the bone pointer racing past sector after sector, only to finally come to a halt on that patch of pitch black. A force icy, deathly still, as if it could freeze the soul itself, erupted from the phantom wheel, ignoring all physical barriers, and slammed violently into Lu Li's body. Damn! Lu Li's pupils constricted, and a wave of immense terror seized him. The anticipated agony or weakness did not immediately strike, but a far more eerie sensation enveloped him. He felt as if the very rules around his body had been distorted. Black. The first time he had landed on black. Even Lu Li himself did not know what would happen. Gambler's roulette: eternal night annihilates all silence, voids existence, and intensely profound darkness instantly devoured Lu Li's body, and at the same time, his entire form transformed into a black shadow, as if everything cast upon him would be swallowed by this expanse of darkness. Lu Li felt he was no longer flesh and blood, but an entity that embodied all concepts of lightlessness. His bodily contours instantly blurred and dissipated, collapsing in place into a pure humanoid black shadow. This shadow was not solid, it was more like an aperture leading to nothingness. Light, sound, even the flow of air upon touching this domain of eternal night were silently devoured and annihilated, as if it were darkness refined to its purest essence. The steel raptor, which had initially pretended not to know Lu Li was in that spot, had actually already locked onto him. The moment Lu Li activated the gambler's roulette, it had already charged, eager to tear apart Lu Li's body with its metallic claws. But in the next second, its scarlet electronic eyes abruptly lost their target, its visual sensors were instantly overwhelmed by an unanalyzable absolute darkness. It wasn't obstruction by an obstacle, but the complete disappearance of the light signal from the target area, as if a chunk had been forcibly gouged from its visual system. What baffled it even more was that thermal imaging had also failed. That pure expanse of darkness seemed to devour even temperature, appearing in its sensors as a cold, lifeless, non-existent place. Its pouncing motion faltered for an extremely brief instant, yet it still swung its claws towards the darkness. With no time to ponder the nature of this power, Lulis drove this condensed, eternal annihilation directly towards the steel raptor. On the steel raptor's hard metallic shell, the area contacted by Luli instantly lost all luster, becoming like rotten wood eroded by eons of time, displaying a deathly ashen decay. Though not directly pierced, the molecular structure composing the armor seemed to have been eroded by some force, its strength plummeting, crumbling at the slightest touch. Luli's heart tightened. The power of this eternal night annihilates all silence. Void's existence was overwhelmingly domineering, capable of eroding even the metal body of a mechanical beast. Yet its consumption was also terrifyingly immense. Having maintained it for merely this moment, he felt his mental energy draining like floodwater through an open sluice gate, his consciousness beginning to blur as if he were about to be assimilated by this eternal night and become part of the silence. He couldn't sustain it. He had to kill with a single blow. He raised his hand to form the blade of annihilation, yet the raptor's speed seemed unable to escape the black zone. It was as if it were magnetized. No matter how it fled, it remained before Luli. At that moment, the blade of annihilation effortlessly sliced through the steel raptor's body, cleaving it in two and ending its life. The pure darkness, like absorbed water, instantly receded towards the location of Luli's heart. Luli's limbs and head reappeared in the air, taking on the appearance of human skin, but now his skin was pale, deathly pale. The cold, deathly power of eternal night receded from Luli's body like an ebbing tide, leaving behind bone-deep exhaustion and a weakness, as if his very soul had been hollowed out. He knelt on one knee, the blade of annihilation driven deep into the ground to support his swaying body. Darkness swam before his eyes, and the piercing pain in his temples threatened to tear his consciousness apart. Luli's spirit was drained, and his body was on the verge of collapse. From the activation of the gambler's roulette until now, only a single second had passed. Yet in that mere second, Luli's body could barely withstand it, teetering on the brink of death. A single second had pushed him to the precipice of his physiological limits, but more terrifying than physical collapse was the sinking of his spirit. The sixth black sector, eternal night, annihilates all silence. Void's existence, its horror extended far beyond mere physical consumption. It brought a complete negation of the meaning of existence, the essence of silence that annihilates all vitality. Agony, weakness, these could no longer be felt. Luli only sensed an empty, icy nothingness enveloping him. In his mind, a voice, or rather an irresistible cognition, echoed. Struggle is futile, pain is meaningless, living itself is a burden. Give up, return to silence, to eternal peace. That is true liberation. The negative effect of the sixth sector was far more terrifying than the fearsome power it unleashed. Though Luli lay there, he felt no interest in anything around him. Even if he had a shred of strength left to move, he had no desire to act. He only wanted to lie there. This feeling, it's truly, even Luli himself could not describe what it felt like. Cellular repair diligently worked to restore his body, but his mental state could only be slowly adjusted by Luli himself, and he did not know when he would be able to move again. If luck favored him, by the time Luli recovered and the steel mechanical dragon and its mechanical beasts returned, he could still retreat in time. If not, the man being hunted outside would die at the claws of the steel raptor, and before Luli could recover, he would be torn to shreds by this very creature. Within this place, no one could come to Luli's aid, and Luli himself had no desire to act. As time trickled by, Luli's body gradually mended, yet his will remained mired in apathy, with no intention of stirring. Move, move. Luli's lips quivered, emitting a voice so faint it was nearly inaudible. He seemed to be wrestling for control of his body with something. It was not enough. His body felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Moving required 1,000 or 10,000 times the effort of normal. At that moment, a dense and rapid clatter of metal grew closer. Is it here? Luli tilted his head, unmoved by the sound, as indifferent as a breeze against his face. Its arrival or absence stirred no emotion within him. Stand up. Luli felt he had expended immense energy to drive his body, yet there was little response. His body was limp, as if deaf to his commands. Dying here is fine too. Luli neither thought nor reacted. Something else seemed to be thinking. Boom. A violent crash echoed, dust swirling. The scar-faced man slammed onto the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He stared in astonishment at Lu Li lying on the ground, wondering when this man had arrived. But when he saw the shattered remains of the dead steel raptor beside Lu Li, his shock peaked. This man had killed a steel raptor. Only one, but he had done it. Brother, can you still move? Let's join forces and kill this thing. Driven by a fierce will to survive, the scar-faced man cared little else. With the other steel raptor yet to arrive, he had to ally with this man to slay it. Carry me. Lu Li spoke slowly, as if each word might be his last. In this state, if I carry you, can we survive? The scar-faced man was reluctant to burden himself with a liability. His earlier proposal to join forces had been based on the mechanical fragments on the ground. But now it was clear that Lu Li had fought the raptor to a standstill. He might have been capable of killing one, but only at his peak. Damn it! The scar-faced man cursed in despair, his gaze sweeping over Lu Li and the mechanical wreckage. A wild thought flashed. Maybe, just maybe, this guy still had a trick up his sleeve. Maybe he was merely exhausted. Carry him, use him as bait or a shield. It was better than facing it alone. The scar-faced man looked at Lu Li's deathly pallor, torn between carrying him or not. As the metallic clatter grew closer and louder, he had to decide immediately. Carry me. Lu Li's voice was faint, revealing neither a will to live nor a desire to die. To hell with it, I'll carry you. The scar-faced man yanked Lu Li up, and Lu Li grabbed his annihilation blade with effort. Thus the scar-faced man fled through the steel mill with Lu Li on his back. Kid, you'd better not be messing with me, or I'll feed you to the steel raptor. After all, better you than me. You'll buy me some time. Lu Li, carried on the scar-faced man's back, felt his body gradually recovering. In truth, his body had already healed substantially through cellular repair, fully capable of action. But his mind remained in a state of extinction, void of thought or desire. Thus, he couldn't act on his own. Well, he needed someone to buy him time. The scar-faced man's arrival had given Lu Li the chance to recover. Damn it, kid, do you even have a plan A? The scar-faced man was being hounded relentlessly. The steel raptor behind was much faster. However, humans were more agile in the complex confines of the steel mill. But the steel raptor could smash through any obstacle with its immense strength. Run toward the windows and make some noise. Lu Li reminded the scar-faced man again, urging him to the upper floors where Li Zhaoqing was outside. If she could see him, she would certainly fire to stop the raptor's attack. But at such a distance, amidst the chaos, hitting the raptor would be difficult. Damn it, I'll trust you one more time. The scar-faced man was at his wits' end with no other options. Lu Li could feel his condition gradually improving. Given a little more time, he might regain the will to live. Windows. Damn it. Windows. The scar-faced man cursed as he searched for higher ground. He spotted it above the rusted staircase, hidden beneath massive pipes, a row of shattered glass windows. Noise. Noise. The scar-faced man climbed the steep stairs using both hands and feet, roaring hysterically. He grabbed anything within reach and hurled it at the metal structures around him. Clang. Clang. The ear-splitting noise exploded in the empty upper workshop, echoes reverberating. The steel raptor below was clearly provoked by this challenge. It abandoned its flanking approach, unleashing terrifying power from its massive frame. Its sturdy alloy limbs smashed through thin iron walls and low pipes, charging up the dilapidated stairs with brute force. The stairs groaned under its weight, breaking apart, rusted fragments raining down. Almost there. Almost there. The scar-faced man's eyes were bloodshot. The broken window above was within reach. He could even feel the cold wind blowing in from outside. Just as he was about to step onto the final platform, the staircase behind him collapsed with a roar. The steel raptor's massive body lost support, but its powerful hind legs kicked off the side wall, halting its fall. Its glowing red electronic eyes locked onto the two tiny targets on the platform. It opened its maw lined with serrated alloy teeth and let out a deafening roar. With the force of utter destruction, it lunged forward. The stench of death washed over them. The scar-faced man turned back in despair, seeing only the cold metallic jaws and crimson light rapidly filling his vision. Instinctively, he thought to throw Lu Li toward the maw. Better the other than himself. Don't blame me, he roared, flinging Lu Li away. The instant Lu Li was flung away, a gunshot of piercing clarity tore through the chaotic air of the steel mill. The bullet, like a falling meteor, shot precisely through the shattered window above Scarface's head. With a shriek that rent the air, it grazed the towering, heavily armored head of the mechanical raptor in an instant. A deafening clang of metal erupted. The bullet scraped a long, dazzling trail of sparks across the raptor's hard alloy armor, leaving a deep gouge in its wake. The immense impact abruptly halted the raptor's charge, its head wrenched violently to the side. It was Li Zhaoqing. Perched high above, she had detected the commotion at the window and the noise Scarface had made, and she fired without hesitation. Li Zhaoqing watched as he was thrown, a mix of anger and anxiety surging within her. Yet she was too far away to help him. That thing isn't dead. Li Zhaoqing pulled the bolt and aimed once more at the mechanical raptor's head. But the creature was cunning. The previous bullet, though failing to kill it, had made it wary of all glass. It instantly lowered its head, evading Li Zhaoqing's line of sight. Scarface at this moment was utterly baffled by what was happening. Li, having been flung, crashed against metal with a clatter before falling in free fall to the ground. He finally landed heavily on the cold, hard floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. An excruciating pain, like a bolt of icy electricity, pierced his numbed nerve endings. This was no longer a slump in spirit, but a real bone-shattering impact. This violent physical stimulus seemed to forcibly pry open a crack in the void. Ugh! A stifled groan escaped Li's throat. The mechanical raptor, grazed by the bullet, and its head jarred, let out an enraged electronic roar that nearly shattered the surrounding air. Its crimson gaze instantly withdrew from the sniper's window and locked onto Li, who had just been thrown below. Yet it seemed momentarily unconcerned with Li. It merely glanced at him before fixing its stare on Scarface. Damn it! It's targeting me. Scarface, who had just breathed a sigh of relief at shedding his burden, was instantly petrified by the cold red gaze locking onto him. He scrambled frantically for cover, no longer sparing Li a glance. To him, Li was already a dead man. He turned to flee, but the mechanical raptor grabbed a broken iron pipe and hurled it at him with tremendous force. Though Scarface's skin was tough, it could not withstand the overwhelming momentum of the steel pipe. In an instant, the pipe pierced through his left side, pinning him brutally to the steel wall along with his body. The mechanical raptor then flashed forward with a single leap, appearing directly before him. Cornered, Scarface spat blood and foam. His entire left side was nearly obliterated, his body pinned to the wall, completely immobile. Shadowed by the cold alloy claws, the deadly stench of death washed over Scarface. He stared in despair at the raptor's gaping maw, its serrated metal teeth glinting coldly just inches from his face. He could even smell the scorching heat of grinding metal. It's over, was his only thought. At that critical moment, the mechanical raptor suddenly turned its head, looking toward the rubble beneath the stairs. There the dust had yet to settle. A figure slowly rose. His hand, stained with blood and rust, gripped the hilt of the blade of annihilation, which was embedded diagonally in the ground. On the blade, a dark red bloodlight flickered unsteadily, as if slowly breaking its seal. Li kept his head slightly lowered, his disheveled bangs obscuring his eyes. But an indescribable, tangible terror of killing intent was spreading wildly from him. Gambler's roulette spin. Only Li could see the eerie roulette wheel twist the space before him, spinning at a dizzying speed. It was luck that the first spin of the gambler's roulette landed on the black zone, the head that even a sniper rifle couldn't penetrate. I wonder if the remaining 5 zones can finish you off. Li's eyes were fixed on the three-turtle raptor, and a crimson blood aura suddenly erupted from his body. Infernal incineration, a terrifying wave of heat pushed back the surrounding dust, and Li's body instantly appeared before the mechanical raptor. The blade of annihilation was mere inches from the mechanical raptor. The instant the mechanical raptor's crimson electronic eye captured Li's movement trajectory, the blade of annihilation, throbbing with dark red bloodlight, had already closed in, carrying a scorching, killing intent that would incinerate everything. Too fast. It surpassed the mechanical raptor's reaction limit. The dark red bloodlight corroded the hard alloy like a living thing, and the sturdy armor under the bloodlight and the terrifying heat of infernal incineration rapidly melted as if by strong acid. With his strike successful, the bloodlight in Li's eyes blazed even brighter. The power of the roulette was burning his life away, agony searing his soul with every passing second. But he had only one thought now: tear it apart. The mechanical raptor counterattacked in fury, its massive alloy claws with a shriek that tore the air slammed down hard at Li, who was embedded in its chest. If that claw landed, it would crush Li into pulp. Li yanked his blade out sharply. Using the recoil and the explosive power granted by infernal incineration, he retreated at an impossible angle. The cold metal claw, carrying destructive force, grazed the tip of Li's nose and slammed heavily into the spot where he had just stood. The solid metal floor was crushed like tofu, leaving a massive claw print. Before Li could fully regain his balance from the extreme backward lean, the mechanical raptor's massive hideous head lunged at him with a furious roar, aiming to bite. At this moment, Li showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he held his blade crosswise before his chest. Just as he prepared to withstand the blow, a gunshot rang out. A bullet like a streak of light hit the mechanical raptor's crimson eye dead center. Roar! The raptor's body was thrown off balance by the immense inertia, its head veering aside. Seizing the opportunity without mercy, Lu Li gripped his blade with both hands and slashed fiercely at the raptor's neck. Though the raptor's body was off-kilter, its claws still swung toward Lu Li. Break! The dark red bloodlight of the blade of annihilation cut into the raptor's neck. The terrifying power of annihilation combined with the extreme heat of infernal incineration instantly melted through its neck. The blade from within drove upward, brutally penetrating the heavily armored lower jaw of the mechanical raptor, tearing through alloy bones all the way into the depths of its skull. At that moment, the raptor's claw also slammed heavily onto Lu Li's shoulder. Lu Li's body fell heavily to the ground as the steel velociraptor crashed down. He coughed violently, each fit accompanied by blood froth like shattered internal organs. His right arm twisted at a bizarre angle, the blood-colored flames of Yan Yu Fenjin rapidly dissipating like a receding tide, leaving behind excruciating pain as if his body had been completely incinerated, coupled with a chilling numbness that penetrated to the bone. The phantom of the life and death roulette shattered in his consciousness, and the intense backlash felt like countless dull knives slicing through his soul. He struggled, propping himself up with the remaining strength of his left hand on the blade of annihilation, laboriously rising from the ground. The dark red blood light on the blade of annihilation had faded significantly, yet the lingering aura of malevolence still sent shivers down his spine. His cold gaze locked onto the scarred face pinned to the wall by a steel pipe, trembling in pain and fear. Lu Li dragged his heavy footsteps, leaving behind a trail of blood-red footprints. He approached the scarred face without anger or satisfaction, only a coldness born from the fires of destruction. "You wanted to use me as bait just now, eh?" Lu Li's voice was hoarse, each word laced with blood froth. The scarred face widened its eyes in terror, shaking its head desperately, but unable to utter a single word. Lu Li's gaze fell upon the cold steel pipe, penetrating the scarred face's body, pinning him to the wall. He slowly raised his left hand, not using the blade of annihilation, but instead grasping the end of the steel pipe with his bloodied hand. In an instant, the scarred face understood Lu Li's intent. Its pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, letting out a desperate whimper. "No. Spare me." Lu Li's eyes showed no sign of fluctuation. He exerted force with his bloodied hand, violently twisting the steel pipe that was deeply embedded in the wall and in his flesh. Ah! The indescribable pain that exceeded human limits instantly engulfed the scarred face. He could distinctly feel the cold metal thread churning inside him, 10 times more painful than being pierced. 100 times. This bone-deep agony that shattered the soul was precisely the punishment for casting Lu Li away earlier. Lu Li coldly watched the scarred face, tears streaming down from the excruciating pain as blood clots and fragments of internal organs gushed from its mouth, showing not an ounce of compassion. When the steel pipe was twisted nearly 90 degrees, the scarred face's wails had turned into unconscious wheezing, its body reduced to instinctive convulsions, at which point Lu Li finally released his grip. He did not spare the scarred face another glance. It was not dead yet, but it soon would be, and no one would come to save him here. From the moment he discarded his subordinates and used them as shields, he should have anticipated his own demise. The moment Lu Li dealt with 2 mechanical velociraptors, the mechanical beast seemed to have been stimulated by something, suddenly turning and charging wildly towards the steel factory. The scarred face's underlings were rushing towards the next team's camp. If the mechanical beast continued its rampage as planned, they would reach safely. However, the mechanical beast no longer paid attention to humans, instead frantically seeking to return to the steel factory. The vibrations it caused and the fragments it crushed echoed with the force of bullets. The underling on the motorcycle could not evade in time. A piece of metal instantly pierced through his head, and he, along with the motorcycle, was sent flying. "It's over. The mechanical beast has returned." Li Zhaoqing pulled the trigger, striking the massive head of the mechanical beast. Yet even the anti-material sniper rifle's bullets felt like mere scratches against such a colossal creature, penetrating slightly before losing all kinetic energy. The mechanical beast did not even pause. Instead, it roared and charged faster towards the steel factory, while Lu Li inside the factory remained oblivious to all that was happening. "I need to find a way to warn him." Li Zhaoqing once again employed the method she had used previously, but this time her level was high enough and her mental strength sufficient to use a more specific approach. She took out a brush and sketchbook, directly drawing a picture of a bird with a small note tied to its feet. The little sparrow, which had been cleaning its body on the side, suddenly flew towards the steel factory, soon finding Lu Li, who was covered in injuries at the broken window. It perched on Lu Li's shoulder, continuing to preen its feathers. "What is this?" Lu Li noticed the note tied to its feet. "Run. The mechanical beast is coming back." The note contained only a few numbers, yet it was enough to convey the urgency of the situation. Lu Li dragged his body, having barely dealt with 2 mechanical velociraptors. He still wanted to see what was inside. There must be good things in this steel factory. Perhaps even better than what he found in the barn. Lu Li was reluctant to leave right now. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. Leaving now would be a loss. I've taken down 2 mechanical velociraptors. Who knows who might take the things later? He endured the excruciating pain of his broken right arm and the burning sensation of his organs churning like a storm, gripping the dimly glowing blade of annihilation, with his left hand staggering deeper into the steel factory. He could feel the vibrations beneath his feet growing more intense. The mechanical beast was drawing closer, and time was of the essence. Lu Li understood that no matter how precious the treasure, one must have the life to use it. If time truly ran out, he would have to give up. He rushed into a relatively open area that resembled an abandoned assembly workshop. In the center stood a rusted metal platform, seemingly fixed with something. Lu Li's gaze instantly locked onto the target. To the left was a metal box about half a person tall, sealed tightly, while on the right was an irregular polyhedral metal block only the size of a fist, pitch black, with subtle dark red patterns flowing across its surface. 2. There really are treasures. A deafening boom echoed as if the entire steel factory had been smashed by a hammer. The giant steel beam overhead groaned under the unbearable weight, and large amounts of dust and rust fell like rain. The heavy metal roll-up door at the entrance of the workshop exploded inward like a piece of paper. A massive, grotesque metal head squeezed its way in, its crimson electronic eyes instantly locking onto Lu Li on the metal platform. Damn it! How could it come back so quickly? Lu Li's face turned pale. The thing had returned way too fast. Without hesitation, he lunged towards the metal platform, not having time to think, and randomly reached for one of the items. The moment he grasped the box, the mechanical beast let out a roar like metal tearing apart. Its massive body slammed forward, causing the entire workshop structure to collapse. A mechanical arm as thick as a battering ram tore through the air with a sense of destruction, smashing down towards Lu Li and the metal platform before him. Its speed was far beyond its previous attacks. Run! Lu Li had no time to touch that black metal block. He swung the blade of annihilation backward to block, while simultaneously pushing off the metal platform, with his feet launching himself like a cannonball through a shattered window. The mechanical arm smashed down. The sturdy metal platform, along with the black metal block on it, was instantly reduced to powder. A violent shockwave mixed with metal fragments swept through the entire workshop like a storm. Lu Li midair, even with the blade of annihilation barely deflecting part of the impact, the terrifying residual force still slammed brutally into his back. He felt as if he had been struck by a semi-truck. Darkness engulfed his vision as his internal organs shifted once more. A great mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the metal case he clutched desperately nearly slipped from his hands. Agony threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness, but the will to survive sustained him. Harnessing the momentum, he hurtled toward the shattered window with even greater speed. The glass shattered on impact. Lu Li's body, covered in shards, tumbled out of the window several meters above the ground in a sorry state. The instant his body left the window, a colossal steel claw tore through the air, grazing the soles of his feet as it slammed into the window frame. The sturdy alloy frame instantly twisted and deformed. A hair's breadth closer, and he would have been crushed to pulp. Lu Li crashed heavily onto the cold, hard ground outside the steel mill, rolling several times before stopping. Every bone in his body felt dislocated. The searing pain in his right arm nearly made him faint, and a burning sensation penetrated to the very depths of his soul. He felt his life force draining away rapidly, but he dared not pause for a moment. Behind him, the enraged roar of the mechanical beast echoed from the steel mill, the entire building shaking violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Whether it was driven mad by Lu Li seizing the case or the death of the 2 mechanical raptors remained unknown. Coughing weakly, Lu Li struggled on his body, nearly broken. Using his last ounce of strength, he dragged the metal case, leaving a trail of bloody footprints as he fled for his life. He dared not even glance back. The massive tremors continued behind him. The mechanical beast seemed unwilling to let him go, like a bull with reddened eyes refusing to stop until it tore Lu Li apart. With a clear view now, the rhythmic crack of Li Zhaoqing's sniper rifle rang out. She worked the bolt faster and faster, each bullet striking the mechanical beast. However, the beast's body was incredibly tough. Even the anti-material sniper rifle could only cause it to pause momentarily. Lu Li gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. He was holding on purely through sheer willpower. Meanwhile, his vision began to blur, but the painted words chiming on the train grew ever closer. Start the train. Head for the central area. Lu Li roared wildly, or so he thought. In reality, his voice was so faint that only he could hear it. Outside the train, Li Zhaoqing worked the bolt at her maximum speed, the muzzle spitting flames. Specially made armor-piercing rounds whistled out, striking the beast's relatively weak joints with precision. After the first bullet failed to harm the beast effectively, Li Zhaoqing had already begun crafting special armor-piercing rounds. But her mental energy, depleted from earlier use, could only sustain the creation of 5 such rounds. She used them sparingly, firing one to force the beast back whenever it got too close. Lu Li, get on. Li Zhaoqing saw him stop just steps away, her heart racing with anxiety. She could only raise her sniper rifle, firing as she rushed toward him. Fortunately, her body had been upgraded and strengthened, granting her physical abilities far beyond an ordinary person. She grabbed Lu Li with one hand, while holding the rifle with the other, a picture of fierce determination. Teams drawn by the commotion caused by the mechanical beast surrounded them, but none intervened, all watching the spectacle unfold. Is that the terror train? Is that Lu Li? Some murmured. The beast's mad rush in a certain direction meant someone had enraged it. From their vantage point, they soon spotted the terror train hundreds of meters away, with the mechanical beast closing in on it. Seeing Li Zhaoqing arrive, Lu Li's mind relaxed, and he collapsed onto her. She had no choice but to carry him and retreat. With a bang, the last special round was expended. Li Zhaoqing, straining under Lu Li's weight, carried him back into the train. Close the doors. Lu Li commanded, and the train seemed to obey, all doors sealing shut. Quick, take me to the control room. Li Zhaoqing dared not hesitate. The beast was almost upon them. They had to start the train immediately. In the control room, the moment Lu Li's hand touched the control lever, a tremendous force struck the train. In an instant, the chiming was overturned, the violent energy wreaking havoc inside. The armor, once at 100%, plummeted to 50% in that moment. The mechanical beast could shatter the train's armor with just 2 swipes and destroy the entire train with 3. The train spun wildly, but Lu Li still pulled the lever. Tracks made of white bone extended frantically. Wherever they led, they had to escape first. Having done this, Lu Li was on the verge of passing out. Fortunately, Li Zhaoqing held him tightly, using her own body to absorb the impacts. Seeing the train flee, the mechanical beast roared and gave chase at full speed. Even though Lu Li was inside, it had no intention of letting him go. This thing holds a grudge. That's the terror train. Oh, Lu Li was rescued. It's a woman with a sniper rifle. Damn, where did she get that? That's a good piece of gear. Yeah, forget that for now. The beast is lured away, so we. Haha, I knew my luck would turn today. The leader of the first team attacked by the beast, having been lured by Scarface's men, was now standing before the nearly collapsed steel mill. Seeing the beast led away, he was overjoyed and plunged into the steel mill. The treasures here would soon be his. They had lingered here for so long, and this was their closest chance yet. The beast chasing the train. It probably wouldn't return if it couldn't catch it. He had plenty of time to search for treasures. Move it. What are you standing there for? Stop gawking and follow me. A team leader exclaimed excitedly. The beast is gone. Everything in the steel mill is ours. Hurry, first come, first served. Some snapped to attention and rushed toward the mill. Though the steel mill was partially collapsed, most areas were still intact. If they could find the treasures, they could grow stronger. Hadn't they been lurking here all along because of the good stuff in the mill? A special core. Haha. The leader who first entered the mill laughed heartily as he unearthed a special core from a pile of scrap metal. Excited, he pressed deeper inside. There must be more good things within. Like flies drawn to blood, teams from all directions converged upon the steel mill. Everyone coveted the potential rewards. But with so many teams, so many people, the steel mill would soon become a slaughterhouse. None of this concerned Lu Li or Li Zhaoqing, who were fleeing for their lives. Lu Li's consciousness gradually returned amid violent jolts. Each lurch of the train felt like a deliberate shake to rouse him. The chiming train hurtled wildly along the ossified rails, pushing its speed to the absolute limit. Outside, the skeletal ruins of the metropolis blurred into streaks of decay. Yet behind them, an oppressive presence clung like a curse, unrelenting, suffocating. Roar! A mechanical beast bellowed in fury, its colossal iron frame barreling through the rubble, crushing shattered walls and fractured streets with every thunderous step, each impact trembling the earth itself. its crimson electronic eyes locked unblinkingly onto the fleeing Qiming train. Luli had driven it utterly mad. "Luli, are you all right?" Li Xiaoqing held him tightly. Ordinary train turbulence wouldn't have unsettled him, but this was different. Luli was at the brink of collapse. "I'm fine." Thanks to the continuous regeneration of cellular repair, his condition slowly improved, his body growing steadily less fragile. Moreover, aboard the train conditions were far more favorable. "Is it still pursuing us?" Luli glanced out the window behind the train. Dust and debris churned violently, a thick haze hanging motionless in the air, while deep tremors reverberated ceaselessly through the carriage. "The mechanical beast is still chasing us. It refuses to relent." Li Xiaoqing pressed her lips together. "Even my sniper rifle proves useless, and even bullets enhanced by my artistry inflict only negligible damage. It's as if we've disturbed a hornet's nest. Now it's stuck to us like stubborn gum, impossible to shake off." Luli exhaled sharply, though his composure remained steady. The train's fuel reserves were sufficient, and its speed vastly exceeded that wretched machine's. It simply couldn't catch up. Surely it wouldn't chase them to the ends of the earth. Yet after a while, Luli realized he'd gravely underestimated the beast's resolve to kill him. Fuel dwindled alarmingly, yet the mechanical beast showed no sign of abandoning the hunt. "Fuel is nearly exhausted." Luli gritted his teeth, seething with frustration. The thing truly was relentless, clinging on like indelible tar. After prolonged pursuit, Luli confirmed even the Qiming train could not outrun the mechanical beast. Its sheer size granted it advantage. A single stride spanned dozens of meters. Though slower in raw velocity, its massive frame compensated with terrifying efficiency. A train's wheels must rotate countless times to cover 100 meters. Yet this creature crossed nearly that distance in 2 strides. "We need a plan. It can shatter half the train's armor with one swipe. 2 or 3 more hits, and the Qiming train will be scrap." Li Xiaoqing urged urgently. Luli nodded. He'd watched the armor integrity plummet relentlessly. "There's no way we can defeat it. Not us alone, nor even combined forces of other teams. This thing shouldn't exist here. If this zone were a novice's starting area, such a monstrosity belonged squarely in the mid-game. Its appearance here was profoundly incongruous. Its offense and defense were flawless. And most unnerving of all, it seemed tireless, requiring neither fuel nor stamina. Its furious pursuit never slackened a fraction. It moved like a perpetual engine. Li Xiaoqing's heart sank. What do we do? How much longer can the fuel last? Is there time to find shelter? Shelter? This place is nothing but ruins, and it can flatten them with a single stomp. Luli clenched his jaw, eyes flickering with rapid calculation. If we can't outrun it, we must destroy it. Li Xiaoqing steeled herself. I've recovered considerable energy. I'll craft a bullet capable of annihilating it. Artistry grows stronger the more precisely one understands its subject. Does your knowledge of explosives run deep enough? Luli's question silenced her. Manifestation depended entirely on one's mastery of structure and function. Just as her intimate understanding of bullet mechanics allowed her drawings to manifest with lethal fidelity, so too did realism anchor their effect upon reality. But ignorance rendered her creations hollow, mere echoes of power. To draw a bullet capable of slaying the mechanical beast was for Li Xiaoqing now utterly impossible. Then, Luli's gaze sharpened. We may fail, but others won't. Still, this gambit is perilous. His mind had already crystallized a plan. We have no choice left. Luli turned to Li Xiaoqing. I'll steer the Qiming train toward the central zone. I suspect it harbors the deadliest entity within this town. We'll drive straight into it. Should we fail, we face assault from 2 monsters, certain death. If you wish to disembark now, I'll ensure your escape. Luli refused to drag Li Xiaoqing into certain doom. He held no illusions about success. If they failed, her life must not be forfeit. Li Xiaoqing paused, then answered without hesitation, I go with you. She smiled faintly. Would I abandon you now? At worst, we confront 2 monsters. Live if we can, die if we must. Her laughter rang clear and unburdened. You've saved me countless times. Without you, I'd be dead long ago. Luli felt a sudden warmth behind his eyes, profoundly moved by such unwavering trust. I swear, no matter what, I will not let you die. Luli rose. The train abandoned its evasive loops and surged forward, straight toward the central zone, cutting through the desolation like a fragile skiff tossed upon a storm-lashed sea. Along the way, the chase scattered countless teams. Across the regional channel, panic erupted. Damn it, what did Luli do to provoke that? What is that thing? Over 10 meters tall. Far too massive. Its sprint matches the train's speed. Who among us can stop it? I fired, point blank. Useless. Bullets ricocheted off its hide like pebbles. Where's he headed? What's he planning? He's heading for the central zone. He's lost his mind. Brother, what lies in the central zone? Why are you so worked up? It's still chasing us. And it's faster. Li Xiaoqing's face turned pale as the mechanical beast rapidly closed in through the swirling dust. The train's fuel was nearly depleted, the dashboard's red lights flashing frantically with a piercing alarm. Almost there. Just ahead. Lu Li stared ahead, his gaze fixed. Before them lay an area shrouded in thick, almost palpable gray-green mist within which loomed the twisted colossal shadow of an unimaginably massive entity. Like a living mountain range of rotting flesh and steel thorns. Even from a distance, a nauseating stench of decay and an icy, oppressive spiritual pressure washed over them. What is that? Li Xiaoqing's face grew even paler. She had never witnessed such a sight before. It was as if mountains of corpses and seas of blood were piled together. The ground beneath them felt not like earth, but a horrific floor paved with flesh and remains. The Qiming plunged into the gray-green mist like a moth diving into a flame. Vision instantly blurred, leaving only the train's headlights like eyes cutting two faint beams through the haze. Roar! The mechanical beast hesitated not a moment, its massive iron foot stepping heavily into the fog. Its savage roar, like a boulder thrown into a stagnant pool, shattered the region's deathly silence. The mist churned violently as countless thick, dark purple vines like giant pythons covered in slime and sharp metal barbs burst forth from all directions. Their primary target was none other than the mechanical beast that had intruded into the core area, creating such a deafening noise. A vine as thick as a barrel lashed against the mechanical beast's shoulder armor, a screech of grinding metal and a burst of sparks exploding simultaneously. The beast's massive frame was knocked off balance, its thick shoulder armor torn open with a deep gash, revealing the complex, sparking structure within. Roar! The mechanical beast's eyes blazed with unprecedented, ferocious red light. Abandoning its chase of the train ahead, it snapped its massive steel head toward the source of the vines. The armor plates on its chest slid open, revealing a cannon muzzle glowing with destructive energy. A terrible roar as if from the abyss of hell shook the sky. The entire central area trembled violently, where the energy cannon struck a blinding flash, and a massive explosion erupted. Torrents of thick, dark purple ichor sprayed out like rain, releasing an even more pungent stench. The mountain of flesh and blood was utterly enraged, feeling immense pain. More vines surged from the mist, rolling in overwhelming waves toward the mechanical beast. These vines were not only immensely powerful, but also secreted highly corrosive slime from their tips, which clung to the beast's armor with a dense, sizzling sound. The mechanical beast entered its most violent combat mode, engaging the entwining vines in a brutal, deadly struggle. Every collision sent sparks flying, metal fragments, and severed vine limbs raining down like a storm. Its energy cannon fired intermittently, each blast tearing a horrific hole in the mountain of flesh's massive body, but those wounds healed with visible writhing rapidity while sprouting even more barbed vines. The plan worked. The moment Lu Li finished speaking, the Qiming began to coast, its momentum fading until it came to a complete stop. Damn, we're out of fuel. We need to get off and get out of here now. Lu Li tore a piece of cloth and placed it over Li Xiaoqing's mouth and nose, covering his own as well. The mist is toxic. Try not to breathe. Once they dismounted, Lu Li immediately led Li Xiaoqing in a frantic escape. The fog was dense, and without the train the area seemed vast. Finding their way out would take considerable effort. As for the artifacts or treasures in the central area, Lu Li dared not even consider them. The sensation underfoot made Li Xiaoqing's stomach churn. It wasn't solid ground, but more like stepping on the rotting entrails of some colossal creature. Soft, slippery, with a viscous touch and a strong, bloody stench of decay. She suppressed her urge to vomit and stayed close behind Lu Li. Their vision was compressed to the limit, visibility less than 5 meters. Their ears were filled with the deafening sounds of combat. With each collision of the behemoths, the fleshy ground beneath them trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. This way, Lu Li whispered, relying on his last memory of direction before they had entered the mist, trying to discern the blurred outlines within the haze. He pulled Li Xiaoqing along, keeping low, weaving through natural cover formed by massive wreckage and twisted vine roots. Going forward was impossible. Lu Li had no desire to venture deeper. The best way to escape was to follow the path the vines had come from and retrace their steps. With the mechanical beast locked in combat with the central region's boss, now was their perfect chance to flee. Watch out! Li Xiaoqing suddenly yanked Lu Li to the side. A thick, dark purple vine like a lurking python swept through the space where they had just stood with a whoosh. The slime flung from the vine's surface landed on a nearby metal wreck, immediately raising a pungent white smoke with a sizzling corrosive hiss. Thanks. Luli shuddered, or if that had struck him, he would have been badly hurt at best. He glanced toward the vine's origin, the core area where the two monsters were battling. The flashes from the energy cannon's explosions intermittently pierced the mist. Each shockwave forced them to press close to cover to keep their balance. Can't stop. They're fighting too fiercely. The shockwaves are getting stronger. We'll be caught in it any second, Luli said urgently. As the battle escalated, the plant mother seemed to summon more vines, some even bursting from the ground near them covered in sharp barbs and corrosive slime. They weren't just targeting the mechanical beast, any creature that entered its territory was a target for elimination. The ground beneath them suddenly gave way. Li Xiaoqing gasped as her legs sank up to her calf. It felt like quicksand, but with a stronger pull from below. Hold on to me. Luli growled, pulling with all his might to extract her. At the same time, he felt cellular repair working frantically within him, combating some kind of cold toxin seeping in through the wounds on his feet. Li Xiaoqing also felt a burning, stinging pain and numbness on her skin where the slime had touched. A blazing beam of white energy streaked past less than 10 meters above their heads, completely vaporizing a crumbling ruin in the distance. The terrifying heat wave briefly burned a channel through the dense mist. Go! Seizing the moment from that flash of light, Li pulled Li Xiaoqing free from the swamp of flesh. Ignoring the burning pain and numbness in their legs, they scrambled and crawled toward the cover of a nearby massive twisted metal plate. The two leaned against the icy metal plates, gasping heavily. The rag's filtration was limited, and each breath carried a burning sensation. Outside was a battlefield of apocalyptic destruction. Beneath their feet lay a bizarre, deadly quagmire of flesh. All around hung poisonous mist and lethal vines ready to strike at any moment. Any one of these three would be enough to claim both their lives. Xiaoqing, how are you? Luli looked at Li Xiaoqing, who seemed to be struggling for breath, her gasps growing heavier. I think I can't make it. Li Xiaoqing's face had turned purple, a sign of deep poisoning. Damn it. The toxin has penetrated too deeply. Luli's heart sank to the depths. With his cellular repair, his resistance to toxins and ability to purge them far exceeded ordinary people. Even he only felt a burning and slight numbness. But Li Xiaoqing was just an ordinary person. Even though her physique had improved after the upgrade, her resistance was far too weak against the strange toxic mist that could corrode even steel. The rag's filtration couldn't stop the highly corrosive poisonous gases. She spoke slowly. You escape alone. Carrying me, we won't get far. I'm just a burden now. What nonsense are you talking? Luli stood up abruptly and shouted. You came here with me. How could I abandon you? Luli hoisted Li Xiaoqing onto his back and said, If I can't even get you out, I don't deserve to live. How many unused attribute points do you have left? Put them all into immunity. This was the only solution Luli could think of. He sprinted while talking to Li Xiaoqing. Just then a violent explosion occurred less than 50 meters from the metal plate shelter where they were hiding. The energy cannon of a mechanical beast had struck the core area of the plant mother again. The raging shockwave hit like a tangible giant wave. Without a second thought, Li held Li Xiaoqing tightly beneath him, shielding her. The massive metal plate was lifted by the shockwave, and sharp-edged fragments flew like bullets. A twisted piece of metal grazed past Li's back, tearing his clothes and slicing a bloody gash on his tough skin. Dust mixed with thick fog and dark purple sap splashed from the plant mother poured down in a torrent. The sap was also highly corrosive. As it fell on Li's exposed skin, it immediately brought a burning sting. Li grunted, enduring the pain, and rose again to flee, with Li Xiaoqing racing against time. Run, run, run. At that moment, only one thought filled Li's mind: escape. He absolutely could not let Li Xiaoqing die here. Footprints. Footprints. Huge footprints appeared under Li's feet, tracks left by the mechanical beasts. They were still undisturbed, leading the way the beasts had chased the train. Now following these footprints was the key to escaping the dangerous central area. There's a chance, Xiaoqing. Hang on, we're almost out. Li burst forth at his utmost speed. Even the erupting vines couldn't catch him. In an instant he escaped from the dense fog zone at the center. A pharmacy. They'll take you to find a pharmacy. A doctor. I am Li. I need a doctor or someone with medical-related abilities. I'm in the central area. I need a doctor immediately. I can trade, food, water, weapons. Just help me save one person. Li frantically sent 2 messages in the area chat channel, but no one responded for a short while. People with awakened medical abilities were extremely rare, as precious as giant pandas. In this post-apocalyptic world, such individuals were in high demand. If a team discovered one, they would secure them early or try to win them over. Is there anyone? Anyone? Within an hour, get to the People's Pharmacy in the central area. We can negotiate anything for a trade. I repeat, People's Pharmacy in the central area. He'll light a fire and make smoke. It will be easy to spot. I can trade weapons, food, water. Li sent 3 more messages, his heart burning with anxiety. He couldn't bear to watch Li Xiaoqing die before his eyes. Still no one in the area channel responded. With 5 messages sent, Li had used up his daily speaking limit in the channel. Time passed bit by bit. Li found some antibiotics in the pharmacy and forced them all down Li Xiaoqing's throat. But these drugs seemed powerless against the virus invasion. Li Xiaoqing appeared to be on her last breath. Her breathing was so faint it was almost undetectable. Her face was cyanotic, lips cracked, and body cold. An unprecedented sense of helplessness surged within Li. He couldn't help clenching his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping out unnoticed. At that moment, a footstep, so faint it was almost drowned by the wind, came from behind a pile of twisted metal pipes. Li instantly became alert and turned sharply, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His other hand had already reached for the pistol at his waist. "Don't shoot. It's me. I saw your message in the channel." A male voice tinged with tension and fatigue spoke. He cautiously emerged. He was a man who looked about 30, somewhat thin, wearing work clothes stained with grime and unknown liquids, and a homemade simple filter mask. His exposed eyes were bloodshot and deeply weary. He raised his hands to show he was unarmed. Then his gaze quickly swept over Li and the unconscious Li Xiaoqing in his arms. When he saw her cyanotic face and faint breath, his pupils contracted slightly. "You must be Li. I'm here to help." He stood still with his hands up, not daring to approach without Li's consent. "Can you save her?" Li didn't lower his gun. His eyes were as sharp as knives, scrutinizing the man. He needed to confirm this wasn't a trap. The man nodded and spoke rapidly. "My name is Ryn. My ability is Life Link. I can temporarily share injuries and toxins, guiding the body's self-healing. But I need direct contact, and it's very draining." He paused, glancing at the energy flashes and vine shadows erupting in the distant fog, and lowered his voice. "I didn't respond in the channel because some people don't want me to leave their control alive. I saw your message and I wasn't too far away. So I took the risk and came. Her condition can't wait any longer. I can't guarantee I can save her. I can only try. If we delay further, even a god couldn't save her. Someone is chasing you." Li's gaze turned even colder, realizing that the treatment could be interrupted at any moment, potentially drawing new enemies. "Yes, a team called the Wolf Pack. Their leader wanted me to be their exclusive doctor, but I refused." Ryn explained hastily, his eyes darting around warily as he continued, "I don't have much time. They've probably already found out I slipped away. If you trust me, let me try. If not, they'll leave right now." His tone carried a sense of desperate finality. Li stared into Wu Ming's eyes. The urgency in his gaze didn't seem feigned. Li Xiaoqing's breathing grew even fainter, the spark of life rapidly fading away. "Take a gamble." Li made his decision in an instant. He slowly lowered the gun, but the warning in his eyes remained unwavering as he said, "Save her. If you succeed, I'll ensure you leave safely. If she dies, or if you try any tricks." He left the rest unsaid, but the chilling, murderous intent spoke volumes. "Understood." Ryn wasted no more words, stepping forward to kneel and taking a deep breath. He carefully avoided the areas on Li Xiaoqing's skin contaminated by corrosive mucus, reaching out his hands, one gently placed on her forehead, the other on her chest. His palms began to emit an exceedingly soft emerald green glow. Li held his breath, watching tensely. He could sense Ryn's aura instantly grow heavy, the veins on his forehead pulsing slightly, as if under immense strain. As the green light seeped in, Li Xiaoqing's body convulsed violently, a painful whimper escaping her throat. The terrifying cyanosis on her face began to visibly recede. Though still pale, the lifeless ashen hue had vanished. "It's working." Li's heart jolted, but before he could feel relief, he saw Ryn's face turn deathly pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and the hand on Li Xiaoqing's chest starting to tremble slightly. He seemed to be forcibly draining his own life force to combat the deadly toxins. "It's troublesome. My ability is to share damage, but the poison in her body is too deep. I can't take it all alone. I need another conduit." Ryn gritted his teeth, the words squeezed out with immense difficulty. "What do I need to do?" Li asked, now having to follow Ryn's lead entirely. "Place your hand on her chest. They'll transfer some of the poison from her body into yours. The three of us will bear it together. Without hesitation, Lu Li placed his hand on Li Zhaoqing's chest. At the same time, a peculiar sensation coursed through him, as if Ryn and Li Zhaoqing were now one entity. His own body began to emit a faint emerald glow. The next second, Lu Li grunted as the poison began to transfer. Cellular repair activated immediately, cleansing the toxins entering his body, while Feng Ran instantly felt a sense of relief. He looked at Lu Li in astonishment, saying, "I didn't expect your physique to detoxify on its own, even stronger than my ability." "What? Your body can detoxify?" Lu Li asked, curiously looking at Feng Ran. Ran nodded. "Life Link allows me to connect my life with others and bear their injuries. Naturally, my physical resilience has greatly improved. Otherwise, I couldn't handle others' damage." Lu Li chuckled. This ability was intriguing, like a pure support skill. Surviving the apocalypse with such a power wouldn't be easy. A purely parasitic ability incapable of sustaining life alone. Just then, shouts laced with brutality and hurried footsteps echoed from afar, rapidly approaching their location. "Damn, they've caught up." Feng Ran's face twisted in horror, the green light in his hands flickering. A loud crash. The clinic's already fragile window shattered, glass fragments raining down. "Feng Ran, you bastard, hiding here." A rough, violent roar pierced through. Lu Li's pupils contracted. This was the critical moment of treatment. How could he allow anyone to interfere? At the window, a burly man with a hideous scar across his face and a single eye leaned in, holding a sawed-off shotgun, the barrel still smoking. Shadows flickered behind him. Clearly, he wasn't alone. "Wolf Pack." Feng Ran's voice trembled with fear. "Anyone uninvolved, get lost." "Hand over Feng Ran." The one-eyed man's solitary eye blazed with menace, the shotgun's dark muzzle swaying between Lu Li and the bedridden Li Zhaoqing, brimming with threat. He continued, "Otherwise I'll blast you and the girl on the floor into pieces." Lu Li's gaze turned icy. Their target was Feng Ran, but they clearly wouldn't spare anyone else. "I'm saving a life." Lu Li's voice was low and calm, showing no sign of backing down, his gun steadily aimed at the one-eyed man's forehead. "Leave now or die." "Haha, saving a life. What's that to me?" "You're Lu Li, right? Seems this girl matters to you. Feng Ran is ours. If you want him to save her, I'll let him. But I want all your guns, food, and water. And I heard you have a terror train. If you want her to live, hand that over too." "Fine. Once she's treated, I'll give you everything." Lu Li agreed, his eyes cold and detached. "No, hand it over first." The one-eyed man laughed loudly, pointing his gun at Ran. Feng Ran, stop now. Feng Ran gritted his teeth. He had chosen to save her himself. It had nothing to do with the wolf pack. "Impossible. I chose to save her. I won't stop. I never wanted to join the wolf pack. Tell your boss to give up. I will never become his doctor." Feng Ran declared firmly, his words making the one-eyed man's face flush with rage and embarrassment. "Fine. Feng Ran, since you've said that, don't blame me for being ruthless. They'll count to 3. If you don't stop, you all die. Someone like you. If the boss can't have you, no one else will." The one-eyed man aimed his gun at Feng Ran. 1, 2. The one-eyed man's roar was like a death knell. Sweat poured down Feng Ran's forehead. If he didn't stop, he'd be blown to bits. If he did, the woman before him would surely die. In that critical moment, Lu Li made an almost reckless move. Lu Li pressed one hand against Li Zhaoqing's chest while flinging the blade of annihilation with the other. His movements were so swift that no one could react. The one-eyed brute barely uttered 3 words before his head was blown apart by the blade of annihilation. Simultaneously, a tremendous force surged through, subjecting his underlings behind him to an undeserved calamity. The best way to deal with bullies was direct action. Never talk when you could fight. The blade of annihilation pierced through 3 men in succession before embedding itself in a 4th corpse. "Boss!" Cries of terror and despair erupted from the werewolf gang members outside the window. Lu Li's face turned cold as he demanded, "Anyone else want to try?" Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Lu Li threw his hand to the instant 4 lay dead and 1 gravely wounded pinned to the wall, less than 2 seconds had elapsed. A deathly silence fell over the clinic. "Fight? Are you joking?" The one-eyed giant and 3 of their toughest brothers had been obliterated in a single encounter by a flying knife that skewered them like candied hawthorns. This wasn't a battle. It was a massacre, pure and simple. What kind of monster was this? Gazing into Lu Li's utterly cold eyes, the remaining gang members were paralyzed with terror. They didn't even dare to help their comrade pinned to the wall, let alone pick up their boss shotgun from the floor. "Run! Run!" Someone cried out, his voice choked with tears. The rest scattered like frightened birds, scrambling and crawling as they fled, cursing their parents for not giving them extra legs. In the blink of an eye, they vanished around the corner of the ruins outside the clinic, not daring to look back. Inside the clinic, only heavy breathing remained along with the increasingly faint moans of the poor wretch pinned to the wall. Feng Ran was completely stunned, his mouth agape wide enough to hold an egg. His hand still resting on Li Xiaoqing's forehead was forgotten as he stared blankly at Lu Li, his eyes filled with profound shock. He knew Lu Li was strong, but he never imagined such terrifying strength. That blade was no ordinary weapon either. Lu Li paid no heed to Feng Ran's astonishment. He quickly lowered his head to check on Li Xiaoqing. The instant he had thrown the blade of annihilation, the hand pressed against Li Xiaoqing's heart had remained steady, maintaining the output of the life link. Now, with the one-eyed threat neutralized and Feng Ran no longer distracted, an emerald glow flowed steadily and gently. Li Xiaoqing's complexion had largely returned to normal, her breathing calm and deep, though she remained unconscious. The last stubborn traces of poison were nearly dissipated under the continuous surge of life energy. How is she? Lu Li's voice had regained its usual composure, but urgency still lingered. Much better. The poison is mostly gone. She needs rest. Feng Ran snapped back to reality, quickly examining her, his tone laced with awe for Lu Li. Lu Li nodded. He walked to the window, his gaze sweeping over the corpses strewn across the floor and the barely struggling survivor on the wall. His eyes showed no emotion, as if he were merely clearing away some unsightly trash. Lu Li reached out and grasped the hilt of the blade of annihilation embedded in the wall. No, please. The man on the wall pleaded, his eyes filled with desperate supplication. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Li showed no hesitation. With a wet thud, the blade of annihilation was pulled out cleanly, spraying a mist of blood. The man's body went limp, slipping silently to the floor, lifeless. Lu Li flicked the viscous blood from the blade, not sparing a glance at the corpse on the ground. He turned and walked back to Li Xiaoqing's side, then asked Feng Ran, will she regain consciousness soon? Feng Ran nodded. Let her rest, as she should wake up soon. Lu Li pondered briefly, then asked Feng Ran, what do you want? Weapons, food, water. Before Feng Ran could speak, Lu Li shook his head and said, I need a doctor here. Your abilities could be useful. It would be even better if you could learn some medical knowledge. I'm already a doctor, Feng Ran said confidently. An excellent surgeon. Is that so? Then take a look at what's useful in this pharmacy. Bring it all, and come with me. Lu Li's tone left no room for refusal. Faced with such an overbearing Lu Li, Feng Ran seemed unable to say no. He glanced at the unconscious Li Xiaoqing, then at Lu Li's calm expression. I need to think about this seriously, he said. Following this man might indeed grant powerful protection, perhaps even allowing him to realize his own worth more than in a place like the Werewolf Gang. But at what cost? Feng Ran had no doubt that the path Lu Li walked was strewn with thorns and soaked in blood. He had just personally slaughtered the leader and several members of the Werewolf Gang, forging an irreconcilable blood feud. Caught in such a vortex, how long could he, a man with almost no combat ability, survive? Feng Ran took a deep breath, unwilling to make a decision so hastily. Lu Li's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He hadn't expected Feng Ran to hesitate. In his view, he had just saved Feng Ran's life, demonstrated power sufficient to protect him, and even proactively offered compensation. This was already a gesture of great sincerity. Very well, let's leave this place first. Lu Li didn't press Feng Ran for an immediate decision. He indeed considered a doctor important, but that didn't mean Feng Ran was his only option. Pack up. We're leaving. We just killed someone, they'll likely come for revenge soon enough. Besides, this place is too close to the toxic fog zone in the center. A wise man doesn't court danger. Lu Li repeated himself, and Feng Ran nodded, beginning to identify useful medicines. Lu Li tossed him a backpack. What level are you now? Feng Ran gave a helpless smile as he packed. Still level 1. My abilities don't allow for much combat, and they didn't want me to fight either. If I grew stronger and gained the ability to act independently, they'd find me too hard to control, Feng Ran added bitterly. Lu Li shrugged with a faint smile. Such low-level control tactics were indeed the case. If one grew stronger, there would be no need to worry about such issues. They'll find a way to help you level up and become stronger. As you level up, your abilities will improve too. That's better for the team. Hearing Lu Li's words, Feng Ran's body visibly trembled. No team he had encountered had ever proactively helped him level up. Everyone wanted to drain him dry, never considering his own thoughts. But this still wasn't enough reason to join Lu Li's team. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Ran hoisted a large backpack onto his shoulders. I've sorted everything out. The necessary medicines are in the bag. They'll categorize them once we reach a safe place. Even if I don't end up joining your team, these medicines should last you a while. Lu Li chuckled without a word. Feng Ran was quite considerate, even intending to categorize the medicines for them before leaving. Let's go get out of here first. Lu Li beckoned Feng Ran to follow, hoisting Li Zhaoqing over his shoulder. The train's armor had fallen off in many places, and its fuel was depleted. Having just become prosperous, they were now suddenly bankrupt, leaving Lu Li utterly helpless. With 2 of the 4 regional bosses in the southeast, northwest, and central areas eliminated, the central region's boss was not someone Lu Li could challenge yet. 2 bosses remained. If not for the mechanical beast, Lu Li would have considered taking them on. The first was a burning zombie, not particularly formidable. He had assumed all bosses were of that caliber, until he saw the central region's boss and the mechanical beast. These 2 were not to be trifled with. One misstep could cost him his life. The regional channel still had no intel on the other 2 bosses. This encounter with the mechanical beast had drained the Dawn's energy, stripped most of its armor, and nearly claimed Li Zhaoqing's life. This sobered Lu Li, who had been growing somewhat arrogant immediately. Lu Li carried Li Zhaoqing, still unconscious, but breathing steadily, while Feng Ran shouldered a bulging backpack stuffed with medicines. They swiftly left the clinic, which resembled a small slaughterhouse. The stench of blood and corpses would soon attract carrioniating mutant creatures, or even more dangerous things. Lu Li found a temporary hideout on the relatively remote edge of the central area, near the ruins of a collapsed office building. It was the entrance to a semi-buried electrical room, sturdy in structure and concealed. The interior was cramped, but could barely accommodate 3. He carefully placed Li Zhaoqing in a relatively clean, dry corner, laying down a mat made of clean fabric Feng Ran had found. Feng Ran watched Lu Li's sufficient movements, then glanced at the neatly categorized and labeled medicine pack, feeling slightly more at ease. This powerful man, though cold, was at least responsible to his companions. He stepped forward to recheck Li Zhaoqing's vital signs, confirming that the poison had been cleared and that she was merely exhausted and in need of rest and nourishment. She's stable, no immediate danger, but she needs water, food, and time. It'll take about another night for her to wake up, Feng Ran reported quietly. Lu Li nodded, leaned against the cold metal wall, and closed his eyes to meditate. The continuous battles, the drain on his abilities, and the mental strain had exhausted even him. What weighed heavier on his heart was the state of the Dawn. The formidable train, which he had regarded as a mobile fortress and his greatest asset, now lay crippled, its armor shattered and energy depleted. The once affluent Lu Li, after the terrifying assault from the central region's boss and the mechanical beast, had been reduced to his former state. Even worse, for he now lacked a safe mobile base. Lu Li calculated in his mind. A trace of helplessness and anxiety quietly crept in. His original plans had been thrown into disarray by the mechanical beast's presence. Had he not encountered a creature of the mechanical beast's level, he would have considered trying his luck against the remaining 2 regional bosses. But now, with the Dawn paralyzed, Li Zhaoqing severely injured and not yet recovered, and a doctor of little combat capability in tow, that idea had become utterly impractical. Lu Li, look, Feng Ran suddenly exclaimed. Look at the regional channel. You've been put on a bounty. Wolfpack gang bounty target. Lu Li features black hair, height approximate 178 centimeters, wields a strange black short blade, extremely dangerous. Bounty: kill or capture Lu Li alive. Provide accurate location information for a heavy reward of food, clean water, and weapons. Additionally, Feng Ran, who is with him, is to be killed on sight. Bounty issuer: Wolfpack gang leader Wu Jing. Note: this man killed our gang leader, One-Eyed Dragon, and several brothers. Blood must be repaid with blood. This bounty was being spammed repeatedly, laced with venom and murderous intent. Clearly, the Wolfpack gang members who had escaped had exaggerated the clinic's carnage, painting Lu Li as a brutal murderer. The bounty announcement set the entire regional channel ablaze. Some marveled at Lu Li's audacity, others greedily inquired about the specific reward, and many gloated or washed with schadenfreude. The previously dead channel had become exceptionally lively because of this bounty and Lu Li's name. This Lu Li always manages to be the center of attention. Who knows what level of ability he awakened? He's always stirring up trouble. No idea, but this guy never has a moment's peace. He always has to cause a scene to be happy. Now that there's a bounty on him, let's see if he can still strut around. Lu Li. Feng Ran stared at the channel feed, his face pale, his voice trembling. A bounty. Kill on sight. This meant they were not only being hunted relentlessly by the Wolfpack gang, but could also become targets for everyone in the central region. He instinctively looked at Lu Li, only to find no surprise on his face, just an icy calm. Yet beneath that calm, something far more terrifying seemed to be brewing. Lu Li closed the channel interface, his voice low. Expected. Just a rabble. No need to mind them. Let them come if they dare. Enemies always accumulate. Even if you do nothing, some will still take a dislike to you. One must be strong at heart. As long as I keep growing stronger, these people are nothing but clowns. If they want to kill me, they only have one chance. Fail to kill me, and they will be the ones killed. Lu Li waved his hand, dismissively signaling Feng Ran not to worry. Feng Ran was taken aback by Lu Li's nonchalance. It seemed Lu Li's character was not as others had described. The sky was darkening, a blood-red moon rose slowly. Another day had passed. The night creatures grew more ferocious and brutal, their howls echoing one after another, tugging at the heartstrings of every night watchman. Feng Ran, get some rest. They'll keep watch. Lu Li handed Feng Ran some food and drink, telling him to rest first. Feng Ran took the food, thought for a moment, and asked, Lu Li, tomorrow Tomorrow. Well, wait until Zhaoqing wakes up. If nothing else, I'll take you to level up tomorrow. You're only level 1, a leveling up is easy. Kill more zombies and some mutants, and you'll quickly reach level 3. Each level up grants 5 attribute points to allocate. 15 points will be enough to double your combat effectiveness. Feng Ran hesitated, looking at Lu Li. Is this really okay? I might not stay in your team. Haha, Feng Ran, don't misunderstand. Lu Li laughed heartily. I'm not desperate for you. You just happened to appear at the right time. Awakened healers are not unique to you. Whether you stay or leave doesn't matter much to me. Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Feng Ran felt a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He had indeed overestimated his own importance. Feng Ran's value for now lay solely in his identity as a physician. Lu Li needed him because Li Zhaoqing needed him, because the team required someone capable of tending to the wounded. Lu Li's strength was undeniable, a capital forged through countless battles amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In this precarious post-apocalyptic world, a doctor without combat prowess, had he not been fortunate enough to be needed by someone like Lu Li, would likely have met a fate no better than falling into the hands of the wolf pack. Feng Ran couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. Lu Li, you're right. With your formidable power, there must be many who wish to pledge their allegiance to you. With just a word from you, I'm sure countless would flock to your side. All right, enough talk. Rest early. Tomorrow, once Li Zhaoqing's condition improves, well, hunt zombies nearby. Lu Li sat serenely at the entrance, gazing at the blood-red moon on the horizon. The darkness was indeed perilous, but to him, as long as no regional boss appeared, he could hold his own in any fight. Even against a being like a mechanical beast, if he could land on the black zone of annihilation in his gamble roulette, he believed he would still stand a chance. Yet the zone of annihilation was exceedingly treacherous. After using it, there would be no trace of life for at least 10 minutes. One could feel no physical damage, but the spirit simply refused to live, a torment far more agonizing than being immobilized by injury. Bored, Lu Li casually picked up a stone and hurled it at a distant zombie. The stone, like a sharp projectile, made a soft thud. Over 10 meters away, the zombie's head snapped back as if struck by an invisible bullet, a clean, penetrating hole appearing in the center of its forehead. The corpse wobbled and collapsed silently to the ground. Though Feng Ran had his eyes closed, the faint yet distinct sound of cracking bone made his body flinch involuntarily. He cracked an eye open just in time to see the blurred silhouette of the fallen zombie in the distance, deepening his reverence for Lu Li. Time passed in oppressive silence. Overwhelmed by exhaustion and tension, Ryn also drifted into a restless sleep. After an unknown stretch of time, a faint but clear moan came from a corner. Lu Li instantly turned his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Li Zhaoqing. Her long lashes fluttered briefly before she slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, once dimmed by potent poison, were still weak and disoriented. She rolled her pupils aimlessly, as if struggling to comprehend her surroundings. Don't move, Lu Li's deep voice resonated. Li Zhaoqing's gaze focused on the figure at the entrance, whose back was turned to her, yet stood tall and resolute. Though just a silhouette, the familiar aura and voice instantly relaxed her taut nerves, flooding her heart with an indescribable sense of reassurance. Lu Li. Her voice was hoarse and raspy, like sandpaper scraping. It's me. Lu Li approached, crouched beside her, and examined her condition. How do you feel? Li Zhaoqing tried to move her fingers. An intense wave of weakness and muscle soreness washed over her, but she could clearly sense that the despairing poison within her was gone. I am fine, she asked, incredulous. Her gaze then shifted to the unfamiliar man beside her, who had just been startled awake. Lu Li spoke up. Feng Ran, a doctor. He saved you. Feng Ran quickly forced a smile, though it was still a bit stiff. You're awake. That's great. The poison is mostly cleared, but you're very weak now and need rest and nourishment. And it wasn't me who saved you, it was Lu Li. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to pull you through. Li Xiaoqing looked at Feng Ran, then at Lu Li, her gaze finally settling back on Lu Li. Weakly she said to both, "Thank you. I must have been a burden." Lu Li gave a rare smile. "Not really, not a burden. Though you were pretty heavy when you were asleep. Since you're awake, have something to eat." Lu Li pulled some food and water from his backpack. Feng Ran promptly retrieved a glass bottle from his own bag and handed it to Lu Li. "Glucose. Mix it with water." "Thank you." Li Xiaoqing was momentarily at a loss for words. She smiled at Lu Li and Feng Ran. "It's good to be alive. It's good to have you both." Lu Li remained unmoved, but Feng Ran felt as though struck by something momentarily dazed. "Eat up. I need to watch the entrance. If zombies swarm, it'll be trouble." Lu Li alone was fearless, but the team included the injured Li Xiaoqing and a defenseless doctor. If they disturbed the zombies, a large horde would be attracted in no time. Besides, they were too close to the central zone, teeming with mutants. They could not afford to let their guard down. "Both of you rest. We'll discuss everything tomorrow." After Lu Li left, Feng Ran quietly asked Li Xiaoqing something. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, a faint smile playing on her lips. The next day, just as the sun rose, Li Xiaoqing got up to relieve Lu Li. Meanwhile, Ren also awoke. Li Xiaoqing's body was largely recovered. With a gun in the morning, zombies posed no major threat. So Lu Li planned to sleep for 3 hours, letting Li Xiaoqing lead Feng Ran to hunt ordinary zombies or less dangerous mutants. They would stay nearby and could wake him any time if something came up. Lu Li. Captain. Feng Ran suddenly changed his address, then spoke with a serious expression. "I've decided to join your team. As the team doctor, I'll strive to keep everyone in good health." Lu Li nodded. "Since you're willing to come with me, I at least need to know your abilities, right?" Feng Ran didn't hesitate. "A rank ability, life link." "A rank?" Lu Li smiled. "That's quite an unexpected gain. Good, welcome to my team. Li Xiaoqing will serve as the team's long-range firepower. As for me, I'm the main combatant. My team, including you, totals 3 people." Lu Li chuckled. His team setup was indeed rather meager with only 2 members. But Feng Ran dared not underestimate them. Both Li Xiaoqing and Lu Li were formidable fighters. The 2 of them alone could match 20 or 30 members of other teams, or even more. "All right, you 2 go ahead. They'll rest for a bit. Don't wander too far, and we'll discuss our next move. In any case, we can't stay here forever." Even Lu Li felt a lingering dread about the central zone. The sun was high in the sky and noon was fast approaching. Li Xiaoqing had spent the morning advancing Feng Ran 2 consecutive levels, elevating him to level 3, while also enhancing his abilities. Feng Ran, for his part, had allocated all his attribute points to defense and speed. As a logistics personnel, he possessed virtually no combat capability. Had he been alone, he would have needed to bolster his attack power. But following Lu Li, he felt secure. He could focus solely on fulfilling his role, though any future need for combat could be addressed when it arose. Lu Li should be well rested by now. Let's head back. Regional emergency notice. Warning. An abnormal mutation has occurred in the flesh and blood devouring mechanical beast within the central zone. The lost town is about to be consumed by the central zone core. Estimated countdown to complete consumption 72 hours. The cold, emotionless system notification echoed in everyone's consciousness 3 times in succession. Simultaneously on the map interface, the blurry green toxic mist marking the central zone's boundary began to writhe violently, expanding outward in all directions like a living entity. The surrounding area dimmed at a visible rate, as if being slowly devoured by an invisible colossal maw. "What a..." Feng Ran exclaimed in shock, his face turning pale. He had no idea what was happening. The central zone was expanding and consuming. The absorption of the lost town meant that their current hiding spot near the central zone's border would soon no longer be safe. They had to move elsewhere. Lu Li's eyes snapped open, a sharp light bursting forth. The fatigue from before was instantly replaced by calm composure and gravity. The system's urgent announcement was like a bucket of ice water. This apocalypse was more treacherous and dangerous than he had imagined, filled with unpredictable upheavals. He rose to his feet, walked to the narrow entrance, and cautiously peered outside through the gap. The sky seemed even more gloomy and oppressive. An indescribably restless energy permeated the air. From the distance came a muffled rumbling sound, and the green toxic mist of the central zone churned and spread outward. Lu Li. At that moment, Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran immediately returned to Lu Li's side. "Stay calm. The more flustered we get, the more problems we'll have." Lu Li motioned for them to calm down, a grim expression crossing his face, as if they were responsible for this catastrophe. The entire town was now being consumed by the central zone. The borders are shrouded in mist and filled with unknown monsters. If we try to flee on our own, we'll surely die. We must find a way to solve the Kaiming's energy problem. But there's no rush. We still have 72 hours. We're not the only ones panicking, others are too. After the system alert, the regional channel descended into chaos. With the central zone's toxic mist expanding, those who had ventured near it knew the mist was nearly inescapable unless one's immunity was over 50 points. Alternatively, a full hazmat suit and respirator could provide isolation. But with everyone averaging only levels 4 or 5 who would be willing to invest so many attribute points into immunity, only Lu Li with his gambling roulette had pushed his immunity to 45. Coupled with his passive skill cellular repair, he gained the ability to ignore the toxic mist. Damn Lu Li. It's all his fault, everything he's done. Fuck, it's him. He lured the mechanical beast into the central zone, causing this mutation. He must take full responsibility. Lu Li, you deserve to die. The Wolfpack's bounty on you is absolutely right. Shit. 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 The toxic mist. It's the central zone's mist spreading. I saw that green slimy stuff rolling in like it was alive. Lu Li, come out. You think you're so tough? Go kill the central zone's boss. Solve the source of the mist. Hiding behind others and causing harm. What kind of skill is that? Everyone was complaining bitterly. After all, this situation was beyond their control. They were all trapped in a cage waiting to die, unable to escape or kill the central boss. Messages in the channel flooded like a tsunami, filled with panic and despair along with a deep-seated hatred for Lu Li. The Wolfpack's comments only added fuel to the fire, nailing Lu Li to the pillory as a public enemy. Feng Ran watched the torrent of abuse and bounties in the channel, his face growing even paler. He couldn't help but look at Lu Li. They all. Just a bunch of wretches driven by fear and anger. Lu Li's voice was utterly flat, laced with a hint of icy mockery. He closed the channel interface and turned his gaze to the window. The sky was terrifyingly gloomy, and the restless energy in the air grew more pronounced. In the distance, where the central zone had been barely visible, the edge of the churning ink-green viscous mist was now spreading slowly in all directions. This Lu Li is quite interesting. Bai Yun stroked his chin. At his feet lay the disassembled remains of a white skeleton surrounded by the corpses of mutants and humans. Ji Bai beside him was pale, his body visibly bloodied and mangled. The boss here is dealt with, but the central zone is in trouble. We need to find a way to escape. How can we escape? Outside the mist are monsters more terrifying than these regional bosses. We've finally gathered a group of several hundred, including 3 Brank ability users. Even if we manage to get out alive, who knows how many of these people will survive. We just took losses taking down the regional boss. We have 72 hours. Don't rush, let me think. Bai Yun was in no hurry to flee. With 72 hours still on the clock, he wanted to see how things developed. Maybe there was a way to deal with the central zone's boss. Over the past few days, the number of people in the regional channel had stabilized at around 2,500. If even 100 of them were Brank or above. United, they might stand a chance against the central zone's boss. But getting that group to coalesce wouldn't be easy. The central zone's boss should have just mutated. If we join forces now, we might be able to take it down. Bai Yun suddenly spoke in the regional channel. The mutated boss will surely yield greater rewards. My team is very interested in hunting it. I wonder if anyone else is interested, especially Lu Li. I'm looking forward to meeting you. Bai Yun's words were like a stone thrown into a still lake, stirring up waves. Quite a few people in the channel were eager to give it a try, knowing the generous rewards for killing a boss. But without a strong leader to take the initiative, none dared to act. Lu Li, since you caused such a big mess, shouldn't you come forward and say something? Think of a way to solve this and salvage your reputation. Bai Yun's tone in the regional channel was sarcastic, as if trying to drag Lu Li into the fray. In the regional channel, Bai Yun's words struck like a drop of water hitting scalding oil. Chaos erupted instantly. The panicked, desperate crowd clung to his statement as their last lifeline. Senior Bai Yun has spoken. Is any Brank team interested? Exactly. Lu Li caused this mess. He must shoulder his share of the burden. With Senior Bai Yun leading and all elite Esper forces united, success may truly be possible. Lu Li, show yourself. Don't hide like a coward. Senior Bai Yun has already offered you a way out. Wu Jing of the Wolfpack gang sneered him. Bai Yun, I care nothing for your schemes, but Lu Li's life belongs to the Wolfpack gang alone. He cannot escape, even to the ends of the earth. Has Senior Wu Jing set aside personal grudges for now. Only by resolving the Central Zone crisis can any of us survive. Brother Lu Li, don't you agree? I eagerly await fighting side by side with you. Bai Yun's tone was dripping with false sincerity. Feng Ran watched the channel's emotions ignite in an instant, and Bai Yun's ostensibly inviting yet coercive words, then urgently cried out, Lu Li. They're forcing you onto the pyre, to serve as cannon fodder. Li Xiaoqing's expression turned glacial as she swiftly analyzed. Bai Yun is leveraging momentum. His intent to consolidate power against the mutated boss is genuine. Yet so too is his intent to cast you as the public scapegoat, drawing fire from the Wolfpack gang and every vengeful soul. Should he succeed, he becomes the undisputed leader, the one reaping greatest glory. Should he fail, you become the perfect fall guy. A masterful calculation. Lu Li strode silently to the narrow entrance fissure, his gaze heavy and fixed on the distance. At the churning edge of the ink-green toxic fog, visible advancement had crept forward once more. The air grew thick with a cloying, putrid sweetness, the stench of decay sharpening with every breath as the fog inexorably expanded. Cannon fodder. Do they even qualify? Lu Li's voice was cold as glacial ice. Let Bai Yun play savior, if that is his desire. Let him unite forces, if that is his ambition. It has nothing to do with me. He turned eyes sharp as drawn blades sweeping over Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran. Our objective remains unchanged: repair the Qiming train. That is our sole hope, not only to survive, but to escape this desolate wasteland forever. Lu Li's gaze settled upon Li Xiaoqing. How is your physical recovery progressing? I can move freely, but high-intensity combat remains beyond me, she said, clenching her fist. No need for such exertion. Then let us begin. Above all, repairing the Qiming train is paramount. That is the very foundation of our survival. Feng Ran had only heard rumors of Lu Li's train, but never imagined it was real. His astonishment was profound. Listen carefully, he murmured, voice low and grave. The toxic fog's expansion is irreversible. Bai Yun's alliance is likely little more than a castle in the air, and the Wolfpack gang hunts us like rabid hounds. We have neither time to wait nor to indulge in their hollow theatrics. That Bai Yun dared issue such a declaration suggests he has acquired the final boss's reward artifact. Come to think of it, I still have something unclaimed. Lu Li glanced at the two and said, let's move elsewhere. We'll speak aboard the train. The three relocated. Lu Li activated the Qiming train. Once inside, Feng Ran finally grasped the meaning of a world within a world. The second carriage's closed-loop water system was now fully operational. The first carriage, meanwhile, had been tastefully adorned, giving it the faint, warm aura of home. Lu Li casually retrieved a waist-high iron chest from the cockpit and set it down before them. I've slain 2 mechanical raptors. My rank has reached level 7 and my death adventure is nearing its next evolution. None of that mattered. What truly mattered was what surprise this chest held. Feng Ran, gazing upon Lu Li's open candor, instinctively recoiled. Such treasures were not meant for his eyes. What's wrong? We are a team. No need for hesitation. Li Xiaoqing smiled beside him. Lu Li has a rule: whoever discovers an item owns it outright. No reporting required. You decide how to use it. But he's the team leader, Li Xiaoqing silenced him with a glance. Just watch. Lu Li, smiling, opened the iron chest before them both. The contents made all three's eyes gleam. Blueprints. And not one, but 2. Within the chest lay also a piece of black metal, its texture uncannily reminiscent of fragments Lu Li had obtained earlier. Lu Li wasted no time, immediately claiming the 2 blueprints. Special Core Fabrication Blueprint. Basic Weapon Restoration Blueprint. Reading their names aloud, he added, the Special Core is essential for countless blueprints. Yet he paused, lifting his blade, the Miezhi Ren, with sudden interest. As for this Basic Weapon Restoration Blueprint, I need the Weapon Restoration Blueprint. The Special Core Blueprint may be entrusted to anyone. Feng Ran studied the schematics, his heart free of greed. He was newly joined, it was not his place to claim them. So he remained silent. Then I'll take the Special Core Blueprint. Surely the captain shouldn't shoulder every burden alone. Li Xiaoqing, seeing Feng Ran's reticence, cheerfully claimed the Special Core Blueprint. Lu Li's gaze drifted outward, to the Qiming train's battered hull. We now hold new hope to restore it. He summoned the previously acquired Qiming train basic repair blueprint, pointing to the sections detailing energy core and primary armor reconstruction. The special core is pivotal, not only for restoring, but potentially upgrading the energy core. And the craftsmanship outlined in the basic weapon restoration blueprint may well apply to armor plating, fusion, and reinforcement. This rare metal may well be one of the principal materials needed for either core fabrication or armor enhancement. Whatever the case, each item promised irreplaceable value. By then, Li Xiaoqing had already absorbed the special core fabrication blueprint, its utility exhausted after a single use. Its production process was intricate, demanding numerous materials. Yet earlier at the scrapyard, Lu Li had gathered vast quantities of metal, more than sufficient to fabricate several cores. After studying the basic weapon restoration blueprint, Lu Li exclaimed in delighted astonishment, "Weapons possess multiple tiers. The firearms we currently wield are merely standard grade. Above them lie legendary tier weapons, and at the apex epic tier arms. This isn't just a restoration schematic, it's also a weapon appraisal manual." Lu Li immediately examined his Mieji Ren. Epic tier weapon, fragmented variant. What staggering luck. He'd never imagined his seemingly ordinary blade was in fact the highest echelon, an epic tier weapon. These two metals, one for repairing legendary tier weapons, the other for restoring epic tier arms. Lu Li smiled. The metal recovered aboard the train will reinforce the train itself, while this piece is the key to restoring my Mieji Run. Truly excellent news. Li Xiaoqing beamed. Every adventure bears its reward. Lu Li, you said you leveled up. Doesn't that mean your combat power has increased again? Li Xiaoqing was more concerned about Lu Li's own condition. After all, to them Lu Li was the primary fighting force. How powerful Lu Li was would determine whether their subsequent plans could proceed smoothly. Lu Li chuckled. One thing after another, I haven't had a chance to check yet. Name Lu Li, level 5, 400,500, age 22, strength 40, speed 30, defense 35, immunity 45, overall combat power 40, death adventure EXP 360,500. This was Lu Li's previous status. My overall combat power was 40 points before. Now I plan to allocate all points to strength. I wonder how much of an increase there will be. Name Lu Li, level 7, 100,700, age 22, strength 50, speed 30, defense 35, immunity 45, overall combat power 65, death adventure EXP 480,500. It increased this much all at once. Lu Li stared intently at his stat panel, while Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran were both extremely curious about how much he had improved. My overall combat power is now 65 points. Li Xiaoqing felt a surge of excitement, but Feng Ran frowned, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong? Lu Li asked Feng Ran. You seem to have something you don't understand. Feng Ran nodded. Captain the Wu Jing I know, the leader of the War Wolf Gang, has an overall combat power of over 70 points. But he's only level 5. How come you're at level 7 with so little combat power? What puzzles me is that in terms of actual combat performance you far surpass him by countless levels. Before Lu Li could speak, Li Xiaoqing quickly explained, Lu Li's ability can temporarily enhance his combat power. So his overall combat power seems low, but in real combat, he is terrifying. While the three were discussing in the regional channel, Bai Yun had already completed the Alliance's assembly and was calling for everyone to converge and head to the central zone. Fellow survivors, thank you for your trust and support. After urgent consultations, our Dawn Alliance has preliminarily integrated 7 elite squads, including teams led by 6 rank ability users. For our future, we have decided to launch a full-scale assault on the Toxic Mist Core in the Central District at dawn tomorrow. The channel was instantly flooded with various comments. Great. Long live Big Brother Bai Yun. Finally, someone has stepped up. 7 teams. Is that enough? That's the Toxic Mist Core. What about Lu Li? Has that Jinx joined? He must lead the charge to atone for his sins. At this moment, Ji Bai spoke on behalf of Bai Yun, as his own message quota was long exhausted. Regrettably, we have tried multiple times to contact Brother Lu Li, hoping to gain the support of this powerful fighter in our common struggle for survival. Unfortunately, perhaps he has his own difficulties, or maybe he is still hesitating over past misunderstandings. The Alliance's doors are always open to him. We await his awakening and his joining. Of course, regardless of whether he shows up, for the sake of everyone, we will press forward without hesitation. Bai Yun, stop pretending. Lu Li's life belongs to me. You do your thing, don't get in my way. Lu Li, do you see this? Clean your neck and wait. I'll dig 3 feet into the ground to find you, and use your blood to honor my brother. This inflammatory and incriminating statement was like pouring another ladle of water into boiling oil. The wave of accusations and curses against Lu Li in the channel instantly peaked. Words like coward, selfish bastard, and disgrace to humanity flooded the screen. Bai Yun had successfully portrayed Lu Li as someone who shirked responsibility, only cared for himself, and might even be a liability. Regardless of the outcome of tomorrow's battle, Lu Li's image in the minds of most survivors had been utterly shattered, making him a target of public criticism and the perfect scapegoat. Li Xiaoqing watched the torrent of malice in the channel, her face cold as frost. Such a venomous tactic. He's not only forcing you to be cannon fodder, but also slandering you in advance to isolate you completely. Feng Ran's face also turned pale with anger. So despicable. They never intended to cooperate with you, they just wanted to use your name to stir up emotions and create enemies for you. How noisy. Lu Li uttered 2 words indifferently, as if the uproar was merely a breeze brushing past his ears. Bai Yun wants to be a hero, let him. He wants to play politics, let him play. Wu Jing wants revenge, let him come. All I need to do is repair the dawn and gain the power to leave this dead end. Lu Li. Li Xiaoqing's brow suddenly furrowed. She turned to him with a troubled expression. To make a special core, we're missing something. Lu Li raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Xiaoqing. As luck would have it, that something is only in the central zone. It's specially marked on the map, black steel. Only in the central zone. Is that so? Lu Li frowned. Upgrading the armor and repairing the train required special cores, and making other things later would also need them. It seemed he had no choice but to go to the central zone. He didn't know where else to find the necessary materials, so since they were here, he would take them here. After all, their goal wasn't to destroy the flesh and blood mountain. They would just grab what they needed and leave. Speaking of which, the toxic mist is a bit of a problem. Lu Li looked at Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran. With my immunity and cell repair, I can force my way through for a short time, but the 2 of you. Maybe you should wait outside for me. After a moment of thought, Lu Li decided it would be safest for them to wait outside. I should be able to resist the toxic mist. Feng Ran said hastily. After leveling up to 3, my defense and immunity have increased quite a bit, and so has my ability. Now Soul Link can be controlled by the will of both parties. As long as both agree, the maximum range can reach 5 meters. If we share the burden, we shouldn't have to worry about the toxic mist. He'll act alone. Lu Li's gaze turned razor-sharp, his tone resolute. You 2 handle the energy issues for the dawn. Killing monsters on the train also increases its energy. The train will actively devour the corpses. Li Xiaoqing quickly interjected. You're going alone. That's too dangerous. More people would just be a burden. Lu Li's tone brooked no argument. The toxic mist is my cover and also my weapon. I don't believe they can all be immune to the mist. Most of those who go in will be cannon fodder, only a few will survive. Fighting on the edge of the toxic mist gives me a greater advantage. And a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Don't they want my head to claim the reward? They'll give them that chance. Let's see if they have the guts to take it. Lu Li laughed coldly, showing no regard for Bai Yun's alliance. In fact, given the opportunity, he would even ambush and kill Wu Jing, the leader of the War Wolf squad. Lu Li said to Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran, you 2 should gather materials and increase fuel as much as possible on the outskirts. If there is an existence you can't deal with, just hide inside the Qiming. It can help you withstand for a very long time. Speaking of which, Lu Li helplessly said, communication is truly a big hassle. It would be great if we had something like a walkie-talkie. Tomorrow at dawn. I want to see where they will emerge. The cold night wind swept over the ruins, and the Qiming lay still like a dormant steel behemoth quietly docked behind the remnants of walls near the edge of the toxic mist in the central area. Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran stood before the car door, their faces filled with worry. Be sure to be careful, Li Xiaoqing continued, her voice laced with concern. Bai Yun is insidious, and Wu Jing has a bounty on you. They are many, do not force a confrontation. Get the black steel and retreat immediately. We will ensure the Qiming has enough energy to support you at any time. Feng Ran chimed in. I will cooperate well with Li Xiaoqing. Rest assured. Lu Li's voice was calm and unwavering, yet his gaze was sharp as he said, they want me to be the target. Then I will let them see who the true hunter is. Wait for my return. The 2 looked at Lu Li's back with grave expressions. At this moment, the blood moon had already set and the sun was slowly rising, casting a faint light that elongated Lu Li's shadow. As soon as his voice fell, his figure flickered, merging into the night like a ghost, disappearing into the heavy shadows with a few leaps, racing towards the central area, shrouded in green mist. The closer he got to the central area, the thicker the air became, carrying a strong corrosive quality. Ordinary creatures that inhaled even a trace would suffer lung burns and organ failure. Lu Li could feel a slight sting on his skin, but his powerful immune properties and the spontaneous operation of the cell repair within him quickly countered the corrosion. The morning light in the sky grew brighter, and the 7 teams gathered by Bai Yun were all in place, assembling at the designated location with a formidable presence. Bai Yun stood atop a relatively high ruin overlooking the dark mass of gathered teams below. The 7 main teams were distinct, each occupying their own space, and the atmosphere was tense and murderous. Bai Yun, we have arrived at what should we do next? A short man with a handlebar mustache glared fiercely at Bai Yun, flanked by 70 or 80 of his own subordinates. Captain Zhang Zhao, don't be anxious, this matter cannot be rushed. We must clarify the situation within the toxic mist before we can formulate our attack strategy. Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. At this moment, Bai Yun displayed the demeanor of a wise strategist, exuding an air of commanding thousands. He shook his head while observing the assembled 7 teams. About half of the living beings in the channel were gathered here, and with nearly 1,000 people in battle, it could not be hastily ordered to charge in. Facing a mountain of flesh and corpses, they were allowed no failure, only success. I remember someone said they had entered the toxic mist. Since it's come to this, please share all the intel, or otherwise we will go in as a scattered mass only to die in vain. 2 team members immediately stepped up and said, Captain, we have been inside. The toxic mist is severe. Ordinary people simply cannot survive in there. Yes, but apart from the area boss, there are no other monsters. It's likely because even zombies can't survive in there, or they have been consumed by the mountain of flesh and corpses. Bai Yun frowned and asked, What mountain of flesh and corpses? I don't know, we haven't seen it. We have only seen tentacles wrapped in meat mush. Those tentacles are quite troublesome. The 2 exchanged glances, seemingly seeing terror and fear in each other's eyes. Bai Yun, what are you hesitating for? They have said it's just that damned mountain of corpses and its tentacles. With so many of us, we can overwhelm it. Zhang Zhao's voice was like a broken gong, filled with arrogance. Bai Yun wore a gentle smile, yet his gaze was icy as he said, Captain Zhang, Zhao, please remain calm. The mountain of flesh and corpses is no ordinary foe. Reckless charges will only increase casualties. This battle is for the survival of all survivors. We must plan before we act. He swept his gaze over the crowd, his tone becoming solemn and passionate. Just now 2 brothers mentioned that the toxic mist has a very strong corrosive quality. Ordinary soldiers cannot endure for long. This requires those with strong physiques or special equipment to pave the way. And we need someone to attract the monster's attention, creating an opportunity for our main force to strike decisively. He deliberately paused, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the weaker teams and lone individuals. For victory. For everyone's tomorrow. We need vanguards. Bai Yun's voice suddenly rose, stirring their hearts. Those who lead will receive great merit. The Alliance will spare no resources to provide them protection and prioritize the distribution of spoils. This is an act of righteousness which will surely become the cornerstone of the team and receive focused cultivation in the future. Bai timely issued an announcement in the regional channel in the name of Bai Yun. The Dawn Alliance's full-scale attack is imminent. We are now recruiting fearless vanguards. The task is arduous and the responsibility is heavy, but the rewards are plentiful. The Alliance will provide the strongest support. Volunteers, brave warriors, please gather at the Central Region's old office building. As soon as the announcement was made, there was a brief silence in the channel, followed by some small teams and desperate lone individuals beginning to stir. There were not just 7 teams here. In fact, there were also some idle individuals with weaker strengths, all of whom were observing. Some were tempted by the lure of resources, while others were grasping at what seemed to be their only straw in dire straits. Dozens of figures began to emerge from the shadows, approaching Bai Yun and the others. Zhang Zhao looked at those cannon fodder who had been incited, a cruel smile spreading across his lips as he whispered, That Bai Yun kid is ruthless, his methods are dirty. However, I like it. Someone has to go out and test the waters. One of these individuals stepped forward and said to Bai Yun, We are willing to be vanguards, but on the condition that once the boss is dealt with, we want to join the strongest team and receive the most item rewards. Bai Yun smiled without changing his expression, nodding to agree to these conditions. How many of these cannon fodder can survive? In this nearly 1,000-strong team, how many will live? He then immediately whispered to several level ability user captains beside him. Once the vanguard attracts the tentacle attacks of the mountain of corpses, creating chaos and a pathway, our elite will immediately break through from the 3 preset directions. Remember, there is only one target, the mountain of flesh and corpses. Spare no effort to take it down. As for those decoys, their sacrifice is necessary. Bai Yun's gaze was cold without a hint of fluctuation. Lu Li moved through the poisonous mist like a fish slipping through dark currents. Visibility was compressed to less than 10 meters, and the air was thick with the deadly blend of decay and potent acid. In the distance, the suffocating massive silhouette of the flesh mountain grew increasingly distinct, shaking one's very mind. Yet danger lurked everywhere. A fleshy tentacle suddenly erupted from the ground, stabbing towards Lu Li's throat like lightning. His eyes sharpened, and without even drawing his blade, he clenched his fist and struck, tearing through the air with a screech, arriving before the tentacle could. The tentacle was shattered by Lu Li's fist, viscous blood splattering everywhere. He shook the filth from his hand and continued forward without pause. A mere tentacle from the flesh mountain posed no great threat to him. Liu Li continued towards the alloy refinery marked on his map. It was just that discerning direction within the poisonous mist was far too difficult, and almost everything here was tainted with flesh and blood, who just a glance was enough to make one nauseous. Damn it, let's move. By then Bai Yun's allied forces were fully prepared. A dozen vanguards were wrapped up tightly from head to toe, with only their eyes exposed. They wore heavy clothing to better resist the invasion of the poisonous mist. The vanguard's mission was to clear a path to the flesh mountain as swiftly as possible. Bai Yun watched the dozens of men enter the thick fog, then spoke. Those with healing and shield abilities move to the front. Those with long-range attacks take the rear. Close combat ability users provide protection. Since when does he get to give orders? Zhang Zhao sneered, and another captain beside him chuckled coldly. Let him have his fun if he enjoys it so much. Everyone's just trying to survive. Do you think everyone's hearts are truly united? It's an unspoken understanding. And that group from the Warwolf gang, especially Wu Jing. See how fiercely he calls for Liu Li's head to avenge his brothers. But when treasure appears, do you think hell just stand by and watch? Too naive. So that's your thinking. Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback. He was a rigid thinker and clearly hadn't considered that. Being told by the captain, he immediately felt like a fool. Brother, when we go in, let's hang back a bit. See how things play out first. Treasures are good, but you need to live to claim them. Bai Yun isn't stupid. You can tell from how he tricked Liu Li into coming out. That man is deeply calculating. Brother, then why are we even here in this alliance? Aren't we just cannon fodder? Li San shook his head. Of course not. There are more people here and definitely more rank ability users than he claims. If Bai Yun dares to attack the central mutated boss, he must have his reasons. We're here to fish in troubled waters. If we can snatch some good treasures, our strength will skyrocket. If our men die, we can always recruit more. With greater strength, we'll never lack for followers. Also, I suspect Liu Li will definitely come, but not openly. He might be lurking somewhere observing right now. If Liu Li gets into danger, we'll give him a hand. That way we'll have some leverage to speak with him later. I feel Liu Li still has many secrets. With his strength, he would never let such a juicy prize be taken by others. With so many allies were supposed to help Liu Li, Li Si couldn't grasp his brother's logic. If they wanted to show goodwill, why not just avoid hunting Liu Li? Why help him fight against so many? Was it worth offending so many people for one Liu Li? Li San looked at his younger brother Li Si and shook his head helplessly. Sometimes some things were beyond explanation, like his desire to help Liu Li even against this vast coalition. It could only be called a gamble on his instinct. His instinct told him that as long as Liu Li survived, his future would be limitless, far beyond what the two brothers could ever hope to reach. So the best course was to help Liu Li as much as possible while he was still weak. That way they might earn a sliver of recognition from him in the future. Fine, whatever you say, brother. If it's about helping Liu Li, then he'll just go all out and slaughter those bastards. Li Si's gruff, swaying manner made Li San shake his head. His brother was obedient enough, but still childish. Enough, let's follow the main force inside. Be careful, don't act rashly, and prioritize keeping our people safe. Li San called for Li Si to stay close and ordered their men to huddle together within the larger group. Damn it, this poison mist is terrifying. Though everyone had mentally prepared for the poisonous mist to be troublesome, none had imagined it would be this horrifying. If not for the ability users with shields holding the front, some would have been poisoned and weakened the moment they entered the mist. Visibility is too poor. Let's get closer. Some teams unconsciously drew together in such terrible visibility. Bai Yun frowned. The troops being so close gave him a nagging sense of unease. Gee, this place is more dangerous than I thought. Bai Yun's face showed anxiety, as if he wanted to flee. Ji Bei's eyes were filled with faint green patterns. He said calmly, "Indeed, it's very dangerous. The mechanical beast was devoured by the boss here, proving this boss is far stronger than those in normal areas. And after devouring the mechanical beast, it began to mutate. You know this. You wanted to eliminate it before the mutation was complete. Let's see. If things go south, we'll run first." Bai Yun had already planned an escape route before coming. As the two whispered, the thick fog ahead suddenly churned violently. A blood-curdling scream pierced the oppressive silence, followed by a second, then a third. These sounds were cut short before they could fully form. It's the flesh tentacles. Don't be afraid. Melee fighters press forward. Ranged attackers provide fire support. Damn it, Bai Yun, it's the vanguards. Thank goodness for the vanguards, or we'd be dead. Some were relieved that the cannon fodder ahead had taken the first wave, hoping they would hold out long enough to buy them more time. Quick counterattack. Stop talking and cut down the surrounding tentacles. By now the vanguard had suffered heavy losses. The The number of flesh tentacles around them far exceeded expectations. These vanguards were mostly D and crank ability users with inconsistent strength. They were overwhelmed by the flesh tentacles. "Quick retreat," one of them shouted. "Tell them to retreat. Tell them the tentacles ahead." Before he could finish, a tentacle coiled around him, crushing him into pulp, which was then devoured by more tentacles as nutrients. "Retreat, fall back." All the vanguard had now abandoned any thoughts of honor, rewards, or the allure of cultivation. Compared to their own lives, none of it was worth a damn. Death meant nothingness. No matter how grand the promises, once dead you were dead, and nothing could be gained. At that moment, the ranged attack abilities of the squad commanders had already exploded forward. Fireballs, ice shards, wind blades, lightning, and telekinetic impacts. A kaleidoscope of ranged attacks poured like a torrential downpour into the churning toxic mist. Explosions echoed one after another, temporarily suppressing the attacks of the tentacles ahead. But these abilities were indiscriminate carpet bombardments, and some of the vanguard soldiers were caught in the blast, their arms and legs blown off. Damn it, they're bombing their own people. The psychics in the rear support group could only see a few meters ahead, forced to rely on this dense blanket bombardment to deal with the flesh and blood tentacles. They couldn't care less about the vanguard's survival. Yet even so, the dense fog was only blasted apart for an instant before closing back in at an even faster speed. Those attacks were like stones thrown into the sea, merely stirring ripples on the surface of the fog without penetrating deep. Some ranged skills hit the flesh tentacles, only wounding them, without killing, causing extremely limited damage. Zhang Zhao exchanged a glance with the captain beside him, both seeing solemnity and a hint of schadenfreude in each other's eyes. Zhang Zhao murmured, "Damn, Bai Yun's cannon fodder is all dead. Let's see how he clears the way now. This thing in the fog is even more sinister than we imagined." Another captain sneered, "What's the rush? Let him keep commanding, he's burning through everyone's trump cards. We can serve our strength and wait until we see the flesh mountain. Where's that guy Wu Jing?" Wu Jing of the War Wolf Gang, however, remained unusually calm. His burly frame was taut, his gaze wolf-like, fixed intently on the anomalies in the mist. Two alloy short blades in his hands gleamed with a cold, eerie light. He hadn't made a move yet, clearly still observing. Just as the Allied forces were thrown into chaos by this sudden attack, their attention focused on the depths of the mist. "Brother, look." Li Si yanked Li San's arm, his voice lowered to a whisper tinged with tension and excitement, pointing toward the edge of a relatively calm but thicker patch of fog on the flank. Li San followed his brother's finger, and his pupils abruptly contracted. At the edge of that dense, murky green fog, a figure so blurred it nearly merged with the environment was gliding past with astonishing speed, utterly silent. The silhouette moved like a ghost, erratic and seemingly without substance. Li San's heart leaped. That figure. It was Lu Li. He had indeed come, and his timing was so opportunistic, using the moment when the Allied forces were entirely captivated by the monsters in the fog to attempt a silent flanking maneuver into the battlefield. Lu Li had indeed arrived, but not to enter the fray. He only intended to observe coldly from a distance. "Tisk, more people than I expected." If not for the commotion here being loud enough, Lu Li wouldn't have noticed this group. And Bai Yun's team happened to be on the only path to the alloy refinery. Though Lu Li had entered the central thick fog before them, he had been circling around, failing to find a way forward. Bai Yun, on the other hand, seemed to have someone with a vision ability in his team, allowing them to move in a straight line. Good enough. Lu Li's gaze was calm and unruffled. "Saves me the trouble of scouting the path. Let them clear the mines for me." Lu Li made up his mind not to reveal himself easily. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight was the wisest choice at this moment. He needed to observe the Allied forces' strength, especially Bai Yun's hidden cards. "Brother, why isn't Lu Li moving?" Li Si frowned. "Could he be scared? Call you dumb and you prove it. The formation isn't broken, yet the pressure isn't heavy. Would he charge in alone against so many? Even if he's ridiculously strong, there's no need to waste so much effort. Do you think it's better to wait until they scatter and pick them off one by one, or to face an army heat in? If Lu Li really did that, I'd have to reassess him." Li San stared at the distant, detached figure and signaled his brother to stop looking, not wanting anyone to notice Lu Li's dark silhouette. Moi. When Li San and Li Si noticed Lu Li, he, with his keen perception, had already detected them. "It's those two brothers. Interesting. They've spotted me. I wonder how they'll handle it." Lu Li wasn't too concerned about being discovered. Even if they told Bai Yun, so what? Here Bai Yun had too many people and lacked his agility. If they sent a few to chase him, they'd have to worry about losing their heads. Bai Yun was a smart man, he wouldn't make such a foolish decision. Apart from Li San and Li Si, no one else had noticed Lu Li. Everyone was focused on the vanguard situation ahead, which had become a living hell. Screams rang out continuously, and even the ranged attacks couldn't stop the flesh tentacle slaughter. Using firearms might be better. Luli watched with folded arms from the sidelines. Ahead was a force of nearly 1,000, and he was alone. Those flesh tentacles couldn't spare any attention to attack him. He had become the safest person there. Moreover, the toxic mist had no effect on Luli in the short term. He could withstand it indefinitely. Ahead are all flesh tentacles densely packed, no end in sight. Our vanguard. The vanguard is all dead. A vanguard soldier in tattered clothes, having abandoned his gear, ran back. His pale, bloodless face and frantic shouts shook the morale of the allied forces. It was as if they would be devoured by the flesh tentacles in the next second. The moment he finished his report, Yun raised his hand and shot him dead. Shaking morale? Brothers, we've come this far. There's no turning back. If we don't kill the flesh corpse mountain while it's still in its early mutation stage, once it matures, killing it will be nearly impossible. There are 1,000 of us here. As long as we can reach it, the Brank and above psychics can make their move and surely kill the flesh corpse mountain. I'm not afraid to tell you this brother of mine isn't a rank psychic. Bai tossed his non-mainstream hair and said calmly, I'm a spatial psychic. I can perform spatial jumps and use the void blade. Give me enough distance and it'll cut down the flesh corpse mountain in one strike. His words served as a sedative, calming the restless team slightly. Keep moving forward. We've already sacrificed so many, we can't let their deaths be in vain. Right, keep advancing. Retreating is death. Only by moving forward do we have a chance to live. The main force advanced to the position in front of the vanguard. At this moment, there was not a trace of battle on the ground. Not even a single corpse could be seen. Only some torn pieces of cloth and remnants of weapons were left on the road, which resembled bloody flesh and organs. Dozens of vanguard troops perished within 5 minutes. Now it was the coalition's turn to face the fleshly tentacles. A multitude of bloody tentacles attacked the team of 1,000 from all sides. Nevertheless, 1,000 people still represented a formidable force. 1,000 individuals, 7 elite teams, formed 7 battle groups guarding the 4 directions. Despite the chaotic flailing of the tentacles which moved like a fierce wind, they still struggled to break through the defense. Withdraw the healers. Yun commanded from the center, directing the troops methodically. Some of his ideas and commanding abilities impressed Luli. If Yun had not offended him, such a person would be worth befriending. In fact, Luli was eager to win him over. At least in terms of commanding ability and strategy, Luli admitted he was inferior to Yun. The reason he could narrowly win each time was that he possessed more information, and at this stage his strength surpassed Yun's intelligence. As the saying goes, sheer strength can overcome 10 strategies. Intelligence can only be used against evenly matched opponents or those slightly weaker. It cannot bring 2 completely unequal individuals to the same starting line. Save your strength. We should just use firearms to shoot these tentacles. Li San urged his brother Li Si not to waste energy recklessly. Damn, there's nothing left. Zhang Zhao's face turned pale as he looked at the familiar weapon fragments on the ground, his voice somewhat dry. The captain beside him also stopped laughing, his expression grave. The opinions among the group varied. They were all wary of the scene before them. Countless dark red thick tentacles covered with mucus and tiny suckers erupted from all directions like javelins shot from the abyss of hell, violently lunging without warning. The speed was so great that it left only afterimages accompanied by a piercing wail that tore through the air. Cries of agony immediately rang out as the defensive line formed by the 7 battle groups trembled violently. Despite the coalition's overwhelming numbers and mutual support among the 7 battle groups, the angles of the tentacle attacks were cunning, their power immense, and they were utterly fearless. Their goal was clear: to tear through the defenses and capture isolated individuals. One tentacle swept through like a giant python, instantly ensnaring 2 melee fighters who were too slow to evade the terrifying crushing power, erupting with the sound of bones shattering clearly audible. Another tentacle suddenly pierced through the ground like a scorpion's tail, precisely impaling the abdomen of a ranged ability user, lifting him high into the air before swiftly retracting into the thick fog, leaving only a half cry of anguish and a spray of blood. The scene instantly became extremely bloody and chaotic. Fireballs, ice walls, earth shields, wind blades, electric currents. Various abilities flashed in succession, violently colliding with the wildly dancing tentacles. We can't continue like this. We might not reach the area boss Flesh Mountain. Yun squinted, realizing that if the Alliance's forces did not unite, even 1,000 would eventually be overwhelmed. Bai, lead your men forward and attack. Bai Yun looked at Ji Bai beside him, needing him to act immediately to stabilize the situation. As the leader of the wolf pack, I will have Ji Bai assist you. You two will clear the path ahead. Of the 7 teams aside from Bai Yun's, the wolf pack had the most members. Wu Jing's expression darkened. He did not wish to act at this time, but seeing his own brothers starting to take losses, he could only roar and order his elite to follow him. Like a humanoid beast, he charged fearlessly towards the most dangerous giant tentacles, with the wolf pack's elite dual blades flashing, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone on the resilient tentacle surface, dark red, foul-smelling liquid spraying out. Ji Bai, on the other hand, maintained a calm expression, his movements appearing mysteriously in any location. No one could predict his landing, not even the tentacles could keep up with his speed. Yet Ji Bai still revealed a second of opportunity. The void blade hid in the unseen, but every time Ji Bai waved his hand, a thick, bloody tentacle would be severed in two. Charge! The two, along with the elite forces, had already carved out a bloody path. There was no time to waste. The nearly 1,000 individuals required no command. They all began to run wildly, for they believed that once they saw the flesh mountain, they would surely succeed. Shield-type ability users, defend against the toxic mist with all your strength. Hold on, do not let all our efforts go to waste. Bai Yun's greatest fear was that the shield-type ability users would become exhausted. Once the toxic mist seeped in, at least half of the 1,000 would lose their combat ability. The situation would soon change. Bai Yun, it seems there's an open area ahead. That thing is right there. Luli glanced at the map, confirming it. It was indeed this open area, the abandoned alloy refining plant. Beyond the open space, there seemed to be a massive mountain of flesh 6 to 7 meters tall, with some metal coalescing atop the bloody mass, looking utterly repulsive. This enormous steel structure was mostly enveloped by writhing toxic fungi and thick bloody vines resembling a dying giant. Several thick metal pipes twisted out from the ruptured factory, plunging deep into the ground, while the central massive mountain of flesh seemed to be drawing sustenance through these 2 metal pipes. These metals must be fragments of the mechanical beasts. Lu Li's expression grew serious. The disgusting scale of the flesh mountain exceeded even that of the monster in the second carriage of the train. Its sheer size delivered a more shocking visual impact. What is this thing? Damn, this is just 2. The members of the Alliance had no idea how to describe the monster before them, unable to articulate such a repulsive creature. Many even directly bent over to vomit. The flesh mountain suddenly let out a low growl, like countless metals scraping against vocal cords, causing a painful ringing in their ears. As it roared, steel and concrete from the factory's roof began to collapse, revealing an even larger body. What they had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. The root of the flesh mountain had long since melded with the foundation of the entire refining plant, countless blood vessel-like tumors spreading along the walls, turning the abandoned factory into part of a living organism. So big, the members of the Alliance were nearly in despair. The mechanical beast was 10 meters tall, yet this creature occupied the entire refining plant. How could they possibly kill such a massive thing? Ji Bai, you said once we see it we could kill it. It's time to act. Ji Bai's face was also pale. So far he had not encountered anything the void blade couldn't sever. But how many strikes would it take to completely deal with such a massive entity? Bai Yun never expected that after all their efforts to reach this point, the area lord would be this despairing. No matter what, follow the plan. Attack. Attack. Bai Yun's face was pale. Facing such a colossal regional overlord, retreating at this point would only hasten their deaths. Only by attacking could there be a glimmer of hope. At all costs, destroy it. The 3 most elite squads, already poised to strike, surged forward like 3 sharp blades. Under the leadership of their respective rank captains, they erupted with the most potent radiance of their abilities, charging from 3 relatively vulnerable flank directions, like arrows loosed from a bow. Ji Bai, Wu Jing, you 2 charge Hedon. They'll have someone deal with the surrounding tentacles for you. Roar. A tremendous roar nearly knocked over the nearby ordinary soldiers. Atop the mountain of flesh, countless massive tentacles made of rotting flesh and metal fragments lashed out with the force of 1,000 June, smashing fiercely toward the flanks. Scatter! Scatter now! A captain roared, his eyes wide with fury. Boom! 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 The colossal flesh arms crashed down, shaking the earth and sky. Over a dozen long-range ability users providing cover, unable to evade in time, were instantly reduced to pulp. Without even a scream, they were engulfed and devoured by the viscous flesh, becoming part of the behemoth. The shockwave knocked over the weaker ones tasked with cover. On the front line, the pressure on Ji Bai and Wu Jing suddenly intensified. Damn it! Wu Jing bellowed like a raging bear, his twin blades whirling into a cyclone as his entire body spun like a top, madly slashing at the tentacles extending from the main body of the flesh mountain. Each slash burst forth with dark red plasma and sparks. Behind him, the elite of the Wolfpack gang formed a battle formation, covering each other while using abilities and firearms to fend off the tide of smaller tentacles. But the casualty count climbed steadily. Ji-Bei's figure remained elusive. With every flicker, his void blade silently severed a thick tentacle or a blood vine attempting to entangle him. His movements seemed composed, but his gaze was heavy with tension. When the void blade cut into the core of the flesh mountain, the resistance far exceeded his expectations. It was like cutting through a metal of extreme density. Each slash consumed immense mental energy and power. Ji-Bei deliberately controlled his rhythm, refraining from a reckless full burst, as if assessing something or waiting for a better opportunity. The situation was grim. 3 elite squads, each led by 2 rank ability users, were spread around Ji-Bei and Wu Jing, sharing the burden of the flesh tentacles and blood vines. Though the 6 of them could still resist and even advance, those behind them struggled to keep up. Stay here and hold the line. Draw as many tentacles as you can. Some rank experts, seeing the rear squads faltering, immediately ordered them to hold their ground. The tentacles and vines of the flesh corpse mountain seemed endless. No matter how many they attracted, breaking through the front was nearly impossible. Bai Yun glanced at the man who had been following him and said, "Do it now, or we'll all die here." Behind him, the silent 10-man squad finally moved. A squad of 10 charged forth. The leading man was lean and sharp, his gaze as keen as an eagle's. Without superfluous words, he let out a low shout. The 10 instantly dispersed, stabilizing their formation. 2 of them pressed their hands to the ground, and sturdy earthen barriers rose instantly, precisely deflecting several tentacles aimed at Ji-Bei and Wu Jing's flanks. 3 others moved like phantoms, harassing the tentacles from the rear. Another 4, growling low, saw their muscles swell and their skin take on a rocky sheen. Like human tanks, they charged directly into the front line. The last, a gaunt figure in a hood, stood near Bai Yun, raising his hands as a faint blue mental wave radiated outward. Tentacles trying to burrow from underground or strike from the mist. Upon entering this wave's range, slowed visibly or became erratic, as if their perception was disrupted by an invisible force. Bai Yun dared not hold back now. All 10 were rank, and some of them had strengths even Ji-Bei didn't know. The flesh corpse mountain had exceeded Bai Yun's imagination. Forced to fight for his life, he had finally deployed this private army. The arrival of these fresh forces instantly stabilized the crumbling front line. With the pressure on Ji-Bei and Wu Jing greatly reduced, their advance accelerated. While Bai Yun's allied forces clashed fiercely with the flesh corpse mountain, Lu Li had already reached the edge of the factory ruins. Most of the flesh corpse mountain's body lay hidden there. No sooner had Lu Li approached than countless tentacles shot toward him with piercing shrieks. A big body has its advantages. Aside from the inability to move, it can attack from all 360 degrees. There's no blind spot at all. Lu Li gripped the annihilation blade, showing no fear as over a dozen tentacles lashed toward him. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Li moved. No retreat, no parry. Only the simplest, most direct action. Slash. A series of dull, crisp, cutting sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Those tentacles, brimming with terrifying force, capable of piercing steel, were as fragile as rotten wood before the annihilation blade. Over a dozen tentacles, less than a meter from Lu Li's body, were severed cleanly. The cuts were as smooth as a mirror, instantly drained of all vitality, flopping limply onto the viscous ground. Absolute sharpness. Absolute annihilation. The annihilation blade's nature was fully revealed in that moment. It cut not only physical form, but also carried a terrifying power that directly erased existence and life itself. The severed tentacle's flesh near the cuts immediately necrotized completely. If it could be repaired, I wonder what that would be like. Lu Li murmured, gazing at the annihilation blade in his hand. Its properties were inconsistent. Even the wielder never knew when it would trigger. Annihilation was the blade's greatest trait. When the property didn't trigger, it was merely the sharpest blade capable of cutting anything. But once triggered, it could destroy its target at the most fundamental level. Troublesome. No sooner had Lu Li cut through a dozen tentacles than more awaited him, surging like waves, giving him no respite. And the more he cut, the more they appeared, far more than before. Frowning, Lu Li kept slashing while scanning for the black steel. Before coming, Li Zhaoqing had drawn him a picture detailing the black steel's appearance. A pure black, irregular rhombus-shaped stone. Amidst all this flesh, finding it was relatively simple. but the surrounding toxic mist hindered Lu Li's vision, preventing him from seeing far. And the endless tentacles only slowed his movements further. Could it be down there? Lu Li frowned, hacking away at several tentacles that lashed out, retreating a good distance. The thick green mist still permeated the air, and the stinging sensation on his skin kept his brow furrowed. At that moment, Lu Li's gaze fixed on the two massive metal pipes connected to the mountain of flesh and corpses. Bai Yun's alliance was very close to those pipes. It seems I have to make a move. Lu Li made up his mind. The longer he delayed, the more trouble would arise. He needed to find black steel and get out quickly. The moment Lu Li moved, two figures broke away from the alliance and walked toward him. Li San, Li Si. Lu Li frowned at the two who had left the formation, uncertain of their intentions. Lu Li, Li San exclaimed excitedly, it really is you. I saw you fighting here earlier and wanted to help, but I got tangled up by tentacles. What's the matter? If there's anything we two brothers can do, just say the word. Lu Li had initially thought they meant him harm, but it turned out they were coming to offer goodwill. The last time he had interacted with them was during the burning zombie incident, and they had protected him then. Now, there is a bit of trouble. Lu Li nodded, not standing on ceremony with the two brothers, and pointed directly at the metal pipes ahead. I suspect those two pipes are the problem. Can you find a way to deal with those metal pipes? Or get the Alliance to attack them? If we break those pipes, perhaps the mountain of flesh and corpses won't be as powerful. Really? Li San and Li Si were intrigued. If Lu Li said so, it was likely true. All right, well, find a way to make Bai Yun attack those pipes. Lu Li nodded. Also tell them you saw me at the alloy refinery. I want to see how Wu Jing of the Wolf Pack responds. This? Li San hesitated. Lu Li, that's not a good idea. I know Wu Jing's remarks upset you, but right now dealing with the regional lord is the priority. Internal conflict is unwise. Lu Li said calmly, don't worry. Dealing with him won't take much time, and I won't suffer any harm. Just do as I say. This Wu Jing may not even come. All right, well go. Li San left with his brother while Lu Li waited in place. The moment we left the shield formation, I felt my body invaded by poison. But Lu Li stood there alone, completely unaffected. Has his immunity reached the point where he can ignore this toxic mist? Li San marveled at Lu Li's strength. If that were true, Lu Li must have allocated most of his points to immunity or defense. Yet Lu Li's combat prowess was astonishing. If it wasn't due to an ability but purely his own constitution, Li San dared not imagine how many levels Lu Li had reached. The two quietly slipped out of the battle formation and then quietly slipped back in. They had remained within the formation all along, sending out few of their men. They had preserved their fighting strength intact. Bai Yun, while chasing deserters, we found someone. Huh. Li San's sudden words caught Bai Yun's attention. Lu Li. Without needing Li San to elaborate, Bai Yun immediately guessed who it was. After all, the only one still drawing attention now was Lu Li. That's right. And we also discovered a secret about the mountain of flesh and corpses. Those two metal pipes are its weakness. If we can sever them, its power will greatly diminish. Then we'll have a chance to finish it. Bai Yun pondered briefly before concluding that this couldn't have been Li San and Li Si's idea. It must have been Lu Li's. But what was Lu Li's motive? By the way, Li San added, as if remembering something. We saw Lu Li. He shouted from afar, telling Wu Jing to come see him. Wu Jing see him? Bai Yun looked at Wu Jing, who was fighting on the front lines. If he pulled Wu Jing back now, Ji Bai might not be able to charge forward alone. Everyone prepare to support Ji Bai. Wu Jing. Bai Yun's voice suddenly sounded in Wu Jing's ear. I found Lu Li. If you want to kill him, now's your chance. Wu Jing, wielding twin blades and spinning like a top, stopped immediately upon hearing these words. At the same time, Ji Bai came under greater pressure. A tentacle lashed out. Wu Jing swung his blades, severing several chunks of flesh that fell to the ground. He said sternly, Li Hui, you've finally shown yourself. Wu Jing then turned and rushed without pause toward the direction Bai Yun had indicated. He actually went. Bai Yun's eyes darted. In his estimation, Wu Jing shouldn't have gone. What a pain. At least I had someone ready to take his place. Bai Yun was glad he had made contingency plans. He hadn't expected Wu Jing to actually go. Ji Bai, I'll have everyone focus their fire to send you up. Cut those two metal pipes. They're the weak point. At that moment, everyone concentrated their fire on the mountain of flesh and corpses. Hearing this, Ji Bai's eyes gleamed. His figure vanished again, reappearing higher up on the main body of the flesh mountain. The void blade, with a piercing shriek, slashed fiercely at a thick, fleshy tube connecting the mountain to the underground metal pipes. Thud! Thick, almost black blood gushed out like a high-pressure water cannon. That sturdy pipe was severed by a third. The mountain of flesh and corpses shook violently and convulsively, as if enduring indescribable agony. All the fleshy vines and toxic fungi covering the refinery writhed and contracted wildly. The tentacles attacking the crowd suddenly faltered, some even retreating. "It's working. Attack the pipe connections." Bai Yun was ecstatic, his voice cracking. "Concentrate fire. Hit its roots." The Alliance members saw a glimmer of hope, their morale soaring. A barrage of attacks once again rained down on the main body of the flesh mountain, especially the fleshy nodes connecting to the metal pipes. However, Bai frowned deeply. After his successful strike, he didn't press the advantage, but quickly retreated, watching warily at the heavily damaged pipe and the violently trembling flesh mountain. Alarms blared in his mind. This reaction was too intense. Just then a sudden change occurred. The mountain of flesh and corpses didn't seem merely grievously wounded. It was as if something within it had been given life, as if it was molting into a new form. "Damn, what the hell is underneath this thing?" Bai's pupils contracted. Faced with such a regional lord, even he felt a sense of dread. The blood gushing from the massive wound slashed by Bai did not spill, but eerily coalesced. What was even more hair-raising was that beneath the entire refinery foundation, the twisted metal wreckage seemed to heed an invisible summons, emitting piercing screeches of twisting metal as they burst forth from the flesh and soil, like living things frenziedly surging toward the colossal wound. Countless metal fragments enveloped and bonded by dark red blood seemed to be imbued with life, rapidly assembling, deforming, and proliferating at the wound site. In mere breaths, a gigantic, ferocious arm, forcibly pieced together from countless mechanical remnants and writhing flesh, grew out from the wound. This arm was far thicker and more terrifying than the previous flesh and blood tentacles, its surface covered with rusted metal plates and sharp metal spikes, with dark red flesh squirming in the crevices. This newborn colossal arm of flesh abruptly raised itself, and with an aura of utter destruction slammed down fiercely toward Bai and the main forces of the Alliance furiously attacking below. Shadows instantly engulfed everyone. Despair in an even more violent form came surging back. Not good. Bai's pupils contracted sharply as he retreated with lightning speed. What kind of monster is this? Bai Yun's ecstasy froze instantly, turning to ashen despair. Meanwhile, the flesh beneath the arm was still writhing, as if something was climbing up from below through the enormous pipeline. The arm was merely the tip of the iceberg, the second phase of the flesh and blood corpse mountain. "Wu Jing, I thought you wouldn't dare come, but you actually did. Since you're here, then stay." Lu Li had no intention of wasting words with Wu Jing. The situation at the flesh and blood corpse mountain was not favorable, even though Bai had severed one of the pipelines using the void blade. But that seemed to have enraged the flesh and blood corpse mountain, as if it was gestating a new monster. "Lu Li, don't get worked up. I'm not here to kill you." Wu Jing rolled his two eyeballs and chuckled. "What does the death of my subordinates have to do with me? They're not my own brothers. I'm just saying I wanted to gain some advantage. With your strength, there's no need for me to make an enemy of you. I'm here because I'm tired of dealing with that monster and just want to catch my breath. You should be able to see how deep Bai Yun's schemes run. I have an idea. How about we join forces and take out Bai Yun?" Lu Li looked at Wu Jing with a smile, not expecting him to have such a thought. "You're quite bold having such an idea. Killing Bai Yun interesting. But how can I trust you?" Lu Li's eyes suddenly sharpened, staring fixedly at Wu Jing, suspecting this might be his scheme, to lure him to Bai Yun's side and then kill him. Wu Jing's eyes darted around. Lu Li's question had indeed stumped him. He spread his hands, making a slightly exaggerated innocent gesture, but him telling the truth. "That old fox Bai Yun treats us like pawns, like cannon fodder. His goal has always been to monopolize the core of the refinery, or something deeper within this flesh and blood corpse mountain. And his eyes were just consumables." Wu Jing pointed at the distant, still raging chaos and urged, Look at that thing. Bai cuts it once, and it grows an even fiercer arm. If we keep consuming each other here, waiting for that thing to fully crawl out or for Bai Yun to free his hands, will we have any way out? We'll all end up as a piece of rotten flesh or scrap metal on it. What you say makes sense, but I can't be bothered with you. They'll deal with that thing and Bai Yun at the same time. If you're willing to lend a hand, that's best. If not, just watch quietly as long as you don't get in my way. I don't care much about what you said." Lu Li sneered at Wu Jing. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lu Li, Wu Jing gave up. He had said all this because he didn't want to fight Lu Li, believing a fight would be hard to settle. Moreover, according to Bai Yun's intelligence, there was a terrifying sniper hiding behind Lu Li. Perhaps that sniper was now lurking somewhere, aiming a dark gun barrel at his head. He was a formidable fighter, having even awakened and a rank ability, but his defense still couldn't stop a bullet from piercing his body. Wu Jing was wary of Lu Li, but even more so of the sniper behind him. Huh, Lu Li, you're arrogant enough. Wu Jing's voice turned low, tinged with reluctance and compromise. If you want Feng Ran, I'll give him to you. He deliberately mentioned that name, trying to gloss over the earlier conflict. You took my man and I cursed a few times in return. Let's call it even. He spoke faster, not giving Lu Li a chance to interject, and continued, do whatever you want. Next, Wu Jing cast a glance toward the direction of the flesh and blood corpse mountain. I won't make another move. You fight your fight, I'll watch mine. We keep well water from river water. Having said that, Wu Jing's body suddenly slid back several meters, quickly distancing himself from Lu Li, retreating to a vantage point on a pile of metal and flesh wreckage. He leaned behind a huge twisted steel plate, only half his head, and those darting eyes visible, striking a pose of him, just watching here, not interfering at all. This outcome was within reason, but unexpected. Lu Li could accept it. He didn't care about Wu Jing, but by Yun, who had repeatedly provoked him, he truly wanted to kill. Then just watch as you please. Bai Yin had to die, but not now. The mutated flesh and blood corpse mountain seemed to be channeling all its life force into the slowly emerging variant. That thing must not be allowed to crawl out, or the situation would become even more uncontrollable. Sever the other pipeline, and be quick. Lu Li's eyes blazed with sharp light, and in that instant he had already dashed out, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Gambling roulette, a phantom of a roulette wheel appeared between Lu Li's eyes, spinning wildly beneath the pale, bony fingers. Before Lu Li reached the battlefield, the wheel steadily stopped on the 1/6 earthy region. Cursed Earth Rebirth, a heavy power was awakened, surging into Lu Li's limbs and bones. This power differed from pure energy bursts, faintly exuding an ancient cursed force that reversed life and death. Lu Li felt his body suddenly become 100 times heavier, yet exceptionally stable, every cell humming with desire under the wash of this power. What delighted him even more was that the cellular repair ability, already operating at high speed within him, suddenly doubled in efficiency under the nourishment of this heavy Earth-type power. A sustained combat ability. Lu Li had landed on the earthy region for the first time, which had no side effects, and even provided a continuous restorative effect on his body, freeing him from worrying about combat depletion. It seemed that in this state he could fight endlessly, ceaselessly. The moment Lu Li arrived at the battlefield, a terrifying roar erupted from the depths of the refinery's foundation. The colossal fleshy pipeline, like a monstrous mouth in labor, swelled and tore apart violently. A monster's head, even more massive and twisted than the giant arm before, thrust out from within. The head resembled a forcibly stitched metal skull covered in writhing, rotting flesh. In its hollow eye sockets burned 2 ghostly green flames, and its lower jaw was composed of several enormous broken steel beams. It had only emerged halfway, yet the savage aura it exuded froze the very air of the entire battlefield. Second phase of the flesh and blood corpse mountain, flesh and blood beast skull. High-end combatants suppress it. Low-end combatants cut the metal and flesh pipelines. Move quickly. Bai Yun's voice echoed in everyone's ears, Lu Li included. Sending low-end combatants to suppress the flesh and blood beast skull was a pipe dream. High-end combatants had to act to hold it back. We can't let it crawl all the way out. Just its head and one arm had left everyone breathless. If it fully emerged, there would be no need to fight. They might as well slit their own throats. Initially, the flesh and blood beast skull's main target was Ji-Bai, but the moment Lu Li appeared, its eyes burning with ghostly green flames fixed on him. It seemed able to lock onto what it perceived as the most dangerous enemy. Locked onto me. Perfect. Countless blood-red vines and tentacles surged toward Lu Li. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward toward the deadly tentacles. With a low shout, Lu Li's figure moved at high speed within the narrow space like a phantom. The annihilation blade transformed into a dark curtain of death in his hands. Where the blade's light passed, the violent flesh tentacles and metal vines could not withstand the annihilation blade's edge for even a moment. Like a reaper harvesting lives, Lu Li precisely severed several deadly tentacles with each swing. What a blade! From a distance, Wu Jing, watching the annihilation blade's defense-ignoring property, felt his greed almost materialize in his eyes. This blade was even more terrifying than he had imagined. What he didn't know was that the annihilation blade had not yet fully revealed its attribute of ignoring everything. At this moment, it was merely a rusted blade. With Lu Li drawing the full attention of the flesh and blood beast skull, the others breathed a sigh of relief, some even retreating. As the crowd around him thinned, the pressure on Lu Li grew. Bai Yun's tactic was to have low-end combatants deal with the flesh pipelines while high-end combatants suppress the flesh and blood beast's skull. After all, the flesh pipelines were its weakness. Attacking them would force the beast's skull to defend desperately, which required high-end combatants to hold it back. But the problem now was that the retreating crowd seemed to be watching from the sidelines, hoping Lu Li would fight alone. What you want to see, a one-man show? Lu Li's expression shifted slightly. Without the annihilation blade, he could never have stood firm against so many tentacles and vines. There was also the massive flesh and mechanical arm that occasionally hammered down. Quick support, Lu Li. Li San bellowed, urging his brother to act. Li Si growled lowly, his body suddenly swelling, as if covered in hard granite muscles bulging like a giant of monstrous strength. Simultaneously, Li San's muscles also expanded wildly. The two brothers charged fiercely toward the tentacles and vines. The Li brothers eased Lu Li's burden. Though he didn't say it, he felt some recognition for them. Whatever their motives, at least now, they were truly fighting side by side. These Li brothers meddling. Wu Jing sneered with disdain. Li Si, who had awakened a brank ability, Yujiro's muscle enhancement, was much stronger than Li San and bore more of the load. He also had to look after his elder brother from time to time. Damn it, big brother. Suddenly Li San cried out in pain. An extremely cunning lightning-fast metal tendril, taking advantage of the moment, he blocked another tentacle for Li Si, pierced through his reinforced arm like a poisoned arrow. Blood spurted from the thumb-sized hole. The searing pain made him freeze. Just as Li San was injured, and Li Si roared, wanting to rush back to help. Seizing the brief opening created by the Li brothers' pressure relief, Lu Li's eyes flashed fiercely. He instantly cleaved through several dense layers of vine barriers before him. He aimed straight for the beast's skull's vital point. But at the moment the vines were split, a colossal shadow fell like the sky collapsing. That flesh and mechanical arm, taking advantage of Lu Li's spent momentum and obscured vision from the vines, crashed down with crushing terror. This time its coverage was wider, its speed faster, even pulverizing large swaths of vines and tentacles to completely seal off all of Lu Li's escape routes. Lu Li, watch out. Li Si's eyes nearly burst, trying to lunge forward, but held fast by several thick vines. Li San, clutching his bleeding arm, was powerless to intervene. Boom! Like a meteor striking the earth. The flesh and mechanical arm slammed into Lu Li with terrifying force. Lu Li's figure, like a broken kite, was flung away, crashing onto the fleshy ground and disappearing into the massive impact crater. Lu Li! The Li brothers let out anguished roars. Is he dead? A watching Alliance powerhouse whispered, his tone complex, part relief, part chilling empathy for a fallen comrade. Wu Jing also held his breath, his eyes fixed on the bottomless pit beneath the slowly rising flesh arm. That blade. Please don't be destroyed. The battlefield seemed to fall silent for a moment. The flesh and blood beast's skull, apparently believing its target had been crushed, flickered its ghostly green soul fire, turned its massive head, and began searching for remaining threats. Quick, Lu Li has bought us enough time. Cut the metal and flesh pipelines now. Bai Yun's voice rang out again in everyone's ears. Now, with united effort, high-end combatants continued to hold back the beast's skull, while low-end combatants severed the flesh and metal pipelines. With everyone working together, the pipeline snapped, as if sawed through, bursting open. A large amount of dark red viscous blood sprayed and dripped, forming streams on the ground. Meanwhile, most of the SHIELD team's ability users realized they could no longer sustain the barriers against the toxic mist. In an instant, the entire allied force was exposed to the poison. Damn, it's the toxic mist. Shit, we're done for. This mist is too potent. Some weaker ability users fell to their knees, the mist rapidly eroding their stamina. At this rate, we'll all die here. Retreat. I can't take it down while enduring this poison. After two energy-supplying flesh pipelines were severed, the flesh and blood corpse mountain's color began to fade and wither. The flesh and blood beast's skull roared, its strength seemingly drained, its movements slowing. Yet it was not dead. But it no longer had the power to crawl out of the corpse mountain that had birthed it. On the other side, Lu Li felt as if he had been struck heat-in by a mountain. The annihilation blade flew from his grasp as he tumbled to the ground alongside it. The violent impact tore through his internal organs, his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Like a tattered sack, he crashed through layers of loosened flesh and structural debris, plunging deeper into the bowels of the refinery. His consciousness flickered in the searing pain, only to be forcibly dragged back by the instinct to survive. His body slammed onto a cold, hard metal platform with a dull thunder stirring up a cloud of dust. An impenetrable darkness instantly swallowed him, with only a faint light filtering through the massive hole he had created above, illuminating the swirling dust. The faint roars of monsters and the clamor of battle from above dizzied Lu-Li's nerves. Cough, cough. He spat out blood mixed with fragments of his organs struggling to rise as every bone in his body felt shattered. He turned his head with difficulty, scanning his surroundings. This seemed to be the true core of the refinery, a vast underground processing workshop. Thick metal beams supporting the dome were covered in rust and impact dents. What drew his gaze, however, were the piles of metal ingots stacked around the platform and beyond, shimmering with a cold, eerie light. Black steel, an abundance of black steel neatly arranged. The air was thick with the metallic chill, a stark contrast to the stench of blood and decay above. It seemed to be one of the energy sources sustaining the evolution of the entire mountain of flesh and blood. Two massive metal pipes connected to the upper levels, and nearby Lu-Li spotted a colossal heart-like tumor. At that moment, Lu-Li heard a pained roar from above, the cry of the flesh beast's skull. It was followed by the dull explosion of ruptured pipes and the distinct sound of thick liquid pouring down. The tumor gradually lost its blood red hue, ceasing to pulse, as if lifeless. It's done. Lu-Li's heart tightened. The Allied forces had succeeded in severing at least two critical metal flesh pipelines. This had undoubtedly crippled the main body of the corpse mountain and the flesh beast's skull that had yet to fully emerge. The roars of the flesh beast's skull became intermittent, filled with reluctance and weakness. Retreat. Fall back now. We can't hold. Desperate shouts echoed faintly from above. Damn it, this poison is too vicious. Old Lu is down. No more. If we stay, we'll all die. Panic spread like a plague among the surviving Allied forces. The grievously wounded monster was right before them, but the lethal toxic mist had become an insurmountable chasm. Cutting the pipes was their limit. Could they truly slay this soon-to-be second-phase zone lord in the poison? No one could bear the cost. Is Lu-Li dead? A voice like Wu Jing's rang out amid the chaos, but his concern seemed more for the blade's fate. Forget him. Find a way out. Another voice urged anxiously. The Annihilation Blade. It seems Wu Jing has recognized its extraordinary nature. Lu-Li could roughly guess the situation above. With the two metal flesh pipelines severed, the corpse mountain had lost its energy supply, its body slowly decaying. But the Allied forces were also in trouble. Their defensive line had collapsed, and the toxic mist that had previously been held at bay instantly invaded. Most of them lacked the immunity to withstand the mist, sowing chaos and fear. Lu-Li retrieved the Annihilation Blade embedded in the steel nearby. It was key to his survival. The black steel here could also serve as material to repair it. So much black steel. They'll take as much as I can carry. Even if others see it without the blueprints, they won't know its purpose. Lu-Li grabbed a crate and began loading the black steel. The flesh beast's skull above still roared, but its voice sounded weakened. Those above likely wouldn't attack it again. The effect of the gambling roulette within him persisted. His freshly broken bones were nearly fully mended. Once the crate was full, Lu-Li planned to ascend and confront the flesh beast's skull once more. If luck favored him, he could finish it off and reap substantial rewards. If not, he could flee with the crate at no loss. Lu-Li glanced upward, then kicked off the ground with both feet, leaping 5 meters high to grab onto the flesh above. The surrounding sticky, wet flesh was rapidly withering and shriveling as if it had lost all vitality and life. Lu-Li, who could resist the green toxic mist, sensed it clearly. The mist was weakening and the visibility around him was gradually improving. This zone lord appeared alive, but it had nearly lost all its power. At that moment, a system notification coldly echoed in everyone's minds. Misty Town's toxic mist diffusion failed. All combat participants awarded 5 points to each of the 4 attributes. It seems the spread across the entire town won't happen. Lu-Li breathed a sigh of relief. Even those who had actively fought could gain a small reward. This was the best possible outcome. However, Lu-Li did not leave. Instead, he slowly walked toward the flesh beast's skull. It should be at its weakest now, the perfect moment to claim the kill. He had endured its attacks for so long. These experience points were rightfully his. Brother Lu-Li, you're alive. Li San and Li Si gathered their remaining men, their faces lighting up with excitement at the sight of him. They had thought he was doomed. You two should evacuate from here now. The toxic mist is still too deadly. Li San and Li Si exchanged glances. Seeing that Lu-Li was in decent condition and that staying would be of little help, they quickly said, "All right, well, pull back. Take care of yourself. Hope to meet again." The two led their remaining subordinates away swiftly. Lu-Li glanced at the regional channel. Fewer than 2,000 people remained, and the number was still dropping. Just fighting their way here and cutting the 2 pipes had cost the Allied forces over half their numbers. Those now exposed to the mist would likely die one after another without effective treatment. A regional channel of 10,000 people. How many days had it been? Only about a tenth remained. The death toll was too high too fast. Forget it. If this is the Zone Lord, will defeating it allow us to leave this town? As Luli pondered, he had already reached the flesh beast's skull. Though its body was decaying, a dying beast was still formidable. Not just anyone could challenge it. When Luli's figure appeared before the Zone Lord, Bai Yun and the others immediately spotted him. Luli, he's alive. It's Luli. He's alive. He still has that blade. In an instant, the gazes of the most powerful individuals all fixed on him. What is he doing? Is he going to kill the Zone Lord? Now is when the regional overlord is at its weakest. We can't let Luli steal the kill. Bai Yun's expression shifted slightly. He too wanted the kill, but he had few men left to deploy. If he advanced, Luli would likely eliminate him first. Moreover, it seemed Luli was unaffected by the toxic mist. It had no impact on him whatsoever. Roar! A hoarse bellow erupted, accompanied by a rancid foul wind that swept across the area. The beast's skull tried to lift its head, but the flesh and blood supporting it had already decayed, making its movements sluggish and clumsy. A cold glint flashed in Luli's eyes, and he did not hesitate for a moment. The immense recovery granted by the gambling roulette had already suppressed his previous severe injuries. Now his strength and condition had returned to their peak. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, transforming into a black arrow loosed from a bow, shooting straight toward the massive cracked eyeball of the beast's skull. His speed was so great that it left a blur in its wake. He's actually going for it. In the distance, Bai Yun's pupils constricted sharply, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. He feared Luli would finish off the regional overlord, rendering all his schemes futile and handing the victory to Luli on a silver platter. Wu Jing clenched his fists even tighter, his gaze fixed on the blood-red blade of annihilation in Luli's hand, his greed almost spilling over. The other surviving powerhouses also held their breath, watching in disbelief as one man challenged the dying colossal beast. Was it arrogance? Or true confidence? The flesh and blood beast's skull sensed the lethal threat. Its remaining ferocity was fully ignited. Hundreds of tentacles and vines burst forth from its mechanical arms as if it intended to repeat its previous tactics once more. Old tricks won't work on me. Previously, Luli had not dodged, but this time he opted to evade. He dodged the tentacles and vines of those he could not avoid. He slashed apart. In any case, he would not let his gaze stray from the flesh and blood beast's skull for even a moment. Whatever it attempted, he would see it clearly. The flesh and blood mechanical arm was indeed lurking behind those tentacles and vines, waiting for an opportunity. You want to strike me? He'll strike you first. Luli sneered, his speed abruptly increasing. The 5 attribute points he had just earned were all allocated to strength, pushing his overall combat power past 70 points. Its strength has indeed weakened greatly. Bai Yun's voice suddenly rang out in the ears of the assembled experts. The regional overlord is already weak, brothers. Act now. Don't let Luli fish in troubled waters and steal the march. Hearing this, the crowd found it made sense, and some could no longer hold back. Moved. Steal the kill. We can't let him take all the benefits. 7 or 8 figures burst out from the ruins where they had been hiding, charging straight for the tottering massive beast's skull. Blades, gunfire, and energy fluctuations instantly tore through the already chaotic air, raining down fiercely upon the flesh and blood skull. Their goal was clear: to land the final blow on the regional overlord before Luli could. Once one person moved, others followed. Luli was human too. Humans tire, grow weary, and can be overwhelmed. Some aimed for the monster, but others set their sights on Luli himself. Seeking death. Luli's eyes blazed with murderous intent, tangible and fierce. He was only inches away from the beast's massive eyeball, the blood-red light of the blade of annihilation nearly striking it. Yet the interference from these people forced him to divert his attention to the threat behind. He twisted his body violently, the blade of annihilation carving a ghastly crimson arc as it swept toward his flank. The 2 men at the front were easily torn apart by the blood blade, their weapons along with half their bodies, their screams cut short as they dissolved into mist of blood. With his combat power boosted to 70 points, Luli's speed and strength made short work of these weakened ability users, like slicing through vegetables. Just then Luli noticed a subtle movement. He swung his blade fiercely toward the regional overlord's position. But he was too late. Ji Bai's invisible void blade had already struck the massive beast's skull. Ji Bai. Luli had not expected Ji Bai to beat him to it. The reward for slaying the boss had been snatched away. Though the flesh and blood beast skull's head was still barely attached to its invisible neck, its life force had clearly vanished, and its body was rapidly shriveling and rotting. The head and arms that had been stuck at the exit now shrunk and crashed down into the refinery below with a thunderous noise. Luli stared coldly at Ji-Bai while the others were also stunned, not expecting Ji-Bai to intervene. Ji-Bai casually flicked his hand in the air, as if shaking blood from the void blade. This thing, whoever grabs it gets it. Luli, you're not going to be petty about it, are you? Ji-Bai spoke lightly as if trying to provoke Luli. Luli shrugged with a faint smile. Ji-Bai, don't you think it's beneath you to follow Bai Yun? With your abilities, you could easily carve out your own domain. Why grovel under him taking orders? Ji-Bai remained unfazed by Luli's words. He and I are merely cooperating. I'm not his subordinate, nor is he mine. I need his help with something, and until then I'll help him in return. You don't need to use provocation. We each get what we need. That's all. Bai Yun's face shifted from displeasure to livid. Ji-Bai's clear demarcation was like a resounding slap across his face in front of everyone. He had schemed tirelessly, lost his men, and in the end the greatest prize was effortlessly taken by this ally. How could he accept that? Yet Bai Yun knew this was not the time to fall out with Ji-Bai. He still needed him. So he said nothing. Luli squinted his eyes. Ji-Bai's words were intriguing. He seemed to be talking about stealing the kill on the regional overlord, but in truth, he was signaling that the feud between Bai Yun and Luli should not involve him, and he would not interfere. In that case, I have nothing more to say. Killing the regional overlord grants system rewards. Even if I killed you, I couldn't take them. Luli said this calmly, then turned and walked toward the place he had climbed out from. Under the gaze of the crowd, he jumped down. The others did not understand why he jumped, but Ji-Bai and Bai Yun knew. Luli was likely searching for treasure. Let's go down too. Bai Yun ordered a few rank ability users to follow him down. By then Luli was already carrying a box. As for the dead regional overlord, there was certainly nothing good there. Just a pile of rotten flesh. Disgusting. When the crowd saw Bai Yun go down, they followed. But once below, they found nothing of value. Most of the black steel had been taken by Luli. The few scattered pieces left were of unknown use to them. Below there were only these items. The coalition that had come to hunt could only divide these unidentified metals. Everyone had lost men and resources, but the gains were meager. Even a mosquito leg is still meat. Since the teams had been nearly beaten to disbandment, scavenging some benefits offered a measure of comfort. Everyone glanced at the heap of mangled flesh, and only after confirming there was nothing valuable did they depart. In the end, the black steel at the bottom of the refinery was looted clean, leaving nothing behind. Yet after everyone had left, Luli emerged once more from the shadows. He set down the crate filled with black steel and walked toward the pile of withered, flattened flesh and blood. Blade of Annihilation. Luli raised his hand, and his blade seemed to emit a warning, the dark red bloodstains upon it faintly glowing. The Blade of Annihilation would not act without reason, so sensing this, Luli had remained. It seems there is still something inside. The Blade of Annihilation pierced the long-dread lifeless heart, and in the next moment it began to absorb the crimson blood. It can absorb? This was the first time Luli had witnessed such a state of the Blade of Annihilation. Strictly speaking, it was not the first. Before this, the Blade of Annihilation had been nothing but an ordinary rusty blade. But after he slew many monsters, and even men, the seal was broken, and it became the Blade of Annihilation. Thus it could be understood that the Blade of Annihilation required a blood offering to unleash its true power. And within this flesh and blood was an abundance of energy-laden blood. This was what the Blade of Annihilation craved so intensely. At the same time, another force seemed to vie for the blood, erupting with an unparalleled suction, attempting to devour Luli's blade. Damn it, what is this? Luli was violently yanked by the force, nearly losing his grip on the blade. The sudden terrifying suction made every hair on his body stand on end. It felt as if he were sinking into a quagmire, and beneath his feet was not the debris of flesh, but a greedy, living abyssal maw. Luli suppressed his surging chi and blood, gripping the blade with both hands, engaging in a tug-of-war with the horrific suction. It's the Domain Lord that wasn't completely killed. In that brief moment, Luli realized that the Domain Lord might not have perished entirely. It was vast, its vitality so tenacious that there was a high chance some remnant was hiding within. I need to find a way to destroy it. Luli gripped the blade, twisting his hands, unleashing a terrifying burst of strength. It's dead. By then, Ji-Bai and Bai Yun had already retreated from the center of the green miasma. They were receiving treatment, discussing the matter of the Domain Lord Ji-Bai had slain. Bai Yun was flexible and resilient, and Ji-Bai's attitude had always been consistent, so he could still endure it. Moreover, he still needed to use Ji-Bai, and naturally could not fall out with him. Didn't you already receive the reward? How much reward did you get? Bai Yun was very interested in Ji-Bai's reward. Ji-Bai said calmly, I leveled up directly and received 20 free attribute points. Just that. Nothing else. Just that much. Bai Yun frowned, saying, this was a domain lord. Theoretically, the 4 bosses of the East, Southwest, and North districts should be inferior to it. It's impossible for the reward to be only this much. Bai asked calmly why it was impossible. In the first phase, we stopped the spread of the miasma, and everyone was rewarded with 5 free attribute points. That was for everyone. In the second phase, I secured the kill, and the reward was given to me alone. So combined, the rewards from both phases are actually quite substantial. This was Bai's own reasoning. But Bai Yun pondered Bai's words, feeling something was off. Bai Yun's brows were tightly knit. No, it's absolutely wrong. He shot a sharp look at Bai and said, that was a domain lord. A mutant. A monster that nearly devoured the entire town and made the system issue a warning. How could its kill reward be worth only 20 attribute points and 1 level of experience? Such a paltry reward did not match its status. Either Bai was lying, or it wasn't killed. Not that it wasn't killed, it wasn't completely killed. I understand there's a third phase. Bai Yun slapped his forehead and said, we need to go back immediately. It has a third phase. Is that really so? Bai Yun believed it wasn't fully killed primarily because the reward was too meager. And if the boss had a first and second phase, who said it couldn't have a third? Whether it does or not, we must go back and check first. Perhaps this third phase will cause us even greater trouble. It will continue to devour the town. Let's go now immediately. Bai Yun stood up impatient. Now, Bai emerged from the shadows and said calmly, that place is still full of residual miasma. Residual miasma. The core is dead. The miasma has long since dispersed. This is precisely when it's weakest and most defenseless. Bai Yun almost roared. Any later, who knows if some rat hiding in the shadows will snatch the prize. Let's go. What we can think of, others might too. He rushed out of the tent. First, the light of healing still not fully faded on his body, but the madness in his eyes had already overridden everything. Bai frowned at Bai Yun's retreating figure. Bai Yun's current state was clearly unbecoming of his identity as a strategist. This was the first time he had seen Bai Yun so agitated. It seems Lu Li really dealt him a heavy blow. I truly don't understand why he insists on pursuing Lu Li. Bai was silent for a moment, then followed. Bai Yun's combat ability was mediocre. Since he dared to go alone, it proved that the place was relatively safe now. He believed that even he alone was confident enough to kill the third phase of the domain lord. Bai Yun, carrying a submachine gun, almost ran the entire way. He was confident that his firearm could handle the third form of the domain lord. In essence, the domain lord's second form hadn't fully evolved and was ultimately slain. Its third form under such circumstances certainly couldn't have been nurtured. Therefore, the third form must be a life-preserving form. And he had already guessed its hiding place, that withered, non-beating heart. The decayed heart was merely a disguise for survival. Although the domain lord had been killed, the surrounding flesh and blood could still serve as its nutrients. At the very least, it could cultivate a minor boss. Then by continuing to kill, it would grow eventually. It's right beneath. Bai Yun looked at the dark, gaping hole smashed into the ground and jumped down without hesitation. It's right ahead, no one's here, it's mine. Bai Yun was extremely excited. Although he had awakened a great ability, it was somewhat useless in combat, so he desperately needed more rewards to increase his attribute points. Only then could he become stronger independent of his ability. When Bai Yun laid eyes on the withered heart, he also saw a man drenched in blood like a demon incarnate. At this moment, Lu Li was completely covered in blood, his body plastered with gore. Gripping the blade of annihilation, he resembled a demonic god who had slaughtered his way out of hell, his appearance utterly terrifying. Bai Yun was stunned by Lu Li's appearance. He didn't know whether Lu Li was the domain lord or a human. Or had his judgment failed him? Perhaps the domain lord was not in its weakest state. This was actually its third form. For a moment, neither Bai Yun nor Lu Li moved. Lu Li's stillness was entirely due to the gambling roulette timing out, subjecting his body to a double backlash. He had thought this domain's ability wouldn't harm his body, but in truth, it wasn't harmless. It was a delayed injury. The damage Lu Li had sustained would be inflicted back on him twofold after Cursed Soil reincarnation ended. Now he couldn't move even if he wanted to. If Bai Yun chose to attack, he might be utterly defenseless. His bones were shattered into fragments, waiting for cellular repair to slowly mend them. But this process would take considerable time, and Lu Li doubted he could hold out until then. He could only stand like a true demonic god amidst the pool of blood. With a gaze as cold and lifeless as death beneath the gore, he fixed his eyes on Bai Yun's direction. Lu Li was gambling that his horrifying demonic image would lead to a fatal misjudgment. He bet on Bai Yun's suspicion and fear driving him to flee. He bet that the frantic cellular repair within him could buy even one more second of respite before the other made a move. Time slipped by in the deadlocked standoff, second by agonizing second. The only sound at the bottom of the refinery was the drip of blood. Cold sweat beaded on Bai Yun's forehead, and his hand, gripping his gun, trembled slightly. He stared intently at the motionless, blood-drenched figure, trying to discern from any minute detail if it was just a bluff. Or was it gathering strength? Bai Yun's mind was a chaotic mess. His earlier greed and fervor were instantly doused by the horrifying sight. He locked his gaze on the bloody silhouette, attempting to find a familiar trace within the outline covered by coagulated gore, but it was futile. The aura emanating from the figure was so icy and deathly still that it couldn't possibly belong to a human. The third form. Is this its third form? Bai Yun felt his teeth chatter. His previous reasoning was shattered by the terrifying spectacle before him. Had he misjudged? Paralyzed by immense fear, Bai Yun froze in place, daring not to make a single move. He couldn't even be sure if he had awakened this domain lord, which had just completed its transformation. Damn it! Where's Ji Bai? Why is he so slow? Little did he know Ji Bai had actually given him an opportunity, a chance to claim the reward all for himself. Of course, this also stemmed from Ji Bai's distrust of Bai Yun's judgment. So Ji Bai dawdled behind. Though the toxic mist here was thinner, one still needed around 30 points of immunity to venture in. Thus Ji Bai had no desire to come at all. This left Bai Yun standing alone, unable to advance or retreat. I have to move. If this standoff continues, Bai Yun will surely attack. Damn it, if only my body could hold up. This rare chance to catch him alone wouldn't come easily. Lu Li desperately wanted to kill Bai Yun right there, but his body simply couldn't engage in battle. At that moment, Lu Li stirred, taking a step forward. That step rippled through the blood on the ground, sending crimson waves spreading toward Bai Yun. His instincts overrode his reason, and he recoiled sharply. It's working. Move now. Lu Li forced himself to run. Bai Yun's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. He stared at the demonic god charging through the blood, his mind a blank. It's moving. It's moving. The figure coated in viscous gore hurtled toward him with a nauseating wave of blood. Beneath the gore, Lu Li's teeth were nearly ground to dust. His entire skeleton groaned under the frantic operation of cellular repair, every minute movement, feeling like it was tearing his soul apart. But he had no choice. If the stalemate continued, Bai Yun's suspicion would eventually outweigh his fear. Lu Li's body lunged forward with a low growl, his feet kicking hard against the sticky blood and ash. Blood sprayed. He transformed into a blood-red blur, tearing through the air, moving at an unimaginable speed. Yet this wasn't Lu Li's peak speed. It was the meager power forcibly squeezed from cellular repair, all channeled into this explosive charge. In the blink of an eye, the suffocating blood-soaked figure was upon Bai Yun. Bai Yun's pupils shrank to pinpricks. The ultimate fear of death completely robbed him of his ability to think. He turned and fled, running madly, without looking back, cursing that he didn't have more legs. Don't follow me. Please don't follow me. Bai Yun was now fully convinced that it was the Domain Lord's third form, and even in its weakened state, it was not something he could challenge. In his panicked flight, Bai Yun never saw Lu Li collapse, his body like a shattered skeleton, utterly limp and unable to move after expending his last shred of strength. Damn, thank goodness I scared him off. The old ancestor's empty fort strategy really works. Lu Li's face was pale, his body completely immobile, but his heart swelled with the joy of survival. Yet he knew that even if he had frightened Bai Yun away, now the man would soon come to his senses. So he had to leave this place before the precious time head-bought ran out. Fortunately, the toxic mist hadn't fully dispersed yet. If he found a place to hide, it would be hard for Bai Yun to locate him. Meanwhile, the terrified Bai Yun was cursing under his breath until he ran into Ji Bai. Damn it, why are you so slow? Ji Bai glanced at Bai Yun. Did you get it, eh? Get nothing. That thing's third form is a human. I almost got killed by it. A human? Ji Bai asked doubtfully. What human? Bai Yun was stumped by the question. What human? Bai Yun's mind raced back. Could that thing actually be a human? But that didn't make sense. Come on, go back with me and take a look. I want to see if that thing is human or ghost. Bai Yun was deeply annoyed by his own panic. That thing might well be human. If we go now, can we still find him? I think the Domain Lord in its third form is probably already dead by his hand. Ji Bai shook his head, advising Bai Yun to give up. He had given him a chance, but he didn't have the luck for it. I ran out not long ago. If he really isn't the Domain Lord, he must be severely wounded and can't have gotten far. Chase him. Damn it. Bloody damn it. Bai Yun and Ji Bai rushed back into the cave. Lu Li had long since vanished. The blood pool held nothing at all. The boss's heart. The core of the spawning zone had withered into a shriveled hollow husk, as if utterly drained of substance. The more Bai Yun thought, the fiercer his rage burned, hot venomous surging straight to his skull. The blood pool was empty. Only that desiccated sack-like heart dangled lifelessly in midair. The air hung thick with the cloying, nauseating stench of blood, yet the figure who had stood there like a blood-soaked demon god was gone without a trace. "Where is he?" Bai Yun's eyes instantly flooded with crimson veins, his voice cracked and warped with unbridled fury. He lunged headlong into the viscous pool. Thick crimson splashed up, soaking his trousers, but he paid no heed, frantically scouring every corner of the refinery's floor. There was only silence. Utter suffocating silence. He escaped. Damn him, he actually got away. Bai Yun drove a savage kick into the shriveled heart. It collapsed instantly, emitting a dull, sickening pop. That futile act did not quell his wrath. It ignited it, detonating his composure. I let myself be driven off by a man on the verge of death. A feigned emptiness stratagem. I fell for it. He whirled around, bloodshot eyes locking onto Ji Bai with a gaze so venomous it seemed to curdle the air. "It's your fault." Dawdling. "If you'd arrived sooner, two of us would have torn him apart, even if he sprouted 6 arms and 3 heads. Ji Bai stood motionless at the entrance, half his face swallowed by shadow, expression unreadable. He did not answer Bai Yun immediately. Instead, his gaze swept the battlefield, calm, precise, unblinking. On the ground lay chaotic blood footprints, and others distinct, faint, broken by the sticky pool, barely visible, yet unmistakable to Ji Bai's meticulous eye. Ji Bai spoke at last, voice glacial. "Calm down, Bai Yun. Screaming won't bring him back." He pointed toward the pipe opening. "Look there, drag marks. Fresh ones. He's grievously wounded. You know he can't run far. Not much time has passed. We can still catch him." His words struck like icy water, momentarily dousing Bai Yun's inferno. Bai Yun's facial muscles twisted into a grotesque grin. "Good. Excellent. Even bleeding out, he dares mock me. I'll find him and snap every bone in his body inch by excruciating inch. Let him taste true living death. Ji Bai, follow me. He's still inside this refinery. Find him." Bai Yun wasted no more breath. His firearm clicked sharply into readiness. His eyes burned with pure, unreasoning madness. Humiliation, crushing absolute, mingled with bitter regret over a lost opportunity, drowning his reason. One obsession now consumed him: seize that man, break him with unspeakable cruelty, and reclaim what was his. Ji Bai watched Bai Yun vanish into the pipe's darkness, a flicker of something complex, almost imperceptible, flashing deep within his eyes. He did not follow at once. Instead, he lingered, scanning the slaughterhouse-like chamber one final time. The Region Lord's heart lay utterly desiccated and shattered, its core reward irrevocably claimed. Whoever that man was, he had survived catastrophic backlash, then cornered and bleeding, summoned wit enough to frighten Bai Yun into retreat. Such resilience, such cunning defied ordinary measure. A feigned emptiness stratagem. Humph. Remarkable audacity. Ji Bai murmured softly, neither praise nor scorn coloring his tone, as if this unknown adversary had just become profoundly intriguing. He stepped forward, not hurried, not hesitant, and trailed after Bai Yun's violently charged silhouette, vanishing soon after into the pipe's swallowing dark. Damn it all. Lu Li glanced back at the streaks of blood clinging to his heels. Fortunately, the viscous, fleshy floor masked his trail, though his feet were stained, the prints barely registered. And this place was no open expanse. He had cover. Need to rest, for now. His face pale, Lu Li stripped off his shirt and lay down upon a broad metal plate. Cellular repair advanced too slowly. Now each step demanded 2 rests, making flight impossible. If only communication were possible. Lu Li frowned. Communication had always been a critical flaw. Dividing forces offered tactical advantages, but without coordination it bred isolation, vulnerability, and peril. No support from the team could reach him. Wait and see. I wonder how they're faring. For now, Lu Li could only rely on cellular repair to mend him grain by fragile grain. To regain even basic mobility, to walk or stand without agony, would take at least an hour. And that meant only walking or standing. Not running. Not fighting. Blood. Here, blood. Emerging from the depths of the processing workshop, Bai Yun spotted the first trace, his voice trembling with feverish predatory glee. He can't have gone far, he can't. Bai Yun surged forward along the crimson trail, vowing to hunt down the thief who'd stolen his triumph. Ji Bai followed silently, then paused, studied the stains closely, then again. 2 distinct blood trails. A smoke screen. He crouched, examined them intently, then narrowed his eyes, a faint knowing smile playing on his lips. Bai Yun's intellect far surpasses most, but deceiving him demands subtlety. Yet now, Ji-Bai shook his head. In this state, Bai Yun had forfeited all clarity. That was his fatal flaw, razor-sharp when calm, but when enraged, little more than a reckless brute. Looks like Bai Yun is chasing thin air. Ji-Bai turned, pursuing a different path. He saw Bai Yun's error clearly, yet chose not to correct him. Lu Li, hidden and motionless, found no comfort in rest. Toxic mist permeated the air. Each breath seared his throat and mouth like acid. But he had no choice. Movement triggered unbearable pain and would hasten collapse. Better to let cellular repair work its slow, vital alchemy. Tap, tap, tap. An impossibly soft footfall echoed. Lu Li's eyes snapped open sharp with alarm. I laid a false trail, yet he saw through it after all. He furrowed his brow and rose slowly. If it was Bai Yun, battle was inevitable, and survival demanded absolute, desperate commitment. A surreal, spiraling wheel materialized within Lu Li's pupils. He was ready to fight to the death. It's you. A figure appeared behind him. So silently, so suddenly, even Lu Li hadn't sensed it. The whisper brushed his ear, and Lu Li recoiled like a startled cat, launching himself backward in a violent, instinctive leap. It's you. Lu Li's face turned even paler when he saw who it was. If it had been Bai Yun, he might still have had a chance to fight back with all his might. Bai Yun was merely an intelligence type, but the man before him was suspected to be a rank. As Lu Li's horizons broadened, he even suspected this man might be Shrank. Ji-Bai. Lu Li stared intently at Ji-Bai. If it was Ji-Bai, he likely had no chance in his current state. At the same time, Lu Li warily increased the distance between them. Lu Li, I thought it might be someone else, but it's you. Ji-Bai chuckled. I never imagined you'd sink to such depths. Lu Li remained ice-cold, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Ji-Bai's right hand, wary of his void blade. Where's Bai Yun? Why aren't you together? Or did you plan to come after me alone? Not at all. Coming alone is true, but causing trouble is not. Ji-Bai shrugged. Bai Yun was blinded by rage and followed the false blood trail you left. I was just curious about who could be so bold and clever. So I came to have a look. I didn't expect it to be you. I have no interest in killing you. Ji-Bai spread his hands and took a step forward. If I wanted you dead, I would have killed you already. I was right in front of you, and you didn't even notice, did you? In your current state, you can't even sense my approach. Killing you now would take no more effort than crushing an ant. But Lu Li, your little tricks won't fool Bai Yun for long. Run while you still can. With those words, Ji-Bai vanished in a flash, leaping nearly 20 meters in an instant and disappeared from Lu Li's sight after 2 flickers. Space-type ability. Lu Li felt a twinge of envy for Ji-Bai's power, but also a wave of relief that Ji-Bai wasn't here to trouble him. It seemed as Ji-Bai had said that he and Bai Yun were merely collaborators. He had his own thoughts and perspectives and wouldn't blindly follow Bai Yun's orders. If he found this place, Bai Yun will soon too. I have to leave now. Lu Li muttered to himself, hoisted the black steel case beside him, and trudged unsteadily toward the rendezvous point agreed upon with Li Zhaoqing and the others. Ji-Bai returned to the starting point, just as Bai Yun came running back. With his intellect, Bai Yun quickly realized he had been deceived, and a fresh wave of fury surged within him. Ji-Bai, you knew all along, didn't you? Bai Yun demanded loudly, seeing that Ji-Bai hadn't moved. Ji-Bai replied calmly, I only just realized it myself. You were just too quick to leave, so I didn't have time to inform you. The two were estranged at heart. Ji-Bai held little respect for Bai Yun, and Bai Yun didn't trust Ji-Bai fully. After this incident, the rift between them only widened. Forget it. Let's hurry up and chase him. We can't waste any more time. Bai Yun said no more, but silently noted this grudge. Ji-Bai followed Bai Yun without a word until they found Lu Li's hiding spot and discovered his filthy, bloodstained shirt. This shirt is Lu Li's. Bai Yun vaguely remembered the cartoon pattern on it. He threw it down in anger. So it was Lu Li who scared me off at the heart. If it had been anyone else, Bai Yun might have accepted it. But being frightened off by Lu Li was utterly unacceptable. Damn, Lu Li, you must die today. Bai Yun's eyes were bloodshot, nearly consumed by rage. He was determined to catch Lu Li today. On the other side, Lu Li carried the heavy case, waves of dizziness crashing against his consciousness like a tide. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to stay awake. Lu Li mustered what little strength he had and dragged his heavy feet forward again. As he turned a corner around a massive building ruin, he spotted 2 familiar figures and the train carriage of the Qiming Hao emerging through the hazy, toxic mist. Lu Li, a woman's voice tinged with anxiety and relief rang out. It was Li Zhaoqing. She and Feng Ran were waiting by the train carriage door, having been there for some time. Li Zhaoqing sprinted toward Lu Li and took the black steel case from him with one hand. Lu Li let out a weary breath, He had finally made it back to the rendezvous point. "How's the train?" 10% fuel left, enough to get us some distance. Li Xiaoqing carried the case while Feng Ran quickly supported Lu Li and began healing him. Feng Ran's brow furrowed deeply. "Lu Li, your body is in terrible shape. I've never seen such severe injuries. It's a miracle you're even alive. Don't worry about that. It's the apocalypse. What's there to call a miracle, eh?" Lu Li was extremely weak, barely able to stand on his own. In the end, Feng Ran had to carry him. "Let's get out of here first. There are pursuers behind us." Weak and exhausted, Lu Li was carried onto the train and into the control room. Li Xiaoqing found a broken chair somewhere for him to sit on so he could operate the train. "Lu Li." Just as Lu Li was about to start the train, Bai Yun's voice thundered in his ears. Bai Yun was now only 300 meters from the train, and both Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran saw him. Without a word, Li Xiaoqing raised her sniper rifle and aimed at Bai Yun's head. The crack of the bullet tore through the stifling air. Li Xiaoqing didn't hesitate. She pulled the trigger. The bullet crossed 300 meters in an instant, hurtling toward Bai Yun's forehead. This shot was fast, accurate, and deadly. Bai Yun's voice was cut short. In the next second, Ji Bai appeared before him, blocking the shot. The instant the gun fired, Ji Bai swung his arm and materialized in front of Bai Yun. The sniper bullet was intercepted midair, sliced in half, and fell to the ground, losing its momentum. Shooting without a word. "That woman is no pushover. Bai Yun, you owe me one," Ji Bai said coolly. "I saved you for free this time. If another bullet comes, I'll charge you." Hearing this, Bai Yun quickly dove for cover. His rage had clouded his judgment, making him forget that Lu Li had a sniper by his side. In truth, he should have realized at the moment he saw the Qiming Hao. If not for Ji Bai, that shot would have sent him straight to the afterlife. Damn woman, damn sniper rifle. Bai Yun calmed down, pondering how to counter Li Xiaoqing's sniper. It was clear that getting Ji Bai to act again was impossible. Ji Bai had already made his stance clear by blocking that bullet. Any subsequent shots would be on Bai Yun's own, unless he offered something of equal value in exchange. "Hand over Lu Li, you two, and there will be no conflict between us. You can take Lu Li's train." Bai Yun's voice, though hidden behind cover, reached Li Xiaoqing's ears directly. "Huh?" Li Xiaoqing let out a sneer full of contempt, as if she had heard the most absurd joke under heaven. She did not lower her sniper rifle. The icy muzzle remained steadily aimed at the direction of Bai Yun's hiding spot, her finger resting on the trigger, ready to pull it again at any moment. "No conflict. Bai Yun, save your tricks for fooling children. You've been relentlessly hunting Lu Li, and now you try to drive a wedge between us with such nonsense. From the start, Lu Li did nothing to you, yet you provoked him time and again. On the train, you even threatened to kill me to intimidate him. Do you think I could forget that so easily?" Bai Yun's eyes narrowed. He should have guessed that this woman was the one from the train. He hadn't expected her to survive, let alone stay by Lu Li's side and become a sniper. Current ability users generally lacked long-range attack capabilities, and even if they had them, the power was negligible, far inferior to the practicality of a sniper rifle. If she were a crank long-range ability user, Bai Yun wouldn't fear her at all. But Li Xiaoqing wielded a sniper rifle, a pinnacle of human technology, and one of the most formidable single-soldier weapons. Damned woman. And the man supporting Lu Li. He looks like some kind of doctor. Bai Yun regained his composure, quickly analyzing the situation. If Ji Bai were willing to help, Li Xiaoqing's sniping wouldn't be an issue, but Ji Bai refused to act. This left Bai Yun in a passive position. Despite awakening a rank ability, his powers were not combat-oriented, making it nearly impossible to cross the 300-meter distance. "Hey!" Just as Bai Yun was at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Wu Jing's sneaky figure crept over from a distance. "Wu Jing, you haven't left yet." Bai Yun held some disdain for Wu Jing, but it was because of him that his plan had previously gone awry. "Bai Yun, what's the matter? I've had my eye on Lu Li for a long time. Did you think I followed you here?" Wu Jing grinned slyly. In truth, he had been tailing Bai Yun, having coveted Lu Li's blade of extinction from the very beginning. Initially, he dared not touch Lu Li, but upon leaving he happened to spot the enraged Bai Yun and followed him all the way. Now, unexpectedly, there were special gains. A flicker of disgust crossed Bai Yun's eyes, but at this moment he was isolated. Wu Jing's appearance, however unwelcome, could prove to be an ally. "Wu Jing, speak your mind." Bai Yun cut straight to the point, unwilling to haggle with Wu Jing. Wu Jing rubbed his hands together and gave a lewd smile. "I want Lu Li's blade, that woman, and Feng Ran. You can have everything else." Feng Ran was originally my man, just lured away by Lu Li's favors. Strictly speaking, I'm only taking the blade and the woman. A man like you probably has little interest in women, right? The woman. Feng Ran, the blade. Bai Yun frowned. Wanting women disgusted him even more. At a time like this, to still be thinking of women. Such a person could never achieve greatness. Find the blade Feng ran and the woman. All yours. 300 meters. The woman is a sniper. Feng Ran is your man, you know his ability. That's all the intel. Luli can't act for now, but we must be quick. Wu Jing squinted, licking his lips greedily, his gaze locked on the blurry figure of Li Zhaoqing behind the control room's window and the menacing sniper rifle in her hands. A sniper rifle. TCH, it's indeed a nuisance. He spoke of trouble, yet his face showed little fear. Instead, a hint of cunning emerged. It's just a woman. All we need to do is make her blind. You have a plan. Bai Yun frowned. As far as he knew, Wu Jing was a strength-type fighter with no special abilities. Besides charging heat-in against the sniper rifle, what else could he do? Wu Jing sneered, of course. Without some tricks, how could I rule the wolf gang? My ability is far simpler than you think. Bai Yun fell silent. Every once awakened ability was a secret. It was normal for Wu Jing to have unknown powers. Then it's all up to you. No, you have to charge with me. Wu Jing wasn't a fool. Let him go alone. How could he know if Luli had any backup plans? Of course, Bai Yun had to charge with him to share the risk. Besides, Wu Jing knew some of Bai Yun's secrets. Though Bai Yun had never acted, he had revealed his ability, that power to speak in people's ears. This ability was clearly not an offensive type. Even if it were with Bai Yun's current strength, he couldn't use it to attack. Otherwise, he could kill anyone who heard his voice by simply whispering in their ear, and he wouldn't have to go to such lengths to cooperate with Wu Jing or Ji Bai. Such an ability, killing invisibly from 1,000 miles away, was truly unstoppable. Final charge with you. Bai Yun tightened his grip on his pistol. He had originally planned to stay back and wait for Wu Jing's good news, a trick he often used. But this time Wu Jing clearly wasn't falling for it. Seeing Bai Yun agree, Wu Jing spread his arms and a darkness emerged from every limb and pore of his body. What is this? Bai Yun's heart leaped to his throat at the eerie sight. Don't be afraid. This is my ability, Dark Mist. Wu Jing didn't explain further. The dark mist spread around him, covering an area of about 3 or 4 meters, enveloping Bai Yun as well. Meanwhile, Wu Jing said to Bai Yun beside him, "Let's charge. Keep up with my speed, or if you get thrown out of the mist, it's not my problem." Bai Yun looked out curiously. From inside the mist, he could see everything outside through a thin layer. But according to Wu Jing, from outside only a patch of dark mist was visible, nothing else. However, the mist only spanned 3 or 4 meters, so charging forward still carried risks. Don't just stand there. Stay close. Wu Jing growled, and without another word he shot out like an arrow toward the dawn. His speed was astonishing. His strength and velocity were not what one would expect from a mere special ability user. Bai Yun dared not lag behind, immediately following suit, pushing his speed to the limit and sticking close to Wu Jing to ensure he remained within the bizarre moving dark mist. The two of them became a rolling black smoke ball on the ground, heading straight for the dawn. Li Zhaoqing's sniper scope locked onto the last cover area where Bai Yun was hiding. She knew that without suppression, Bai Yun could launch a lethal attack at any moment. Suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply. At the edge of the sniper scope's field of vision, a rolling black mist appeared, without warning, approaching the train at an astonishing speed. "What is that?" Li Zhaoqing cried out in shock. She had never seen such a bizarre sight. The black mist's trajectory was clear. It was no natural phenomenon. Black mist. Feng Ran also saw the ominous mass rapidly closing in and immediately spoke. "It's Wu Jing. This is one of his abilities. Watch out. That mist is strange. Wu Jing is hiding inside." Without hesitation, Li Zhaoqing swung her rifle and aimed at the center of the rolling black mist. Whatever was inside, she would fire first. Bang! She pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled out, striking the center of the black mist with precision. Yet the bullet vanished into the thick black mist like a stone sinking into the sea, stirring not a ripple. That black mist seemed like an abyss devouring everything. The bullet disappeared upon entry. What a... Li Zhaoqing's heart tightened. Refusing to believe it, she fought off dizziness, aimed again, and fired another shot. Bang! The result was the same. The bullet entered the black mist, sinking without a trace, eliciting no response. Damn it! Does that mist absorb attacks? Or... Li Zhaoqing's heart sank to the depths. She realized the gravity of the situation. Her sniping was useless. She couldn't lock onto a target within the black mist. While she was still in shock and uncertainty, the rolling black mist had already closed to within 100 meters of the train. Its speed far exceeded her ability to aim and fire. She might get off one more shot before the mist rolled right up to them. "Close the door." Lu Li's weak voice sounded, and then the dawn's door slammed shut, cutting off Li Zhaoqing's line of sight to the black mist. "Move out." Wu Black steam billowed from the locomotive's smokestack, and countless bones formed tracks beneath the train as it sped away. Lu Li had truly hoped Li Xiaoqing could snipe Bai Yun dead there, but the sudden appearance of Wu Jing dashed his hopes. Meanwhile, the two within the black mist had been laughing wildly. Li Xiaoqing's 2 bullets had failed to hit them. They narrowly dodged both. Their confidence soared, and just as they thought everything would be a sure and easy victory, the train started moving. Damn it, they're getting away. Wu Jing, find a way to catch up. You think I don't want to? Wu Jing gritted his teeth, pushing his speed to the limit. But as he accelerated, Bai Yun couldn't keep up. Soon Bai Yun was left behind. He simply couldn't match Wu Jing's speed. Damn, they're getting farther away. Bai Yun clenched his teeth, but eventually stopped. He couldn't catch the dawn, nor could he catch Wu Jing. In the end, Bai Yun could only halt in frustration, while Ji Bai appeared beside him like a shadow ever present. Just wait and see. Wu Jing probably won't make it out alive. Not chasing them today was your good luck. If you had, you'd be dead too. But even if you don't die today, when you meet Lu Li again, you surely will. Ji Bai spoke these words as if threatening Bai Yun. Are you trying to scare me? Bai Yun stared at the departing train and rolling black mist glaring at Ji Bai with stubborn disbelief. No, I'm just reminding you. Lu Li is half dead. There's a woman and a man who clearly isn't the fighting type. Wu Jing won't survive. Ridiculous. Ji Bai shook his head and said, use your brain. That man really isn't the fighting type, but remember what Lu Li said in the area channel earlier. Reminded by Ji Bai, Bai Yun immediately caught on. Earlier, Lu Li had been looking for a doctor in the area channel, and now Wu Jing claimed Feng Ran was his man. That's how the enmity began. Doctor. Wu Jing. You mean that man is a doctor who can heal Lu Li quickly? Exactly. Once Wu Jing catches up, it'll be his death. Ji Bai finished, and then added, Bai Yun, if you want to catch Lu Li, you should find a way to leave this town. All the regional bosses here have been killed. You're not planning to level up by killing zombies and mutants, are you? Bai Yun's expression darkened. It was the first time this nonconformist Ji Bai had lectured him. Somehow this man had grown profound, maturing quickly, and now analyzing the situation with impressive clarity. What Bai Yun didn't know was that Ji Bai wasn't just cooperating with him. He was constantly growing and learning from Bai Yun's way of thinking. Moreover, Ji Bai could control his emotions better than Bai Yun. From an outsider's perspective, he could see everything clearly. Fine, let's find a way out of here. Let Lu Li have his moment of triumph for now. Bai Yun narrowed his eyes, scheming within. Just as Ji Bai said, there was no turning back between him and Lu Li. They were locked in a death feud. When they met again, Lu Li would surely try every means to kill him. This time it was just his luck that Wu Jing became the scapegoat in his place. Lu Li, it's catching up. Li Xiaoqing leaned by the window, watching the rolling black mist charge relentlessly toward the train, her expression shifting. Feng Ran, what level can you achieve with lifelink? Though weakened, Lu Li was receiving treatment from Feng Ran, so his condition had somewhat improved. However, returning to his peak or a combat-ready state would take much longer. Within 10 meters of me, my current defense is about 30 points, enough to withstand considerable damage. Feng Ran seemed to grasp what Lu Li intended and immediately told him his limits. Li Xiaoqing, activate lifelink. With 2 people sharing the burden, we can use your vitality to let me activate gamble roulette briefly. Wu Jing. I told him before to stand aside and not get any ideas. Since he wants to die now, I can't stop him. Faced with Lu Li's decision, Li Xiaoqing had no objections or second thoughts. Her only desire was to support Lu Li fully. But Feng Ran had a different opinion. Lu Li, your injuries are too severe. Doing this, your body might not hold up. This is the clinical judgment of a professional surgeon. I hope you can trust it. I trust you, of course, but what other option do we have besides killing him? He keeps chasing us. The train's fuel is limited and won't last long. The only way is to kill him. Lu Li's tone was icy, his resolve to kill absolute. Li Xiaoqing did not hesitate for a moment and immediately stepped to Feng Ran's side. Feng Ran took a deep breath, his gaze hardening with resolve. He had no choice but to trust Lu Li's judgment. Very well, Lu Li, let us begin. Feng Ran uttered a low, forceful command, placing one hand on Li Xiaoqing's shoulder and the other on Lu Li's. An invisible wave of energy instantly surged among the three. Li Xiaoqing shuddered faintly as a searing agony flooded his body, like a fragment of his very life being torn away. Lu Li let out a stifled groan as he absorbed the vitality of both men. Sweat beaded and rolled from his brow in heavy drops. His body convulsed violently, straining under an unimaginable burden. Though Lu Li's body bore the cost of absorbing that life force, his wounds were simultaneously distributed evenly across Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran. The 2 men now endured Lu Li's suffering as well. Lu Li. Both Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran cried out in alarm. Lu Li's condition was dire and none could tell how long he might hold on. I'm fine. Gritting his teeth, Lu Li felt two fresh currents of vital energy surging into his battered frame. He hesitated no longer. Within his eyes, a hazy crimson wheel slowly coalesced, a spectral disk whose edges frayed and dissolved incessantly. Outside, the train window, churning black mist had fully engulfed the rear carriage. The train slowed steadily, its fuel spent, its momentum fading into a silent glide, while the skeletal rails retracted entirely beneath the chassis. "Ha! Lu Li, it seems your escape is at an end." Wu Jing's arrogant, thunderous voice echoed from every direction, reverberating through the suffocating fog. "Surrender the Qiming locomotive willingly, and I'll grant you a swift, painless death. And that doctor and sniper, they're mine now." Bai Yun had failed to catch him, so naturally all spoils fell to Wu Jing. The black mist roiled violently, condensing into a colossal, grotesque claw that shrieked as it tore through the air, slamming toward the trio inside the carriage. This strike carried Wu Jing's full power. At that razor-thin instant, when fate hung suspended, Lu Li's crimson wheel froze abruptly in his gaze. Upon the wheel, a symbol flickered, a dim, dying ember barely clinging to existence, yet radiating pure, soul-shattering terror. Gambling wheel, edge of sin. Lu Li's speed erupted exponentially. Even the Mieji blade, wounded and weary, responded to the wheel's influence, shifting into a state of absolute annihilation. Even the black mist itself dissolved upon contact with the blade, as if erased from reality. Lu Li moved faster than sight allowed. Each slash carried layered, cascading force, like rippling sword chi, steadily eroding Wu Jing's mist. "Damn it, this blade possesses such power. It can annihilate my mist." Wu Jing refused to credit Lu Li himself, instead attributing the feat solely to the weapon's nature. His jaw clenched. He craved that blade more than ever. "Lu Li, you will die." Wu Jing knew he could not allow Lu Li another strike. Blades flashed within the mist. Two thick metallic war swords lunged forward, aimed straight at Lu Li's chest. Yet Lu Li, empowered by the activated wheel, had long surpassed Wu Jing in strength. With a fluid twist of his wrist, the Mieji blade instinctively rose to guard his chest, clanging resoundingly as Lu Li parried Wu Jing's dual assault. Inside the carriage, Feng Ran and Li Xiaoqing held their breath, hearts hammering against their throats. Through the life link, they felt Lu Li's agony and rapid physical collapse with terrifying clarity, as though he were burning himself alive, flame and ash alike. Each time Lu Li swung his blade, their own vitality trembled and drained violently. Li Xiaoqing fought through the link's crushing weakness and vertigo, her sniper rifle locked unblinkingly on the most turbulent vortex of black mist, hunting for the faintest trace of Wu Jing's true form. She knew Lu Li's desperate state could not last. She had to seize her chance. Wu Jing will strike. He cannot resist. The moment he does, I will fire. At such close range, even her steady hand trembled. Precision was absolute. Any misfire would strike Lu Li instead. Under Lu Li's assault, the black mist receded nearly a meter, leaving Wu Jing little room to maneuver. His first strike had missed Lu Li's vitals, and he instantly shifted to passive defense. In his mind, Lu Li had been half dead moments before. This final frenzied surge could not endure long. A brief patient defense would suffice. Lu Li would collapse under his own momentum without Wu Jing lifting a finger. What he did not know was that Lu Li had already elevated Feng Ran's cultivation level, and with it his innate ability had grown dramatically. Now Lu Li shared his injuries with the other two, and in turn drew upon their life force. Even grievously wounded Lu Li's endurance was vastly extended, thanks to Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran sacrificing themselves utterly, allowing the gambling wheel to persist far longer than imagined. Moreover, Wu Jing overestimated his own prowess and gravely underestimated Lu Li's combat mastery. Especially now, having shifted from offense to defense, Lu Li grew bolder unrestrained. Half the black mist had been severed away, just as Wu Jing raised his war blades to block Lu Li's next strike, exposing half his arm. In the next heartbeat, a gunshot rang out, and his exposed arm exploded outward, torn clean through by devastating force. The searing, excruciating pain wrenched a subhuman shriek from Wu Jing's throat. His carefully woven mist fractured instantly, chaotic, unstable, nearly dissolving into nothingness. Blinding agony robbed him of vision, his limbs locked rigid. And Lu Li, his eyes blazing with the fading crimson wheel, gazed back with chilling, emotionless stillness. The instant Li Xiaoqing's shot cracked the air, Lu Li's coiled body erupted into motion, exploiting Wu Jing's wide-open vulnerability. The raw, gaping wound of agony. Lu Li vanished in a blur, leaving only a phantom afterimage as the Miezhi blade carved a trajectory too swift for mortal perception. Lu Li's Miezhi blade descended, hidden. Shua. No thunderous explosion. Only a silence so profound it chilled the soul, the sound of utter annihilation. Where the blade passed Wu Jing's contorted screaming head, and the last swirling tendrils of black mist clinging to his neck, vanished without trace. The headless torso stood frozen for a heartbeat. No blood gushed from the stump, only a charred, dead black wound where annihilation had reduced flesh and spirit alike to absolute void. Then the ruined body, deprived of head and right arm, collapsed inward like rotten clay, crumpling forward onto the carriage's cold floor with a hollow, muffled thud. Deprived of its core, the churning black mist thinned rapidly, growing translucent, then vanishing utterly, leaving no residue, no echo. The crimson wheel in Lu Li's eyes faded completely. His body swayed, then gave way. With a violent cough, he spat a torrent of blood. The Miezhi blade slipped from his grasp, clattering sharply onto the floor. He collapsed backward like a puppet with its strings cut. Simultaneously, Feng Ran and Li Xiaoqing gasped, overwhelmed by the life link's catastrophic backlash, vision darkening, consciousness slipping toward oblivion. Feng Ran staggered forward, hands trembling as he pressed them to Lu Li's chest. A faint, struggling glow of healing light flickered once more to life. The carriage was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Lu Li lay on the floor, his face as pale as gold leaf, his breathing so faint it was barely perceptible. Li Xiaoqing slid down against the carriage wall, her sniper rifle resting limply on her lap. Her complexion was equally pallid. A third of the damage Lu Li had sustained was transferred to her. She trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead from the piercing pain. Feng Ran gritted his teeth, straining his healing energy as he pressed his hands firmly against Lu Li's chest, stubbornly preserving the last flicker of life within him. Outside the carriage, the Qiming, now devoid of power, had come to a complete halt, resting silently on the desolate, ruined earth. After the brief, fierce clash, an endless silence descended, broken only by the ragged or faint breaths of the three echoing in the empty carriage. Time seemed to freeze. What exactly is Lu Li's ability? Feng Ran felt as though his entire body was being slashed by countless blades of pain that no ordinary person could endure. Li Xiaoqing, are you alright? Feng Ran treated Lu Li while simultaneously checking on Li Xiaoqing's condition. As the team's doctor, he was responsible for everyone's physical state. Even though he was also in agony, he could not afford to collapse before Li Xiaoqing and Lu Li. I'm fine, just focus on treating Lu Li. Li Xiaoqing was also in great pain. They had shared Lu Li's injuries, though it wasn't visible externally. Their bodies were already battered and broken. Alright, hold on. Once I stabilize him, I'll treat you. Feng Ran persisted through gritted teeth, pouring all his strength into saving Lu Li. As soon as Lu Li's condition showed a hint of stability, he immediately administered medicine, striving for the best and fastest recovery. A full day and night passed. Feng Ran had nearly exhausted all his mental energy and eventually succumbed to unconsciousness from overexertion and the shared damage. Li Xiaoqing forced herself to tend to her own wounds, but her condition was also dire. She was unable to withstand the immense recoil of the sniper rifle for the time being. She stood guard at the carriage entrance, vigilant, while watching over the two unconscious men. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that a faint, bleak light filtering through the dust-laden, cracked window fell upon Lu Li's face. Beneath his closed eyelids, his eyeballs seemed to stir slightly. Feng Ran was the first to be roused by this subtle movement. He immediately rushed to Lu Li's side and called out anxiously, Lu Li, Lu Li, can you hear me? Lu Li frowned in pain, a vague sound escaping his throat. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his vision blurry for a long moment before he could finally focus on Feng Ran's face etched with worry. Feng Ran. His voice was hoarse and dry like sandpaper. It's me. How do you feel? Feng Ran asked, his voice choked with emotion. Can't die yet. How is Xiaoqing? Lu Li forced an extremely weak smile and attempted to move, but the searing pain from every bone and muscle made him gasp, sharply, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He could clearly feel his body was utterly drained, the terrible backlash from overusing gamble roulette. The three of them were now teetering on the edge of collapse. Hearing this, Li Xiaoqing immediately moved closer. Her face was still pale, but her eyes had regained their calmness. You're awake, that's good. You've been unconscious for over 2 days. I'm fine, just a bit weak. Wu Jing. Lu Li began to recall the events before he lost consciousness. Dead. He's completely dead. Your blade. Li Xiaoqing said succinctly, placing Lu Li's annihilation blade beside him. Lu Li's gaze swept over the cuts covering Li Xiaoqing's body, then lingered on Feng Ran's bloodshot eyes and equally haggard face. He was silent for a moment before speaking slowly, "Thank you. And I'm sorry. This apology was for the pain caused by forcibly linking and sharing the damage. Save the nonsense." Li Xiaoqing cut him off, her tone firm, but without reproach. "Surviving is what matters. Without you, the two of us wouldn't have made it this far." Feng Ran chimed in. "Yeli, if you apologize, would really be ashamed." Lu Li smiled slightly. Something still needed to be said. These two had now forged a bond through life and death trials, and their friendship would only grow stronger. "By the way, what's the situation with the Qiming?" Lu Li asked. Li Xiaoqing immediately replied, "I checked. It's completely out of fuel. The armor and such are fine, no problems. But it can't move. It's also—" Lu Li closed his eyes as if thinking rapidly. A brief silence fell over the carriage, broken only by the sound of their breathing. "Fuel," Lu Li murmured. The fuel problem for the Qiming had indeed never been resolved. It required the source of fear, but the only way he knew to obtain it was by killing monsters inside the train. This method was too inefficient. He had to find another way to obtain the source of fear quickly. Moreover, this substance seemed it would probably be very useful in the future. Feng Ran nodded. "But we can't move now. Where are we supposed to find a large number of monsters to kill?" "We don't need to go looking," Lu Li said. Lu Li's gaze shifted to the desolate land outside the window, teeming with hidden dangers. He said calmly, "Let them come to us." Li Xiaoqing frowned deeply. "Attract monsters. While the train is completely immobile. Lu Li, that's too risky. In our current state, we can't withstand a large-scale attack." She gestured at herself and Feng Ran, then looked at Lu Li's nearly immobile body, her meaning clear. "It's fine. After resting for another day, I can easily harvest ordinary zombies and mutants. We have guns and bullets, so no need for hand-to-hand combat. But the carriage is a bit cramped. To replenish the train's energy, they needed to let the monsters board. Since the second carriage had already been modified to avoid damaging those things, they had to let the monsters into the first carriage. "All right, as you say. You're the boss." Li Xiaoqing stopped questioning. After what they had been through, Feng Ran also had no objections to Lu Li's judgment. "These two blades," Lu Li suddenly said to Feng Ran. "Feng Ran, I've crossed paths with Wu Jing before and seen his abilities. Was that black mist also his skill?" Feng Ran had been Wu Jing's personal physician for a while, so he might know more. About that, Wu Jing did tell me." Feng Ran furrowed his brow and said, "He's a dual ability awakener." A dual ability awakener. This was the first time Lu Li had heard the term, largely because he hadn't interacted with many people. It's true. Once during a fight, when it was just him and me, I saw him use two abilities. Though I don't know what grade of abilities he awakened. It's his secret. Lu Li nodded. He hadn't expected to gain new insights from encountering Wu Jing. Dual abilities. Setting aside the topic of Wu Jing, Lu Li committed the concept of dual talents to memory. He had believed himself invincible below rank, capable of easily slaying even most rank ability users unless they possessed exceptionally overpowering abilities. Yet now the emergence of dual talents served as a stark warning. If dual talents exist, why not triple talents or even quadruple talents? Uncertainty loomed. Encountering formidable foes in the future, he must never be reckless nor make too many enemies lest he court disaster. Of course, if others provoked him, he would not flinch. "Lu Li, how do you plan to lure the zombies?" Li Xiaoqing pondered aloud. "Are you intending to trigger a rule?" "Yes, and on a large scale. Not just to refuel the train, but also to let you two farm points." Lu Li gazed at them, a sudden thought striking him. "I killed the region lord earlier, yet received no reward notification. It seems its true death takes time, probably within a couple of days. I almost forgot about this." "How can this be?" Li Xiaoqing asked in confusion. "So the region lord isn't dead?" "Not dead, but its roots run deep and death requires time. In truth, I have slain it. The system has granted me rewards. Killing the region lord's final form directly advanced me 2 levels. I am now level 9. And I am close to level 10. If I lure a large number of zombies and mutant zombies, I should reach level 9 by killing them. Most crucially, my death adventure. It can now be upgraded. Name Lu Li, level 9, 830,900, age 22, strength 50, speed 30, defense 35, immunity 45, combat power 65, death adventure EXP 620500. The reward for killing the region lord had yet to arrive. Lu Li decided to hold onto the 10 free attribute points from leveling until he received it. He anticipated the reward would be substantial. He planned to upgrade Death Adventure first, as it offered a special skill reward. Death Adventure EXP 620,500, evolve. Yes. Awakening Brank Talent Death Adventure. Fake Death Trigger Condition adjusted to health below 40. Acquired Passive Skill Absorb Fear. Acquired Fake Death State. Passive Skill Cellular Repair Enhanced. A cascade of prompts sounded as Death Adventure evolved. Luli processed the information. I never had the fake death state before. No wonder I felt like I was dying without any effect. He murmured to himself. It was only at Brank that fake death was unlocked, which struck him as absurd. If it required Brank, why wasn't it mentioned earlier? What was the point of mentioning it beforehand? Once triggered, fake death would strip away pain and double his overall combat power. It also allowed him to strike entities that were otherwise unreachable. Pain stripping was no trivial matter. Physical agony often exceeded mental endurance, and at a critical point the body forced unconsciousness. But fake death could sever that sensation, enabling relentless combat until the body rotted, decayed, and became immobile. Of course, the loss of pain was a double-edged sword, and its use depended on Luli himself. The doubling of combat power should not be underestimated. Under normal conditions, his combat power was 60 points. But with gambling roulette, he could burst past 100. If gambling roulette reached 100 combined with fake death, Luli could instantly unleash 200 points of combat power. And that was a state of fearless, painless combat. As for entities that were unreachable, Luli found this particularly intriguing. This was an apocalypse, an eerie one at that. The monsters encountered so far were ordinary. If later non-physical idealistic monsters appeared, this skill would prove invaluable. The newly acquired passive skill Absorb Fear absorbed the emotional state of slain enemies, accumulating enough to condense a source of fear. Luli had never expected this. He could now rely on his own killing to condense a source of fear. The most troubling problem was suddenly solved. It left him somewhat at a loss. But honestly, this passive skill appeared abruptly. Apart from fueling the train, condensing a source of fear seemed useless to him. Luli didn't dwell on it. It was a passive skill after all. The other passive skill, Cellular Repair, had also been enhanced, speeding up his recovery. Luli felt the new power flowing within him. The evolution of Death Adventure to Brank had exceeded expectations. The description of fake death state stunned him. Stripping pain, doubling power until utter collapse. Whether survival or destruction would follow the skill's use remained to be seen. Upgrading Death Adventure to Brank also granted him 20 attribute points. However, these 20 points were not freely allocated, but evenly distributed across all his attributes. Name: Luli, level 9, 830,900, age 22, strength 55, speed 35, defense 40, immunity 50, combat power 80, Death Adventure EXP 120,1000. The next upgrade would require far more experience. Each level seemed to double the requirement. By the time he reached rank, it would likely demand 2,000 experience points. At present, few monsters could threaten Luli. Just as Luli completed the evolution of Death Adventure, a system announcement echoed in everyone's ears. Regional announcement: the final form of the Lost Town region, Lord the Flesh Body, has been completely slain. The region Lord Slayer Luli receives 10 free attribute points, a rare material, Distortion Core, and missing experience points to advance one level. Players who participated in the final stage battle receive additional experience based on contribution. Distortion Core. As Luli wondered, the dark red blood on the blade of extinction began to coagulate. A red, spiky ball-like object fell beside the blade of extinction. System notification: Regional Lord eliminated. Lost Town's restrictions will be lifted in 24 hours. Eternal night is about to descend. All survivors must move eastward. The instant the notification faded, the entire regional channel erupted into chaos. Some who had participated in the battle were puzzled. Why had the prompt for the already defeated regional lord come only now? Some were bewildered by the meaning of eternal night is about to descend. Others were exhilarated, having taken part in the subjugation of the regional lord and earned a substantial number of reward points. Luli had slain the regional lord and reaped the greatest benefits. It seems I no longer need to kill zombies, he mused with a smile. A beam of light descended from the sky and his level instantly soared to 10. With 10 points from the kill reward and 5 from leveling up, he now had 15 points in total. Adding the 10 points from his previous 2 level-ups, Luli possessed 25 attribute points. Sensing a deficiency in speed, Luli allocated 15 points to speed and 10 to strength. As he finished, the system notification chimed once more in everyone's ears. System notification: Luli is the first in this channel to reach level 10. Reward: 20 free attribute points. System notification: Luli is the first in this channel to achieve a comprehensive combat power exceeding 100 points. Reward: 20 free attribute points. System notification G-Buy is the second in this channel to reach level 10. Reward 10 free attribute points. System notification G-Buy is the second in this channel to achieve a comprehensive combat power exceeding 100 points. Reward 10 free attribute points. Level 10 0 age 22 strength 65 speed 50 defense 40 immunity 50 comprehensive combat power 105 unallocated free attribute points 40. The cascade of system prompts silenced those who had been cheering moments before. Luli, you. This is too. Li Xiaoqing stammered at a loss for words. Her voice jolted Luli from his thoughts. She pointed at the dark crimson sphere on the ground, its surface covered in irregular protrusions seemingly pulsating faintly, the aberration core. Then she glanced at Lu Li and finally fixed her gaze on the torrent of messages flooding the regional channel. The channel had already exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Jumped 2 levels straight to 10. The kill reward hasn't even settled yet, and now the first reached in reward drops. And the combat power reward too. Is Luli the system's golden child? He must have nearly 70 free attribute points by now, right? Is he even human? Even in Shrank Powerhouse wouldn't be this insane. The Lost Town Regional Lord. Did he take down the final form all by himself? Were we just fighting the appetizers? What does Eternal Night is about to descend mean? Sounds terrifying. Move eastward. What's in the east? Lord Luli, please take me in. Grant me your protection. They'll serve you faithfully. I bet Lord Luli is in Shrank Esper. How else could he be this formidable? Lord Luli, I'm just a brank, but if you don't mind, I'd be honored to follow you. And Lord G-Bai, please take me in too. Panic, awe, envy, and sycophantic please surged like a tsunami. The name Lu Li had become synonymous with an invincible legend, or a monster, in the minds of Lost Town survivors. Lu Li seemed to have transcended their conventional understanding of what a powerhouse could be. And G-Bai, though impressive in second place, was scarcely mentioned. Clearly second place was not memorable, only the first drew the crowd's fervent pursuit. I bet right. Li San clenched his fist in excitement. His earlier investment had now paid off beyond measure. Little brother Lu Li is now #1 in our channel. There's no doubt about his strength now. If trouble arises, well, go to Lu Li. He'll surely grant us a favor. Li San roared with laughter. Li Si rubbed his large head, unable to grasp why his brother was so confident. After all, to aid Lu Li, their team of nearly 200 had been reduced to just a few dozen. His brother had been gravely wounded, nearly dying. He had complained when they first returned, but now he realized his lack of foresight. Brother, do you think Lu Li might be an ingrate? We helped him so much. What if he doesn't appreciate it or thinks he's strong enough to look down on us? Li San shook his head. Don't judge a strong man by your own standards. Lu Li's strength is multifaceted. I believe he's not that kind of person. 40 points, Lu Li murmured to himself. This colossal number was enough to elevate his power to another level. But he refrained from allocating them immediately. With enemies lurking and the environment shifting drastically, he needed to make the most advantageous choice for the impending Eternal Night. G-Bai had also earned Lu Li's newfound respect. He had broken through to level 10 with astonishing speed, his combat power also exceeding 100. Though his rewards were only half of Lu Li's, it was ample proof of his remarkable strength and potential. It seemed then that G-Bai had chosen Bai Yun, not the other way around. The two had allied for mutual benefit, but G-Bai's growth had far outstripped Bai Yun's. One wondered when their partnership would fracture. Lu Li, this thing. Li Xiaoqing's voice pulled him back. The aberration core. Lu Li picked up the irregular hedgehog-like dark crimson sphere with one hand. It was slightly heavy, and a chaotic yet potent energy fluctuation emanated from it. The system's description was simple: aberration core rare, a peculiar substance containing the essence of the regional lord's flesh and blood aberration. Purpose unknown. Its use is unknown, but since it's called a core, I suspect it's similar to a special core. It might be a key material for crafting something. For now, the priority is refueling the train. We're probably going to have to start running soon. Lu Li continued. The literal meaning of Eternal Night is simple: darkness is coming. The darkness will empower these zombie monsters. Once this place is fully engulfed, even without a boss, we'll face zombie mutants several times stronger than before. And the rewards for killing them will be no different from during the day. I have no interest in such thankless work. Hey Ray, some good news: I can condense a source of fear, so we don't need to kill on the train. Let's exploit the rules, find a good spot, and you too can start farming points. Lu Li suddenly burst into laughter. These rules are meant to bind the weak, but for the strong they seem like a bug. Even if I can't gain experience from these creatures, I can help you too, rake in a massive amount. With his combat power exceeding 100, and the regional lord slain, no monster in Lost Town could stop Lu Li anymore. He would use the rules to lead Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran in a frenzy of point farming. Luli's plan was simple: find a location that was easy to defend and hard to attack. He would attract as many zombies as possible, harness his fear absorption to gather sufficient sources of fear, and then depart from the lost town. Staying here any longer was meaningless. Luli naturally had no fear of the zombie monsters that grew stronger under the cover of night. With their firearms they could easily survive, but to continue growing stronger and even uncover the full story behind the apocalypse, they certainly couldn't remain in one place. Moreover, possessing the terrifying train known as the Dawn, their mobility far surpassed that of others. Not to leave would be sheer foolishness. Luli led the two out of the vehicle, searching for a suitable spot. There's quite a bit of rubble here. The terrain is too confined. I think this is a good place. This area is too fragmented with too many obstacles. If zombies charge and they'll scatter, making it hard to concentrate them for elimination. Luli vetoed a relatively open stretch of ruins that Li Xiaoqing had pointed to. Feng Ran pointed to a relatively intact building in the distance. Captain, that building. It looks like an old shopping mall. Few entrances, plenty of space inside. Luli looked up. That five-story structure indeed stood out among the ruins, its main framework still intact though most of its glass curtain walls were shattered. Its location at the intersection of several main roads offered a broad field of view, making it easy to attract zombies surging in from all directions. Good location, good visibility, easy to lure zombies. But the interior is complex with too many unknown corners. Defensive pressure would be high, and we could easily be surrounded. Luli analyzed calmly. We need a more concentrated spot. His gaze swept further, finally, settling on an area at the edge of the lost town, near the direction they had come from. It was an abandoned church. Its Gothic spire pointed toward the heavens against the gloomy sky as if praying to a departed deity. The main structure was built of heavy stone, appearing exceptionally sturdy. In front of the church was a modest square connected to a relatively wide road strewn with rubble. Most crucially, the church's main entrance was the only wide opening. Though there were stained glass windows on both sides, they were high and narrow, difficult to climb. Behind the church, a steep slope formed a natural barrier. That's the one. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Li's mouth as he pointed to the church. The church. Li Xiaoqing was somewhat surprised. Why there? The reasons are solid. Li explained as he led the two quickly toward the church. The single main entrance is a choke point. Hold this, and zombies can only attack from the front, unable to surround us from multiple sides. The high windows on both sides and the steep slope in the back are natural barriers. The square in front of the church is an ideal harvesting ground. As long as we make enough noise in the center of the square, zombies from all surrounding streets will be drawn here and converge on the square. The church's spire and bell tower are perfect high points for observing the entire situation. The interior space is large enough, and if necessary we can retreat inside using pews and other structures for buffer and defense, providing tactical depth. Moreover, the interior layout is relatively simple, without too many complicated compartments that could hide dangers. These thick stone walls can effectively block impacts and stray bullets, much safer than those crumbling concrete and steel frames. Li paused before continuing. The wide road facing the church's main entrance means that once we've gathered enough sources of fear, we can quickly rush out of the church, head straight for the train, and speed away. A perfect grinding spot, Li concluded. The trio quickly approached the church. On the square, a dozen or so zombies were indeed roaming. Hearing footsteps, they immediately howled and lunged. Clear them out, move fast. Li ordered in a low voice, but he didn't join the fight. Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran stepped forward. Li signaled them not to use guns. They needed to cultivate their close combat skills occasionally. The two complied, knowing that Li could back them up if anything went wrong. Though weakened, they were more than a match for a dozen zombies. One oblivious zombie shuffled toward Li only to have its head blown off by a casually picked up pebble. Though Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran's movements were far from Li's devastating efficiency, they were still clean and coordinated, clearing the perimeter together. Soon the square was cleared of zombies. The three arrived before the church's oak door reinforced with iron bands. The door was ajar, exuding an eerie atmosphere from within. Li kicked the door open with force. The heavy wooden door slammed against the stone wall, producing a loud crash as dust rained down. Dim light filtered through the shattered stained glass windows, illuminating the dust-covered pews and the empty pulpit. Several zombies that had been wandering deep inside the church were startled and charged out with howls. There's plenty of space inside. First, clear the interior to ensure there are no hidden dangers. Li still didn't move, watching the two handle it. He had just killed a zombie, but his experience bar hadn't budged. Clearly, after reaching level 10, he could no longer gain experience from these ordinary zombies. Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran, however, could. At levels 3 or 4, they had to kill about 10 zombies to gain a single experience point. Slow progress, but at least the bar was moving. Clearing the church interior went smoother than expected. Apart from a dozen slow-moving ordinary zombies, there were no stronger variants or dangerous traps. After confirming the interior was safe, Lu Li immediately began making arrangements. Xiaoqing, check the bell tower and see if you can get up there. It's an excellent observation post and sniper spot. Take this. Lu Li handed her a rifle with a scope. Feng Ran, you're in charge of gathering anything usable inside the church, especially heavy objects. Pews, stones, discarded statues. Pile them all up inside the main entrance. We'll turn this place into a death funnel that only allows a few zombies through at a time. They'll head to the square outside to trigger the rules. With clear roles assigned, the three immediately set to work. Lu Li, there's something good here. Just as Lu Li was about to trigger the rules, Li Xiaoqing suddenly shouted from the bell tower. What's wrong? Lu Li returned to the church and discovered a complete set of sound equipment in a small room at the back. It seemed to still be functional. Haha, this is a real find. No need for me to shout myself hoarse. And its volume should be loud enough to attract plenty of zombies. Lu Li was thrilled. He had been worried that shouting alone might not draw enough zombies. After all, a human voice can't carry very far. This thing would do the job. Go. The sound exploded over the dead, silent town like a boulder crashing into a calm lake, shattering the tranquility of dusk. Go. 4 loudspeakers were tied to the tall clock tower, and at that moment all 4 speakers blared simultaneously, their piercing sound echoing within a 5 to even 10 kilometer radius. Almost as soon as the sound erupted, countless pairs of crimson eyes suddenly lit up from the shadows of the ruins and the shattered skyscrapers in all directions. A deep roar grew closer, swiftly converging into a chilling wave. The ground began to tremble slightly as countless footsteps trampled upon the earth. The tide of corpses was completely ignited by this massive sound. Like sharks scenting blood, they surged wildly from every street and corner towards the church square. Lu Li stood in the center of the square, watching the horde of zombies rushing in from all directions like a black tide, showing no hint of fear on his face. Come on, the more the better, he murmured to himself, turning and quickly retreating into the church entrance. Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran had already piled heavy benches, stones, and everything they could find inside the spacious entrance, creating a makeshift barricade just over half a person's height, leaving only a narrow passage. Li Xiaoqing had climbed to the clock tower, readied her rifle, and was nervously and excitedly peering through the scope at the swiftly converging horde below. Prepare to reap. Lu Li's calm, yet icy voice echoed within the empty church. He stood behind the barricade, his hands hanging down as the ability to absorb fear quietly activated. An invisible force field expanded from his center, while beyond the thick stone walls of the church the roar of the horde had become deafening like thunder, and the claws of the first wave of zombies had already grasped the tightly shut oak doors. Without needing orders, the guns that had been prepared earlier immediately spat flames. Meanwhile, Lu Li climbed up to the clock tower, only firing in dangerous situations to ensure the safety of the two. Li Xiaoqing abandoned the powerful AWP and instead used an assault rifle equipped with a scope. However, she also had a sniper rifle at her side, ready to take it out should any tough mutated zombies with thick skin and impressive defenses appear. The effect of this loudspeaker is a bit too good. Could it be that zombies within a 10-kilometer radius have all come? Lu Li looked down at the massive dark sea of zombies below, realizing that the speed at which the bullets were being fired could barely match their relentless advance. The loudspeaker looped the command to move, driving the zombies into a frenzy. The tide of corpses. A truly boundless tide of corpses. Countless rotten hands and heads, even entire bodies, crashed violently against the heavy wooden doors and stone walls. The muffled and dense crashing sound was like a torrential rain beating against the door, unending. The church's sturdy stone walls trembled while the wooden doors groaned under the strain. This scene is something only seen in movies. Lu Li frowned, already sensing the gathering of fear's source. Such a massive tide of corpses could likely fill a train several times over. Li Xiaoqing unleashed a full barrage from the clock tower. Occupying a prime high ground, her wide view made the densely packed zombies below seem like live targets. With each trigger pull of her rifle, as zombies had exploded. There was no need to deliberately aim for vital points. The density of the horde below was so staggering that bullets often penetrated through several zombies. There are too many. We can't kill them all. Li Xiaoqing's voice was tinged with horror. Retreat. I feel like all the zombies in the town are crowding at the door. At this moment, Feng Ran, standing at the entrance, felt immense pressure. The barrel of the assault rifle had begun to heat up, and several magazines that had been prepared earlier were already empty. He now had to manually reload, and the frequency of changing magazines was increasing. More and more arms were stretching in through the cracks of the door and barricade, and some stronger zombies had even managed to squeeze half their bodies inside, requiring him to quickly adjust his aim for close-range headshots. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and Ryn's eyes were filled with excitement and tension. Don't stop firing. The speed at which the source of fear is gathering is accelerating. The denser they crowd, the faster they die, the more fuel we gather. Luli began to act. Relying solely on 2 guns was insufficient to suppress these zombies. Fortunately, he had an emergency plan. Li Zhaoqing Ryn used the Molotov cocktails. On the way to the church, Li had raided a gas station, and now Li Zhaoqing and Ryn had dozens of homemade Molotov cocktails beside them. Moreover, several flammable items had already been arranged outside the church, even a path filled with gasoline. One by one, the Molotov cocktails were thrown out, igniting a wall of flames that instantly blocked the zombie tide's attack. Roar! A particularly violent roar drowned out the clamor of the horde. From the rear of the tide, a violent commotion erupted. A mutant significantly larger than ordinary zombies, with skin a dull grayish-blue and exceptionally thick arms, was violently pushing aside its kind, charging towards the church door like an out-of-control truck. Even the burning wall of fire could not halt its advance. It was engulfed in flames like a self-destructing truck, seemingly intent on blowing the entire church away. Li Zhaoqing, 3 o'clock direction. The big guy is coming. Prepare to switch to the sniper rifle. Li's voice rang out instantly. Li Zhaoqing reacted swiftly, immediately putting down her empty assault rifle and grabbing the prepared AWP sniper rifle beside her, quickly setting it up. The cold crosshair locked firmly onto the rampaging giant zombie through the gap of the door. However, just as Li Zhaoqing was about to pull the trigger, a lightning-fast dark shadow shot towards her from an extremely tricky angle within the horde. It was a long, dark purple tongue, sharp as a spear. In a critical moment, Li's figure appeared beside Li Zhaoqing as if teleporting. Seeking death. Li's killing intent surged. The instant he appeared next to Li Zhaoqing, one hand shot out like an iron claw, grabbing that long tongue, which had not yet retracted. A giant lizard-like creature resting on its limbs had its tongue caught by Li while it hung upside down against the window frame, its crimson vertical pupils glaring fiercely at the interior of the church. Get down here. Li shouted violently, his arm muscles bulging as he forcefully yanked down. A bone-chilling tearing sound echoed. The long-tongued mutant lizard that was hanging on the window was brutally yanked down by Li, tongue and body together, from the high window. It crashed heavily onto the dusty floor of the church. As it struggled to rise, Li's feet, charged with thunderous strength, stomped down hard on its ugly head. Like a crushed watermelon, the mutant zombie was instantly stomped to pieces by Li. Without even glancing at the filth beneath his feet, he looked up at Li Zhaoqing above and asked, "Are you okay?" "I am fine, thanks." Li Zhaoqing nodded hurriedly, still shaken. "Be careful, both of you." With those words, Li leaped from the bell tower, as lightly as a dragonfly skimming the water. Some mutant zombies were extremely dangerous and had to be killed before they could get close. The wall of fire blocked a significant number of zombies, dividing the horde into several sections. Yet the surging horde seemed endless, continuously battering the flames. Once the Molotov cocktails were exhausted, a massive wave of zombies pressed forward, even managing to extinguish the wall of fire within moments. Of course, the flamethrower had also killed enough of the undead. "We're burning through ammunition too fast," Li Zhaoqing shouted from above, switching between an AWP and an assault rifle. Initially, they had found an endless supply of bullets in the weapon shop, enough to equip an entire company. But in this battle, shell casings clattered onto the ground like rain, depleting at an alarming rate. Nevertheless, this allowed Li Zhaoqing and Ryn to gain experience levels at a frenzied pace. Having missed the opportunity to hunt the regional overlord, they could only resort to this method to catch up with the average level in the zone channel. Li alone traversed the heads of ordinary zombies as if on level ground. With each flicker of his blade of annihilation, he claimed the life of a special mutant. Be it a 3-ma-turtle giant corpse or a speed-type mutant, no special zombie could escape his blade. Li ducked low, his blade of annihilation slicing upward diagonally. The giant corpse was cleaved open from its groin to its shoulder, its massive frame crashing down and crushing a host of ordinary zombies beneath it. The battle raged on, and the loudspeaker continued its broadcast. Teams within a radius of several kilometers felt the unusual commotion among the zombies and the looping message from the loudspeaker. "Who's gone mad, triggering the town rules like this?" "No idea. Although those who have survived this long are all formidable, triggering the town rules on such a scale is sheer insanity. You look at this horde of pitch-black tide like an army. What a lunatic or a team of lunatics attracting so many zombies just to kill them. Everyone speculated, but no one could pinpoint the culprit. Some suspected it was either Lu Li or Ji-Bai. After all, with their combat power exceeding 100, these two were practically slaughtering the zombies without any danger. However, whether the zombies still yielded experience points remained a question mark. It truly wasn't worth the effort to gather so many zombies and waste their own time. Could it be related to the eternal night? Everyone speculated, but no one arrived at a convincing answer. Watch out. A new variant. Li Xiaoqing spotted the bizarre scene through her sniper scope and immediately warned. Before her words faded, one of the slime-type zombies suddenly inflated its body like a disgusting air bladder and spewed a large amount of green mucus with a strong corrosive acidic stench. But its target was not Lu Li, it was Feng Ran below the bell tower and the precarious fortifications. Sizzle. The instant the mucus met the flames, a harsh screeching sound erupted. The resilient fire was rapidly suppressed and extinguished by the slime. The ground it covered instantly became slippery and muddy. More terrifyingly, the subsequent wave of zombies, though slowed, no longer feared the residual flickers of flame. Damn, it can put out the fire. Feng Ran exclaimed in shock. Deprived of this final obstacle, the zombie horde surged toward the base of the bell tower, like water through an open sluice, climbing over each other in a frantic heap. Several agile speed-type zombies had already scaled the wall several meters through the crevices. Meanwhile, another slime-type zombie adjusted its aim, targeting Lu Li as he maneuvered above the horde. Lu Li, dodge! Li Xiaoqing's heart nearly leaped into her throat. The crosshairs of her AWP instantly locked onto the slime-type zombie's head. Holding her breath, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The sniper round pierced the swollen, grotesque head of the slime-type zombie, with precision blowing off half of its skull. Green mucus and brain matter splattered everywhere, causing the surrounding zombies to shriek in agony as they were corroded. But in the instant before it was killed, a stream of mucus had already been expelled. The moment Lu Li heard the gunshot warning, he kicked off the shoulder of a zombie, twisting his body into an impossible angle midair. The viscous green liquid flew past his clothes, splashing onto several zombies behind him, instantly corroding their flesh and revealing stark white bones. Lu Li, if this continues, will all be overwhelmed by the horde. Li Xiaoqing was growing anxious. Feng Ran below was barely holding his ground, and her own position was precarious. Several speed-type zombies were climbing the walls, and she couldn't even spare attention for those below. The wall of fire was trampled out by the horde, and the slime-type zombies' spit could even melt stone. The sturdy church was being shattered into pieces. I understand. Instead of charging into the horde to carve a path, Lu Li returned to the church and ordered Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran to fall back. Then he leaped high and brought his blade of annihilation down on the bell tower with tremendous force. The massive tower collapsed, crashing onto the church's main entrance. Simultaneously, Lu Li planned to demolish the entire church. Li Xiaoqing and Feng Ran opened fire on the already tottering stone pillars. Lu Li's blade of annihilation was exceptionally sharp, cleaving through two load-bearing pillars at the front of the church. The fractured pillars, like an avalanche, tumbled down with flames and smoke smashing into the surging horde at the church entrance. Deafening explosions erupted in succession, with blinding flashes of fire accompanied by flying flesh and severed limbs. The powerful shockwave cleared a vast area, and the blast even knocked over zombies farther away. The horde's advance momentarily stalled. The Dawnbreaker emerged from the abyss of hell itself, appearing atop the church's debris. Its heavy wheels crushed several zombies, producing a sickening sound of cracking bones. Lu Li called for the two to board quickly. Meanwhile, the Dawnbreaker, as if activating a siphon mode, instantly absorbed the sources of fear that had coalesced among the ruins. The fuel gauge shot up to its maximum in an instant. Let's go, Lu Li shouted. Bone rails extended from beneath the train, continuously laying ahead. The train's chimney spewed black smoke, tearing through the surrounding flames, and zombies plowing through the horde like a bulldozer. The Dawnbreaker carved a bloody path through the horde. Its speed increased wildly, and the immense kinetic energy from its heavy body granted it unparalleled destructive power. The sharp ram installed on the train's front was covered in shattered limbs and thick, clotted blood. The gaps in the wheels were packed with the pulverized remains of the undead. Every jolt was accompanied by the hair-raising sound of bones shattering and the dull thud of flesh being crushed. My heavens! Li Xiaoqing gazed through the observation window, smeared with grime and congealed blood, beholding a landscape that resembled nothing so much as a living hell. The teeming train cleaved through the chaos like a crimson blade slicing through butter, unstoppable, unyielding. Those very hordes of corpses that had moments before driven them to exhaustion and despair now appeared pitifully fragile and insignificant before this iron-and-flesh leviathan. The surge of power from his ascended cultivation level was instantly eclipsed, overwhelmed, by a more primal, more brutal force, the raw mechanical might of the machine itself. Ryn stared fixedly at the fuel gauge, its needle pinned firmly at maximum, a small comfort to her racing heart. Yet the sight of zombies being mercilessly pulverized beneath the wheels turned her face ashen. It's terrifying. Luli stood steady at the helm, hands gripping the cold control levers with unwavering precision, his gaze sharp as a falcon's locked upon the vanishing point where the bleached bone railroad stretched into the distance. A faint serene smile never left his lips. Not enough. Far from enough. He barked low and slammed the levers forward to their absolute limit. The teeming train's boiler erupted into a fiercer, more savage roar. Thick black smoke billowed forth, nearly swallowing the entire locomotive as its velocity surged once more. Boom. A colossal zombie, 3 meters tall, lunged sideways just ahead of the prow. It did not even have time to swing its tree-trunk arms before the teeming train struck it head-on with unstoppable momentum. Struck like a runaway locomotive, the beast's massive frame twisted grotesquely in an instant, bones shattered with a sickening visceral crackle. Its body flew backward like a rag doll, crashing into the horde behind, and flattening dozens more beneath its own wreckage. The bleached bone railroad screamed beneath the wheels, hurtling toward the town's edge, toward the ever-growing tide of undead drawn by the blaring horn, now thrown into deeper, more violent chaos by the teeming train's sheer lawless rupture. The iron-and-flesh leviathan barreled forward, its hull splattered with gore and viscera, exhaling plumes of smoke that heralded annihilation, carving with relentless grinding force a path of survival, paved in white bone and crimson ruin. Distant survivor squads who had been whispering and watching from afar fell utterly silent. Through binoculars, all they saw was that monstrous train, rampaging through the endless sea of corpses like a god of war descended, leaving behind a ghastly, unforgettable trail, a scar of severed limbs, splintered bone, and blood-slicked rail. Teeming train. Someone finally recognized the signature bone rail and snarling prow, their voice warped by sheer, staggering disbelief. It's Luli's terror train. Damn it. Luli triggered the horde. What in hell is he trying to do? I get it. He's grinding experience points. Luli's grinding experience. A man suddenly shouted. Grinding what? He's already ranked first. How many points could he possibly gain killing 10,000 zombies? He's grinding for his people. Luli is grinding for his subordinates, said a man whose gaze ran deep and still eyes fixed on the thundering teeming train. He pointed toward the armored beast, as if seeing straight through its hull. Look closely. There's more than just him aboard. That sniper. Yes, and that heavy machine gunner too. They missed the regional boss raid, fallen behind in cultivation rank. Luli is using every zombie in this entire town, forcing experience upon his crew, brute-forcing their ascension with a method so audacious it defies reason. This man, the deep-eyed man, spoke slowly, deliberately, truly brilliant, and truly ruthless. He watched as the teeming train brutally hurled aside another towering zombie, flesh and bone reduced to pulp beneath its wheels, the bleached bone railroad, extending coldly, inexorably over the carnage. He exploited the town's rules, manipulated the zombies' instincts, even used that sturdy church as expendable terrain and obstacle. At minimal cost, to him virtually none, he orchestrated an experience feast unprecedented in scale. Such audacity, such mastery. Luli understands individual strength means little. Only collective strength ensures survival, for longer and deeper. Boss. His subordinate listened, stunned into silence, never imagining Luli would elevate his team this way. It was beyond anything they dared conceive. Don't look at me like that. I've treated you well, haven't I? The deep-eyed man smiled faintly. Do you think Luli accepts just anyone? 3 people aboard, including himself. Proof he selects his allies with extreme care and caution. That's precisely why he expends such immense effort to elevate them. Don't even think about it. Boss, where are you going with that? Of course we follow you. We trust your judgment of the battlefield more than anyone else's. Following you we feel safe. The deep-eyed leader smiled, then shook his head. But there's one thing Luli possesses that we simply cannot match. That train itself. The system prompts us to establish our own safe house, but the situation remains volatile. Here eternal night looms, and all regional bosses have already fallen. Building a safe house here is meaningless now. Investing vast resources and materials only to abandon it within 2 days. That's a loss we cannot afford. The engine's savage howl and the deep sickening thud of the chassis-crushing corpses filled the carriage, shaking it violently from end to end. Yet inside, compared to the inferno outside, it was another world entirely. Woo! Ryn let out an ecstatic whoop, pressing her face against the blood-smeared observation window as she watched the undead tide part like soil beneath an invisible plow. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Boss, you've built the most formidable machine on Earth. The suffocating dread of being besieged in the church vanished, completely washed away by this overwhelming cathartic violence. This was Ryn's first true encounter with the terror train's raw power, though its appearance offered little reassurance. Even standing within it evoked a subtle pressure. Yet the moment it roared to life, it became the most impregnable mobile fortress imaginable, safer than any static shelter. Don't get carried away. The train still has numerous unresolved issues. Luli remained pragmatic, not sharing Ryn's elation. As its operator, he knew precisely how many flaws remained unaddressed. Without resolving them, the terror train could never unleash its full potential. Insufficient carriage capacity, no onboard offensive systems, inadequate armor integrity, and more. What are your current cultivation ranks? Luli asked the pair. His next move depended entirely on their advancement. I'm at rank 6, Ryn replied, gleeful. Li Xiaoqing added, I've reached rank 7, and am nearing rank 8. Excellent. Then let's depart. Grinding further against zombies would yield diminishing returns for them. Time to leave Mizrout town behind. The Qiming train roared eastward like a steel titan unleashed, dragging its long, bleached bone railroad in a wake of blood-soaked mud, under countless gazes awestruck, terrified, or ravenous with greed. 16 hours remained until the eternal night descended. The Qiming, carrying Lu Li and his 2 companions, rampaged through the tide of corpses, crushing everything in its path as it raced eastward. The Qiming cut through the horde of rotting flesh and despair like a sharp blade, plowing a seething path of blood and gore. Through the observation window, the density of the corpse tide began to thin, and the twisted silhouettes of buildings emerged faintly in the distance. Finally, out of that sea of corpses, Li Xiaoqing couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Ryn also recovered from his excitement, and both of their expressions turned serious. Next, they would leave this small town. Within the town, there was nothing that could threaten Lu Li. But once they left, countless unknowns awaited outside, uncertainties that even Lu Li could not guarantee he could handle. True danger began the moment they left the town. And they were not the only ones leaving. Other teams were departing as well. Teams that sought to survive or grow stronger were also moving eastward. Along the way, many saw Lu Li's train, but no one dared to approach it or block its path. Lu Li, the strongest in the regional channel. His power was not something anyone could challenge. Some had even begun to regard the Qiming as a modern-day Noah's Ark. It seemed that only the Qiming was the safest haven, and only this bizarre skeletal train could carry them through to survival. But securing a ticket aboard this ark was no easy feat. Lu Li, look ahead. Li Xiaoqing pointed through the shattered window. Lu Li looked up and saw that something was blocking the town's exit. It was the edge of the town. The once wide road was completely sealed off. Abandoned cars, heavy shipping containers, and twisted steel beams were piled together, crudely forming a wall of iron and debris 5 or 6 meters high and over 10 meters thick. Above the barrier, figures moved, manning various weapons, from crude homemade shotguns to automatic rifles, and even 2 heavy machine guns aimed darkly in the direction of the approaching Qiming. Below the barrier stood hundreds of survivors, each armed with a variety of weapons, their faces a mixture of greed, exhaustion, and near madness. Several modified pickup trucks and off-road vehicles were parked behind the barricade, their engines still steaming as if they had just finished setting up the defense. A large flag stained with blood and grime hung at the highest point of the barrier, scrawled with crooked characters, "Death to trespassers. Leave your supplies." Damn it. Ryn saw it too, his excitement turning instantly into fury. What do these bastards think they're doing? Blocking the road to rob us. What should we do? Li Xiaoqing frowned hesitantly. Just charge through. Too many people charging through could be dangerous, and Lu Li suddenly stopped the train, startling the 2. Get off, Lu Li ordered, and they complied. Then Lu Li dismissed the train. Meanwhile, other teams turned to look at Lu Li, but none dared to approach. Lu Li's fearsome reputation kept them at bay. Lu Li, a joyful voice rang out, and 2 burly men pushed through the crowd, running toward him. It's you. Lu Li smiled. The newcomers were the Li brothers who had helped him twice before. Lu Li, we wanted to call out to you while you were on the train, but we weren't sure you'd hear us. Why did you suddenly get off? Li San quickly came forward to greet him. Lu Li's smile filled him with joy. His intuition was right. Lu Li wasn't the type to turn his back on others. I sensed some trouble. Lu Li didn't deny the reason for getting off. Instead, he pulled Li San aside and said, "Too many ears here, let's talk somewhere private." Li San nodded and instructed his brother to have their men secure an area marking out a space where no one else could approach. Once they were in a quieter spot, Li San spoke first. "Lu Li, congratulations on becoming #1 in the regional channel. When you have time, give us brothers a hand." "That's easy to arrange." Lu Li nodded, which delighted Li San beyond measure. Even if it was just a polite remark, it signified that they held a closer relationship in Lu Li's mind, and if trouble arose, they could count on his help. "By the way, Lu Li, we haven't gotten to the main topic yet. You got off the train so suddenly and mentioned." Li San glanced around, signaling that they were alone. From the train, we saw a high wall ahead, and it seems they intend to block the road and rob us." Li San's eyes widened in realization, and he nodded immediately. "That's right, we saw the bloodstained flag too. But I can't figure out who would dare to rob people like this. Aren't they afraid of provoking everyone's wraths?" Lu Li paused briefly, then said slowly, "This is exactly what I wanted to talk about. Clearly most teams are preparing to leave, and those who do must have some confidence in their strength. Yet someone still dares to rob here. Doesn't that seem suspicious? Let me put it arrogantly, the system has already announced that I'm the top in the region. Who would dare to collect protection money from me?" Li San frowned. He was no fool, in fact, he was quite sharp. So he quickly caught the underlying implication in Lu Li's words. "You mean, they're not from our channel?" Li San hesitated, his eyes uncertain as he looked at Lu Li. "Exactly. And it seems their teams are stronger than ours, or they wouldn't be so bold as to rob people so openly." Lu Li's words unsettled Li San. His eyes darted nervously as he asked, "So what do you suggest? Let's blend into the crowd and move forward to see what's happening." Lu Li thought for a moment, then said, "I'll join your team. Keep it quiet." "Deal." Li San was overjoyed and nodded immediately. With Lu Li with them, what could be safer than that? After all, Lu Li was the system certified #1 in the regional channel. Even if those ahead were from outside, having Lu Li around made things far more reassuring. Lu Li called Li Zhaoqing and Feng ran over, had them change clothes, and then blended into Li San and Li Si's team. With Lu Li in his group, Li San's confidence soared, but he didn't show it. He led the team, as before, mingling with the other groups at the rear. "We're getting closer. The situation up ahead doesn't look good." Lu Li stood beside Li San and Li Si. This remark was directed at Lu Li. "Wait and see." Lu Li said nothing more, watching silently. Li San's squad was mingled within the slowly advancing human tide, trudging wearily forward. The air was so thick it seemed almost squeezable, saturated with despair. All eyes were fixed on the steel bulwark ahead, jutting up like monstrous fangs, and on the dark muzzles of guns, and the figures pacing back and forth atop it. Lu Li wore a shabby peaked cap that Li San had found its brim pulled low to obscure most of his face. Feng Ran and Li Zhaoqing had also changed into inconspicuous dust-gray jackets, blending into the crowd. Lu Li's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swept through the gaps in the crowd, keenly scrutinizing every detail of the bulwark. How utterly arrogant. Feng Ran spat softly, his fists clenching unconsciously as he stared at the blood-red banner that read, "Trespassers die. Leave your supplies." "Shoo." Li Zhaoqing tugged at him nervously. "Don't stir up trouble. Let's see how things stand first." The crowd was forcibly halted about 100 meters from the bulwark by several strands of coarse barbed wire and armed guards. Above the bulwark, a bald, burly man stepped forward, holding a megaphone and wearing a half-worn tactical vest. His face bore undisguised arrogance and a hint of cruel excitement. "Listen up, you bastards." The shrill noise of the megaphone instantly drowned out the crowd's commotion. He announced, "This road was opened by us, the Blood Wolf Gang. Want to pass? Fine. Pay the toll for your lives." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the dark mass below like a vulture. "Food, medicine, weapons, ammunition, special cores. Hand over whatever you have. Pay enough and we'll let you through. Pay too little or dare to hide any. The eternal night is coming. This place won't be fit for humans soon." He let out a sinister laugh, patting the cold barrel of a heavy machine gun beside him. "Anyone caught hiding things can stay and be dinner for the zombies." The crowd erupted instantly. "On what grounds? This is robbery. Let's all rush them together. Fight them. Yeah, there are so many of us, what are we afraid of?" Waves of angry shouts rose and fell. Some hot-tempered survivors began pushing forward, trying to break through the barbed wire. Bang, bang, bang. Several automatic rifles fired warning shots into the air from atop the bulwark without warning. The harsh gunfire was like a bucket of cold water, instantly silencing the seething crowd, leaving only heavy breaths and suppressed fear. The bald man's grin widened. Fight. With a rabble like you. He pointed the megaphone at a few who had been shouting the loudest. You and you. Get out here. Let everyone see what happens to those who stick their necks out. Several guards charged into the crowd like wolves, roughly dragging those individuals out and forcing them down onto the open ground before the bulwark. Do it. The three who were dragged out immediately unleashed their abilities. Though all were only crank, their awakened powers were oriented towards physical attacks. They were formidable fighters. Yet as strong as they were, the guards who dragged them out were even more powerful. These guards seemed tempered through countless battles and 1,000 skirmishes. There was a clear gap in how they wielded their abilities. No. Please. I was wrong. Spare me. One young man was so terrified that tears and snot streamed down his face. Too late. The bald man waved his hand coldly. The heavy machine gun let out a dull roar. A hail of bullets instantly tore the defeated men to shreds. Blood and gore splattered, staining the cold ground and the trouser hems of nearby survivors. A dead silence fell. The thick stench of blood and the hellish scene before them cowed everyone into fearful submission. Lee San's face turned ashen. He instinctively glanced at Lu Li beside him. Lu Li stood there still and calm, his eyes beneath the cap brim deep and cold as a frozen pool, his thoughts inscrutable. Now all of you behave yourselves. The bald man surveyed the cowed crowd with satisfaction. Line up. Come one by one to hand over your stuff. Don't think you can fool me. My eyes are sharp. Under the threat of the guns, the crowd began to move forward slowly like lambs being led to the slaughter. The leaders of some groups, their faces grim, gritted their teeth and ordered their men to organize supplies for tribute. Let's fall back first. Lu Li said in a low voice to Lee San. Lee San nodded and waved for his men to retreat. They had been standing at a distance, so their withdrawal caused little stir. Those in front seemed only concerned with those moving forward, not those leaving. No one stopped them as they moved back. Lu Li, what do we do? Lee San's voice was tinged with anxiety as he asked quietly. The others in his group also looked at Lu Li nervously, as if he were their only lifeline. The bloody display of power had driven home the brutality and strength of the group on the bulwark, far beyond what they could challenge Hedon. Lu Li didn't answer immediately. His gaze swept past the crowd, landing on the modified pickup trucks and SUVs behind the bulwark, and on the uniform armbands worn by the guards, each bearing a ferocious wolf head emblem. Well-equipped, organized, disciplined, and ruthless. They don't seem like a hastily gathered rabble. Lu Li's voice was low and clear, audible only to Lee San and Lee Si, who had drawn close. I've never seen that wolf head emblem on their armbands in the regional channel. Have you? Lee San's heart skipped a beat. Are you saying? They really are. Lu Li nodded slightly. Most likely from another region. And they're not weak. Setting up a checkpoint here probably wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. They must have calculated that a flood of survivors would head east before the eternal night, and they're looking to cash in big. Then, our meager supplies. Lee Si looked at the hard-earned goods his group had gathered, his face full of pain and reluctance. What I'm curious about is how they knew we would pass this way. It seems there's much we don't know about what's happening outside. This place. It's really getting on my nerves. Lu Li gritted his teeth as he spoke, as if everyone's circumstances were different. If everyone had entered the apocalypse at the same time, their timelines should be identical. But judging by the group's demeanor, actions, and proficiency with their abilities, they seemed to have entered the apocalypse much earlier and received ample training. After a moment's thought, Lu Li spoke. Pay up. What a... Lee San and Lee Si were stunned. Even foam ran mingling in the group, almost cried out, but Li Zhaoqing quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. A small impatience ruins great plans. Lu Li's gaze swept over the vigilant guards and the dark gun muzzles on the bulwark. They hold the high ground, have heavy firepower and numbers. Charging Hedon would cost too much and expose us. Now is not the time. Let them collect. Let them collect as much as they want. This. Lee San was not quite sure what Lu Li meant. Lu Li, however, sneered. The more the merrier, of course, because soon it will all be mine. Lee San was taken aback for a moment, then immediately grasped Lu Li's intent. These people were planning to rob their teams, and Lu Li was waiting to plunder the Blood Wolf group after they had done their looting. Everything stolen from the Blood Wolf group would naturally belong to him. Following Lu Li, he had no fear that Lu Li would take their share. In fact, if Lu Li succeeded, he might even give them more. After all, Lu Li only had 2 people by his side. There were some things he couldn't use that much of. He nodded firmly. Understood. Well, do as Lu Li says. He immediately whispered orders to his team, instructing them to organize supplies and prepare to lose some possessions to avoid greater calamity. The column continued to crawl forward slowly. When it was Lee San's team's turn, several guards with fierce eyes and wolf head armbands roughly rifled through the supply bags they handed over. Just as Lee and the others were about to hand over their supplies, a burst of rapid gunfire erupted. Several team leaders from Lost Town, along with their men, were shooting at the guards from a distance. The guards immediately returned fire. Firearms still posed a significant threat to these superhumans. Ordinary superhumans could not render themselves immune to bullet wounds. Although the guards were well-equipped, even sporting old bulletproof vests, a few of them were still killed by the rapid volley of shots. Then one or two dark figures charged forward. They moved with incredible speed, as if bullets could not keep up with their forms. Damn, they're too close. Move. Both team leaders were brank masters. Coordinating with each other, they exchanged blows evenly with the two shadowy figures. Meanwhile, their underlings continued firing to suppress the guards. Fight back. Are we from the same channel going to let these outsiders bully and oppress us? The second-in-command of one team roared, instantly shaking the resolve of those who had been obediently waiting in line. Damn it. I can't take this bullying anymore. A man pulled out a gun and shot the guard who was inspecting him. What had started as a rebellion by only a few team leaders, that one sentence spread like wildfire, igniting the resentment and fury in many more hearts. More and more people joined the melee, turning the open ground before the barricade into an instant slaughterhouse. Bullets flew wildly, the light of superhuman abilities flickered erratically in the chaos, and people fell continuously, staining the ground with blood. The scene became intensely chaotic. Lee Si and Feng Ran were also incited, their blood boiling over. Damn it, let's fight them. Feng Ran, hot-headed, and with eyes turning red, struggled to charge forward. Lee Si, gripping his cleaver tightly, breathed heavily. Don't move. Li Xiaoqing's voice was icy cold. Her hand clamped down on Feng Ran's arm with such force that it caused him pain. Li San also forcefully held back his impulsive brother, growling, "Listen to Lu Li. Fall back. All of you fall back. Move back first, don't get caught up in it." Lu Li signaled for everyone to stay put on the sidelines. If this was all they had, they surely wouldn't have come to rob them. But if this truly was their limit, then standing by and doing nothing would be fine. They simply needed to stay quiet and protect themselves. As expected, exactly as Lu Li had guessed, when the guards felt the situation was spiraling out of control, their big boss made a move. A three-turtle mecha suddenly appeared from behind the gate. It then leaped 5 meters high, clearing the high wall and landing inside the enclosure. It hoisted a Gatling gun, and its 6 barrels began to spin at high speed. In the next second, a violent torrent of metal erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly mowing down a large group of people like wheat before a scythe. A mecha! Someone screamed, their voice twisted and distorted by sheer terror. The dense sound of bullets piercing flesh merged into a single continuous roar. Those survivors who had been valiantly charging moments before fell in droves, as if swept by an invisible giant blade. Severed limbs and scattered organs flew everywhere, painting the ground a deep, dark crimson. The screams were completely drowned out by the roar of the Gatling gun. The two Brank's superhuman leaders' faces changed drastically as they shouted for everyone to get out quickly. But the Gatling gun fired too fast. It was impossible for ordinary superhumans to dodge. One tried to evade with agility, but was riddled with holes by the dense stream of bullets flung back like a tattered sack. Another roared, erecting a brown energy shield. However, under the relentless, terrifying impact, the shield shattered after barely 2 seconds. The next moment, his body, along with several nearby subordinates, exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the steel storm. In just 10 seconds, the core area of the fiercest resistance, including the 2 Brank leaders, saw over 100 people completely gunned down. Nothing remained but a mess of smoking, shattered wreckage and nauseating chunks of flesh. Silence. A silence more absolute and despairing than when the heavy machine gun had first established its dominance fell over the entire scene. Everyone still alive, whether they had resisted or merely watched without acting, stood frozen in place, their faces as pale as paper, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Feng Ran's fervor was instantly extinguished, replaced by nothing but icy terror, his teeth chattering. Li San and Li Si, the brothers, had cold sweat beading on their foreheads. If they had impulsively charged forward, they would surely have been among those turned into pulp. Li Xiaoqing also pressed her lips tightly together. The overwhelming firepower displayed by that mecha was beyond any human power to resist. Above the barricade, the bald, burly man looked down at the crowd below, who seemed like ants crushed underfoot. A wildly excited and cruel grin spread across his face as he roared, "The boss is mighty. We need to teach these people a proper lesson. They think having a little superpower makes them something special. They really don't know their place." At the same time, the faceplate of the 3-meter mecha suddenly opened, revealing the face of a man with a bushy beard. He spoke coldly and tersely, "Kill everyone who resisted." The chaos was completely suppressed. All who had dared to resist were mercilessly slain. The remaining survivors, like walking corpses, numbly reformed the long line, their minds utterly dominated by fear. No one dared to entertain a single thought of resistance anymore. A humanoid mecha. Luli pulled down the brim of his hat, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly uncontrollably. What a fine piece of equipment. Luli, is this thing an awakened ability? I don't know. I hope it isn't, because if it is, I'll have to smash it to pieces. It would be such a shame to destroy something so good. Luli's eyes were fixed on the Blood Wolf group leader inside the mecha, making no effort to conceal the greed burning within his gaze. Luli, isn't this a bit too dangerous? Li Xiaoqing couldn't help but warn him as she saw Luli's intention to act. After all, Luli was still flesh and blood, and a machine gun like the Gatling could still tear him apart completely. One misstep would lead to total defeat. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. I want to act now, Luli said in a low voice. Since they hadn't made a move earlier, they hadn't been treated roughly. They just had to line up again to hand over supplies. Just then, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, clad in his mech, suddenly spoke. I, Longshui, leader of the Blood Wolf gang, demand the information of the first and second ranked in your channel. Names, abilities, physical features, or... His voice turned icy, laced with undisguised killing intent as he coldly stated. Anyone who knows them, point them out now. This sudden demand stirred the already tense crowd into agitation, and countless gazes instinctively began to dart around. All those looks carried a hint of greed. Long Shui's voice rang out again, filled with temptation. Whoever provides accurate information will be exempt from all supplies. He paused, then emphasized, and you can join our Blood Wolf gang and enjoy our protection. Though Long Shui's voice wasn't loud, no one present dared to ignore his words. With that, the crowd erupted into chaos. Exemption from supplies. Joining the Blood Wolf gang. Enjoying protection. These three conditions at this moment, when the eternal night was about to fall and the future was uncertain, were like a lifeline to many survivors barely clinging to existence. Especially for those weaker teams or individuals with scarce supplies. Fear was replaced by intense temptation. Countless gazes grew sharper and more eager, frantically scanning the crowd, trying to find the first and second. Whispers spread like a plague. First, second, who? Didn't the regional channel hint at it? Luli, Jibai, right? Luli is first. That madman who single-handedly fought the second form of the regional overlord. And Jibai, though not famous, is a formidable one with over 100 combat power. Where are they? Has anyone seen them? Was that train earlier Luli's? Is he hiding in the crowd? Point them out, and we can survive and join the Blood Wolf gang. Li San, Li Si, and Feng ran, and Li Xiaoqing's faces turned extremely ugly. Luli kept his head down, the shadow of his hat completely obscuring his expression. But Li Xiaoqing, standing beside him, could clearly feel a bone-chilling coldness silently radiating from Luli. It wasn't fear, but a terrifying rage. She could probably guess what he was thinking. In the regional channel, the first and second were the strongest and could obtain the most resources. Killing these two would yield far more than confiscating supplies from several teams. Luli, Li Xiaoqing whispered, clenching her fists nervously. Don't panic. Luli sneered, seemingly unconcerned about his identity being exposed. Besides, he wasn't the only one who needed to worry. Jibai was in the same boat. The risk of pointing out the first was much higher than pointing out the second, and Bai Yun beside Jibai might very well sell him out at this moment. After all, Bai Yun only needed a partner. He could cooperate with anyone. The strength of the Blood Wolf gang was obvious to all. If Bai Yun used his intellect to cooperate with them, it would surely be far better than working with Jibai. Of course, his influence would be greatly diminished if he joined the Blood Wolf gang. On the other side, Jibai and Bai Yun had indeed arrived here. But their team was still far behind, and they had witnessed the recent massacre in Long Shui's words. Bai Yun's conclusion was completely different from Luli's guess. A tall tree catches the wind. Bai Yun sneered twice, looking at Jibai beside him with some mockery, then continued, Do you think you can handle that man? Jibai didn't answer immediately. He stared intently at Long Shui and his mech on the wall, radiating deadly pressure, the image of that machine gun, massacring a Brank powerhouse, still replaying in his mind. His spatial ability was powerful, but facing such terrifying firepower that unleashed a destructive metal storm in an instant, could his proud void walk really dodge it? The outcome probably wouldn't be much better than those two Brank ability users just now. An unprecedented gravity and wariness appeared in Ji Bei's cold eyes. He slowly shook his head, his voice dry. In a direct confrontation, the chance of victory is extremely low, unless we can find its weakness, or the Blood Wolf Gang is very strong. Bai Yun seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps to Ji Bai, well-equipped, well-organized, and with such a big killer weapon in charge. It seems their region's development level might be much faster than ours. In times like this, latching onto a thick enough thigh seems like a good choice. Then go ahead, Ji Bai said, seemingly indifferent to Bai Yun's slightly threatening and provocative words. Bai Yun gave a dry laugh and continued, go. It's safer to cooperate with you. We've worked together for so long and know each other well, don't we? As they spoke, Long Shui seemed to have grown impatient. He scanned the restless crowd below and let out a displeased snort. No one knows, or no one dares to speak. His voice turned icy as he continued, no matter. I have all the time in the world to play with you. From now on, every 10 minutes, I'll randomly kill 10 people. Until someone is willing to talk. He's insane. How can he do this? Everyone's heart clenched painfully. Long Shui seemed to be playing by no rules, or perhaps he was using an old tactic. He was threatening with lives to force out Lu Li and Ji Bai. Who here is a saint? Do those two care about our lives? Damn it, where are they hiding? Find them quickly, or well die. The matter of their own deaths panicked everyone. No one wanted to die. They had barely survived until the regional overlord's death, becoming much stronger than when the apocalypse first began. Who wouldn't want to keep living? Damn it, Lu Li, Ji Bai, just come out yourselves. Yeah, you two are first and second. If he really wants to do something, you two can join forces. It's not like you have no chance. Some who didn't want to die called for Lu Li and Ji Bai to come out, but no matter how they shouted, it was futile. Neither Lu Li nor Ji Bai had any intention of revealing themselves. The words 10 people in 10 minutes from Dragon Blood echoed in everyone's hearts like a death knell. Lu Li, Ji Bai, come out. Don't drag us down. Someone roared hysterically, their voice twisted by fear. Yes, you're the top two. Together, you might be able to kill him. We don't want to die. Please. Who knows where they are? Speak up. 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes left. Countless gazes grew even more frantic, trying to root out Lu Li and Ji Bai. Lu Li kept his head lowered, the shadow of his cap brim shrouding most of his face. But his spine was straight, showing no sign of cowering. Amidst the chaotic screams and pleas, his voice reached the ears of those nearby with unusual clarity, carrying a chilling calmness. Get ready. Ready for what? Li Xiaoqing's voice was tight. Lu Li didn't answer, but his gaze, sharp through the gap of his cap brim, locked onto Dragon Blood himself. Time ticked away amidst the torment of fear. The crowd's agitation peaked and a miasma of despair spread. 1 minute left. A minor leader of the Blood Wolf Gang on the high wall shouted with a sinister grin, his gun barrel casually pointing at the dense crowd below. The shadow of death loomed. Many had closed their eyes in despair or collapsed weakly to the ground. At this critical moment, Lu Li suddenly moved. Not with a violent outburst, as Li Xiaoqing had anticipated, nor by choosing to hide. He abruptly raised his hand, pointing to an inconspicuous corner at the back of the crowd, his voice cutting through the chaotic din like a thunderclap. Ji Bai. It's Ji Bai. Over there. The one in the non-mainstream clothes. This point, this shout was like throwing a ladle of water into boiling oil. Instantly, it boiled over. All eyes, including those of every Blood Wolf Gang member on the wall, snapped in unison towards the direction Lu Li indicated, focusing on the back of the crowd. There, Ji Bai and Bai Yun were hiding behind several tall survivors, trying to stay inconspicuous. The people around them automatically moved away, exposing them instantly to countless stares. Ji Bai's trademark icy expression froze, a flicker of incredulous shock and cold fury flashing in his eyes. He had never imagined that Lu Li would betray him so precisely. Impossible. How could he know we were here? Bai Yun's face darkened. Though this had nothing to do with him, Ji Bai was his partner. He couldn't just watch Ji Bai be sold out. Damn it. Ji Bai cursed under his breath, almost immediately wanting to use his spatial ability to teleport away. But it was too late. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Dragon Blood's manic laughter made eardrums tingle, filled with the excitement of finding prey. His massive mech arm pointed directly at Ji Bai, and Bai Yun, his voice carrying a merciless command, get them. Don't let him escape. Everyone else stay still. Anyone who moves dies. The Blood Wolf Gang members reacted swiftly, roughly shoving aside the crowd, charging straight at Ji Bai and Bai Yun. Several heavy machine guns locked onto that direction. The crowd, cowed by the threat of death, parted automatically, watching in terror as the Blood Wolf Gang elites pounced on their targets. Chief Dragon Blood. He's lying. The one who pointed out Ji Bai is Lu Li, the #1 in the regional channel. He's the real threat. He's right there. The one in the hat. Bai Yun's finger exposed Lu Li to Dragon Blood's palpable icy killing intent. Shifting the blame had instantly turned into a self-inflicted fire. On the high wall, Dragon Blood spun towards Lu Li like a demonic eye locking onto its prey. A killing intent far more terrifying and focused than before bore down on Lu Li's position. Time seemed to freeze. He and Ji Bai, the strongest in the regional channel, were simultaneously exposed to the Blood Wolf gang. Dragon Blood's manic laughter rang out again. I never thought the top two in your regional channel would rat each other out. How amusing. Your regional channel seems hopeless. The minor leader immediately laughed heartily. Dogs biting dogs, all fur and mouth. So these are the number 1 and number 2 powerhouses. Dragon Blood's men had already surrounded Lu Li and Ji Bai. Lu Li signaled the others to back off. Li Zhaoqing was reluctant to leave, even hoping Lu Li would give her the sniper rifle so she could fight alongside him. No need, I've already found a helper. Ji Bai, we can't let them make a fool of us, can we? Lu Li's lips curled slightly, looking towards Ji Bai as if his scheme had succeeded. Ji Bai shrugged and sneered. Lu Li, did you have to use such a method to get me out? What can't handle the pressure alone? Can't kill him. The first and second Lu Li and Ji Bai started chatting as if no one else was there. Dragon Blood's forehead bulged with veins. He clenched his fists, seeming to realize these two didn't take him seriously at all. Attack! Enraged beyond endurance by their disregard, Dragon Blood roared for his men to strike. But how could his underlings stand against Lu Li and Ji Bai? Ji Bai's spatial ability made him invincible against ordinary bullets. Bullets roared out instantly, covering Ji Bai's position. But just as the barrage was about to hit, Ji Bai's figure flickered and blurred like a TV with a bad signal. The next second, like a ghost, he vanished from the spot. What? The Blood Wolf gang member who fired widened his eyes in shock. Thud! The dull sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously. Right behind where Ji Bai had disappeared, 3 Blood Wolf gang elites, standing at the front with smoking gun barrels, stiffened. A deep, clean cut appeared on their throats, reaching the bone. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The 3 didn't even have time to scream, their eyes frozen in shock as they toppled forward. Ji Bai's figure reappeared gracefully and eerily behind the fallen trio, like ripples on water. A short dagger with a dark gleam had appeared in Ji Bai's hand, its blade unstained. Void walk. The entire process was beyond the limits of the naked eye. The devastating barrage of a Gatling gun might suppress him, but bullets from ordinary guns moved as slowly as snails before the cunning of spatial abilities. A bunch of useless trash. Dragon Blood's roar was filled with incredulous fury. The 6 barrels of his Gatling spun wildly, its deadly aura locking onto the just materialized Ji Bai. The very instant he locked onto Ji Bai, an equally annihilating aura locked onto him as well. My! Long Shue's heart screamed with alarm. The wheel spinning in Lu Li's pupils had its bone-white pointer come to rest on the crimson domain. Infernal conflagration, a blazing blood-colored aura surged skyward, and Lu Li's velocity escalated to an inconceivable extreme in a single breath. Enveloped in this blood-red flame, Lu Li's figure became utterly blurred. His body left a trail of afterimages too swift to capture, as if he had teleported. Lock lost. Target velocity exceeds threshold. The cold electronic voice shrieked in Long Shue's ear. What the hell is that thing? Startled and enraged, Long Shue forcibly twisted the massive mech arms, Gatling barrel struggling to track the elusive blood-red phantom. Yet it was too late. In the same heartbeat, that Lu Li transformed into a blood-red blur and lunged with transcendent speed toward the falling Gatling. Bai Yun, who had been traversing space, arrived before him. Long Shue's mech visor dropped. He released the Gatling and drew an alloy combat blade from his waist. As the alloy blade left its sheath, it let out a sharp, resonant ring. Its cold metallic gleam was dazzlingly harsh against the blood-colored aura. Long Shue's colossal mech frame displayed a swiftness belying its size. The massive blade sliced upward with lethal precision, its edge tearing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed straight at Lu Li. Yet under the empowerment of infernal conflagration, Lu Li's speed had already transcended all reason. The flame-wreathed figure seemed to defy physical inertia and distance. In the hair's breadth before the blade struck, he executed an abrupt, impossible change of direction. His right hand shot out like lightning, grasping for the heavy gun barrel. At the same time, as Lu Li drew Long Shue's full attention, Ji Bai's figure flickered and vanished once more. He materialized like a specter at the massive elbow joint of Long Shue's mech's right arm. A fierce cold light blazed in Ji Bai's eyes. The dark, shadowy dagger in his hand was silent, yet it gathered a sharpness that seemed to rend space itself, stabbing with unerring accuracy into the complex joint. If this strike landed, it would be enough to cripple Long Shue's exoskeletal armor. Captain, be careful. The bald man's warning rang out in sync with Ji Bai's attack. He had been watching Ji Bai closely. The report of a gunshot sounded at the opportune moment, forcing Ji Bai back. The dark dagger scraped across the thick armor of Long Shue's mech elbow, leaving a trail of dazzling sparks and a shallow white mark. On the other side, Lu Li's move was also anticipated. Long Shue's alloy blade struck him first, forcing Lu Li to parry with Annihilation Blade. Clang! Sparks flew. Lu Li's figure was sent flying 2 meters, spinning once in the air before halting. Ha! Long Shue flicked his alloy blade, his eyes behind the visor coldly fixed on Lu Li and Ji Bai. These two, each formidable alone, were proving nearly impossible to handle when working in tandem. Not bad. Both of you have impressive skills, one relying on physical prowess, the other on spatial abilities. Especially you, Ji Bai, with your spatial powers. You have great potential. Hey, race the thing, I value talent. Come with me, and it'll make you both my deputy commanders. What do you say? Impressed by their formidable strength, Long Shue conceived a desire to recruit them. Lu Li stood not far away, his blood flame slowly receding, though its scorching heat lingered. Ji Bai remained as cold as ice, his eyes hidden beneath his hair. They exchanged a glance and then laughed. Neither Lu Li nor Ji Bai were the type to live under another's thumb. How could they accept being Long Shue's deputy? Captain Long, we appreciate your offer, but we are not worthy of the deputy commander position. If you think highly of us. Lu Li paused, then his expression turned stern. Forget your esteem. We will solve our own problems. Long Shue narrowed his eyes, his visage twisted in a snarl beneath the dark red mechanical mask. It seemed Lu Li and Ji Bai would not only reject his proposal, but would also seek to kill him. Fine. Long Shue gritted his teeth, his laugh cold and cruel. You've got guts. Don't think that awakening a high-level ability makes you superior. So what if you're the first to break 100 combat power after the regional restrictions were lifted? There's still so much you don't know. The mech armor encasing Long Shue began to transform. It became more humanoid, shrinking from 3 meters to 2, its metallic surface resembling ordinary skin. Since you're so eager to die, let me show you what true power is. Long Shue's speed surged. In an instant, he was before Lu Li. His alloy blade thrust forward, holding nothing back, aiming to cleave Lu Li's head from his shoulders. In that frantic moment, the blood flame of infernal conflagration erupted, instinctively forming a blazing crimson barrier before Lu Li. Simultaneously, he leaned back to the extreme, trying to create distance. Yet this humanoid mech of Long Shue's was a realm above in the concentration of its power and speed. The seemingly ordinary skin metal was terrifyingly strong. The blood flame barrier tore like fragile paper, easily shredded and incinerated by the alloy blade's edge, which only paused for a fraction of a moment. The cold blade, with its resolve to sever all, continued its descent. Lu Li could even feel the biting chill of the blade cutting into his skin. No escape, no defense. In this hair-trigger moment where life and death hung in the balance, a dark figure emerged, as if squeezed from the crevices of space, appearing without warning at the side of Long Shue's swinging arm. Ji Bai. His timing was precise to the millisecond. The very instant Long Shue's attack was fully committed before he could gather new strength. Ji Bai's gaze was bitterly cold, devoid of any hesitation. The dark dagger, imbued with the power of spatial severance, stabbed, like a viper's fang, with lethal precision into the inner part of the elbow joint of Long Shue's humanoid mech's right arm. Damn it! Ji Bai's pupils contracted slightly as he discovered his void blade could not penetrate Long Shue's metal armor. Nonetheless, his strike had saved Lu Li. It prevented Lu Li's head from hitting the ground. Lu Li and Ji Bai regrouped and retreated, staring intently at Long Shue. Damn, our attacks can't even break through his defense. Ji Bai whispered to Lu Li. What about your rust blade? Can it break through? Pale-faced and still shaken by the near-fatal strike, Lu Li replied, I don't know. I've never landed a direct hit on him, but his alloy blade, Annihilation Blade, had clashed with it, and the once invincible blade could only leave a tiny nick. As for breaking his defense, it seemed impossible. Long Shue stood calmly opposite them, his anthropomorphic mecha exuding an inhuman sense of oppression.